Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
It was the 5th day of the first lunar month in 1978. Snow had fallen all night like thick cotton, and now the storm had finally calmed. People had just finished a warm meal, and now men and women alike grabbed shovels and stepped outside to clear the snow. Children, bundled in layers of patched-up cotton coats, rushed out twosome, throwing snowballs, others building snowmen. At that moment, inside a dilapidated earthen house, the two windows, covered with multiple layers of old newspapers, creaked under the icy wind, as if they might give way at any moment and fall from their frames. The room, barely more than 20 square meters, was pitch dark, its glass pane long shattered, replaced only by newspaper to block the cold. Clearly, life here was harsh. A dirt Kong bed connected to a stove, a cotton quilt, a dining table with a few wooden chairs, a yellowed wooden wardrobe with a mirror, and beside the cold stove, a small pile of firewood. This was all the room contained. Even a mouse would have to shed a tear and run out. Li Jingshun sat stiffly on the edge of the Kong. Though he had been sitting there for over half an hour, astonishment still lingered in his eyes and across his brow. Himself, reincarnated? The familiar surroundings were like a blade, slicing open a sealed memory, cutting into his heart and letting blood slowly seep out. This crumbling little house, this was a childhood home, decades ago. Back then, he was young, full of dreams, books in hand, ambition burning in his chest. He had believed he could rise above the tide, washing away life's impurities and shining brightly. But then came an assignment notice, sending him deep into the mountains to work as a sent-down youth. Perhaps for poets and scholars, the vast fields paired with books could be a dream. But for Li Jingshun, stuck in Xiaoxi village, it was endless sweat in the fields and silent sighs in the dark, books clutched in hands that ached from labor. His dreams had long been buried beneath his footsteps, crushed into the fertile soil soaked in cow dung and horse urine. As Li Jingshun drifted into memory, a voice hauntingly familiar, echoing through half his life, sounded from outside. "Brother, sister, please don't try to persuade me anymore. Since I married Jingshun, it'll be his in life and his in death." You don't know how happy he was when he received the transfer notice back to the city. He's an educated city man, a phoenix soaring in the sky. I'm just a little sparrow from a poor mountain village. We're worlds apart. I'm not worthy of him. If he wants to return, let him go. I won't hold him back. I want to trade his freedom for my happiness. Sister, what kind of spell did that guy cast on you? You really think he's a soaring phoenix? Oomph. You're the only one who treats him like some precious treasure. If it weren't for marrying you and having our family as a support, someone as frail and bookish as him wouldn't have lasted half a month in the fields. Always hugging a few tattered books, thinking he's by. The more you spoil a man like that, the more arrogant he becomes. What your sister said is true. We absolutely cannot let him go back to the city. Once he leaves, he'll be like a rooster out of the coop, no way to catch him again. Dear sister, if you don't keep a man close, tied to your waist with a rope, his heart will one day belong to someone else. The city is full of pretty girls. Are you trying to be Wang Baochuan, waiting in cold hardship for 18 years, while Shui Pingue enjoys a new wife and children in his arms? Think carefully. At the sound of those words, Li Jingshun rushed to the door in one swift step. As he opened it, the icy wind hit his face, scattering the tears that had welled in his eyes. Outside, in the snow-covered yard, stood two men and two women. Among them, a delicate and beautiful woman stood in the snow, tears on her face, tightly holding a child wrapped in a flowery cotton coat. The child's little face was red and chubby, like a rosy, soft snowball, murmuring in a babyish voice, "Mama, don't cry. Daddy bad. Spank daddy." The other woman and two men stood near the window, their expressions heavy with worry. Sigh after sigh hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Creaking loudly, the broken wooden door opened, startling those in the snow. They all turned their gazes to Li Jingshun, filled with dislike and disdain. Li Jingshun's hand trembled as he gripped the door latch. His eyes locked onto the woman in the pink coat. It was his beloved wife, Jiang Shui. The woman who had haunted his heart with guilt and sorrow his entire life. Seeing Li Jingshun, Jiang Shui quickly wiped her tears, forcing a faint smile. She stepped forward with the child in her arms, her eyes full of concern. Her hand gently touched his face. "Look at you, what are you doing in there? It's freezing outside, and you're all sweaty." Li Jingshun choked back a sob. "Foolish wife, that's not Sweat Hat's tears for missing you." Unable to hold back any longer, his eyes red with emotion, he pulled her tightly into his arms. Just as everyone was stunned by the sudden embrace, the little boy squeezed between them squirmed and pouted, "Daddy, I gotta poop." Chapter 2. Memories standing beside them. Jiang Hua, Jiang Shui's second sister, observed Li Jingshun's pitiful display of tears and misery. She stepped forward and yanked him away. Her face contorted with anger as she scolded, "What are you pretending for? Who do you think you're fooling? You ungrateful wretch. After all we've done for you. You turn your back on us the moment you receive your orders to return to the city, abandoning your wife and daughter to pursue a better life for yourself. You've shattered my sister's heart, and now you come here, blubbering like a child. Why didn't the local theater recruit you? You seem quite adept at acting. Enough, sister. Please stop berating Jingshun. I have agreed to let him return to the city, and to our divorce," Jiang Shui said, suppressing her inner turmoil as she wiped away her tears and held her child, Tuan, even tighter. She understood that Li Jingshun was not a heartless ingrate. She knew he was suffering too. Yet, returning to the city had always been his aspiration. He possessed ideals and ambitions, unwilling to languish in this impoverished village. He was an educated man from the city, always courteous and humble, and his smile brought warmth like a gentle spring breeze. He was a phoenix, destined to soar high above the clouds. How could a place like Shaoxi village ever hold him? She loved this man before her, and even if he silently took his orders to return to the city, she could not bring herself to resent him. She blamed only herself for being unworthy of him, yet selfishly claimed him as her own. Deep down, she knew he likely felt no love for her. Marrying her was merely a means to find some semblance of support in this isolated village. Her maternal uncle was the village secretary, and her father served as the village accountant, making both families among the most affluent and respected in the surrounding area. While many struggled to find enough to eat, her family could afford to indulge in braised pork and steamed buns regularly. Such a life was the envy of all, including Li Jingshun, who hailed from the city. He had a good relationship with Jiang Shui's third brother, Jiang Shu, and often visited the Jiang household for meals. Over time, the Jiang family came to see this cultured city man as a suitable match for their daughter. Thus, this marriage was forged amidst countless shared meals. Li Jingshun married Jiang Shui, a beautiful woman from a wealthy family, causing many male comrades at the youth commune to envy him. As buried memories began to surface, Li Jingshun was convinced he had been reborn, transported back to that winter decades ago when he received his orders to return to the city. That winter, in his recollection, was incredibly arduous. On the day of the Laba festival, his orders arrived, and he confessed everything to Jiang Shui, expressing his desire to return to the city as soon as possible and requesting a divorce. At that time, Jiang Shu, having learned of the situation, confronted him. Upon seeing Li Jingshun's resolute determination to abandon everything and return to the city, Jiang Shu, unable to contain his anger, swung a shovel, inflicting a gash on his head and shattering a window in the process. Subsequently, he took Jiang Shui back home. Until the eve of the new year, Jiang Jia was suffocated by a lingering resentment, resolutely refusing to let Jiang Shui return home with the child for the celebrations. Meanwhile, determined to divorce Jiang Shui, Li Jingshun did not go to Jiang's family to retrieve them. The discord escalated into a cacophony, ultimately leading Jiang's family to relent. The couple finalized their divorce, and shortly thereafter, Li Jingshun abandoned his wife and child, returning to the city. After his return, driven by the pursuit of his dreams, he enrolled in a foreign institution for further studies through a relative's introduction. 5 years later, he returned to his homeland, equipped with advanced knowledge in medical chemistry. And after 3 additional years, he achieved remarkable success in the domestic pharmaceutical field. When he reached the pinnacle of his career, he was haunted by memories of his wife and daughter, whom he had forsaken in the small village of Lucien in Nanxing. However, 8 years had passed, and everything had changed. 3 years after his departure, their only daughter, Tuan, succumbed to a high fever that led to encephalitis, passing away in the county hospital. Grief-stricken, Jiang Shui developed severe mental health issues and ultimately took her own life by drowning in a river during a harsh winter. Li Jingshan never anticipated that his abrupt departure would lead to such a tragic fate for his wife and daughter. He had believed that with the Jiang family's support, they would at least have enough to eat and wear. The thought of bringing them along seemed insurmountable. He feared they would struggle to survive, let alone accompany him abroad for further education. He did not wish to be a heartless man who abandoned his family. At that time, he simply viewed his lofty aspirations as more significant than familial bonds. Upon learning of the demise of his wife and daughter, Li Jingshan was plunged into an abyss of endless anguish and guilt. For the following decades, he dedicated himself tirelessly to research projects for the Great Xian nation, leading a scientific team whose findings repeatedly astonished both domestic and international audiences. Yet, no amount of glory could heal the wounds in his heart, leaving him to live a life of solitude and melancholy. In this lifetime, he came to realize that his wife and children were of utmost importance. He believed that with the memories of his past life, he could ensure a prosperous future for his family. Chapter 3. Tuan Tuan has a new fatherly Jingshan. Believe it or not, the moment you divorced my sister and returned to the city, I would have been ready to take an axe to your leg. Jiang Shu, who had been leaning against the window and smoking a pipe, could no longer contain his fury. Initially, he had regarded Li Jingshan as a knowledgeable and upright individual, which led him to befriend him and marry off his only sister to him, hoping they would build a stable life in the village of Lucian. However, he never anticipated such ingratitude. My sister married you and bore a child, and you, without a care, flitted back to the city to enjoy life. What about my sister? Now, your affairs have stirred up a storm in the village. Who would dare to marry my sister in the future? Jiang Shu was not satisfied with mere words. He intended to deliver a sound thrashing to Li Jingshan, towering at over 6 feet and weighing in at around 200 pounds. Jiang Shu's muscular fists were as hard as stone, calloused from years of labor. In stark contrast, Li Jingshan's skin was as soft and delicate as that of a young maiden from the village, pale and smooth to the touch. He possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, exuding a certain scholarly charm, even evoking a sense of endearing fragility. Amidst a group of robust young men, he stood out remarkably. No one in the entire Lu County could match his good looks, whether it was the educated young women from neighboring villages or the local maidens. All would break into smiles upon seeing him. Sangu, it is not that Jingshan wishes to divorce me. Rather, I want to stand beside him, my teeth biting into my lips until they bled, before uttering these words. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shu heavily unclenched his fists and sighed deeply. Oh, my foolish sister. I will not divorce you, Li Jingshan suddenly declared. In that instant, it felt as though Jiang Shui's heart had been struck with a heavy blow. She gazed at Li Jingshan's face in sheer astonishment, tears swirling in her eyes. Li Jingshan stepped forward, gently touching her cold, frost-bitten cheek, his voice imbued with tenderness. Wife, from this day forth, I shall no longer mention returning to the city. We will not divorce. Our little family of 3 shall live a grounded and stable life together. Are you truly serious? Jiang Hai, the elder brother, hurriedly inquired. Nearby, Jiang Shu and Jiang Hua leaned in, eagerly awaiting Li Jingshan's definitive response. They had not anticipated such words from him today. Ever since the directive to return to the city arrived before the new year, he had been exuberant, like a wild rabbit, with his heart already soaring to the city while physically present in Shaoxi village. Yet now, why did he not shout about returning? Jiang Hua cast a glance at his younger brother, Jiang Shu, pondering if Li Jingshan had been dazed by one of Jiang Shu's shovels during their last encounter. Jiang Shui sensed something amiss. She knew better than anyone his determination to return to the city. This time, during the New Year celebrations, he had kept a stern face, refusing to bring her and their child back home, a stubbornness that spoke volumes. He was resolute in his desire to return to the city, to divorce her. Overwhelmed with despair, Jiang Shui shook her head and said to Li Jingshan, "You can prepare to return to the city without worry. The Civil Affairs Bureau will reopen on the 8th. Let us bring the necessary documents and proceed with the divorce. I will not be a burden to you and Tuan Tuan." Li Jingshan looked at the beautiful woman before him, who appeared so wronged and helpless, and the knife lodged in his heart twisted deeper. He loathed himself for being so heartless. In his pursuit of returning to the city, he had abandoned his wife and child, even resorting to emotional neglect in order to achieve his goal of divorce, leaving her alone to celebrate the new year at her family home. How could he be so cruel? At that moment, nestled in Jiang Shui's embrace, little Tuan Tuan extended his pudgy hand to wipe away the tears on Jiang Shui's face. Mama is crying. Daddy, please comfort Mama. Tuan Tuan's innocent call of daddy shattered Li Jingshun completely, tears welling up in his eyes and blurring his vision as he struggled to breathe through his pain. After hastily wiping his tears, he grasped Jiang Shue's hand tightly. Her hand was already chilled by the biting wind. So he tucked it into the outer pocket of his cotton coat. Tuan Tuan, Daddy and Mama will always be here to watch you grow. Our family of 3 will remain together forever. Just like before. Tuan Tuan's eyes sparkled with hope. Even better than before. Li Jingxin affirmed with unwavering resolve. Tears glimmered in Jiang Shue's eyes, her expression one of disbelief, as if she awaited a resolute affirmation from him. Rest assured, I truly will not leave. Li Jingxin's voice was gentle, yet unwavering. How wonderful. Daddy is staying. And Tuan Tuan has her father back, exclaimed their little daughter, clad in a thick floral jacket. Resembling a joyous figure from a traditional painting, bouncing gleefully in Jiang Shue's embrace. Li Jingxin took Tuan Tuan into his arms, opened the door, and addressed Jiang Hai and the others. Elder brother, second sister, third brother, it's cold outside, and the snow has begun to fall again. Let us retreat indoors. Oh, splendid. Let us go inside, they responded, momentarily taken aback before entering the house. The interior offered little warmth compared to the biting cold outside. Have you endured such a frigid space alone all this time? Jiang Shui asked with concern. Previously, she had always ensured the home was warm and spotless. Yet in just over a month of her return to her parental home, this dwelling felt as frigid as an ice cellar, dirty and cold. It was unfathomable how this man had managed to endure it. With that, Jiang Shui picked up a bamboo basket, intending to gather some corn husks from the small storage room outside to stoke the fire. Seeing this, Li Jingxin swiftly took the basket from her hands. It's too cold outside. I will handle it. Jiang Shui was taken aback. He had never engaged in such tasks before, leaving all the responsibilities of home to her. What had prompted this change in him today? Before long, Li Jingxin had the stove ablaze and had boiled a large kettle of water. The small room filled with warmth as the fire crackled. He brewed some floral tea and served a cup to each of Jiang Hai and the others, who received the steaming mugs with astonishment. Though the water was scalding hot, they sipped eagerly. I made you some brown sugar water. Drink it quickly to warm yourself, Li Jingxin urged, holding the cup to Jiang Shui's lips, tenderly smoothing back a stray lock of hair. I know you enjoy it sweet. So I added a generous amount of sugar. We only have half a jar left at home, and I intend to save some for you. Brown sugar was a precious commodity, often hard to come by, and this supply had been brought back by Jiang Shui's father from the county town. Typically, she reserved the brown sugar for Li Jingxin, considering his long days of labor and late nights of study, relying on it for sustenance. What use does a grown man have for it? He remarked playfully as he placed the warm drink in her hands, gently caressing her delicate face. Do drink it obediently. Don't make me worry. Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she lowered her gaze, dutifully cradling the cup and consuming every last drop. Once she finished, Li Jingxin affectionately stroked her cheek, as if rewarding her. He then turned to Jiang Hai and the others, bowing deeply. Seeing this, Jiang Hai hastily set down his cup, rising in a fluster. What are you doing, little brother-in-law? Elder brother, second sister, third brother. Li Jingxin began. During these years of marriage to Xiao Shui, I have caused her much distress. She has always been considerate and tolerant towards me, yet I have only brought her sorrow. Xiao Shui, with her kind and gentle nature, is the jewel of your family. Yet, I am merely a downtrodden youth from the city, unable to bear burdens or carry weights. When I first arrived in Xiaoxi village, I could scarcely find a morsel to eat. Over the years, thanks to your support and care, I have established my roots in this village, married Xiao Shui, built a home, and welcomed a precious daughter into our lives. I am genuinely content and deeply grateful for all that you have done for me. I solemnly swear to the heavens that from this day forth, I shall live a steadfast life with Xiao Shui, forsaking any thoughts of infidelity. Upon hearing Li Jingxin's words, the brothers of the Jiang family exchanged bewildered glances, speechless. Could it be that this lad has been pecked at by an old hen? It seemed implausible that he could have transformed so dramatically to utter such sentiments. Yet, his words did warm their hearts. Their sincere kindness towards Li Jingxin was not merely altruistic. They hoped to foster mutual affection so that he might treat their sister with greater care. Now that Li Jingxin has spoken thus, they felt a sense of reassurance. While the Jiang family may not be affluent, they are free from worries about sustenance. They did not expect Li Jingxin to bring any benefits to their household. They simply wished for him to cherish a harmonious life, with Jiang Shui. As night fell, Jiang Shui, who was both diligent and fastidious, could not abide a messy home. In a matter of hours, she had tidied up, making their abode bright and clean. The small stove crackled with warmth, and the pot atop it bubbled enticingly, releasing the savory aroma of potatoes and ribs. Earlier, the brigade had slaughtered an old black sow, and Jiang Guoli, the accountant, had received 10 pounds of pork and 5 pounds of ribs. After a festive meal, a bit remained. Driven by paternal affection, upon learning that his son-in-law would not be returning to the city but would settle down in Xiaoxi village with his daughter, he joyfully brought over the remaining pork ribs. Before leaving, he stuffed 50 yuan into Li Jingxin's hand, feigning it was for the new year, while it was truly meant to support their life together. Oh, the tender heart of a parent. On the Kong, their daughter, Tuan Tuan, slept soundly, and as Li Jingxin gazed at his precious girl, a few tears fell. He gently pinched her small face and kissed her tiny hands. The sight brought a pang of emotion to Jiang Shui's heart. All right, Jiang Shui said softly. I've finally managed to lull this little one to sleep. Please don't wake her. With that, she moved to the stove and ladled the potato ribs into a large bowl, bringing it to the table. Father brought the ribs. I've stewed the potatoes. Come quickly and eat. You've lost weight during my absence. Li Jingxin got off the Kong, donned his shoes, and walked over to Jiang Shui. Enveloping her in an embrace, his gaze filled with affection. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? My wife, you are truly beautiful. I wish I could hold you close to my heart. How annoying. Where did you learn such lines? So inappropriate, Jiang Shui replied, her face flushing. Yet her heart danced with sweetness akin to honey. This man, usually as immovable as a mountain, today spoke such tender words, causing her heart to flutter like a startled rabbit. Li Jingxin extended his hand, lovingly caressing Jiang Shui's face. In an instant, her delicate visage flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a blooming flower. Jingxin, Jiang Shui called, her slender fingers entwining with his. An inexplicable fear gripped me. Fear of what? Fear that this moment was but a fleeting dream, and upon awakening, you would silently slip away. Observing Jiang Shui's vulnerable expression, Jingxin felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. This young girl harbored such profound and ardent affection for him. He tightened his embrace, reassuring her, do not be afraid. I shall always remain by your side, never to part again. All right, Jiang Shui murmured, nestling closer, her tears cascading like scattered pearls down her cheeks. Dinner consisted of tender pork ribs stewed with potatoes, accompanied by a bowl of corn porridge and spicy pickled cabbage, prepared in the late autumn. Jiang Shui could not bear to eat even a single rib, placing all of them into Jingxin's bowl. She consumed very little, merely a few potatoes and half a bowl of corn porridge. We are husband and wife. We should share our meals together. I cannot be the only one indulging in the ribs while you settle for soup, Jingxin insisted, transferring the ribs from his bowl to hers. Please eat. Your satisfaction brings me joy. With Jingxin's insistence, Jiang Shui had no choice but to comply. After dinner, the couple engaged in a simple washing routine, extinguished the lights, shed their clothes, and nestled beneath the covers. A pile of dry kindling met a fierce flame, warming the room even further. In the dead of night, Jingxin, parched and desperate, climbed out from under the covers and approached the water vat, filling a ladle and gulping down a generous portion of water. He had been overly hasty earlier, and his body could not bear the strain. It seemed he would need to pace himself more carefully. In the bed, Jiang Shui, adorned in a pink floral tank top, her cheeks flushed with vitality, extended her delicate arms, pale as jade, to pull the lamp's cord. The room was illuminated. Why are you still awake? Jingxin inquired. With all your commotion, how could I possibly sleep? Jiang Shui retorted playfully. She rose, tidying her tousled hair and carelessly tying it with a red ribbon. Even in disarray, she was stunning. She slipped on her shoes, approached the yellow wooden cabinet, retrieved a piece of paper, and handed it to Jingxin. Jingxin, this was given to me by my father today. He mentioned that the elementary school in town is seeking a mathematics teacher. He said if you are willing to apply, please fill out this form and submit it to him. My uncle has connections. Chapter 5. Preparing breakfast. Jiang Shui's uncle was the village secretary, having established numerous connections not just in town, but also in the county. Over the years, the Jiang family had thrived, thanks to him. Otherwise, with Jiang Guoli's limited literacy, how could he have ever risen to the position of village accountant? Xiaoxi village was akin to their family enterprise, bound by blood and ties. Thus, when Li Jingxin married Jiang Shui, The village girl, it sparked envy and admiration among many young men. Even the strongest dragon cannot suppress the local snake. In Xiaoxi village, Jiang Shui's uncle, Zhang Jinming, was the undisputed leader. Take Jiang Hai for instance. He had not even graduated from elementary school and could barely read more than his father. Yet his uncle managed to secure him a position at a factory in town, allowing him to receive a government salary. It is evident that Zhang Jinming possesses extraordinary capabilities. Li Jingxin has always held Zhang Jinming in high esteem. One word encapsulates Zhang Jinming's character: sharp. Even if he were to be compared to a pile of excrement, he would undoubtedly be the warmest piece. Zhang Jinming himself recounts that at the age of 15, during winter, he wore cotton pants that were open-crotched. Coming from a poor family with many siblings, they struggled to have enough to eat, let alone afford warm clothing. In the winter, when his siblings could not manage to wear even a single pair of cotton pants, they would have to dismantle his pants, pulling out some cotton to fashion a smaller pair for them. As time went on, the cotton in his pants was nearly depleted, and after patching them up repeatedly, he could barely manage to sew them back into an open crotch style. Yet, despite such a dismal beginning, Zhang Jinming persevered and carved out a successful path for himself. Li Jingxin recalls that in his previous life, Zhang Jinming became a renowned rural entrepreneur. However, due to Jiang Shui, Li Jingxin had repeatedly attempted to visit him, only to be met with rejection. Li Jingxin glanced at the application form in his hand. The primary school in Maolin Town. To secure a teaching position, there would be akin to holding a coveted iron rice bowl, something everyone envied. Yet, Li Jingxin had no desire to go. He envisioned a better future for himself. To everyone else, he was merely an educated youth from the city, whose knowledge seemed superficial. In the fields, his education was less practical than a handful of cow dung. Were it not for his wife, he would struggle to find enough to eat in Xiaoxi village. In his previous life, he was indifferent to such gossip. With a few lice on his body, he wouldn't mind a few more. If living off his wife's support was comfortable, he would indulge in it. As long as he could endure until returning to the city, everything would become clear. However, now, he wished to stand as a true man, independent and capable of providing for his family, ensuring a good life for his wife and children. I refuse to go. Li Jingxin tossed the filled form into the stove. In an instant, it turned to ashes. Why did you burn it? Jiang Shui, with tears in her eyes, questioned. Did you never intend to build a stable life with me? Upon seeing the tears on his wife's face, Li Jingxin felt a surge of panic. He hurried forward and embraced Jiang Shui, seeking to offer comfort. Jiang Shui broke free from his embrace, crying out, I knew you were not sincere. Everything today is a deception. I promised that if you wanted to return to the city, I would obediently divorce you and never entangle you again. But why? Why must you still deceive me? Jiang Shui was utterly devastated. Li Jingxin rushed to clarify, that is not what I meant. My reluctance to teach at the town school stems from my desire to forge another path. I wish to provide a good life for you and our child through my own abilities, rather than relying on others. I understand the implication behind my father sending me this application form. But I am a man. I cannot live my life dependent on others. My dear wife, trust me. I possess the capability to protect you for a lifetime. Really? Jiang Shui gradually calmed down. But what alternative path can you pursue? Through extensive reading and traveling. Though I may have no money, I am rich in knowledge. I will always find a way to ensure you and our daughter have enough to eat. As long as you are by my side, I fear not the obstacles that lie ahead. Li Jingxin spoke tenderly, wiping away the tears from Jiang Shui's face. Nestled in his embrace, Jiang Shui felt the rhythm of his heartbeat. In that moment, she was genuinely afraid that her dream might shatter. Li Jingxin pressed a passionate kiss upon Jiang Shui's soft lips and solemnly declared, My dear wife, I shall cherish you for all my days. Jiang Shui had never heard such sweet words from him before, and she melted into a blissful state. A night passed. As dawn broke, Li Jingxin rose early. The previous night had brought another snowfall, and the temperature had plummeted. The stove had long since gone cold, and fearing that his wife and daughter might freeze, he got up early to rekindle the fire. After sipping a few mouthfuls of warm water, he rummaged through the vegetable basket, finding only a few potatoes and a wilted cabbage, while outside there was a jar of pickled vegetables and a small jar of spicy cabbage. The pantry contained merely half a bag of cornmeal and a few pounds of fine white flour, items Jiang Shui had brought from her family home. In a different era, such meager provisions would be deemed utterly destitute, yet at present, they surpassed the means of many in their village. This year, They would endure the winter amidst the heavy snow. After a year of toil, countless individuals found themselves unable to enjoy a hearty meal, some even ending the year in debt to their work teams. Life was arduous, and survival was a struggle. Li Jingxin gazed at the cold, congealed potato and pork stew in the clay pot and decided to reheat it on the stove. He then took out 2 small bowls of fine white flour and rolled out a few portions of noodles. In the bitter cold of winter, nothing was more comforting than a warm bowl of noodle soup. Once the meal was prepared, he gently called out, "Wife, daughter, it's time to eat." At that moment, Jiang Shui, cocooned in the warmth of the stove-heated bedding, blinked her sleep-laden eyes open, stretching lazily. Tuan Tuan, with her tousled hair resembling a little bird's nest, peeked out from under the covers, her chubby face illuminated with delight. "It smells so good, mother, it smells so good," Tuan Tuan exclaimed, her eyes sparkling like grapes at the aroma of the noodle soup. "Is it truly so fragrant?" Jiang Shui asked incredulously as she turned to Li Jingxin. "Did you make breakfast?" Li Jingxin nodded. "Yes, it snowed again last night, and it's freezing outside. So I prepared some noodle soup for you and Tuan Tuan to warm your bodies. Hurry, the water is heated, and after you wash up, we shall dine." "How could I let you cook? It's my fault for waking late," Jiang Shui replied with a hint of regret. Chapter 6. The desire to earn in the city. Jiang Shui felt a pang of reluctance. Ever since their marriage, she had never allowed Li Jingxin to lift a finger with the household chores. Though she loved him deeply, she often felt that their union was one of her opportunism. As a village girl, she believed she was unworthy of a cultured youth from the city. Thus, she endeavored to strengthen their bond, striving to be the perfect wife. While other youths sent to the countryside labored hard for meager rations, Li Jingxin was able to study at home, occasionally enjoying a meal of fine flour buns filled with meat. "This life is shared between us. Having followed me, you have endured enough hardships already. How can I bear to let you suffer further?" Li Jingxin gently stroked Jiang Shui's head. "All right now, tidy up and let us have breakfast." After speaking, he lifted Tuan Tuan, dressed her properly, washed her face, brushed her teeth, and skillfully braided her hair into 2 small twists. "My daughter, how charming she is." Li Jingxin felt an immense pride. He had never understood why some men incessantly spoke of their own progeny, but now he comprehended the significance. His own offspring was indeed the finest. This chubby little girl was simply endearing. Jiang Shui was spellbound by the scene before her. Even when seated at the dining table, savoring the hot noodle soup prepared by Li Jingxin, she felt as if she were in a dream. "I borrowed a few eggs from Aunt Li this morning to mix into the noodles for you and our daughter," Li Jingxin said, searching for the eggs in the soup and placing them into Jiang Shui's and Tuan Tuan's bowls. "Eat it while it's hot. Daddy, this noodle is delicious. Even better than what mother makes." Tuan Tuan, with her round little face, was utterly delightful. "Once I earn some money, I'll make you and mother all sorts of tasty dishes every day," Li Jingxin said with a doting smile. He felt profoundly content. While Tuan Tuan enjoyed her meal, Jiang Shui's eyes brimmed with tears. Since yesterday, she had lost count of how many times she had wept. Previously, her tears had been mixed with feelings of grievance and fear. But now, her tears flowed for the happiness she had longed for and finally embraced. "What's wrong?" Li Jingxin hastily set down his chopsticks and moved closer to Jiang Shui. "Is it that my noodles aren't good, or have I done something wrong to upset you?" Faced with such a gentle man, Jiang Shui's heart softened further. She shook her head. "I'm not angry. I'm happy, Jingxin. How I wish you could always treat me this well." "Foolish girl," Li Jingxin chuckled. "You are my woman. Who else should I treat well?" At his unexpected confession, Jiang Shui's face flushed crimson, and she shyly replied, "The child is here." "Wife, there is something I wish to discuss with you," Li Jingxin suddenly said. "Go ahead. Over the years, your parents and my brother and sister have helped us significantly, but we cannot rely on others for our livelihood indefinitely. I want to seize the opportunity to earn more money. Once we have sufficient funds, we won't have to live in this shabby little house anymore. We'll build a spacious and bright-tiled house, and then we can bring your parents over to take care of them in their old age. When Tuan Tuan is a bit older, we'll move back to the city, allowing her to attend school there." Li Jingxin envisioned their future, confident that with his abilities, it wouldn't take long to realize these dreams. "Move back to the city?" Jiang Shui exclaimed in astonishment. "Tuan Tuan and I are rural residents. We can't enter the city. Just because we can't now doesn't mean we won't be able to in the future. With me around, you need not worry," Li Jingxin assured her earnestly. "I will never allow you to live a life of hardship again." Jiang Shui nodded. "I believe you. That simple phrase gave Li Jingshan boundless strength. After we finish eating, I need to visit the village committee to get a certificate for entering the city, Li Jingshan announced, causing a flicker of panic in Jiang Shui's eyes. You're going to the city? Don't be afraid. I'm going to the city to earn money and will return soon, Li Jingshan reassured her, understanding her fear of his departure. My dear, I will never let go of your hand. We will be together forever. Jiang Shui's complexion flushed slightly. Her rosy lips parted as she spoke. I know you just entered the city, but how do you plan to earn a living? I overheard my uncle cautioning that the city was currently cracking down on illicit activities, urging her not to engage in any folly. Rest assured, your man possesses a wealth of knowledge that will surely keep you from hunger. Although Jiang Shui felt perplexed, uncertain of the means of earning that Li Jingshan had mentioned, she chose to trust him nonetheless. At the village committee of Xiaoxi village, Zhang Jinming regarded his restless niece's husband with suspicion. From the outset, he had opposed his niece marrying someone so privileged from the city. After all, most city dwellers looked down upon rural folk. Even when sent to the countryside for labor, they still considered themselves above the fray, viewing villagers as mere frogs beneath the earth. Marriage, after all, demands compatibility, and one could hardly expect a city man to be steadfast. Should he seize an opportunity to return to the city, his innocent niece would be left with nothing but a futile endeavor. In Xiaoxi village, where one could be well-fed and warm without laboring excessively, many sought such a life in vain. From the beginning, it was a one-sided affair, and the prospects seemed bleak. Yet, his niece was infatuated, unwavering in her affection for this young man. Uncle, I need to handle some matters in the city. Could you provide me with a letter of approval? I shall return swiftly, Li Jingshan insisted. I recall that your order to return had been issued long ago. You wouldn't be attempting to deceive my niece, would you? I cannot provide you with that letter. Chapter 7. Blushing Uncle, Li Jingshan said, retrieving a bottle of Shifeng liquor from his cotton-padded coat and presenting it to Zhang Jinming. This liquor was a gift from his classmates on the occasion of his marriage to Jiang Shui, with only 2 bottles in total. Last year, one was gifted to his father-in-law, and this year, the second was intended for his uncle. Zhang Jinming had no particular vices, save for a fondness for fine spirits. Are you trying to bribe me into granting you that letter? Zhang Jinming's gaze first lingered on the bottle before shifting back to Li Jingshan's face, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Don't try that with me. I know the stakes. If I were to issue you that letter, and you slipped back to the city, I would have no way to explain myself to my sister, brother-in-law, or niece. Uncle, I have sworn before my elder brother, sister, and younger brother that even if I receive the order to return, I shall never abandon Xiao Shui and Tuan Tuan. I will remain in Xiaoxi village. Living a steady life with Xiao Shui, Li Jingshan declared earnestly. Zhang Jinming's expression softened slightly. Just yesterday, his brother-in-law mentioned that Li Jingshan intended to stay and live a grounded life. At the time, he thought it was merely a matter of face, a fabrication. However, it now appeared to hold a kernel of truth. Zhang Jinming coughed symbolically twice and placed the bottle of wine at his feet. Since you have decided to remain in the village and not return to the city, why seek my assistance in obtaining a certificate to enter the city? A classmate of mine has an uncle who is a university professor. He has a lucrative opportunity that I thought I might try, and it would only take about 3 or 4 days to return. Li Jingshan smiled. Uncle, please just provide me with that certificate for entering the city. You intend to earn money in the city? Zhang Jinming asked, somewhat surprised, unable to restrain himself from scrutinizing Li Jingshan. It's not that I'm trying to discourage you, but even as someone educated from the city, what skills do you possess? What do you truly have? Outside of Xiaoxi village, who are you? Money cannot be earned merely through eloquent speech. Don't waste your time. Focus on living a good life with your wife. If you run short, your uncle will help you. With that, Zhang Jinming reached into his pocket to pull out some money for Li Jingshan. Uncle, we cannot accept your money any longer. Li Jingshan interjected, waving his hand. A stable life must be built through one's own hard work. I have failed as a husband and father, Li Jingshan admitted, lowering his head in guilt. For these years of marriage with Xiao Shui, all of our necessities have been dependent on your support. Even when Tuan Tuan fell ill and was hospitalized, I could not provide a single penny. They say I am an intellectual from the city, yet I cannot even provide a stable life for my wife and child. I owe Xiao Shui so much over the years, and I wish to repay her with all my strength. Therefore, I must strive to earn money to shelter her from life's storms. Zhang Jinming's gaze shifted. Good lad. Indeed, you are an educated man. Your words reflect a cultivated demeanor. Yet from my judgment, I can see your sincerity. He regarded Li Jingxin with a knowing look, then took out paper and pen, along with the village seal. I have come from a background where I could not even afford shoes, and my success is not solely due to luck. I will give you 3 days. With a decisive thud, the red seal was stamped onto the certificate for entering the city. Even if you sneak back to the city, I will find a way to ensure you cannot thrive there. Uncle, rest assured, I will not allow Xiaoxue to suffer any longer. Li Jingxin declared with unwavering determination. Let us hope so. Having secured the certificate, Li Jingxin exited the village committee building and exhaled deeply. The sky was a brilliant azure, resembling blue silk, breathtakingly beautiful. He checked his pocket and found he had $1.50, along with a ticket for a pound of eggs and half a pound of sugar. Upon reaching the supply and marketing cooperative, he spent it all, carrying the eggs, fruit candy, and a can of tomato fish. He first returned a few borrowed eggs to Aunt Li. Once inside his home, he locked the door. In the yard, Jiang Shui was tidying up the remnants of the snow, her face a picture of confusion. Why lock the door when it's not even noon? Come on inside. Your husband is making dumplings for you. With that, Li Jingxin embraced Jiang Shui and led her into the house. Inside, Tuan Tuan was lying on the kong, drawing with a pencil. Upon seeing her father return, she eagerly showcased her artwork, her face glowing with joy. Daddy, look, this is my drawing of the princess. How beautiful. Li Jingxin mimicked the soft, sweet tone of Tuan Tuan, though he lacked the beauty of the lady. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui felt a flush of embarrassment. How adorable. Tuan Tuan mischievously exclaimed. Li Jingxin possessed commendable culinary skills, yet in his previous life, he had been pampered by Jiang Shui, never needing to cook for himself. His skills were honed during his childhood, a time when his family was once described as immensely prosperous, with his maternal grandfather being a prominent local landlord. However, due to political circumstances, his father's family severed ties with them to protect their own status, yet they still bore considerable repercussions. Li Jingxin had never indulged in opulence. Yet because of his mother's background, he often faced disdain. His childhood was marked by misfortune, contributing to a somewhat reclusive personality and an inability to express love, which led to his previous failure to reciprocate Jiang Shui's profound affections. Now, with the chance to rectify past mistakes, he found himself at a loss for how to express his gratitude to the heavens. Within an hour, the steamed dumplings filled with pickled cabbage and pork were ready, accompanied by 2 side dishes, a steamed egg cake and stir-fried cabbage, along with a can of fish and tomato sauce purchased from the cooperative. The modest dining table was overflowing with delectable food. Jiang Shui, holding Tuan Tuan, approached the table, her heart brimming with happiness at the sight of the fragrant spread. She was inherently an easily contented person. The mere promise from Li Jingxin to build a stable life together was already a source of immense satisfaction. Little did she expect their lives to be this delightful. Li Jingxin picked up the vinegar bottle and poured a generous amount into Jiang Shui's bowl, knowing well that she relished sour flavors. Despite today's dumplings being filled with pickled cabbage, they would lack flavor without the vinegar in Jiang Shui's eyes. I remember during the 3rd month of your pregnancy with Tuan Tuan, you craved sour foods so much that you devoured the sour apricots from the mountains. And we would go through a bottle of aged vinegar every 2 or 3 days. As he reminisced, joy illuminated Li Jingxin's eyes. Those days were truly wonderful, yet he regretted not cherishing them. Ah yes, your mother often remarked that I was carrying a baby boy, Jiang Shui recalled, a smile involuntarily gracing her face. Back then, she believed that having a child would secure Li Jingxin's heart. Now, as she gazed at him, she still felt a twinge of insecurity. No matter how splendid a baby boy could be, he could never compare to her precious daughter. Li Jingxin playfully pinched Tuan Tuan's chubby cheeks and offered her a piece of the fish, saying, "Darling, try this fish. It's sweet and sour, and I've removed all the bones." With a delighted Tuan Tuan took a bite of the fish, playfully smacking her lips as she critiqued, "It's delicious, but it's not as good as Daddy's dumplings. Daddy's are the best." This child, with her sweet tongue, seemed to have inherited something special. Jiang Shui chuckled softly. "You're so sweet-tongued. I've tasted it myself." Leaning closer to Jiang Shui, Li Jingxin whispered in her ear while discreetly holding her hand under the table. Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully scolded, "You're incorrigible. If you keep this up, I might just ignore you." Chapter 8. A Wonderful Wife Before Dawn. Jiang Shui rose early, kindled the stove, prepared the meal, and set out the water for washing before calling Li Jingxin to get up. "Jingxin, you must go to the city today. Do not delay. Rise quickly." Jiang Shui gently reached into Li Jingshan's warm bedding, tenderly patting him. Traveling from the village to the city is quite a hassle. The village is serviced by only one bus at 6:30 in the morning, which does not go directly to the city, but rather to Maolin Town. Upon arriving at Maolin Town, one must still walk a considerable distance to the bus station to catch a bus to the city, which operates only twice a day. If one misses it, they must wait until the following day. Li Jingshan climbed out of bed, dressed, and noticed that Jiang Shui had prepared his washing water, even squeezing toothpaste onto the countertop, warming his heart. This wife of mine is truly endearing. As Li Jingshan washed, Jiang Shui had already set the table with breakfast, which consisted of cornbread and cabbage soup. Fearing that he might not be full, she had even fried 2 eggs, drizzling a few drops of soy sauce and sesame oil on top. In the countryside, eggs are rarely fried or scrambled. They are considered precious. Most people cannot afford them. And even when they possess egg coupons, they are often traded for money or grain. Even when eggs are available, they are typically boiled or stewed, as frying consumes oil. And boiled eggs are more filling. Life in the countryside requires meticulous management. Therefore, a wife who knows how to manage household resources is highly sought after. After all, each person's rations are fixed, and if a household has a high productivity rate, they have more food. Conversely, if productivity is low and the population is high, without clever management, life will inevitably be abysmal. While Li Jingshan was engrossed in his meal, Jiang Shui took out a neatly folded floral handkerchief. Gently unveiling it, she revealed 20 yuan, along with several grain and meat coupons. Jingshan, take this with you. Once in the city, expenses abound. You will be gone for 3 days. And everything, food, lodging, is not cheap. She carefully wrapped the handkerchief and tucked it into the outer pocket of his cotton coat. Since you are making this rare trip to the city, do indulge yourself a bit. I know you love books, so take some time to browse the bookstore. I adore watching you when you read. With the round-trip fare and the cost of lodging and meals, 5 yuan would suffice. There is no need to take so much, Li Jingshan replied, finishing the cabbage soup and wiping his mouth. Besides, I am going to the city to earn money, not to squander it frivolously. I am not good at managing money. If I have too much, I might lose it. No, you must take this money, Jiang Shui insisted, disregarding Li Jingshan's protests. If you don't take enough money to the city, I will be uneasy. Are you not afraid that I might spend this money on another woman or engage in some nefarious activities? Li Jingshan teased Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui silently lowered her head, her eyes reddening. Do you have another woman in the city? Li Jingshan merely intended to amuse his young wife, but to his surprise, he had brought her to tears. He quickly approached her, wiping away her tears. Do not cry. I was only joking. I have no other woman in the city. Why are you so unbearable? Jiang Shui, with reddened eyes, cast a resentful glance at Li Jingshan, saying, You know I fear this, yet you deceive me so. Li Jingshan leaned closer and whispered a few words into her ear. Instantly, Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she playfully admonished, It's getting late. You should hurry and leave. I've placed your clean clothes and toiletries in the cloth bag. After a moment's thought, she added, Oh, there's a compartment in the bag where I've tucked some snacks and a small handful of ginger candy. If you feel nauseous while traveling, just chew on a few pieces of the ginger. It works wonders. My dear wife, you are truly wonderful, Li Jingshan said, planting a kiss on her cheek. He donned the cotton shoe she had made for him and stepped out, carrying the cloth bag. Outside, the snow lay thick, crunching beneath his feet with a crisp sound. Jiang Shui leaned against the doorframe, watching his silhouette grow fainter, her heart tinged with apprehension. Though she claimed to support Li Jingshan in his journey to the city, she couldn't shake the fear that he might never return. With a sigh, she resolved not to dwell on it any longer, hoping only that he would keep his promise and return on time. In the midst of the New Year festivities, the night still stretched long. By 6 in the morning, the sky remained shrouded in darkness. Had it not been for the flashlight Jiang Shui prepared for him, Li Jingshan might have stumbled in the treacherous conditions. At the entrance of Xiaoxi village, a weathered and decaying bus stop sign stood, where Li Jingshan waited for the bus. The cold was more biting than he had anticipated, and the thick snow on the road left him uncertain whether the bus would even arrive. The winter in Xiaoxi village carried a distinct aroma. Sharp, frigid winds mingled with the smoky scent of burning straw wafting from chimneys, evoking a sense of comfort. As the clock approached 7, the sky began to brighten, and the bus finally arrived, lurching along the snowy path. The roads are treacherous after the snowfall. The bus is delayed, announced the ticket collector. Hurry aboard. Chapter 9. Hot Pot Lamb. My treat once again. Snowflakes began to fall, and the driver dared not press the accelerator, moving at a snail's pace. Upon boarding the bus and purchasing his ticket, Li Jingshan looked up to find the vehicle crammed with passengers, all bundled in heavy cotton coats, scarves, and hats, yawning endlessly. Some leaned against their seats, soundly asleep. The mingled odors of foot odor, the pungent scent of garlic chives, and the stench of rotten eggs permeated the air, making it difficult for Li Jingshan to avoid feeling nauseous. Fortunately, Jiang Shui had provided him with ginger candy, which offered some relief when held in his mouth. At 9 o'clock, Li Jingshan disembarked at the Maolin Town bus station. By then, the snow had ceased, and the red sun hung in the sky, casting a warm glow over the frigid winter landscape. He purchased a direct bus ticket to Nanxing, and after a bumpy ride, he arrived at noon, around 11:30. The Nanxing bus station buzzed with activity. After a morning spent on the bus, Li Jingshan's stomach growled with hunger. As the enticing aroma from a nearby state-run restaurant wafted into his nostrils, he gulped, but his feet carried him toward a street vendor selling roasted sweet potatoes. A bowl of plain hot noodle soup cost 60 cents, which felt exorbitant, while a fragrant, steaming roasted sweet potato was a mere 9 cents. Clearly, the roasted sweet potato was the more prudent choice. Having satisfied his hunger, he sought out a post office and made a phone call. The voice on the other end informed him to meet at the entrance of the state-run store in the South City in 20 minutes. After paying for the call, Li Jingshan purchased 2 packs of Hongmei cigarettes to tuck into his pocket and proceeded towards the state-run store, guided by his memory. Upon arriving at the entrance, he waited for a moment until someone waved at him enthusiastically, prompting him to approach. Jingshan, it's been half a year since we last met, and you seem to be doing quite well. What delectable dishes does your beautiful rural wife prepare to keep you so well nourished? The speaker, Qi Weiguang, was a classmate of Li Jingshan, both of whom had been assigned to Xiaoxi village as educated youth. Due to family connections, he had returned to the city 6 months prior and was now working as a warehouse clerk at a textile factory, earning 40 yuan a month. With a schedule of 1 day on and 2 days off along with various allowances, truly enviable. Li Jingshan sought out Qi Weiguang because he possessed the connections he required. Weiguang, about the matter I asked you to handle over the phone? Li Jingshan inquired. Rest assured, we are good friends. I've already taken care of that small favor you asked, Qi Weiguang replied with a smile. Since you've finally made it to the city, let us go to the state-run restaurant for some mutton hot pot. It's my treat. He attempted to pull Li Jingshan along for a meal. Weiguang, I only have 3 days in the city, and time is tight with many tasks at hand. Let us postpone this meal. I must hurry to find Professor Qi. Li Jingshan stated, his mind solely focused on making money rather than reminiscing with an old friend. My uncle isn't in a rush. We haven't seen each other in half a year. Don't be so coy. I have a bottle of excellent wine, made with snake gall and bull whip. Incredibly potent. Perhaps after you drink it, the lineage of the Li family will continue. Qi Weiguang teased, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Li Jingshan appeared somewhat uneasy. His driving skills were adequate for teasing Jiang Shui, but compared to Qi Weiguang, who was adept at aggressive driving, he felt rather inexperienced. You've already had a child. Why are you still acting shy? Qi Weiguang chuckled, patting Li Jingshan on the shoulder. I heard your order to return to the city has been approved. When do you plan to return? I happen to have a business opportunity that we could pursue together. I guarantee within 2 years, you'll become a wealthy individual. 2 years? Li Jingshan shook his head. That is far too slow. Qi Weiguang, not comprehending Li Jingshan's meaning, furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Do you not trust me? This venture will certainly expand and thrive. You possess knowledge, and I have the strength. Together, we could form a formidable alliance. However, you must consider this carefully. You and Jiang Shui are legally bound and have a child. Given this, even with your transfer order, you cannot return to the city. If you wish to earn substantial wealth, some sacrifices must be made, such as leaving behind your wife and child. The quality of life you desire will depend on how ruthless you are. Given Qi Weiguang's understanding of Li Jingshan, he knew he was capable of abandoning his family. After all, his marriage to Jiang Shui was initially motivated by the need for sustenance and warmth in Xiaoxi village. It is entirely natural for individuals to harbor some degree of self-interest. In that particular environment, it is not merely the beauty of Jiang Shui that attracted the attention of many male youth. Even an unremarkable woman would draw numerous suitors. I made a promise to Jiang Shui to remain in Xiaoxi village and live a simple life with her. Li Jingshan spoke with unwavering conviction. Yet, Qi Weiguang believed that such sentiments were merely the result of youthful fervor, perhaps even a moral entanglement. After all, no one wishes to bear the stigma of abandoning one's spouse and children, becoming a modern-day chinshimi. Do not presume that I am unaware of your true intentions, Qi Weiguang remarked. Your heart is not in Xiaoxi village. Do not tell me that your late-night studies are solely for the sake of enduring a frugal existence of rice porridge and pickles in Xiaoxi village. The college entrance examination resumed last year. Do not claim that you have not contemplated it. Participating in the exam undoubtedly presents Li Jingxin with a splendid opportunity to transform his life. Even Qi Weiguang, during his 6 months back in the city, has been preparing for the examination. The journey of life is fraught with obstacles, and returning to the city may not be my most prudent course of action. I now have a wife and children. I must shoulder the responsibilities of a husband and father. I would never consider abandoning them for a supposedly better life. Chapter 10. I treat. Li Jingxin's declaration felt akin to a bucket of cold water being poured over Qi Weiguang. Are you truly not returning to the city? Despite already knowing Li Jingxin's sentiments, Qi Weiguang felt compelled to ask once more, his disbelief evident. He and Li Jingxin were classmates, having shared their childhood in the same dirt pile, and they had spent many years in Xiaoxi village together, leading him to believe he knew Li Jingxin intimately. When Li Jingxin married Jiang Shui, it was akin to a leaf drifting into a river, merely following the current. Yet, the leaf would eventually return to its roots. I do not advocate for you to divorce Jiang Shui and return to the city, but life offers only one chance. Even a person as flawed as I yearns to fight for a meaningful existence. I cannot believe that you do not wish to strive for your own aspirations. As Qi Weiguang spoke, his gaze settled on Li Jingxin's face. What I seek to fight for is not merely my own life, but the future of our family. With that, Li Jingxin tucked the 2 boxes of Hongmei cigarettes into Qi Weiguang's cotton coat pocket. At Nanjing Medical College, mentioning my name should grant you an audience with Professor Qi, correct? In that moment, Qi Weiguang felt a sense of bewilderment. The Li Jingxin before him was a far cry from the one he had known. After a brief pause, he nodded, reassuringly stating that he had made all the necessary arrangements. Mentioning his name would surely be effective. Thank you, my brother. I will treat you to hot pot another day. With that, Li Jingxin departed with a decisive air, leaving Qi Weiguang standing in place, deep in thought. This fellow seems as though he has undergone a transformation. At Nanjing Medical College, indeed, Li Jingxin's mention of Qi Weiguang's name allowed him to proceed without hindrance. Upon entering the office building, he located the office of Professor Qi Yunji. The door was ajar, and through the crack, he could see an elderly gentleman clad in a white lab coat. His hair a patchy gray, peering over a pile of documents on his desk with a heavy sigh. What a troublesome matter. What a troublesome matter. Qi Yunji lamented, repeatedly tugging at his thinning hair, rendering it a disheveled mess. Li Jingxin knocked gently on the door. Enter, came the voice from within. Li Jingxin pushed open the door and entered. Qi Yunji, initially wearing a look of confusion, soon realized, you are the friend that Weiguang introduced, little Li? Hello, Professor Qi. My name is Li Jingxin, a friend of Weiguang. Li Jingxin introduced himself. I hear you are still working in the countryside? Qi Yunji gestured for Li Jingxin to take a seat. Indeed, Li Jingxin nodded in gratitude before sitting down. In those brief moments, it was evident that he possessed a remarkable sense of propriety. Weiguang has mentioned you. It is indeed a pity for someone like you to be in such a rural area. Surely, it must be quite challenging for an educated person like yourself? Qi Yunji inquired. Li Jingxin responded with a calm smile. Enduring hardship cultivates the mind, and toils strengthen the body. Although life is difficult, there are still gains to be had. Upon hearing this, Qi Yunji stood up to pour Li Jingxin a cup of hot water. Li Jingxin quickly rose to accept it, saying, Thank you, Professor Qi. After taking a sip, he waited for Qi Yunji to sit before he resumed his seat. You sought me out through Weiguang. What is it you need? Initially, Qi Yunji was reluctant to meet with Li Jingxin. Given his current status, many sought his attention daily, yet he turned them all away. To him, spending time with those of base character was far less worthwhile than nurturing a few exceptional students to contribute to the field of medicine in the country. Professor Qi, I have come to offer translation and annotation services for high-end medical papers from abroad. This was the lucrative opportunity Li Jingxin referred to. High-end papers are those published in top international academic journals, characterized by innovation, foresight, and a high level of expertise. The advanced medical papers from abroad are highly research-oriented. Presently, The development of medical research in Daxia is akin to a tangled ball of yarn, desperately in need of untangling. However, these sophisticated medical papers are not easily comprehensible to the average person. Even a distinguished professor like Chi Yunji, who is proficient in foreign languages, finds himself perplexed by these high-level academic works. He recognizes every word, yet when they are strung together, they appear as cryptic symbols. This is not due to a lack of linguistic skill, but rather because these advanced papers delve into areas of knowledge he has never encountered. It is akin to classical Chinese. While one may recognize each character, without annotations, most would struggle to grasp the overall meaning. Providing translations and annotations for these high-end academic papers would facilitate understanding and application within the domestic medical community. Yet, individuals who possess such high qualifications are exceedingly rare in the country. Recently, Chi Yunji has been troubled by this matter, losing sleep over it. Upon hearing Li Jingxin's words, his eyes lit up and he quickly asked, "Are you proficient in foreign languages?" "Yes." "To what extent?" "To the level of speaking Mandarin." "Wonderful, wonderful." Chi Yunji could hardly contain his excitement. His expression animated as he said, "If what you say is true, and you possess this capability, it would indeed be a significant boon for our medical community, which is in dire need of talents like you. However, this matter is of great significance. Until I have a complete understanding of your capabilities, I cannot readily entrust you with those academic papers. I must first assess your competence." "Very well," Li Jingxin responded decisively. Chi Yunji rose and opened the bookshelf, retrieving a file folder containing papers recently sent by the Shanghai Medical Research Institute. These documents were translations of a certain esteemed academic paper from abroad. Among them was the original foreign text, which he handed to Li Jingxin. "Take a look. How long will it take you to complete this new translation?" 5 hours. 55 hours. Chi Yunji was evidently taken aback by Li Jingxin's response. It is worth noting that a 5-member team at the Shanghai Medical Research Institute had spent a full 5 months translating this academic paper. Yet, Li Jingxin proposed to reduce the time required by nearly 1,000-fold. Chapter 11. A promising future awaits. Li Jingxin politely nodded. Chi Yunji adjusted his glasses, gazing in awe at the handsome young man before him. "Let us do this. Translate just this one paper for me." He selected a piece from the stack of original text and handed over a blank sheet of paper. Li Jingxin accepted it with composure, unscrewing the cap of his fountain pen and taking a seat to begin his analysis. The document contained nearly 800 words. After a mere glance, he grasped the essence of the text. With deft strokes, the azure ink flowed across the paper, and within half an hour, Li Jingxin completed the translation. Were it not for his old pen frequently running dry, he could have finished even more swiftly. Nevertheless, when he presented the translated manuscript to Chi Yunji, the latter was left astounded. Chi Yunji hurriedly retrieved the translation done by the Shanghai Medical Research Institute for comparison. After several minutes of scrutiny, he was thoroughly impressed by Li Jingxin's prowess. The translation he provided was not only more fluid than that of the institute, but also included annotations for some of the rarer vocabulary. He carefully filed away Li Jingxin's manuscript, laughing heartily. "This Wei Guang fellow, who often causes me trouble, has unexpectedly delivered a gem this time. I dare assert that your translation will astonish everyone at the Shanghai Medical Research Institute." "Professor Chi, I am truly unworthy of such praise," Li Jingxin humbly smiled. "Professor? Nonsense." Chi Yunji waved his hand. "You and Wei Guang are close brothers, so by seniority, you should call me uncle." "Uncle Chi," Li Jingxin respectfully addressed him. Chi Yunji beamed with delight. "Please, take a seat. Recently, someone gifted me a jar of Jin Junmei tea. I found it delightful, and you should try some too." Li Jingxin accepted a jade tea bowl with a golden lid, filled with tea that shimmered with a bright hue and exuded a delicate aroma. He took a gentle sip, glancing at the enamel tea mug Chi Yunji had previously offered, which was brimming with hot water, and smiled serenely. "Such is the nature of the world. True strength is the foundation upon which others regard you with esteem. I see you are still waiting in line. Is it that you have not received your transfer order, or is there another reason?" Chi Yunji inquired. "In the village, I married and had children. Cultivating a sense of attachment, my life became grounded, and thoughts of returning to the city faded away." Upon hearing Li Jingxin's words, Chi Yunji was momentarily taken aback. Such talent, relegated to the countryside, was indeed a pity. Chi Yunji furrowed his brow slightly and cautiously remarked, "With your abilities, returning to the city would surely lead to remarkable achievements." Li Jingshin understood Qi Yunji's sentiment and gently shook his head, acknowledging that while opportunities in the city were abundant, my wife and child hold rural household registrations, making it difficult to bring them to the city. Let us wait and see, he continued. As long as our family of 3 is together, life, no matter how challenging, remains sweet. Besides, my father-in-law occasionally supports us. So life in the village is not too bad. Qi Yunji nodded appreciatively, sensing reliability in Li Jingshin. I can see you are a dependable man. However, if your family life is satisfactory, why venture so far into the city? Li Jingshin replied earnestly, it is not my family's circumstances that are favorable, but rather my father-in-law's prosperity that I have benefited from. Yet, as a man, one must stand on his own rather than rely on others. His straightforwardness only enhanced Qi Yunji's approval. With a slight nod and a smile, Qi Yunji said, currently, I am in urgent need of someone like you. If you are willing, I can entrust you with translating and annotating this batch of papers. If you wish to earn extra money, it is certainly feasible. Uncle Qi, Li Jingshin ventured, may I inquire about the pricing for translations? It is quite simple, Qi Yunji explained. A typical paper ranges from 8,000 to 10,000 words. For each completed paper, you will receive 80 yuan as remuneration. The more you work, the more you earn. In fact, aside from you, no one else can take on this batch of papers. If not for you, they would have to be returned to Shanghai for further research. He continued, you are a rare talent in this country. Seize this opportunity, and your future will be boundless. If you are inclined, I can arrange for your return to the city and secure a position for you at the medical school. Qi Yunji had made his intentions clear. He held a high regard for Li Jingshin and aimed to nurture his potential. Li Jingshin was aware of Qi Yunji's capabilities. All the students he had trained had made significant contributions to the field of medicine. However, this was not the path Li Jingshin desired. In his previous life, he had encountered a mentor upon returning to the city. Should he agree to Qi Yunji now, he would inevitably follow the same trajectory as before, a path that, while illustrious, had cost him his wife and child. He would not choose such a road again. Qi Yunji, perceptive and astute, understood Li Jingshin's silence. A hint of regret flickered in his eyes. I respect your choice. How about this? I will find you a quiet, vacant room in the male dormitory of the medical school. You can work there and complete these papers. I will settle your payment directly. Initially concerned about having nowhere to stay, Li Jingshin felt immense gratitude as Qi Yunji resolved his dilemma. Uncle Qi, I cannot thank you enough. I have been considering staying at a hotel for the night and coming to work early tomorrow. This arrangement will save me considerable time. Chapter 12. I trust you. Upon hearing Li Jingshin's words, Qi Yunji burst into hearty laughter. Jingshin, you may reside comfortably in the dormitory. As long as you are willing, I will entrust you with all these papers, Qi Yunji said with a smile. Li Jingshin's face revealed a hint of difficulty. Uncle Qi, I am still stationed in Xiaoxi village and cannot reside in the city for long. By the latest, I must return by tomorrow afternoon. Qi Yunji's previously uplifted smile gradually faded as he sighed. Ah, I had forgotten about that. However, time is on our side. A moment here, or there does not matter much. Yet, if you wish to earn more money to take back, you will need to put in considerable effort these days. This batch of papers is not easy to manage, and I trust you to avoid any mistakes. Rest assured, Uncle Qi, Li Jingshin responded, offering Qi Yunji a sense of reassurance. With an appreciative gaze, Qi Yunji continued, by the way, the medical school does not allow outside food. Since you are not a student here, frequent trips outside might not reflect well. Take these meal tickets. During meal times, go to the cafeteria. The food there is rather bland, but you will have to make do. If anyone inquires about you, just say you are an auditing student from outside the province. Staying temporarily, let us keep our matters private. Li Jingshin understood Qi Yunji's intent and nodded, affirming, I will follow Uncle Qi's arrangements. Thank you for your concern during this visit. Ha ha ha, do not mention it. Come, let me show you to your dormitory. Qi Yunji led Li Jingshin to a quiet, empty room in the boys' dormitory. The 8-person dormitory was bare and somewhat chilly, but thankfully there was a clean set of bedding. The accommodations were modest, with the water room at the end of the corridor providing hot water. It can be quite cold at night, but you can warm your feet with hot water to feel more comfortable. The lights out here are at 8 o'clock if you plan to work on your papers. Use the oil lamp on the desk. Remember to close the curtains after lights out if you wish to use it. According to the dormitory rules, there would be nightly checks by the dorm supervisor. I have already spoken to the supervisor. They will not disturb you in this room. Focus on those foreign papers and aim to complete as many as you can in these few days. Chi Yunji's numerous reminders made him seem less like an old professor and more like a caring elder. Once everything was arranged, Chi Yunji handed Li Jingshan a file bag containing the foreign papers he needed to work on. After offering a final round of advice, Chi Yunji took his leave. As soon as he departed, Li Jingshan hurriedly unloaded his burden, locked the door, and opened the file bag to delve into the papers. It was not until 5 in the afternoon, as dusk began to settle, that he paused his writing, hearing the lively chatter of students returning to their dormitories after evening classes. Suddenly aware of his hunger and mental fatigue, Li Jingshan realized it was time to rest and recharge. He took the meal tickets given by Chi Yunji, locked the dormitory door, and made his way to the cafeteria. The cafeteria was quite a distance from the dormitory, and it took him a considerable while to arrive. However, along the way, he enjoyed the scenery of Nanjing Medical College. In his previous life, he had served as a visiting teacher at Nanjing Medical College, teaching for several months, though that was after the year 2000. The college had relocated from the city center to a new campus in the suburbs. His brief teaching career left an indelible mark on him. The vitality of his students often prompted reflections on the relentless passage of time. The youthful faces, brimming with radiant smiles, continually reminded him of his days in Xiaoxi village during the youth brigade. Time, once lost, could never be regained, and the beauty of Xiaoxi village remained forever out of reach, leaving him to reunite with his deceased wife and daughter only in dreams. Present circumstances appeared to brighten, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sun, and thoughts of his wife and daughter eagerly awaiting his return at home instilled in Li Jingshan a renewed sense of motivation and courage. The fare at the medical school cafeteria was indeed quite modest. There was no polished white rice or fine flour, only sweet potatoes and cornmeal steamed buns, complemented by a meager selection of 3 dishes: stir-fried cabbage, stewed potatoes, and a meager radish soup with a hint of meat. Despite their simplicity, these meals were delectable for a hungry man. After savoring the final mouthful of warm soup, Li Jingshan felt less cold with food in his belly. Upon returning to his dormitory, the darkness had deepened significantly. He drew the curtains, lit an oil lamp, and continued his translation of foreign papers. He worked diligently until 3 in the morning, utterly exhausted. After fetching some hot water from the common area, he rummaged through his belongings for the provisions Jiang Shui had prepared for him: nearly half a pound of jerky and over a pound of pickled vegetables with corn cakes. Accompanying the hot water, he enjoyed a modest meal, which greatly eased his hunger. Without bothering to wash up, he collapsed onto the hard wooden bed, wrapped tightly in his quilt, and drifted into slumber. However, his sleep was restless. He only managed 2 hours before hastily washing up and returning to his desk until 7 in the morning. Daylight broke, and flurries of snow began to dance outside the window. That night, he had completed 3 papers. According to Chi Yunji's previous calculation, he would earn 80 yuan for each paper, amounting to a total of 240 yuan. Yet, Li Jingshan felt profoundly content. In 1978, he had worked an entire night to earn the equivalent of more than half a year's salary of an ordinary laborer, an impressive sum by today's standards. Chapter 13. What brings you here at 8 in the morning? Chi Yunji arrived at the boys' dormitory where Li Jingshan resided, carrying a lunchbox. He paused at the door, listening for any sounds within, then knocked gently. When there was no response, he called out Li Jingshan's name several times, yet silence prevailed. A sense of melancholy washed over Chi Yunji. Could it be that this young man found the foreign papers too challenging and had slipped away unnoticed? This fleeting thought was quickly dismissed. He regarded Li Jingshan as a cultured individual who would surely inform him if he intended to leave. Resolute in his thoughts, he made his way to the dormitory supervisor's lounge. The supervisor, an elderly woman nearing 70, had short, graying hair and wore a floral jacket. Upon seeing Chi Yunji, she set down the steaming potatoes, wiped the sauce from the corner of her mouth, and greeted him warmly. "Oh my, Professor Chi, what brings you here?" Chi Yunji, a man of great esteem, was someone many sought to befriend, and the supervisor was particularly eager to engage with him. "Excuse me, dear lady. Has the young man I arranged to stay here left? I knocked just now, but there was no response," he inquired. "Impossible." Aunt Zhang shook her head vigorously, stating that she had been watching him since yesterday. Last night, he went to the cafeteria for a meal and returned, locking the door behind him, remaining inside ever since. He only emerged briefly in the early hours to fetch hot water and again in the morning to use the restroom and wash up. She had not seen him venture outside, and he must be sound asleep in his room, oblivious to everything. Having said this, Aunt Zhang picked up the key and led Chi Yunji down the corridor. With a click, the door unlocked. As Chi Yunji stepped inside, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The room was shrouded in darkness, the curtains tightly drawn, and a solitary kerosene lamp flickered dimly. An old desk was strewn with scraps of paper, the most conspicuous being a neat stack of handwritten papers beside it. This must be the thesis that Li Jingxin had been burning the midnight oil to translate. Chi Yunji inhaled sharply, setting aside the considerable difficulty of translating such papers. The sheer volume of those handwritten pages must exceed 20,000 words. He could scarcely fathom how Li Jingxin had accomplished this feat. At the Xinhai Medical Research Institute, a single foreign paper had taken a team of 5 individuals 5 months to research. Yet Li Jingxin had managed to produce such a quantity alone in just one night. Observing that Li Jingxin was deeply asleep, Chi Yunji couldn't bring himself to disturb him. He placed the lunchbox on the desk and collected the translated papers into a folder to take with him. After leaving a note for Li Jingxin, he exited and locked the door. Aunt Zhang at the entrance was bewildered by the situation. But one thing was clear to her. The occupant of this room was no ordinary person. If a professor personally delivered meals, he must be someone extraordinary. On his way back, a smile remained plastered on Chi Yunji's face. Upon arriving at the office, he promptly called the Xinhai Medical Research Institute. At 10 o'clock, Li Jingxin awoke from his wooden bed and discovered the note left by Chi Yunji. He opened the lunchbox to find dumplings inside. However, they had already gone cold. He simply added some hot water to them, treating it as boiled dumplings. The filling of cabbage and chicken was unmistakably homemade. Neither the cafeteria nor any restaurant could replicate that flavor. After eating, Li Jingxin chose not to go out, but continued to study the remaining papers. It was not until 3 in the afternoon that he decided to step out for some fresh air before resuming his work. As he walked, he found himself at Chi Yunji's office. Before he could knock, Chi Yunji emerged, recognizing him by the sound of his footsteps. "Come in, sit down," Chi Yunji exclaimed. After handing him a cup of tea, he sighed in relief and chuckled. "Jingxun, I have already faxed the papers you translated to Xinhai. The folks at the Research Institute called me as soon as they saw them, asking where I found such a prodigy. If I had your abilities, I might not be able to stay in our great Xia country. I would have to go abroad and show those foreigners that we have talent here." Upon hearing this, Li Jingxin merely smiled faintly. In his previous life, he had indeed traveled abroad. Life is a balance of gain and loss. Conversely, with gain comes the necessity of sacrifice. In this life, he remained determined to serve his country with unwavering dedication, albeit in a different manner. He would not only pledge loyalty to the nation, but also ensure the well-being of his wife and children, allowing them to live a life of happiness. The people from Xinhai have stated that they will accept any thesis of yours. The more the merrier. This evening, I have arranged for the cafeteria to prepare a few special dishes just for you. I also have a bottle of aged liquor gifted by a student. So let us indulge in a few joyful toasts. Uncle Chi, I shall graciously comply. Chapter 14. Likely to have fled after a warm exchange of pleasantries. Li Jingxin finally departed from the office. With several hours remaining until dinner, he resumed his work, translating those papers. As dusk fell, he completed yet another translation. Stretching his limbs, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. "Ah, Comrade Jingxin, still immersed in your translations?" Upon opening the door, Li Jingxin found Chi Yunji entering, who immediately noticed the papers on the desk. Adjusting his glasses, he began to read, making sounds of approval as he perused the documents. "Comrade Jingxin, your efficiency is remarkable. In such a short span, you have produced yet another piece." After expressing his admiration, Chi Yunji ushered Li Jingxin towards the cafeteria. Ascending to the second floor, the staff, upon seeing Chi Yunji, greeted him warmly and swiftly brought forth several steaming dishes: twice-cooked pork, braised ribs, braised fish, and stir-fried eggs with green peppers, accompanied by a bowl of tofu vermicelli soup. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Li Jingxin to swallow hard. Although he had tasted many delicacies in his previous life, such a feast was truly a luxury in this era. "Professor Chi, I apologize for the expense," Li Jingxin said sincerely, recognizing that this meal would cost at least 15 yuan, while a university professor's base monthly salary barely exceeded 100 yuan. Chi Yunji chuckled and shook his head. "You are a thoroughbred, deserving of such treatment. Jingxin, if you continue to excel, I will certainly advocate for you and negotiate a higher translation fee." Thank you, Professor Qi, Li Jingshan replied with a smile. Now, let us refrain from discussing work during our meal and savor this bottle of Luzhou Laojiao. As he spoke, Qi Yunji uncapped the bottle of white liquor, releasing an enticing aroma. That evening, Li Jingshan and Qi Yunji engaged in delightful conversation, drinking until he felt lightheaded before stumbling back to his dormitory. The next morning, amidst the clamor of students, Li Jingshan awoke early. The permit for entering the city issued by the village was valid for only 3 days. And today was the day of his return. He needed to reach the bus station before 11 o'clock. By 10 o'clock, Li Jingshan had packed all his belongings, at which point Professor Qi arrived to escort him to the school gate. After exchanging a series of well wishes, Qi Yunji entrusted him with his remuneration and some papers awaiting translation. On his journey home, with a substantial sum of 320 yuan in hand, Li Jingshan felt a surge of excitement. In these times, one could hardly save such an amount in rural areas over an entire year. Yet he had managed to earn it in just a few days. Moreover, the beauty of this job lay in its flexibility, allowing him to work in the village while earning money and spending time with his wife and children. Clutching a thick wad of cash in his pocket, Li Jingshan felt a surge of hope for the future. A few hours later, as the bus arrived in town, he did not immediately board it back to the village. Instead, he made his way to the local supply and marketing cooperative. His wife and child had endured so much hardship alongside him. Now that he had money, he intended to purchase a variety of goods to treat them. After spending an hour shopping, Li Jingshan finally finished his purchases, lugging 2 hefty bags as he boarded the bus back home. By the time he returned to the village, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. The gate to his home was locked, and Li Jingshan knew that his wife must have gone to work in the fields, earning her labor points. He unlocked the door and placed the items he had bought inside the room. Gazing at the empty house, a bittersweet smile crept across his lips. As a young intellectual who could neither carry heavy loads nor handle arduous tasks, having a home to call his own was a rare blessing. Thanks to the support from Jiang Shui's family, he was now able to enjoy a stable life. With money in hand, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. With that thought, he opened his bags, pulling out several packets of brown sugar, a few boxes of white rabbit candies, and a couple of bottles of sesame oil. After sorting them, he headed to his father-in-law Jiang Guoli's house. At that moment, Jiang Guoli was not home. Only Jiang Shui's mother, Jiang Ciun, and her second sister, Jiang Hua, were present. Jiang Ciun leaned against the Kong, sighing repeatedly, her face etched with worry. Noticing her mother's distress, Jiang Hua asked anxiously, "Mother, what troubles you? Why do you keep sighing?" Jiang Ciun glanced at her second daughter and replied, "Have you heard? Li Jingshan from the 4th family has been away these past few days." Jiang Hua nodded, somewhat reassured. Jiang Shui told me that Li Jingshan went to Nanxing in search of opportunities. He cannot work the fields, so trying his luck there seems wise. Perhaps he'll discover a means to make a living. After all, he is quite educated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyun became agitated. How can you be so naive like the 4th family? Li Jingshan may be educated and handsome, but his heart is not with our Shaoxi village. Now that he has obtained the village S certification, I doubt he will return. That cannot be true, Jiang Hua countered. I heard from my uncle that he only received a 3-day pass. Besides, didn't Li Jingshan say he would never divorce Jiang Shui? Zhang Zuiyan scoffed. If a man's words were to be trusted, even sows would climb trees. Once that lad gets to the city, how could he possibly return to Shaoxi village? In my opinion, he has likely run away. Are you suggesting he would leave without a word? What will happen to Jiang Shui and the child? He cannot abandon them like that. Jiang Hua exclaimed, her anxiety mounting. I brought this up with you precisely for this reason. Today, Li Jingshan will certainly not return. Your sister Jiang Shui will be left waiting in vain. Zhang Ziyun sighed again, cautioning, as her older sister, you must counsel her well. She must not resort to desperate measures. Although Jiang Shui has a child now, she is still quite attractive and will surely find a suitable family in the future. Hearing his mother's words, Jiang Hua's expression shifted, growing increasingly agitated. He abruptly rose to his feet and seized the sickle resting on the windowsill. That scoundrel Li Jingshan. If he dares to flee, I shall pursue him all the way to the southern city and cut off his manhood. Chapter 15. I have returned. Li Jingshan had just arrived, observing the children of the Jiang family, particularly the youngest, Tuan Tuan, who was playing with mud alongside several other little ones. Although Tuan Tuan was the smallest among them, her uncle Jiang Hai's son, Jiang Shui, was particularly attentive towards her. The other children from the Jiang family were also kind, not bullying Tuan Tuan. As he was about to enter the house, he overheard Jiang Hua's words and instinctively felt a chill run down his spine, causing him to shudder. He cleared his throat, and the mother and daughter inside immediately opened the door. "Oh, it's you," Jiang Hua exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Li Jingshun. His mother-in-law, Zhang Xiun, looked somewhat astonished and exclaimed excitedly, "Jingshun, you've returned?" "Indeed, mother. I have returned," Li Jingshun replied. Observing the expressions of the mother and daughter duo, he was reminded of something, and with a smile, he stepped into the room, placing the items he had brought on the table. "Mother, second sister, I earned some money during my trip to the southern city. These are gifts for you." As he spoke, he unwrapped the bundle. Jiang Hua's eyes sparkled with delight as he hurried over, exclaiming, "My goodness, so many white rabbit candies, brown sugar, sesame oil, and one zihong. Jingshun, are these all for us?" Li Jingshun nodded, saying, "It's rare for me to go out, so I felt it necessary to express my gratitude. Each of these is for you, including for my elder brother, second sister, third brother, and our parents." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hua felt a surge of joy, grinning widely as he opened the box of one zihong, cherishing the aroma wafting from it. Zhang Xiun gazed at the items in bewilderment, contemplating how to express her thoughts, but not knowing where to begin. Li Jingshun, not particularly adept at conversing with women, hesitated momentarily before saying, "Mother, second sister, please invite the whole family over for dinner tonight. It's on me. Additionally, I have something I wish to discuss with you." "Certainly," Zhang Zuyu nodded in agreement. As Li Jingshun turned to leave, Tuan Tuan finally noticed her father. She exclaimed, "Daddy," and ran towards him. "Little one, how did you get mud all over your face?" Li Jingshun gently wiped the mud from his daughter's face, feeling a pang of affection. "Come on, let us head home." No, I want to build a house." Tuan Tuan stubbornly shook her head, pointing to a small mud house she had constructed beneath the big tree. Li Jingshun chuckled, "All right, but don't tire yourself too much. Jiang Shuai, keep an eye on your sister. Come over to my house for dinner tonight. Your uncle will prepare meat for you." "Okay." The little friends beamed at the prospect of meat. After returning home, Li Jingshun set about preparing the meal. With 4 siblings from the Jiang family, along with several children and his in-laws, the gathering totaled more than 10 people. This meal was no small undertaking. Fortunately, he had purchased plenty of supplies from the supply and marketing cooperative. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge to prepare a feast without the necessary ingredients. Having boiled a pot of water and steamed the rice, I then commenced the task of washing vegetables and slicing meat, busily engaged in my endeavors. I toiled until 6 in the evening, at which point several large bowls of meat and vegetables were finally prepared. One bowl contained meat stewed with potatoes, another meat stewed with kelp, a bowl of cucumbers with scrambled eggs, a generous bowl of spicy stir-fried pigskin, and finally, fried tofu stewed with vermicelli. The aroma of the dishes filled the house. At that moment, a sharp whistle echoed from the village, signaling the end of the workday for the production team. Li Jingshun knew that his wife would soon be returning home. Jiang Hua, along with her mother Zhang Xiun, stepped out of the house with the children. Jiang Hua playfully engaged the child while cheerfully conversing with Zhang Xiun. "Mother, I feel that Li Jingshun seems to have changed recently. He has become much closer to our family. In the past, he never brought us anything," she remarked. Zhang Xiun's expression turned to one of concern, and after a brief silence, she responded, "Indeed, he has been married to Jiang Shui for over 3 years. And the only time he brought us something was during the New Year when he gifted us some sunflower seeds and peanuts. Why has he suddenly become so generous this time? Not only has he prepared gifts, but everyone received one. Why not be happy about receiving gifts?" This could indicate that Li Jingshun is more attentive to Jiang Shui, Jiang Hua replied with a smile. Zhang Zuyan furrowed her brow. "It may not be so simple. Do you remember him saying that he wanted to treat us to a meal and discuss something?" Jiang Hua nodded. Zhang Zuiyun tugged at her sleeves. Glancing anxiously at Jiang Hua, he wouldn't he be planning to treat us to a meal and then ask for our approval to divorce Jiang Shui, would he? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hua was momentarily taken aback. Zhang Zuiyun expressed her worries. "I heard that yesterday a young man from the neighboring village gave all his money to his wife, cleaned the house thoroughly, and even swept the yard several times, much to his wife's delight. Yet, the following day, he knelt on the ground, asking to return to the city to study and pleading with his wife for a divorce." As she spoke, Jiang Hua's expression grew tense, her skepticism evident. Li Jingshun wouldn't he do something like that, would he? At that moment, Jiang Guoli and the Jiang siblings returned from the fields. Upon encountering each other, Zhang Guoli queried, "What are you all doing out here in this cold weather with the children?" Jiang Hua explained, "Li Jingshan has returned from the city and wants our family to dine with him." "Ah, Jingshan is back." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shue's face brightened with joy. Throughout her workday, she had been thinking of Li Jingshan. Observing her daughter's expression, Zhang Ziyun's anxiety resurfaced. Her foolish daughter was infatuated with Li Jingshan. If he truly proposed a divorce, how would Jiang Shue bear it? Jiang Guoli dusted off his hands and took a puff from his pipe, frowning. What does he want to treat us to dinner for, especially at a time like this? That rascal must have squandered all his money in the city and is now seeking our assistance. With a glance at his beloved daughter, Jiang Guoli lamented, "How did I allow my daughter to marry such a character?" Chapter 16. There will be no divorce, Dad. Jing Shun is not that kind of person. He definitely wouldn't squander money. Please do not misunderstand him. Jiang Shue immediately defended Li Jingshun upon hearing Jiang Guoli's words. Observing her demeanor, Zhang Ziyun grew increasingly anxious. That boy, what skills does he possess besides a handsome face? Even if he is educated, it doesn't equate to putting food on the table in our rural area. Zhang Ziyun took Jiang Shue's hand, speaking earnestly, "Silly girl. Do not place too much importance on Li Jingshun. This way, when he eventually leaves, it won't hurt you as deeply. Mother, Jingshun has already told me that he won't divorce me and won't return to the city." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shue became alarmed. People's hearts are inscrutable. His sudden invitation for dinner might be related to this matter. "My daughter, you must prepare yourself mentally." Jiang Shue's face turned pale, falling silent. At the same time, Jiang Shu clenched his fist, which was as large as a sandbag. Is he going to bring up the divorce again? If he dares to mention it, I will twist his head off. The eldest, Jiang Hai, also wore a grim expression, his eyes flashing with menace. That scoundrel Li Jingshun. If he truly dares to mention divorce, I will not spare him. It's impossible. Jingshun would never say such things. Seeing her two brothers' faces darken, Jiang Shue once again defended Li Jingshun. "All right, what is really going on? We will know once we see him. Let us not just stand here. It's cold, and we don't want the children to catch a chill." Jiang Guoli, maintaining a serious demeanor, led the Jiang family toward Li Jingshun's home. Xiaoxi village was small, and soon Jiang Guoli and his group arrived at Li Jingshun's residence. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Jingshun promptly opened the door to welcome the Jiang family inside. What a wonderful aroma! The scent of meat. As soon as Jiang Shu stepped inside, he was greeted by the enticing smell of delicious food, causing him to swallow in excitement. Jiang Guoli and the others quickly turned their attention to the dining table, their eyes widening in astonishment. There were large bowls of meat stew with potatoes, scallion pancakes, kelp with meat, spicy stir-fried pork skin, and fried tofu with vermicelli. Each dish was not merely sprinkled with small pieces of meat, but rather featured generous chunks that were utterly tempting. Such delectable dishes would even be cherished on New Year's Eve. It was not just the children who were salivating. Even Jiang Guoli and Jiang Hai were momentarily entranced. "Jingshun, you're back?" Upon seeing her man, Jiang Shue felt a wave of reassurance wash over her, her voice softening as she called out to him. Li Jingshun nodded, smiling as he said, "The meal is ready, and the rice is in the pot. Everyone, please sit down. Over the years, I have been grateful for everyone's care. Today's meal is a small token of my appreciation. Please enjoy yourselves and don't hold back." As soon as he finished speaking, several children dashed toward the table, and upon noticing a large plate of white rabbit candies, they immediately grabbed them, shoving them into their mouths without hesitation. The third brother, Jiang Shu, tall and strong, usually couldn't even fill himself to 80% at home. Seeing the lavish dinner spread out before him, he couldn't resist the urge to rush toward the table. At that moment, however, Zhang Ziyun abruptly pulled him back. Observing her inept son in his current state, Zhang Ziyun cast him a reproachful glance and murmured softly, "Li Jingshun has prepared such a splendid meal. He must have significant news to share. Do not rush to eat. Let us ascertain the matter first." "Understood," Jiang Shu nodded, and once again, everyone's gaze returned to Li Jingshun, while Jiang Shue's heart began to race. Could it be, as her mother speculated, that Li Jingshun intended to express his gratitude towards the Jiang family with this meal before broaching the subject of divorce? "Mother and father, please take a seat. Standing here must be tiring," Li Jingshun said politely, albeit perplexed. Jiang Guoli shook his head and then stated solemnly, "Jingshun, I heard from your mother that you invited us for dinner to announce something significant. Is that correct?" "Indeed," Li Jingxin affirmed with a nod, causing the hearts of the Jiang family to tense once more. Please articulate your thoughts promptly. We can address the meal afterward, Jiang Guoli insisted with a stern expression. Noticing the anxious demeanor of those around him, Li Jingxin felt somewhat bewildered. It's nothing of great consequence. We can converse while we dine. Better to clarify any matters first, Zhang Xin interjected coldly, sensing that the more lavish the meal, the more suspicious she became of Li Jingxin's intentions. Very well. Li Jingxin conceded reluctantly, pouring tea for the Jiang family as he continued. Father, mother, brothers, sisters, I recently traveled to Nanxing and secured a position as a translator. A translation job? What are you translating? Zhang Ziyun inquired, her brow furrowed with confusion. Some medical documents and manuscripts in English, Li Jingxin explained. Yet the Jiang family remained puzzled. Jiang Hai casually asked, this meal must cost at least 10 yuan, right? Is this job lucrative? Li Jingxin smiled and nodded. The income is quite satisfactory. I worked for 2 days and earned 80 yuan. What? 80 yuan in just 2 days? Good heavens. You earn more in those 2 days than I do in 2 months. My word, at that rate, it's almost akin to robbing a bank. Li Jingxin, is this work legal? Upon hearing his words, the Jiang family grew increasingly anxious. It is worth noting that even working at the state-owned factory in the town, an ordinary laborer only earns about 25 yuan a month. The prospect of Li Jingxin earning 80 yuan in 2 days was utterly beyond their comprehension. Observing the expressions of the Jiang family, Li Jingxin chuckled softly. In reality, he had earned 320 yuan in those 2 days, but he believed it prudent to remain modest. He refrained from disclosing his true earnings, fearing it might alarm the Jiang family. Yet this figure was already astonishing to them. Jingxin, this work you're doing, it's not illegal, is it? Jiang Shui, sensing her parents' apprehension, began to feel anxious as well. Chapter 17. Living apart, Li Jingxin shook his head and patiently clarified, rest assured, this is a legitimate occupation. Our country currently faces a significant shortage of qualified translators, and I happen to possess this skill. Due to the scarcity of talent, the remuneration is correspondingly higher. In the future, it may not be as high, but earning $100 a month should not pose a problem. Li Jingxin spoke humbly, yet his words ignited envy among the crowd. Are you planning to work in the South City? What will happen to my daughter and to Anshuan? As a mother, Zhang Ziyun was most concerned about her daughter, and she was the first to voice her worries, her anxiety palpable. Upon hearing this, the Jiang family also reacted, turning their gazes towards Li Jingxin. Jiang Shui's breath quickened. She was indifferent to whether Li Jingxin could earn money, but if he were to work in the South City, it would mean living apart. Observing the tension in the room, Li Jingxin chuckled and shook his head. Mother, this job does not require me to specifically go to South City. I can bring my translations back home and work from there. I will only need to make occasional trips to deliver documents. What I wish to convey today is this matter. I will be focusing my efforts on translating papers, and I might not be able to continue with the production team's work. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ziyun's expression finally softened. Since this job is so lucrative, whether or not you participate in the production team's duties is of little consequence. Indeed, your health is fragile, and the production team's work is arduous, yielding little financial return. This path holds more promise, Jiang Shu added. Absolutely, Jiang Hai nodded in agreement. The national policies are gradually changing. I've heard that many villages are beginning to privatize production. I estimate our village's production team will soon disband. Your work in translation certainly holds greater potential. But what about your rations? Jiang Shui cannot be the only one working in the production team. Her meager supply would hardly suffice for your family of 3. Jiang Hua reminded with concern. Li Jingxin smiled. Sister, there's no need to worry. As long as I have money, I can purchase directly from the supply and marketing cooperative. Even without food coupons, I can acquire them on the black market. The Jiang family nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was now 1978, and the policies had begun to loosen. As long as Li Jingxin could secure funds, there would be no need to fret about sustenance. Oh, how advantageous it is to be educated. Why didn't I seek out an intellectual back in the day? Wang Xiuji, Jiang Hai's wife, remarked, gazing at the refined Li Jingxin with a hint of nostalgia. Hearing this, Jiang Hai scoffed. People seek their kind. Fish seek fish, shrimp seek shrimp, and turtles seek turtles. You, who cannot even recognize a few characters, are fortunate to have found a man like me. What? Do you wish to cast me aside for an intellectual? Oh, why are you so possessive? Jiang Shu is already 7. Can I not remarry? Wang Xiuji muttered softly, eliciting laughter from the Jiang family. The tension in the room dissipated entirely. Zhang Ziyun stepped forward, addressing Li Jingshan. Jingshan, is this the matter you wish to discuss with us today? Yes, it is indeed this matter. Nothing else, Li Jingshan affirmed with a nod. Finally, Zhang Ziyun exhaled in relief, a smile gracing her face. It seems my little daughter will enjoy a good life with you in the future. Mother, do not say that. Without the care of Jiang Shui and your family, there would be no Li Jingshan today. I am unable to carry burdens or lift anything. Perhaps I would have perished from hunger in Shao Creek Village long ago. In the future, when our lives improve, I shall treat Jiang Shui well and honor you both. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Guoli and Zhang Ziyun displayed expressions of contentment. Enough talk. Everyone take a seat. The food will soon grow cold, Li Jingshan urged, inviting everyone to sit down. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Shu hastily took his seat and began to feast with great enthusiasm. Hey, you rascal. Your brother-in-law hasn't even sat down yet, and you've already started? Zhang Ziyun frowned at her gluttonous third son. Mother, we are all family. Let us dispense with such formalities. Please, take a seat while I serve you. Li Jingshan replied with a smile. However, before he could act, Jiang Shui had already lifted the pot lid and began serving food for the family. This meal was filled with joy and lively chatter as the Jiang family relished their feast. Observing the affectionate interactions between Li Jingshan and Jiang Shui, everyone felt a deep sense of satisfaction. The gathering continued until past 9 o'clock before it finally concluded. Jiang's elder sister-in-law, Wang Xiuji, and second sister, Jiang Hua, voluntarily assisted Jiang Shui in tidying up and only departed once everything was organized. Once the door was closed again, Li Jingshan settled down on the warm Kong. Lighting a cigarette, Jiang Shui gently wiped Tuan Tuan's face, tucked her under the covers, and joined him on the Kong. Li Jingshan wrapped his arms around her and could not help but steal a kiss. Oh, Daddy, you kissed Mommy again. Tuan Tuan, lying on the Kong, exclaimed while covering her face. Li Jingshan chuckled, quickly go to sleep. If children pry into adult matters, they might end up with a sty. That's not true. I've seen it several times, and I haven't gotten a sty, the little girl protested in her sweet voice. Li Jingshan reached out to gently rub his daughter's chubby cheeks. Go to sleep now, and tomorrow I will make you steamed egg custard. Really? The little foodie's eyes lit up at the mention. Of course it's true, but you must go to sleep right now. All right, Tuan Tuan will be the best, she replied, closing her eyes obediently. Chapter 18. I am not tired seeing her husband in this state, made Jiang Shui's cheeks flush slightly. Li Jingshan, captivated by his wife's beautiful face, could not resist kissing her fervently again. After 3 days apart, he truly missed her, and he reached out, wanting to slip his hand beneath Jiang Shui's clothing. She pressed his hand down, whispering, you must be exhausted from running around for 3 days. Tonight, let us ensure you get a good night's rest. Li Jingshan shook his head, not tired, not at all. It was all mental work. I feel invigorated. Saying this, he leaned in to kiss Jiang Shui's neck again. You're incorrigible. How have you become more mischievous? Jiang Shui's breath quickened, her voice softening. Come now. I haven't fulfilled my obligations for 3 days. It's time to engage in some vigorous exercise. Sensing the alluring fragrance of his wife, Li Jingshan swallowed hard and began to apply more pressure with his hands. The following day, Li Jingshan did not rise until the sun was high in the sky. At this moment, he found himself alone on the Kong. He realized that his wife had likely gone to work again, and Tuan Tuan must have been sent to her grandmother's house. In this frigid weather, it is quite arduous for my wife to go to work. After finishing my tasks today, I must have a serious discussion with her about not continuing with her job. Li Jingshan pondered this as he quickly washed his face, donned his clothes, and stepped out of the room. Yesterday, he had informed the Jiang family of his decision to refrain from working in the production team. Yet he still needed to visit the team today. This matter required clarification with the team leader and the village secretary. After all, there is a place for everyone. And he currently also serves as the scorekeeper for the first production team. The role of scorekeeper is relatively leisurely within the team, typically occupied by women. However, as Li Jingshan is the son-in-law of Zhang Ziyun, whose brother is the village secretary Zhang Jinming, he naturally enjoys certain privileges. Before long, Li Jingshan arrived at the location of the first production team. At that moment, the men, women, and children of the team were busy excavating sand from the riverbank. This task had been assigned by the village secretary Zhang Jinming, as farming was not feasible in the winter. They planned to transport this sand to the village committee to construct a primary school for the village. With the burgeoning population of children, attending school in the neighboring village posed considerable inconvenience. Thus, a local primary school was necessary. Upon seeing Li Jingshan approach, the members of the production team warmly greeted him. His handsome appearance and affable demeanor endeared him to them, not to mention his position as the scorekeeper. No one dared to offend him, for the labor points earned after a long day's work were determined by him. Jiang Shui was also among the first production team members, and upon spotting her husband, her face lit up with a radiant smile. Li Jingshan smiled back at her, just about to speak, when he heard the voice of the team leader Zhou Guohua. "Isn't this our esteemed young intellectual? Back from the city, are we? Our work has not faltered in your absence these past 3 days." Li Jingshan immediately furrowed his brow. The implication of Zhou Guohua's words suggested that his presence or absence made no difference to the production team. He was aware that Zhou Guohua had long desired to transfer the scorekeeper role to his sister, viewing Li Jingshan as a thorn in his side. However, since he had no intention of continuing in this role, Li Jingshan chose not to engage in conflict. He prepared to head towards the riverbank to seek out village secretary Zhang Jinming. Resigning from the scorekeeper position required Zhang Jinming's approval. Yet, after only a couple of steps, Zhou Guohua blocked Li Jingshan's path. He looked at Li Jingshan with disdain and said, "I am speaking to you. Can you not hear? You're already late today. What business do you have wandering over there? Do you still wish to keep your job, Li Jingshan?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shuli, also part of the production team, immediately bristled with anger. "Zhou Guohua, what nonsense is this? What has my brother-in-law done to provoke you? Are you looking for a fight?" Zhou Guohua's expression darkened as he glared at Jiang Shu, retorting, "What is this? Do you want to throw a punch? I am the team leader. If you strike me, it would constitute a disruption of revolutionary production. You would face consequences. What are you even worth? I will strike you today, and let us see what you can do about it." Jiang Shu, with a fiery temper, strode purposefully towards Zhou Guohua. Despite Zhou Guohua's typically fierce demeanor, he harbors a profound apprehension towards Jiang Shu, who resembles a bear. As Jiang Shu lunges towards him, Zhou instinctively retreats, only to find Li Jingshan silently extending his leg. Thud! Zhou tumbles to the ground, prompting a wave of laughter from the onlookers. "Li Jingshan, if you dare to trip me, I will settle this with you." Chapter 19. The path out of Xiaoxi village. Zhou Guohua's face contorted in rage. He hastily rose from the ground and advanced menacingly towards Li Jingshan. Witnessing this, Jiang Shui swiftly approached, shovel in hand. Jiang Shu coldly interjected, "Zhou Guohua, if you dare lay a finger on my brother-in-law, I will ensure your ruin today." The weight of Jiang Shu's robust voice sent a chill through Zhou Guohua. He was as frail as a mere twig, and despite his irritable nature, he was no match for Jiang Shu. Stuck in place for a moment, he finally retorted, "You think you can oppose me without consequence?" Li Jingshan remained unfazed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "What is this? Captain Zhou intends to wield his authority to intimidate?" Zhou's expression darkened, leaving him speechless. Jiang Shu scoffed, "Stop pretending your authority holds weight. Many villages in the county have begun reallocating land. Your time as a squad leader is numbered." Zhou's expression shifted. His teeth clenched as he demanded, "What do you mean by that, Jiang Shu? Are you attempting to undermine our revolutionary efforts?" Jiang Shu, with unabashed disdain, shot back, "Do not label me with your grandiose accusations. I fear you not. My father is the village accountant, and my uncle is the village secretary. You are in no position to threaten me." Zhou Guohua's face burned with humiliation at Jiang Shu's public mockery. At that moment, the village secretary, Zhang Jinming, hurried over. Having heard the commotion, "Jiang Shu, perhaps you should temper your words a bit." In an attempt to demonstrate impartiality, Zhang initially admonished his nephew softly. "Caught your words just now, Secretary Zhang," Zhou Guohua blurted out, eager to implicate Jiang Shu. However, Zhang Jinming cut him off before he could finish. "Enough. You should also keep your comments to yourself. As a production team leader, your role is to guide the work, not to incite conflict." Zhou Guohua felt the sting of embarrassment, hesitating to challenge the village secretary. Just then, Li Jingshan spoke up, "Secretary Zhang, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you." "Very well, let us step aside." Zhang Jinming nodded, leading Li Jingshan away from the group towards the riverbank. Not casting a glance at Zhou Guohua, once they were at a distance, Zhang Jinming expressed his regret. "Zhou Guohua is just like that. He earned a third-class merit during the flood relief efforts, so I cannot dismiss him from his position. Please bear with him and avoid conflicts." Li Jingshan smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I am well aware of how to handle this situation. What do you need to discuss with me? Well, I have secured a translation job in Nansheng with a decent income and plan to focus on this for now. So I will no longer be able to contribute to the production team. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiming was not particularly surprised. He chuckled and remarked, Your father-in-law spoke to me about this matter this morning. You, my lad, should not underestimate yourself, at last. You have managed to exchange the knowledge in your mind for some monetary gain. I can agree to your departure from the production team, but I must ask for your assistance in another matter. Zhang Zhiming's gaze swept over the bustling men, women, and children along the riverbank as he continued. Now that the national policies have relaxed, I have heard that many villagers from the neighboring village have begun engaging in small businesses. Our village has always been impoverished, and few among us possess a commercial acumen. Jingshan, with your education, could you lend me some ideas on what industries we might pursue? Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan was momentarily taken aback. Soon, he recalled the renowned Nanjia village from later generations. However, given the small land area and population of Xiaoxi village, coupled with the uncertain policies and lack of financial support, replicating Nanjia village's model was simply unattainable. Observing Zhang Zhiming's eager expression, Li Jingshan turned his gaze toward the somewhat desolate village, ultimately resting it upon the icy-covered Qinglu River. The Qinglu River appeared to be the only valuable asset of Xiaoxi village. Although the river traversed numerous regions, its widest expanse lay here, covering approximately 100 acres. While no precious fish species inhabited its waters, the small fish present thrived in the clear water and were remarkably delicious. Noticing Li Jingshan's contemplative demeanor, village secretary Zhang Zhiming inquired, What are you staring at on the river? Li Jingshan pointed towards the water and replied, Uncle, I believe the wealth we can showcase from Xiaoxi village lies in this Qinglu River. You mean to organize the entire village to catch fish? But there are hardly any large fish in this river. What value do those slender little fish hold? Zhang Zhiming expressed his confusion in a hushed tone. Chapter 20. Testing the waters. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan smiled and said, Uncle, the small fish in our Qinglu River are exceptionally tasty. I recall during the New Year, many people from the town came specifically to purchase our fish. Yes, I remember. A few young folks in the village made fishing nets to sell to those from the town and reportedly earned some money. Zhang Zhiming nodded, though still somewhat skeptical. Do not underestimate those few coins, uncle. This indicates that there is indeed a market for the fish in our river. While the current market scale is small, consider this, with the policies becoming increasingly lenient, the number of wealthy individuals in the town will grow. The small fish from our river could yield significant profits for our village, Li Jingshan asserted with great seriousness. Zhang Zhiming's expression shifted to one of contemplation. After a moment, he proposed, Then I shall organize some manpower to break the ice and fish, and then sell the catch in the market? Li Jingshan shook his head. With the weather warming, we currently lack the necessary equipment. Fish caught now would likely perish by the time they reach town, rendering them tasteless and unsellable. My thought is this. During winter, when the production team has little work, could we not gather some skilled women to prepare the caught fish by smoking or frying them? This would not only facilitate preservation, but also allow us to sell them at a higher price than fresh fish. If all goes well, perhaps our village can establish a small enterprise to sell the small fish from this river to the southern city. Upon hearing Li Jingshan's words, Zhang Zhiming's eyes instantly brightened with delight as he looked at Li Jingshan and exclaimed, Ah, it takes a well-educated young man like you to come up with such ideas. This plan seems feasible, and since we have little agricultural work in winter, we could gather some manpower to break the ice and catch fish. Then fry them in a few barrels of oil. It won't require much effort, and I believe this venture has potential. Seeing Zhang Zhiming's enthusiastic demeanor, Li Jingshan felt a stirring in his heart. Although he had left the production team, his wife and her family were still working there. This task was not labor-intensive, yet the thought of people like Zhou Guohua made him quite irate. Thus, he immediately said to Zhang Zhiming, Uncle, this endeavor involves food, so we must pay attention to hygiene. I believe my wife and my second sister Jianghua are quite suitable for this task. Additionally, my brother-in-law and third uncle both enjoy catching fish and shrimp. Perhaps we could assign them the ice-breaking and fish-catching duties. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhiming was initially taken aback before breaking into laughter. You clever lad, you've managed to assign all the good work to your own family. Li Jingshan chuckled in response. Uncle, it shouldn't be viewed that way. We are all family. If Jiang Hai and the others achieve good results, wouldn't you? As their uncle, also gain some prestige? Zhang Jinming nodded thoughtfully for a moment before replying. All right, let us have the Jiang family handle this. Jingshan, do keep your wits about you. After all, this is our village's first attempt at such an endeavor, and we must strive for success. Also, my son Zhang Yunfei often lacks focus and loves to run to town. Let us involve him in this fish-selling venture as well. Li Jingshan agreed. That is a splendid idea. I find Yunfei quite astute and articulate, a promising candidate for business. The two then deliberated on the details of selling fried fish by the riverside. And by the time they had nearly finalized everything, it was time for lunch. Zhang Jinming blew his whistle around his neck, and the members of the two production teams paused their tasks, setting down their shovels and preparing to return home for a meal. At that moment, Zhang Jinming approached the crossroads and called out, "Everyone, wait a moment. I have something I wish to discuss with you all." As the village secretary, Zhang Jinming held considerable respect among the community, and soon the crowd quieted down. Lu Gang from the second production team inquired, "Village secretary, what is it? Is there some new directive from above that needs to be conveyed? Could it wait until afternoon? We've been working hard all morning and are quite famished." The first team's leader, Zhou Guohua, added impatiently. Zhang Jinming shot him a glance before responding. "As you all know, the workload is light this season. The sand for building the primary school is nearly finished. I propose that we in Xiaoxi village organize some side projects. With any profits, we can help supplement everyone's household expenses." Upon hearing these words, those who had been somewhat distracted suddenly brightened with interest. With the recent relaxation of policies, some audacious individuals had begun to engage in small businesses outside, a far more lucrative endeavor than laboring within the production team. However, due to the geographical disadvantage of Xiaoxi village and the predominantly honest and diligent nature of its inhabitants, no one had yet ventured into any side occupations. At most, the elderly would raise a couple of hens, exchanging their eggs for a bit of money at the market. Village secretary, what side businesses do you intend for us to pursue? Village secretary, how many work points will this side business earn us? How will the profits be distributed? Indeed. Village secretary, please elaborate for us. Are we to raise chickens or sheep? It's high time we embarked on such ventures. The neighboring village has organized the cultivation of medicinal herbs and reportedly earned a substantial profit. Their year-end dividends far exceed ours. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Their eyes turned towards Zhang Jinming, brimming with anticipation. Zhang Jinming scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "To be honest, I haven't fully figured this out yet. I plan to organize a small team, primarily composed of the youth, so we can discuss this together. Once we decide on what to pursue, we shall commence immediately. As for the work points for this group, I believe 5 points per day should suffice." Upon hearing this, the villagers, who had initially been filled with hope, now wore expressions of disappointment. Chapter 21. Candidates. At the outset, when Zhang Jinming proposed the idea of pursuing side businesses, the villagers were full of anticipation, each weighing the prospect of seizing this lucrative opportunity. However, upon learning that there were no concrete projects and that only 5 work points would be allocated, disappointment etched itself upon every face. In this era, a healthy woman could earn 7 work points in a single day working within the production team. To think that members of this side business group would only receive 5 points was simply too meager. As these thoughts circulated, discontent began to brew among the crowd. Who would want to do this for such scant work points? Let whoever wants to go do so. I certainly will not. Initially, Li Jingshan found it hard to comprehend why Zhang Jinming would set the work points so low, but as he observed the dissatisfaction manifesting on the faces of the villagers, clarity dawned upon him. Zhang Jinming was indeed quite shrewd, which explained his longevity in the position of village secretary. Noticing the villagers' reactions, Zhang Jinming appeared troubled. Our side business group does not yet possess a specific work plan. 5 work points is already the maximum. Zhou Guohua was the first to vocally express his dissent, declaring, "Let whoever wants to go do so. We, the Zhou family, will not partake." Zhang Jinming's expression darkened with anger as he glared at Zhou Guohua. "Zhou Guohua, is this the level of commitment you possess as the team leader?" Zhou Guohua retorted with a cold smirk. "I am not cutting corners. Digging sand within the production team is still revolutionary work, is it not?" Zhang Jinming opened his mouth, left speechless by Zhou Guohua's audacity. He gazed at the reluctant faces of the villagers, young and old, caught in a predicament. "Very well, if you choose not to participate, I shall assign my son, Zhang Yunfei, to take part. Additionally, Lao Jiang, your family members will also join in. Henceforth, refrain from digging sand at the riverbank." Zhang Jinming turned to Li Jingshan's father-in-law, Jiang Guoli, speaking in a solemn tone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoli's expression darkened with bitterness. His wife is the sister of Zhang Jinming, making the two families genuine relatives. Over the years, Zhang Jinming has taken good care of the Jiang family. Now, with such a request publicly presented, Jiang Guoli has no choice but to comply. However, the side business group can only earn 5 work points a day. If the entire family engages in this, how much can they possibly earn by year's end? This would indeed be a significant loss. Just as he hesitated over whether to agree, Jiang Guoli noticed Li Jingshan nodding at him. Although somewhat perplexed, Jiang Guoli quickly grasped the situation and nodded back at Zhang Jinming. Since an agreement has been reached, all members of the Jiang family, including son-in-law Li Jingshan and my son Zhang Yunfei, will henceforth be part of the side business group. Starting this afternoon, you need not continue with sand extraction. Let us discuss our side business matters together. Seeing Jiang Guoli nod, Zhang Jinming immediately spoke up, solidifying the decision. The villagers nearby looked on at the Jiang family with expressions of sympathy. However, the team leader, Zhou Guohua, sensed something amiss. After all, Zhang Jinming is the village secretary of Xiaoxi village, the most powerful figure. How could he allow his own relatives and son to partake in a losing venture? No, this matter cannot be as simple as it appears. Zhou Guohua mused internally, then promptly suggested, village secretary, how about I also showcase some initiative and join the side business group? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinming's expression hardened as he coldly replied, what is wrong with you? When I asked you to join earlier, you refused. Now that I have gathered everyone, you start to waver? Zhou Guohua was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. While his father, old Zhou, interjected, Guohua, what are you thinking? We shall not involve ourselves in this side business. Fine, Zhou Guohua reluctantly conceded, realizing he had missed an opportunity, but it was too late to backtrack. All right, the matter is settled. Everyone disperse now, and remember to arrive on time for work. Zhang Jinming commanded, and the villagers quickly scattered. By the riverside, only Jiang Guoli's family remained, along with Zhang Jinming and his son Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei, with a pained expression, protested, Father, I am your own son. Why have you entrusted this arduous task upon me? Furthermore, my uncle's family is not in an easy position either. By having them all join this side business group, they end up with nothing but gruel by year's end. Hearing this, Zhang Jinming shot a glare at his son and quietly replied, do you lack common sense? Would I burden myself with a losing venture? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunfei's eyes lit up. Jiang Guoli, also catching on, approached Zhang Jinming and Li Jingshan, asking, have you two already devised a plan? At this, Zhang Jinming chuckled and glanced at Li Jingshan. It was your son-in-law, Li Jingshan, who came up with the idea. He then pointed towards the frozen river and added, breaking the ice to fish. Jiang Guoli, somewhat worried, inquired, fishing for money? The fish here are mostly small fry. While they taste good, is there even a market for them? Moreover, considering the remote location of our village, transporting fish to the town for sale would likely result in the fish perishing before arrival, thereby diminishing their market value. Zhang Jinming chuckled, your concern is valid. But Jingshun has already devised a plan for us. Instead of selling fresh fish, we will catch the fish, clean them, and fry them for sale in the town. The fish from our village are known for their exquisite flavor, so we need not worry about demand. Upon hearing this, the faces of the crowd lit up with enthusiasm, and they began to express their agreement. Indeed, it's an excellent idea. Although the labor points may be few, our earnings will be substantial. Part of the income will be allocated to the collective, yet we shall also receive our due compensation for our efforts. Chapter 22. Work arrangements, Father, rest assured. I will certainly put forth my best effort. So will we, the Jiang family, Zhang Yunfei promptly declared, with Jiang Guoli also affirming his commitment. Zhang Jinming nodded in acknowledgement and then guided everyone back to the Zhang household. After preparing tea, they began to discuss the details of their work while enjoying their beverage. Jiang Guoli, Jiang Hai, and Jiang Shu would be responsible for breaking the ice and fishing. Jiang Hai's wife, Wang Xiuji, along with Li Jingshan's wife, Jiang Shui, and the second sister, Jiang Hua, would handle the frying and processing of the fish. Li Jingshan and Zhang Yunfei would take charge of selling the fish in town. With all arrangements in place, Zhang Jinming specifically addressed his son, Yunfei, you must take this seriously and shoulder the primary responsibility. Jingshun has also accepted a translation job, so he cannot devote all his energy to our side project. You need to be understanding. Zhang Yunfei nodded earnestly. No problem at all. Selling fish isn't overly strenuous. I can manage it myself. If I find myself overwhelmed, Brother Jingshun can lend a hand. Good. Since that's settled, everyone must exert their utmost effort. We cannot afford any mistakes. After all, this lucrative opportunity will soon become apparent to the villagers. If you do not perform well, others may demand your replacement. And as the village secretary, I must act fairly. Zhang Jinming emphasized, and the group unanimously nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Li Jingshun promptly immersed himself in his translation work. After completing one paper, he visited his father-in-law Jiang Guoli's residence. Jiang Guoli and his two sons were in the courtyard constructing a stove with mud bricks in preparation for frying the fish. Jiang Shui and her sister-in-law were mending a fish net that had not been used in quite some time. Upon seeing Li Jingshun, the group expressed their surprise. Jingshun, why are you here instead of working at home? Are you missing your wife? Joked Jiang Hai's wife, Wang Xiuji. Li Jingshun smiled. Sitting and writing papers can lead to back pain. I thought I would join father, brother, and third brother for a bit of fishing to stretch my legs. Jiang Shu grinned at Li Jingshun. No man can resist the allure of fishing and shrimping, but alas. It is winter now, and breaking the ice complicates things. When summer arrives, I will take you swimming. What do you say? Sounds great, Li Jingshun replied enthusiastically. Make sure to dress warmly for fishing later, and be cautious on the ice. It can be quite slippery, and a fall could be quite serious, they advised. Noting the hardness of the ice, mother-in-law Zhang Xian gently reminded, Thank you for your concern, I will certainly take heed. Li Jingshun responded. Feeling that since he resolved to remain in Xiaoxi village, the Jiang family had shown him considerably more attention, their bonds growing closer. Jiang Shui, preoccupied with weaving a net, remained silent. Once she had nearly completed her task, she hurried to the Jiang family kitchen, located a coarse flour bun, and handed it to Li Jingshun. Fishing is labor-intensive. You should eat something first to gain strength, she advised. Thank you, my dear, Li Jingshun replied as he accepted the bun, gently squeezing her hand. Rest assured, I will conserve my energy. After all, only when I am well will you be well. Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed instantly, and with her head lowered, she hurried back to her work. Sister-in-law Wang Xiuji observed the pair and then glanced at her own rugged husband, who was holding a cigarette, a dark, rough figure. A wave of envy washed over her. Everything was prepared. Jiang Guoli, Jiang Hai, Jiang Shu, and Li Jingshun donned thick clothing and headed towards the riverbank with their fishing nets. Upon reaching the riverbank, they encountered Zhou Guohua and others who were digging for sand. Zhou Guohua's expression darkened. Aren't you supposed to be pursuing a side business? Why are you carrying fishing nets? Are you planning to catch fish? Jiang Shu shot him a sidelong glance. The village secretary has assigned us a task. Our job is to catch fish to sell, which is indeed our side business. Upon hearing this, Zhou Guohua's expression soured further. Clearly, catching fish was far more entertaining than digging sand. However, since the side business group had been established, he could not change that, and could only grunt. The weather has warmed a bit these past few days. Be careful not to fall into any ice holes. Could you possibly say something pleasant? Your mouth is foul. Jiang Shu retorted sharply. I was merely trying to warn you, and you insult me. Jiang Shu, why is your mouth so foul? Do you deserve a slap? Zhou Guohua glared at Jiang Shu, appearing ready to fight. Come on, let's see who is afraid. Jiang Shu clenched his fist, as large as a sandbag. Zhou Guohua, intimidated, took 2 steps back, saying, I have no time to waste with you. Coward. Jiang Shu scoffed before shouldering the fishing net and walking onto the ice. Although the new year had passed, the ice, while thinner than in the 12th month, remained quite solid. Following the Jiang family, Li Jingshun soon arrived at a river bend. Jiang Guoli pointed to a specific area, declaring, This is the spot. In summer, this shallow water teems with aquatic plants. In winter, the fish here must be abundant. Chapter 23. Fishing with explosives. Everyone nodded in agreement. Jiang Shu retrieved an iron rod, while Jiang Hai picked up a chisel, and they began breaking the ice with vigorous thuds. Li Jingshun intended to assist, but Jiang Guoli advised against it, concerned he might strain his back. Li Jingshun, not wanting to overexert himself, helped the 2 brothers clear away the broken ice instead. Jiang Hai and Jiang Shu worked industriously, soon creating several holes in the ice. Subsequently, they began placing their prepared fishing nets into the holes, using bamboo poles to thread the lines beneath the ice to another hole, pulling it out. At this moment, a net was thoroughly established beneath the icy surface. Jiang Guoli extinguished his cigarette, retrieved 2 iron basins, and made his way to the distant riverbank. There, he inverted the basins onto the surface of the river and, with a stick he had prepared earlier, began to strike the basins rhythmically. This was a method to drive the fish. Upon hearing the sounds, the fish would accelerate, thus increasing the likelihood of colliding with the net. Although he was a sent-down youth, Li Jingshan found great joy in this task. Indeed, every man possesses the innate instinct of a hunter. After a while of labor, they began to search for other spots on the ice, chiseling holes to prepare for the next netting. Approximately 3 hours later, as the sun began its descent, Jiang Guoli decided it was time to gather the net. Li Jingshan, along with Jiang's 2 brothers, gradually pulled the fishing net out of the water. To their delight, the net contained a considerable number of small fish. As the fish flopped out of the water, they struggled frantically, the droplets of water glistening on their scales, sparkling enticingly in the sunlight. After much effort, they managed to collect a small basin of fish. The group promptly recast the net and, with their catch in hand, joyfully made their way home. At Jiang Guoli's residence, the stove had already been prepared, and 2 barrels of peanut oil, recently purchased by the village secretary Zhang Zhiming specifically for frying fish, were placed nearby. Wang Xiuji and Zhang's sisters had polished the pots to a brilliant shine and gathered several bowls for the fish. Upon seeing Li Jingshan and the others return with their catch, excitement lit up their faces. They began to ignite the fire and simultaneously commenced cleaning the live fish. The fish could not be left until the next day, otherwise, many would perish, losing their freshness. In a flurry of activity, the oil heated up, and the clean small fish were placed into the pot. With a sizzling sound, the alluring aroma of fried fish began to waft through the courtyard. Soon, the fish turned golden and crisp, lifted into the basin. The bones were fried to a delicate crispness, causing no discomfort while eating. Everyone indulged in the fried fish, their spirits soaring. At that moment, Zhang Yunfei, having changed into a fine outfit, arrived at Zhang's home. The enticing scent of fried fish immediately energized him, and he reached out eagerly to grab some. Ah, this flavor is simply divine. It's both crispy and fragrant. This fish will surely sell well. Li Jingshan nodded in agreement. From the moment we caught the fish to the time it hit the oil, it was less than an hour. It is undoubtedly the freshest. We need not worry about selling it. The Jiang family members, while savoring the fried fish, nodded in affirmation, quickly consuming a significant amount. Jiang Hai, feeling a bit bashful, remarked, "Oh dear, we've eaten so much. What will we sell tomorrow?" "Fear not, we can catch more tomorrow. In these times, who can starve while tending to the stove? We are not embezzling public funds. A few fish are hardly a concern." Jiang Shu nonchalantly replied as he reached for the fried fish. Hearing this, Zhang Ziyun playfully swatted Jiang Shu's hand, exclaiming, "You glutton! Your stomach is like a bottomless pit. If you were to eat your fill, not a single fish would remain in that basin." Laughter erupted in the courtyard at her words. Li Jingshan offered a few fish to Jiang Shui and Tuan Tuan, and the little fellow devoured them with delight. He then turned to his mother-in-law, Zhang Ziyun, and said, "Mother, we must swiftly cover that bowl. The freshly fried fish are crispy, but if left exposed for too long, they will become soggy and lose their delightful texture." Indeed, Zhang Ziyun eagerly nodded, rushing to retrieve the lid from her large pot of stewed meat to cover the bowl of fried fish. Once done, she cast a meaningful glance at her son, Jiang Shu. Jiang Shu instantly understood his mother's implication, his face turning crimson as he protested, "Mother, I am not a glutton. I would never sneak a bite. I know exactly how much fish we have. If you steal a taste in the middle of the night, do not blame me if I treat you like a rat." The following morning, Zhang Yunfei rode a bicycle to Li Jingshan's home. After having breakfast, Li Jingshan took a scale and rode Jiang Hai's bicycle towards the town. Upon reaching the supply and marketing cooperative, Li Jingshan and Zhang Yunfei parked their bicycles and brought out the bowl of fried fish. "Fried fish for sale. Only 1 yuan per jin," they called out. "Come buy our crispy and fragrant fried fish." The enticing aroma of the golden fried delicacies made passers-by swallow hard. Soon, a crowd gathered, but no one made a purchase. This was the first time fried fish was sold here, and people were debating the price. In these times, eggs were merely 2 jiao per jin, and meat was 5 jiao per jin. 1 yuan for fried fish seemed rather steep. "Oh, the aroma is divine. It must be so crispy," someone remarked. "Yes, these little fish are fried to a perfect golden hue. The bones must be tender, and they would surely be delectable." Hearing this, Li Jingshan smiled and said, Madam, if you wish to buy, you may have a taste. The woman blushed, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Oh, that wouldn't be proper. She replied. Not at all, Li Jingshan reassured her. Zhang Yunfei added politely. Madam, this is our first time setting up a stall. If you could try our fish, it would mean a lot to us. If the flavor does not meet your expectations, we understand if you choose not to buy. Upon hearing this, the woman nodded and took a small fried fish from the bowl, popping it into her mouth. The crunch was audible to those around them as she chewed. Her face lit up with delight. Oh, this fish is truly delicious. It's so crispy, not at all soggy, and the flavor is simply outstanding. Li Jingshan beamed, replying, Madam, you have a discerning palate. I must confess, we are from Little Stream Village. These fish come from our river. Despite their small size, they are exceptionally tasty. Moreover, they were alive before being cooked, ensuring their freshness. Rest assured, they are clean and hygienic. Chapter 24. A booming start. Upon hearing Li Jingshan's words, the woman's face brightened further. Young man, you truly know how to conduct business. Very well, I shall make the inaugural purchase, 2 Jin, as I have relatives visiting. Absolutely. Madam, I will weigh them for you. Ensuring a generous portion, Zhang Yunfei replied cheerfully, hastily weighing the fried fish for her. As others observed the flourishing business, they eagerly emulated the success, beginning to purchase in quantities of 1 or half a kilogram. In no time, Zhang Yunfei and Li Jingshan sold the entire 8 kilograms of fried fish from their basin. Holding a substantial bundle of bills, Zhang Yunfei expressed his delight, exclaiming, I never anticipated that earning money could be so effortless. Next time, we must prepare more fried fish to maximize our profits. Li Jingshan nodded in agreement, and then turned to Zhang Yunfei, asking, shall we return now, or wander around the town a bit? Of course, we should explore. It has been over 10 days since I last visited the town, Zhang Yunfei replied without hesitation. This venture into selling fish was merely a transitional phase for Li Jingshan. His true ambition was to liberate his wife and the entire Jiang family from the impending dissolution of their production team. He aimed for them to learn the art of commerce and develop a market consciousness, thereby improving their future prospects. Meanwhile, he had worked translating manuscripts, which was already quite lucrative, far more so than selling fried fish. Furthermore, Li Jingshan had contemplated much last night. In his previous life, he had immersed himself in scholarly pursuits, engrossed in various studies. Although his basic needs were met, he had not attained great wealth. In this new life, he thought, since he had been reborn with an understanding of future trends, why not venture into business and build a venture of his own? Thus, he and Zhang Yunfei strolled through the town. Zhang Yunfei, with a playful disposition and a penchant for excitement, wandered between the supply and marketing cooperative and the agricultural market, captivated by the myriad of novel items. Additionally, despite holding over 8 yuan, he exhibited commendable restraint, refraining from spending a single cent. In contrast to Zhang Yunfei's casual explorations, Li Jingshan scrutinized the emerging trades in the town, calculating which businesses were promising and which would yield greater profits, all the while planning for his future. By noon, Zhang Yunfei and Li Jingshan arrived at a small noodle shop where they each ordered a steaming bowl of knife-cut noodles, engaging in casual conversation as they dined. Brother Jingshan, you seem preoccupied today. Why do you appear lost in thought while gazing at the storefronts along the streets? What occupies your mind? Zhang Yunfei inquired, slurping his noodles. Li Jingshan chuckled and replied, I just returned from the South Market. I find little interest in the street vendors. Zhang Yunfei nodded, acknowledging, indeed, compared to the South City, this town lacks excitement, fewer people, less business, and scant interesting happenings. So, what exactly are you pondering? You seem troubled. Li Jingshan responded. I am contemplating whether there exists a business suited for me. With the recent relaxation of national policies, opportunities abound. If I can identify a promising venture, perhaps within a year, I could elevate my social standing. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunfei's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he remarked, Brother Jingshan, you truly embody the spirit of a knowledgeable youth, delving deeper into matters. In fact, my father often discusses similar topics with me at home. He mentioned that during a recent meeting in town, the leadership's stance has notably shifted, encouraging village participation in commercial activities. This world is indeed different from before. I've heard that those who raise chickens are earning quite a bit just from selling eggs and feathers. Some are making more in a month than workers in state-owned factories. If one can engage in suitable business, wealth is certainly attainable. That is the essence of it. Li Jingshan nodded in agreement. Do you have any good ideas? What industry are you considering? Zhang Yunfei continued with curiosity. If it were that simple, everyone would be in business. This matter requires careful consideration and long-term planning. Li Jingshun replied with a smile, though he had already begun to formulate some ideas in his mind, albeit still in their infancy. All right, brother Jingshun. If you decide to venture into business, please let me know in advance. I wish to join you and broaden my horizons, Zhang Yunfei said eagerly. Certainly. If a suitable opportunity arises, I will inform you, Li Jingshun readily agreed. His willingness stemmed from 3 reasons. First, Zhang Yunfei's cleverness. Second, the familial ties between the Zhang and Jiang families. And third, Zhang Jinming's substantial resources, which could greatly assist Li Jingshun should he require financial investment. Furthermore, as the village head of Xiaoxi village, Zhang Jinming was acquainted with numerous officials. In business, half of success lies in transactions and half in relationships. Li Jingshun had limited social connections in this regard. Thus, having more friends and connections would be advantageous in commerce. After lunch, Zhang Yunfei initially intended to explore. But Li Jingshun interjected. Our families are awaiting our news. We should return promptly to ease their minds. Zhang Yunfei nodded in agreement, saying, Brother Jingshun, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Very well, let us head back. With so much money in my pocket, I feel uneasy wandering about. Consequently, the two mounted their bicycles and made their way home. An hour later, they arrived back at Xiaoxi village, where members of the side business group were gathered in Jiang Guoli's courtyard. Even the village head, Zhang Jinming, was seated on a millstone, smoking a cigarette. As Li Jingshun and Zhang Yunfei returned, everyone's eyes lit up, and they immediately stood up. How did it go? Did you sell the fish? Zhang Jinming inquired first. Yes, we sold them all. Zhang Yunfei replied with a hint of pride. For how much? Jiang Guoli asked with curiosity. All at 1 yuan per pound. The townsfolk didn't even haggle and praised the flavor of our fish, Li Jingshun added. Around 10 this morning, we sold all over 8 pounds of fish. We had lunch in town before returning. Next time, we should bring more fish. I estimate selling 20 pounds daily should be quite feasible. Upon hearing this, the faces of everyone in the courtyard blossomed with joy. Chapter 25. Distribution. Particularly, the village chief Zhang Jinming, having orchestrated this endeavor, felt a sense of pride in its smooth execution. He cast his gaze around the assembly and remarked, Well done, everyone. Your hard work has paid off. It seems we must continue to strive diligently and earn even more. The crowd nodded in agreement. Li Jingshun's mother-in-law, Zhang Ziyun, turned to her brother, Zhang Jinming, and inquired, After all our efforts, how shall we divide the proceeds? How much shall we contribute to the collective, and how much shall we retain for ourselves? Upon hearing this, everyone directed their concerned gazes toward Zhang Jinming. He smiled at his sister and replied, Sister, brother-in-law, fret not. We are family, and I would never let you suffer loss. Moreover, my son Yunfei is part of this side project as well. I have already considered the distribution. Our group shall contribute 2 yuan to the collective daily, and the remainder will be divided amongst us equally. How does that sound? At this pronouncement, the eyes of the crowd lit up. According to Li Jingshun's estimation, they could sell about 20 yuan's worth in a day. Divided among the Jiang family and Zhang Yunfei, each person would receive approximately 2 yuan. 2 yuan. That could buy several pounds of pork. Earning 2 yuan a day translates to 60 yuan a month. It is noteworthy that workers in state-owned factories often earn less than 60 yuan monthly. The prospect of the entire family earning 60 yuan daily, accumulating to several hundred, caused Jiang Guoli's eyes to narrow with delight. He looked at his brother-in-law, Zhang Jinming, and suggested, Jinming, why not have your wife join our group as well? Let her partake in the dividends. Zhang Jinming hesitated briefly before shaking his head. Let us not. Her health is poor, and she cannot contribute much. Additionally, with our success, the villagers will undoubtedly feel envious. If I were to include my wife in this group, there would surely be objections. Upon hearing this, the others could only nod in resignation. Li Jingshun cautiously proposed, Yunfei works hard selling fish. Perhaps we could give him an extra yuan each day? The underlying implication was to allocate a larger share of the communal earnings to Zhang Jinming's family. Zhang Jinming instantly grasped his meaning, chuckling as he replied, Jingshun, you are a kind-hearted person. I appreciate your goodwill, but let us refrain from that. The amount earned is of little consequence. Our family is not in want. What matters most is that I hope my son learns something valuable. I ask that you guide him well in the future. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshun solemnly nodded, Uncle, rest assured, I will treat Yunfei as my own brother and mentor him diligently. Thank you kindly, Zhang Zhiming responded. There is one more matter, he said. Turning his attention back to the group, we must ascertain how much profit we have made from selling the fish. This is not something we can disclose to outsiders. Otherwise, the villagers will surely become envious, and this endeavor may come to an end. Understood, came the collective reply. Everyone understood that this matter was closely tied to their personal interests, and they nodded in agreement. After a brief exchange, Zhang Zhenming took the 2 yuan submitted by the side job group and departed from Jiang Wuli's home. Zhang Yunfei evenly distributed the remaining money among the group members. Holding the cash, their motivation surged, and they busily resumed their work with renewed vigor. They toiled until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point Li Jingxin returned home with Jiang Shui and Tuan Tuan. The house, uninhabited for the day, felt desolate, with no fire lit in the stove. Jiang Shui hurriedly kindled a fire, the golden flames licking the bottom of the pot, gradually warming the room. Li Jingxin washed Tuan Tuan's face and placed her on the Kong before cleaning himself and sitting cross-legged on the bed. He began translating documents at the Kong table while Jiang Shui observed, adding 2 more handfuls of firewood to the stove. Afterward, she wiped the lamp before removing her outer garments and joining him on the Kong. Watching Li Jingxin concentrate on his work, she expressed her concern. Jingxin, with your daily fish selling and translating documents, won't you be too exhausted? Li Jingxin paused his writing and smiled at Jiang Shui, assuring her, it's nothing. These documents pose no pressure for me. Really? But don't overexert yourself, Jiang Shui replied, her voice tinged with skepticism. She believed that writing diligently demanded significant mental effort. Indeed, these papers are child's play for me, he said with a smile, not boasting. After all, in his previous life, he was a nationally recognized expert across various fields. The documents assigned by Professor Qi to translate now felt as simple as basic arithmetic to him. That's reassuring. If you ever feel tired, just let me know, and I will prepare something delicious for you, Jiang Shui responded, moving behind Li Jingxin to gently massage his shoulders. Her tender touch on his weary shoulders alleviated his fatigue, and he quickened his pace, soon completing 2 articles. After neatly storing the documents away, he turned to face his wife, who had been diligently massaging him. Their eyes met, and a spark ignited between them. A mischievous smile crept across Li Jingxin's lips, while Jiang Shui's beautiful face flushed with a hint of panic. As he embraced her, Jiang Shui whispered, "Be quiet. The child hasn't fallen asleep yet." "She is already asleep." Li Jingxin pointed to the nearby bed where their daughter lay peacefully slumbering. Tuan Tuan, having spent the day frolicking by the river with her grandfather and uncle, was utterly exhausted and sleeping soundly. "Any more excuses?" Li Jingxin teased, his hands deftly beginning to unbutton Jiang Shui's clothing. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she remained motionless. In no time, Li Jingxin had removed her top, gazing at her soft, alluring skin and inhaling the unique fragrance that enveloped her, igniting a fervor within him. Suddenly, he pressed down on Jiang Shui, eliciting a soft gasp from her. "Lower your voice, don't wake the child and ruin our moment," Li Jingxin quietly reminded her. Jiang Shui immediately obediently covered her mouth. Her bright eyes looked at Li Jingxin, filled with a mix of anxiety, anticipation, and a touch of shyness. This only intensified the flames of desire within Li Jingxin. He hurriedly reached out to grasp his wife's waistband. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. The slumbering Tuan Tuan furrowed her brows, while both Li Jingxin and Jiang Shui displayed expressions of disappointment. Who could it be at such a late hour? Li Jingxin called out irritably towards the door. "Jingxin, go. It's me." Zhang Yunfei's voice came from outside. Chapter 26. A bet with a hint of anger, Li Jingxin donned his clothes and stepped out, opening the courtyard door to find Zhang Yunfei, wearing a worried expression. He asked in confusion, "What's the matter? Why are you looking for me at this hour?" Zhang Yunfei replied, "Brother, that scoundrel Zhou Guohua has caused a ruckus at my home, insisting on joining the side business group. He even said he wants to expel you and the Jiang family." Upon hearing this, Li Jingxin's brow furrowed tightly as he asked, "Did Zhou Guohua come to your house himself?" "No, his father Zhou Fugue was with him. These 2 rascals were making a scene in front of my father. My father was somewhat at a loss, so I rushed to find you. I will head to your house to assist. Additionally, you go to my father-in-law's and bring him and Jiangshu here. The more people we have, the better. If that scoundrel dares to make a scene, we'll teach him a lesson," Li Jingxin declared, agitated. "That makes sense. Jiangshu is strong. Dealing with those two old rascals will be like child's play. Zhang Yunfei's eyes lit up as he quickly turned to run towards the Jiang family. Li Jingxin donned his coat and headed towards Zhang Jinming's house. Zhang Jinming and his wife, Chen Yu, were currently confronting Zhou Fugui and his son, Zhou Guohua, cigarette in hand, menacingly addressed Zhang Jinming, village chief. You have always been particularly kind to the Jiang family. I have refrained from holding it against you because of your position, but now you have handed over the entire side business group to the Jiang family. This is utterly unfair. I object. Zhang Jinming's face darkened as he retorted. On what grounds do you object? When I asked you to sign up for the side business group, none of you spoke up. Now that the group is thriving, you come running to join. Do you have no shame, Zhou Guohua? Zhou Guohua sneered. Don't think I'm unaware of your scheme. That day you deliberately gave 5 work points and spoke ambiguously. Who would dare to join the side business group? You had already made up your mind, which is why you had your relatives and son join this group. I tell you, I am not satisfied with this situation. What exactly do you want? Chen Yu, Zhang Jinming's somewhat frail wife, asked impatiently. Zhou Guohua chuckled coldly. What else can be done? My father and I both want to join this side business group. Such a lucrative opportunity must have a place for the Zhou family. Zhang Jinming, should you refuse to comply, I shall expose your schemes to the entire village, and then, the collective spittle of the villagers will surely crush you. Upon hearing these words, Chen Yu's face betrayed a look of panic, her eyes pleadingly searching for Zhang Jinming. Zhang Jinming gritted his teeth, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, Li Jingxin strode into the room and remarked, Zhou Guohua, your audacity is rivaled only by that of a city wall. Turning to face Li Jingxin, Zhou Guohua's face twisted with resentment as he retorted, You, the pretty boy surnamed Li, dare to speak to me in such a manner? Are you seeking trouble? Li Jingxin remained unfazed by the insult. But Zhang Jinming slammed his hand on the table, shouting at Zhou Guohua, What kind of rogue behavior is this? Do you think you're some sort of gangster? Zhou Guohua shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Jinming and replied, This matter does not concern you. Mind your own business. I've long harbored disdain for that scoundrel Li Jingxin. How can a pretty boy like him deserve to marry such a beautiful woman as Jiang Shui? At this, Li Jingxin's expression darkened. He had long sensed Zhou Guohua's animosity towards him, but now he realized that Zhou Guohua harbored feelings for Jiang Shui, fueling his jealousy and targeting him repeatedly. Hearing footsteps from outside, he addressed Zhou Guohua, Take a moment to reflect on your own worthiness before daring to envy me. You, Zhou, will remain a bachelor for life. Zhou Guohua, who had never married, grew even more incensed at this remark. He roared at Li Jingxin and charged forward. Since his rebirth, Li Jingxin's physical abilities and reflexes had significantly improved. As Zhou Guohua's fist came hurtling towards him, he deftly sidestepped the attack with ease. Zhou Guohua's punch missed its target, causing him to lose his balance and fall to the ground with a thud. At that moment, Zhang Yunfei burst into the room with Jiang Guoli and Jiang Shu. Witnessing the scene, Jiang Shu clenched his teeth and exclaimed, Zhou Guohua, you scoundrel! How dare you strike my brother-in-law? You seek death. With that, Jiang Shu lunged at Zhou Guohua. Zhou Guohua scrambled to his feet, but before he could regain his balance, a resounding slap echoed as Jiang Shu's hand struck his face. The force of the blow sent Zhou Guohua spinning, and blood gushed from his nose. Seeing this, Jiang Guoli quickly restrained the furious Jiang Shu. Meanwhile, Zhou Guohua's father rushed in, shouting, Jiang Shu, how dare you hit my son? I will not let this go. With a loud bang, Zhang Jinming slammed his hand down on the table, drawing everyone's attention. With a grim expression, he addressed Zhou Fugui. Your son initiated the assault on Li Jingxin. Now that he has received a slap, he has brought this upon himself. Zhou Fugui was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Zhou Guohua, bleeding profusely, moved his lips but dared not speak further. Faced with Li Jingxin, he still had the courage to act. However, upon encountering the towering Jiang Shu, he immediately faltered. After a moment of silence, Zhou Fugui spoke. All right, we shall not hold the matter of the beating against your Jiang family. But my son and I must be included in the secondary business group. The Jiang family must withdraw 2 members. This is the bottom line for the Zhou family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoli's expression darkened, and he cursed. You Zhou family are truly shameless. At the time, you didn't want to participate. And now that you see us doing well, you wish to seize our work. Do you have no shame? It is you who are shameless, colluding together. Zhou Guohua covered his nose and exclaimed. Zhang Jinming, with a somber tone, remarked, Regardless, The secondary business group is performing well. There is no reason to let them leave. Performing well? Humph. Can the Jiang family truly catch fish? Zhou Guohua scoffed and then suggested, how about we place a bet? What kind of bet? Jiang Shu inquired. Starting tomorrow, you and your Jiang family will cast a net, and we Zhou family will also cast a net. Whoever catches more fish will take on the responsibility of fishing. The loser will obediently return to the production team to dig sand. Do you dare? Zhou Guohua confidently declared. Chapter 27. Is this approach acceptable? A brief silence enveloped the room as the members of the Jiang family and Zhang Zhiming's family exchanged worried glances. The selection for the secondary business group was a lucrative opportunity, and none of them wished to relinquish it. However, with Zhou Guohua and his son causing such a stir, it was evident that a resolution was imperative. Although the idea of betting seemed somewhat juvenile, it appeared to be a viable solution given the circumstances. After all, Zhou Guohua was the captain of the team. If he continued to stir the pot and rally the masses, it would put Zhang Zhiming, the village chief, in a challenging position. Consequently, Zhang Zhiming cleared his throat gently and glanced at Jiang Guoli, who nodded in agreement. Zhang Zhiming then turned to Li Jingshan and asked, Jingshan, do you think this approach is acceptable? Li Jingshan nodded and replied, we can indeed place this bet, but there is one condition that must be stated up front. What condition? Zhang Zhiming inquired curiously. Li Jingshan looked at Zhou Guohua and said, if you win, the Jiang family is willing to forfeit 2 spots, allowing you and your son to join the secondary business group. However, if you lose, you must accept the outcome and refrain from complaining about the selection of the secondary business group or speaking ill of the village chief in private. We will not let this matter rest. Seeing Jiang Guoli and Li Jingshan nod in agreement, Zhou Guohua felt a surge of joy and readily replied, no problem. If we do not accept the outcome, we are indeed despicable. Good. Li Jingshan nodded and looked at Zhang Zhiming. After clearing his throat again, Zhang Zhiming spoke with solemnity. All right, it is settled then. Tomorrow, both your Jiang family and Zhou family will cast a net in the river to determine the victor. No problem, Zhou Guohua quickly agreed, then provocatively looked at Jiang Guoli and the others, saying, just wait for your defeat. With that, he strode away with his father. What a disgrace. The Zhou family has truly become unbearable. Observing Zhou Guohua's retreating figure, Zhang Yunfei muttered in indignation. Jiang Shu, with a somber expression, added, Uncle. Zhou Guohua is a sworn enemy of both the Zhang and Jiang families. If they triumph tomorrow, their arrogance will soar to the heavens. Zhang Zhiming lit a cigarette, his tone laced with resignation. There's little we can do. After all, I am the village chief. If he exploits this opportunity to tarnish my reputation, it will be quite troublesome for me. For now, we can only rely on you all to strive for victory in tomorrow's fishing competition. Jiang Shu nodded in reluctant agreement. Jiang Guoli lit a cigarette for himself, contemplating before he spoke. That old scoundrel Zhou Fugui may appear frail, but his eyes are sharp as a hawk's. In my youth, I too enjoyed casting nets in the river, yet I never managed to outcatch Zhou Fugui. At this, a grave look settled over the faces of those in the room. Indeed, fishing requires skill, with such a vast expanse of water. The only way to ensnare a greater number of fish in a net is to locate where they congregate. Zhou Fugui, being a seasoned fisherman, holds an advantage that the Jiang family cannot claim. The atmosphere in the room turned heavy. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Yunfei tentatively inquired of Li Jingshan, Brother Jingshan, as a knowledgeable youth, do you possess any solutions? The others turned their hopeful gazes towards Li Jingshan. A bittersweet smile crossed Li Jingshan's lips. Had it been summer, he could have devised some bait to attract the fish. However, in the depths of winter, the fish remained nearly dormant beneath the ice. At that moment, he truly found himself at a loss for ideas. He shook his head apologetically at the group and said, I currently have no feasible solutions. Jiang Guoli sighed, well, let us not dwell on it too much. Perhaps tomorrow luck will be on our side, and we might win. Upon hearing this, the others could only nod in reluctant agreement, exchanging a few pleasantries before dispersing. As Li Jingshan navigated the dark path back home, he was greeted by Jiang Shui, who helped him remove his coat and poured him a generous bowl of hot water. With a look of concern, she asked, Jingshan, is something amiss? Why did Zhang Yunfei seek you out at such a late hour? After sipping the warm water, Li Jingshan recounted the events that had transpired at Zhang Zhiming's home. Upon hearing this, a shadow of worry crossed Jiang Shui's face. The auxiliary group had only just formed, and the Jiang family had begun to taste success, with everyone eager to achieve significant results. But now, the Zhou family threatened to encroach upon their gains. If the Jiang family were to lose the fishing competition tomorrow, 2 members would have to withdraw from the auxiliary group, resulting in a loss of income. Jiang Shui couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Observing his wife's distress, Li Jingxin offered words of comfort. Do not be so troubled. Perhaps we will emerge victorious tomorrow. Jiang Shui managed a strained smile, shaking her head as she replied, Jingxin, you do not understand. That Zhou Fugui was once a fisherman, and he is quite formidable. In my childhood, I recall my father fishing in the river, managing to catch only a few small fish each time. Yet, that Zhou Fugui, with nothing more than a tattered net, would spend merely an hour or 2 by the river each day, returning with an entire bucket brimming with fish. Upon hearing this, Li Jingxin couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. He murmured, no wonder Zhou Guohua proposed that wager. It seems the Zhou family is in quite a predicament. He lifted his gaze to Jiang Shui, who wore a worried expression, and reassured her, do not fret about this matter. I will devise a solution. What solution could you possibly have? Jiang Shui inquired, her face alight with anticipation. Li Jingxin offered a rueful smile and shook his head. He was no fisherman, after all, and had no idea what remedy to propose. There will be a way. Just remain calm. He consoled her once more. Jiang Shui sighed. Well, let not this trouble you too much. Even if 2 of our family members were expelled from the side business group, it's not the end of the world. At least our income has significantly improved. All right then, it's getting late. I shall retire for the night. You should rest early as well. Her tone was somewhat disheartened as she wrapped herself in the blanket and fell asleep. Observing his wife's low spirits, Li Jingxin felt inexplicably agitated. He tossed and turned in bed, unable to find solace in sleep, and ultimately decided to turn on the light and read. In this era, there were not many books available. The one in his hands was a nearly worn-out edition of Romance of the Three Kingdoms. As he idly flipped through its pages, he stumbled upon the chapter concerning Zhuge Liang's Empty City Stratagem. Chapter 28, The Empty City Stratagem. An epiphany struck Li Jingxian, and he exclaimed in excitement. Jiang Shui, who had just closed her eyes, suddenly opened them, her brow furrowed with concern. What's wrong, Jingxian? Li Jingxian burst into laughter, declaring, I have a plan. I can guarantee that in our wager with the Zhou family, victory will be ours. What plan? Jiang Shui's eyes brightened instantly. However, Li Jingxian smiled mysteriously and replied, the sage has his own clever schemes, but I cannot reveal this particular plan to you just yet. Oh, do tell me. How can I possibly sleep without knowing? Jiang Shui, observing her husband's joyful demeanor, pressed him eagerly. Li Jingxian, gazing at her beautiful face, mischievously remarked, if you wish for me to disclose it, you must offer something in return. Jiang Shui's face flushed crimson as she glanced at the slumbering Tuan beside them, her cheeks reddening further. With her worries alleviated, Li Jingxian felt an exhilarating sense of excitement. What do you think? Your husband is quite clever, isn't he? Li Jingxian softly inquired, looking at Jiang Shui. Her eyes glazed over with affection as she murmured an agreement, then tightened her embrace around him, saying, please, just tell me. What is this idea? You're driving me mad. Only then did Li Jingxian lean closer to her ear and begin to whisper his plan. Upon hearing his suggestion, Jiang Shui's eyes sparkled with admiration. Husband, you are truly amazing, so incredibly brilliant. Early the next morning, Li Jingxian arose with enthusiasm, dressed quickly, and leaped from his bed, feeling a twinge in his back, instinctively rubbing it. Lying in bed with disheveled hair, Jiang Shui blushed slightly upon witnessing the scene, murmuring, I told you not to be so stubborn. Now you understand the toll it takes on your body, don't you? Heh, brother, I am in excellent health. If you doubt it, we can have another spar, Li Jingxian retorted with bravado. Enough of that. Dawn is approaching. Hurry and inform my father. He and the others must have had a restless night. You should share the good news with them, she urged. All right, Li Jingxian nodded, dressed quickly, and after a brief stretch, hastened out the door. Upon arriving at Jiang Guoli's residence, he found Jiang Guoli, Jiang Hai, and Jiang Shu diligently mending a fishing net. The 3 bore solemn expressions, and the atmosphere was heavy with unspoken worries. Seeing Li Jingxian, Jiang Guoli acknowledged him with a nod but remained silent. Li Jingxian smiled and remarked, Father, still fretting over the wager? Jiang Guoli nodded, replying, since joining this side business group, our income has improved slightly. That scoundrel Zhou Guohua has come to stir up trouble, It's infuriating. That rascal. Jiang Hai chimed in indignantly. The Zhou family truly deserves a good thrashing. One day, I will ensure they receive it. Uncle Jiang yawned. It's disheartening. A perfectly good opportunity is being snatched away by the Zhou family. Those two have kept me awake all night. Observing their gloomy demeanor, Li Jingshan chuckled and said, "Do not despair. For last night, I devised a plan that will surely lead to the Zhou father and son's defeat." What plan? The Jiang family members' eyes brightened at his words, and they asked in unison. Li Jingshan leaned closer, whispering his scheme. Excitement illuminated the faces of Jiang Guoli and his son. Jiang Shu was the first to speak. "Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable. How did you come up with such an idea?" "It's brilliant. I was inspired by the empty fort strategy from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. This time, we shall employ a similar tactic," Li Jingshan replied with a smile. Jiang Hai offered him a cigarette, stating, "This idea is bound to succeed." Thank you. Lighting the cigarette, Li Jingshan said, "Brother, we are family. There's no need for formalities." Jiang Guoli approached Li Jingshan, patting his shoulder with admiration. "Who says scholars are of no use? Jingshan, your casual suggestion has resolved a significant dilemma for our family. In the future, you too should learn from Li Jingshan. Read more and avoid resorting to brawls. Use your intellect instead." "Indeed," Jiang Shu and Jiang Hai replied, their faces flushed as they nodded. Once Li Jingshan outlined the plan, the Jiang family sprang into action. They gathered some cornmeal, mixed it with white flour, and formed a dough, adding a touch of ink for effect. The resulting dough appeared a peculiar shade of yellow-black, and excitement radiated from their faces as they beheld it. Jiang Shu leaned closer to the dough and sniffed it, wrinkling his brow as he remarked, "The combination of cornmeal and this ink is utterly bizarre. If we pursue this concoction, won't we scare all the fish away? What do you fear? In any case, with Jingshan's plan, even if we fail to catch a single fish, victory will still be ours." Jiang Hai replied with a hearty laugh. Upon hearing this, the other two also erupted into laughter. Holding the large lump of dough, Li Jingshan followed the Jiang father and son, shouldering the fishing net, their faces alight with joy as they marched towards the riverbank. By the time they reached the icy surface, the sun had fully risen above the horizon. It was then that they spotted Zhou Fuguei and his son Zhou Guohua, also approaching with a fishing net in tow. The two families collided, and their expressions soured immediately. After a moment of silence, Zhou Guohua smugly declared, "You really dare to compete with us, huh? My father has been a fisherman for decades. If he breaks a hole in the ice and drops his trousers in, he'll catch more fish than you ever could." Hearing this, fury flashed across the faces of the Jiang family. Li Jingshan coughed softly, signaling to Jiang Hai and his son. Instantly, a look of disdain returned to their faces. Jiang Shu chuckled and said, "Zhou Guohua, your father's fishing exploits are nothing but ancient history. Does he truly believe he reigns supreme? The authorities now proclaim that science and technology are the foremost productive forces. Relying on outdated experiences is utterly futile. Indeed, fishing has become a technical endeavor that necessitates modern products." Jiang Hai chimed in, proudly retrieving the strange-looking cornmeal dough from his pocket. The Zhou family regarded the dough with puzzled expressions. Zhou Fuguei furrowed his brow and asked, "What is this? Is it bait for the fish? Do you even understand? It's winter. The fish are hardly moving. Even if you bait, there won't be any schools of fish coming." "Huh." Jiang Hai laughed heartily again, saying, "That's because your bait is utterly useless. This is a special bait my brother-in-law procured at a high price from the southern city. Just look at its color. You've never seen anything like it, have you? Hee. I've heard it's an imported product. Once we toss this into the water, victory will be assured." "Indeed, Zhou Guohua, don't hold your father in such high regard. His meager fishing knowledge is only effective against unlettered farmers. This is the age of technology, and with this bait dough in hand, our victory is guaranteed," Jiang Shu asserted, observing the confidence radiating from the Jiang brothers. The Zhou family couldn't help but feel a twinge of insecurity. At that moment, Jiang Guoli spoke up, "You two boys are wasting time with words. Quickly break a couple of holes in the ice and drop the net and bait. Once we win, they'll have no choice but to acknowledge our superiority." Zhou Guohua, feeling anxious, interjected, "You're cheating. We weren't prepared with any bait materials." Jiang Guoli scoffed, "You weren't prepared? And now you blame us? Did we bind your hands?" After speaking, he cast a sidelong glance at the Zhou family, then, accompanied by his two sons, strode toward one side of the icy expanse. Li Jingshan flashed a smile at the Zhou family and remarked, "This time, you must accept the outcome with grace. Whoever dares to bring up the matter of the subsidiary group as candidates again shall face my wrath." With that, Li Jingshan turned and departed. Observing the confidence radiating from Zhang's family and Li Jingshan, the Zhou family, who initially felt assured of victory, now wore expressions of profound dismay. Zhou Guohua turned to his father and inquired, "Father, have you ever heard of such a device? Does it work in winter?" Zhou Fugui, a fisherman with little education, hesitated and replied, "I've never heard of it, but these times are different from the past. Once, we relied on oil lamps. Now, a mere wire can illuminate a light bulb. Perhaps they truly possess some technological marvel." Hearing this, Zhou Guohua felt increasingly anxious, gazing at Li Jingshan's retreating figure. That scoundrel has gone around town acquiring high-tech devices. What shall we do now? Zhou Guohua cast a pleading look toward his father, Zhou Fugui, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Zhou Fugui took a couple of deep drags from his cigarette and said, "Let us first lower the net and consider our next course of action." "Very well." Zhou Guohua nodded in agreement. The father and son set to work, yet their earlier confidence had vanished. In a heavy silence, Zhou Fugui and Zhou Guohua drilled 2 holes in the ice and lowered the fishing net, then settled on the ice to smoke. Meanwhile, Li Jingshan and his companions had also completed their netting, exuding an air of ease and amusement. Especially Jiang Hai, Jiang Shu, and Li Jingshan. The 3 young men exchanged jokes and engaged in playful banter, embodying the essence of assured triumph. Witnessing this scene, Zhou Guohua and Zhou Fugui's expressions darkened further, rendering their cigarettes tasteless. "Father, what shall we do? Should we not prepare some bait to lure the fish?" Zhou Guohua asked, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Zhou Fugui shook his head, replying, "If it were summer, I could prepare some bait to attract the fish. But now, any bait I create would be ineffective. What then? Are we to simply concede to the Zhang family? Shall we relinquish the lucrative opportunities of the subsidiary group without a fight?" Zhou Guohua's urgency transformed his demeanor into one of frustration. Zhou Fugui, his face etched with dejection, remained silent for a long moment before stating, "Let us wait and see. Allow me time to devise a strategy." This waiting extended until noon. Standing on the ice, Zhou Guohua and his father felt their feet grow numb, leaving a trail of cigarette butts on the surface. Meanwhile, the Jiang family, led by Jiang Guoli, approached the riverbank. As they passed by Zhou Guohua and his father, Jiang Shu taunted, "Aren't you two going home for a meal? What is the point of standing here? Even if you remain until dusk, you cannot catch more fish than we will." The Zhou family's faces darkened further, and they remained silent, uttering not a single word. The members of the Jiang family, with joyful strides, swiftly vanished along the riverbank. The icy water chilled their feet, while the biting wind relentlessly whipped against their bodies, leaving Zhou Guohua feeling nearly frozen. After a prolonged silence, he turned to his father and remarked, "Dad, look at their arrogant demeanor. Can't you devise some strategy?" "What strategy? I am no deity." Zhou Fugui retorted with irritation. Suddenly his eyes brightened. Zhou Guohua was also stirred by his father's words, excitement causing him to spring up. He glanced at the riverbank, realizing that Jiang Guoli and the others had already departed, and then whispered urgently, "Father, what if we seize this opportunity while they are dining to retrieve their fishing nets and take all the fish from them?" Zhou Fugui surveyed the empty riverbank and, upon confirming no one was in sight, nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed swiftly and leave no trace." With that, the father and son hurried towards the location of the Jiang family's fishing nets. They swiftly cleared the ice from the hole and frantically pulled up the fishing net, only to discover it contained not a single fish. Zhou Guohua and his father exchanged bewildered glances. At that moment, they heard Jiang Shu's voice echoing in the distance. Laced with anger, "What are you two up to?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Guohua and his father quickly turned to the riverbank, spotting Jiang Guoli, Jiang Hai, Jiang Shu, and Li Jingshan, accompanied by the grim-faced Zhang Jinming, approaching briskly. The father and son were left utterly stunned. Chapter 30. Success. As Zhang Jinming and the others drew near, the Zhou family, clutching the fishing net, stood frozen in shock. The cold wind whipped against their faces, and they felt a bone-chilling dread, their legs beginning to tremble uncontrollably. Soon, Zhang Jinming stood before them, his expression dark as he coldly declared, "You two are truly shameless. To win, you resort to such underhanded tactics. This is a betrayal of honest labor." Zhou Guohua, You may as well give up any hope of joining the side business group. And your position as team leader is also forfeited. Upon hearing Zhang Jinming's words, both Zhou Fugui and Zhou Guohua turned pale. Having committed such a disgraceful act, they could no longer hope to join the side business group. Zhou Guohua had enjoyed prestige as the leader of the production team. At least the villagers regarded him with respect. However, if Zhang Jinming seized upon this incident to strip him of his leadership, he would truly be at a loss for words, as this misdeed was indeed mortifying, leaving him unable to defend himself. Faced with the menacing glare of Zhang Jinming and the furious expressions of the Jiang family, Zhou Guohua's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees upon the icy surface. With a quavering voice, he implored, "Uncle Zhang, I was momentarily blinded by foolishness. I am at fault. I beg you, please do not hold this against me. I no longer wish to dwell on matters concerning the side business group. From this moment forth, I shall heed your counsel and commit myself wholeheartedly to my duties. I implore you, please do not strip me of my position as team leader." Zhang Jinming wore a sullen expression, uttering not a single word. Meanwhile, Zhou Fugui, his face etched with wrinkles, prostrated himself on the icy ground, beseeching, "Village secretary, I have never asked anything of you before, but this time, I kneel to implore you, spare us both." At this, Zhang Jinming felt a twinge of compassion. The two stalwart men of the Zhou family were kneeling before him, begging for mercy, rendering his stern demeanor untenable. With a grim voice, he remarked, "Consider the disgraceful acts you have committed. Were it not for the bonds of kinship within our village, I would show you no leniency. Now, return and labor diligently in the production team this afternoon." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Guohua and Zhou Fugui felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted, exhaling a sigh of relief. At that moment, Li Jingshan stealthily approached Zhang Jinming and whispered something. Zhang Jinming's eyes brightened, and he promptly declared, "Additionally, Zhou Guohua, you are to submit a written reflection this evening. Reflect thoroughly upon your misdeeds." Zhou Guohua's face contorted with distress as he protested, "Uncle Zhang, I can hardly recognize a few characters. Let us forego the matter of the reflection. What? Do you dare to haggle with me? If you refuse to write it, you may as well relinquish your position as team leader." Zhang Jinming replied coldly. In response, Zhou Guohua hastily rose and exclaimed, "I will write it. I assure you it will be submitted by tonight." "Very well, be gone." Zhang Jinming, his face reflecting distaste, shooed Zhou Guohua and his son away as if they were mere flies. As they departed in disarray, the members of the Jiang family displayed expressions of joy, turning their appreciative gazes toward Li Jingshan. "Jingshan, you have accomplished a great feat. Who would have thought that your cunning idea would so effortlessly bring the Zhou family to their knees? Indeed, Jingshan, you are truly a strategist of unparalleled skill. A simple ploy, and the Zhou family is humbled before us." Seeing Zhou Guohua prostrate before uncle was immensely satisfying. "If only we had a camera. I would love to capture that moment and display it at the village committee's entrance," Jiang Shu exclaimed, bursting into laughter, which was echoed by the others, all wearing expressions of delight. With admiration evident on his face, Zhang Jinming addressed Li Jingshan. "Jingshan, your years of study have not been in vain. Your actions today were remarkable. Although we have not managed to oust Zhou Guohua from his position as team leader, he shall never again hold his head high in our presence." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Yet Jiang Shu, somewhat discontented, remarked, "Uncle, you were too lenient just now. Why not seize this opportunity to demote him to a mere member of the production team? After such a disgraceful act, he would surely be unable to maintain his position as team leader." Upon hearing this, a look of uncertainty crossed Zhang Jinming's face. However, Li Jingshan interjected, "Jiang Shu, matters are not so straightforward. He has caused quite a stir with the fishing net incident, neither trivial nor monumental. Yet there is no way to deliver him to the authorities. If uncle were to dismiss his position as team leader, the enmity between the two families would be irrevocable. As the old adage wisely advises, leave a line for others, so that we may meet again in the future. As long as the Zhou family refrains from provoking us when they see us, that will suffice." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shu nodded in agreement. Zhang Jinming sighed and remarked, "Indeed, Jingshan shares my sentiments. Alas, times have changed. Many villages in our town have begun to privately allocate land. As the village secretary, it won't be long before our village follows suit. My authority as village secretary is dwindling, and at this juncture, engaging in actions that may offend others is ill-advised. The times have shifted. Who knows who will prosper and who will fall from grace in the future? The old village leader, having served for over a decade, displayed a trace of melancholy on his face. Li Jingxun was also slightly moved and inquired, "Have villages in our town begun contracting land to households?" Zhang Zhiming nodded, saying, "Indeed, the higher authorities have stated that current policies encourage such practices and are initiating pilot programs. Although our Xiaoxi village is not among the first batch of pilot villages, it is anticipated that this trend will soon reach us." Upon hearing this, all those standing on the ice felt a sense of bewilderment. Having lived collectively for over a decade, they had grown accustomed to their current way of life. Although this lifestyle involved its share of intrigues and hierarchies, overall, the economic conditions of the villagers were relatively similar. Moreover, the villagers generally maintained a spirit of unity and friendliness. What would become of these villages when that wind of change arrives? Without the collective, how would they sustain their lives? Such thoughts left them momentarily perplexed. Even Li Jingxun, standing on the ice, felt a pang of nostalgia. Having lived 2 lives, he understood the trajectory of the future. The past way of life was on the brink of oblivion, and a refreshing spring breeze heralded a grand, yet bittersweet, new era. Difficult to articulate. Chapter 31. A proper celebration. After a brief moment of confusion, the group regained their cheerful demeanor. Regardless of the circumstances, today marked a significant victory. Having decisively trampled upon the Zhou father and son, the Jiang family's livelihood was effectively secured. Jiang Guoli was elated and urged Zhang Zhiming to join him for a hearty meal at home. "Oh dear, it's neither a festival nor a holiday. What is the occasion for a feast?" Zhang Zhiming replied somewhat bashfully. Jiang Guoli chuckled, saying, "Let us forego such formalities, my friend. Jiang Shu, why don't you head to your uncle's house and invite your aunt and Yun Fei? We should celebrate properly." "All right." Jiang Shu swallowed hard and quickly made his way to the Zhang residence. Upon returning home, Jiang Guoli cleverly recounted to the women in the household detail of how the Zhou father and son knelt in supplication. This news brought a wave of jubilance throughout the household. Upon hearing Jiang Guoli's announcement of a celebratory dinner, Zhang Xiun was the first to applaud, exclaiming, "Excellent. Today, Jingxun has truly accomplished a great feat. I must procure more meat for a splendid feast. Mother, I'll accompany you. Let's also buy some flour to make dumplings." Jiang Hua chimed in, "Yes, do buy a bit more. I've also invited your elder brother Zhang Zhiming and his family," Jiang Guoli remarked, glancing at his wife. Zhang Ziyun nodded eagerly, her smile widening. Jiang Shui, with a light step, approached Li Jingxun, a smile dancing on her lips as she said, "I never anticipated that your idea would be so effective. Jingxun, you have truly rendered our family a great service." "It is our family," Li Jingxun replied with a smile, admiring the excitement radiating from his wife's rosy cheeks, unable to resist playfully pinching her cheek. Ahem. Wang Xiuji, standing nearby, cleared her throat softly. Jiang Shui's face flushed deeper as she quickly stepped back, creating distance from Li Jingxun. Yet, he promptly moved closer to her, which only intensified her embarrassment. Women of this era tended to be more reserved. Although she could engage in intimate gestures with Li Jingxun behind closed doors, she found it challenging to act that way in front of family. "Jingxun, please refrain from such antics," Jiang Shui whispered, her cheeks aflame. Li Jingxun chuckled, saying, "You are overthinking. Here is some money. Go with mother and the others to buy meat. Let us not burden them financially." Although everyone shared in the fish sales yesterday, earning money is not easy for them, so let us spare them the expense. This sentiment warmed Jiang Shui's heart, and she gazed at Li Jingxun with deep gratitude. "Thank you for being so considerate of my family. No need for thanks. When I was struggling years ago, had it not been for your father's family supporting me, I would have been reduced to skin and bones," Li Jingxun replied with a smile, gently caressing his wife's hand. Before long, the women of the Jiang household set off with baskets to the market in the neighboring village to purchase provisions. At that moment, Zhang Zhiming's family arrived at Jiang Guoli's home. "Brother Jingxun, you are truly remarkable. My father has spoken of your plan, and it is nothing short of flawless," Zhang Yunfei exclaimed, rushing to Li Jingxun. He then murmured with a hint of envy, "Alas, how I wish I had witnessed such a splendid occurrence. That scoundrel Zhou Guohua must have looked particularly foolish kneeling before my father." Li Jingxun chuckled, responding, "If you work diligently, perhaps one day Zhou Guohua will find himself kneeling at your feet." This jest prompted Zhang Yunfei to nod earnestly, stating, "Brother Jingxun, though our interactions have been limited, I genuinely believe you are a person of great potential. Now that you are happily married to my cousin Jiang Shui, we are indeed one family. I hope you will guide me in the future. Rest assured, if opportunities for prosperity arise, I shall not forget you, my friend, Li Jingshan replied with a grin. After a casual conversation, the women of the Jiang family returned, each carrying a chicken, a fish, 2 pounds of pork, and several pounds of flour. Upon seeing the abundance of provisions, Zhang Jinming felt somewhat embarrassed and remarked, "Oh dear, we are all family. There is no need for such extravagance. A simple meal would suffice." "Sister, this seems rather excessive." Zhang Ziyin smiled and replied, "You have encouraged our entire family to join the side business group, and everyone has profited. It is only right to express our gratitude. Moreover, today we owe a great deal to Jingshan. As for the meat and vegetables, I did not spend a single penny." "Oh, not a penny?" Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Zhang Jinming's face. Zhang Ziyun glanced at her daughter Jiang Shui and Li Jingshan, stating, "It was Jingshan who prompted Jiang Shui to pay willingly." Upon uttering these words, a joyful expression illuminated Zhang Ziyun's face. The total cost of these items was nearly $2, and her daughter voluntarily contributed, which delighted her. What brought her even greater joy was the realization that her previously ineffectual son-in-law was now earning money, ensuring that her daughter and granddaughter could enjoy a good life alongside Li Jingshan. This was the most gratifying aspect for her as a mother. Hearing this, Zhang Jinming expressed his admiration for Li Jingshan once again, while the other members of the Jiang family nodded in agreement, looking toward him with approval. "All right, you all have made me blush with your compliments. Let us not dawdle. Let us prepare the meal. Mom, I will help you chop the meat," Li Jingshan said. His face slightly flushed as he took the meat from Zhang Ziyun's hands and walked toward the kitchen. "Oh dear son-in-law, we women can handle this. Today, you are the hero. Just sit back, chat, and smoke." Zhang Ziyun hurriedly called after him. "Mom, there is no need for formality. My cooking skills are quite decent. Today, allow you all to savor my culinary talents," Li Jingshan replied, swiftly retrieving pots and pans, ignoring Zhang Ziyun's protests as he busied himself. Li Jingshan prepared 2 dishes, while Zhang Ziyun, Jiang Shui, and Jiang Hua also diligently contributed to the meal. Soon, the kitchen was filled with a delightful aroma. When the dishes were served at the table, everyone couldn't help but swallow in anticipation at the sight of the food. Jiang Shu quickly grabbed his chopsticks and began to eat voraciously. Zhang Ziyun rolled her eyes at his eagerness, but chose not to comment further, instead inviting Li Jingshan and the Zhang family to join in the lively feast. As they ate and chatted, the conversation soon turned to the topic of land privatization. Jiang Guoli was the first to raise a question, looking at Zhang Jinming and asking, "Jinming, if land is privatized, who will own the river in our village? Can we still engage in the fish frying business?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinming was momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, he responded, "The land in the village will certainly be divided. Perhaps a small portion will remain as communal land. However, as for the river, it is unlikely to be divided. In the future, whoever wishes to fish in the river may do so without issue. However, I have heard that in some villages, rivers and lakes have been leased out. Each year, a specific contracting fee is paid, thereby granting them personal ownership of the river, prohibiting others from fishing there." "Oh, I see." Jiang Jinming nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "How much do you estimate the contracting fee for our river would be?" Clearly, he was contemplating future arrangements. The fish-selling business was quite lucrative, and it would be ideal to secure the rights to this river if private contracts were permitted. Naturally, one prerequisite was that the fee be reasonable. However, Zhang Jinming chuckled and shook his head, stating, "The exact amount is not for me to decide. When the time comes, I will seek guidance, and we will determine it then." "What about the taxes?" Jiang Hai asked his uncle with concern. Zhang Jinming smiled and replied, "The government currently encourages small enterprises like yours. Since there are only a few of you, it hardly qualifies as a major business, so there are no taxes to be paid." "That is quite good," Jiang Hai said with a smile. At that moment, Li Jingshan turned to Zhang Jinming and asked, "Uncle, the town has become much livelier than before, with many engaging in small businesses. As the village secretary, you have a wealth of knowledge. Can you share if there are any particularly successful entrepreneurs in the nearby villages?" Zhang Jinming chuckled and responded, "The policies have only just loosened. Most villagers still raise pigs and chickens, selling eggs and such. Few have truly prospered. Oh, I just remembered, our neighbor, Hongyun village, has that Lu Yu. She's making quite a name for herself. Her skills are exceptional. She was well known in the surrounding villages and has now opened a tailor shop and a storefront in town, exclusively selling clothing. I've heard she makes a considerable amount daily. Upon hearing this, Li Jingxin was visibly taken aback, and Jiang Shui, seated beside him, suddenly stiffened. Observing his wife's tense demeanor, Li Jingxin felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He knew Lu Yu years ago, before he married Jiang Shui. He had ventured into the mountains to forage for wild fruits when hunger struck. It was there that he heard a woman weeping and, upon investigation, discovered a young, beautiful woman, Lu Yu. She was also foraging when, due to the damp ground, she slipped and injured her ankle. Alone in the vast mountains, a frail woman with an injured foot sat helplessly beneath a tree, growing increasingly fearful, and ultimately began to cry. Coincidentally, Li Jingxin heard her sobs and hurried over. Subsequently, he gallantly offered to carry the injured Lu Yu back to the village. However, at that time, he did not exhibit any particular masculine charm. With his own hunger pangs, he lacked the strength. Though Lu Yu was not heavy, carrying her proved quite strenuous for him, and he stumbled numerous times along the way. By the time he arrived at Lu Yu's home, he was covered in mud, with a significant scrape on his knee. What began as a simple act of bravery turned into something more, as Lu Yu developed a deep admiration for him after he rescued her in her moment of need. Subsequently, while Li Jingxin was working in the village, Lu Yu would often come running towards him with small steps, a little basket in hand, occasionally offering him a steamed bun made of white flour or a boiled egg. At that time, the villagers began to whisper among themselves. The educated youth stationed in the village started to tease Li Jingxin. However, Lu Yu soon found herself with a rival, the young daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Shui. Lu Yu was the village beauty, yet Jiang Shui was also renowned as the most beautiful girl in Xiaoxi village, and she developed an even deeper infatuation with Li Jingxin. Moreover, since the two were from the same village, their opportunities for interaction increased, leading to Li Jingxin becoming the son-in-law of the Jiang family. Reflecting on these events, Li Jingxin felt his face flush. His marriage to the lovely Jiang Shui was not merely due to her beauty, but rather out of hunger. In this moment, not only did Jiang Shui and Li Jingxin wear peculiar expressions, but the rest of the Jiang family also appeared strangely bemused. They had all heard some rumors regarding Lu Yu and Li Jingxin. Let us not bring that up. Just enjoy your meal. Zhang Cuyun shot Zhang Zhenming a glance, her tone tinged with discontent. Zhang Zhenming, taken aback by his sister's rebuke, looked innocently confused, wondering why the atmosphere had soured. Holding his chopsticks, he was uncertain whether he should continue eating. At that moment, Zhang Zhenming's wife leaned in to whisper a few words in his ear. It was then that he realized he had misspoken. Innocently, he thought to himself that as the village secretary, he could hardly be expected to comprehend such trivial matters. Observing the peculiar tension at the table, Li Jingxin awkwardly glanced at his wife, Jiang Shui, only to find that the typically obedient Jiang Shui was now sulking, ignoring him entirely. Feeling quite embarrassed, Li Jingxin coughed awkwardly a couple of times and turned to Zhang Zhenming, saying, "Uncle, let us discuss something else. I heard that land distribution is based on population. Is that correct?" Indeed, Zhang Zhenming nodded. Li Jingxin continued, "Then you unmarried youths should hurry up and get married." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hua, Jiang Shu, and Zhang Yunfei all displayed expressions of discomfort. Jiang Hua had previously been in a relationship, but it ended due to incompatible personalities. Zhang Xiun, aware of her second daughter's internal struggle, refrained from pressuring her and turned her gaze towards Jiang Shu, the clumsy giant, saying, "You, of all people, have grown so big and eaten so much, yet you haven't managed to pursue a single girl in the village?" Jiang Shu, who was usually quick to fight, felt awkward at this topic. Scratching his head, he replied bashfully, "I don't really understand this stuff. You never taught me." Zhang Cuyun was even more exasperated, exclaiming, "You young man still need your mother to teach you about courting? Eat, eat, eat. That is all you think about. Let me tell you, before the household responsibility system, if you can't find a partner to marry, you won't have a meal here in the future." "Mom, are you trying to starve me?" Jiang Shu complained, his face a picture of misery. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into hearty laughter. Chapter 33. Dazzled by choices, Jiang Shu fell silent, his attention fixated on his meal. Zhang Zhenming's wife cast a disapproving glance at her son, Zhang Yunfei, and remarked, "You, my boy, are older than Jiang Shu by a year. Yet, all you do is run around aimlessly. When will you bring a partner home for us to meet?" Feeling the pressure of the marriage topic at the dining table, Zhang Yunfei awkwardly chuckled. Mom, isn't it that our conditions are so favorable that I find myself overwhelmed by choices? Enough of that. In 2 years, you will be 25. What will you do if you still haven't found a partner? You'll be waiting to become an old bachelor, his mother complained. Zhang Yunfei was left speechless and turned to Jiang Shu. The two young bachelors exchanged glances, sharing a mutual understanding of their plight. The sumptuous lunch concluded around 1 in the afternoon, and the men, having indulged in some drinks, departed with flushed faces. Li Jingxin returned home with Tuan Tuan in his arms, while Jiang Shui also came back. After closing the door, she began cleaning the house, sweeping, wiping tables, and adding kindling to the stove, yet she did not utter a word to Li Jingxin. Seeing his wife in this state, Li Jingxin awkwardly inquired, Dear, are you still upset about what happened at the table? It was uncle who mentioned Lu Yu. I didn't bring her up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's expression grew colder as she fixed her gaze on Li Jingxin and asked, The villagers say you have an affair with Lu Yu. Is that true? What? Li Jingxin was taken aback, feeling deeply wronged as he exclaimed, That is absurd. I merely felt sorry for her and took her back to the village. Nothing more. Then why does she come over from Hanyun village every day to bring you food and eggs? Jiang Shui challenged, leaving Li Jingxin momentarily speechless. He then retorted, Weren't you also bringing me things back then? She simply likes me, but I have no interest in her. I don't fancy her type. At this, Jiang Shui's face softened slightly with a smile. However, she quickly composed herself and asked Li Jingxin, Then tell me, who is more beautiful, me or Lu Yu? Li Jingxin blinked and replied, I can hardly recall what Lu Yu looks like. If you truly wish to compare, I could visit Hanyun village one day and provide you with an answer. You dare, Jiang Shui said through gritted teeth, both exasperated and amused. At that moment, Li Jingxin suddenly lunged at Jiang Shui, scooping his petite wife into his arms and planting a kiss on each of her cheeks, declaring, I'm just teasing you. No woman, no matter how beautiful, can surpass my wife. She is the most exquisite in the world. Shameless. Shameless. Daddy kissed mommy again. Tuan Tuan chimed in, making a funny face at Li Jingxin. Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed deeper, and she hastily pushed Li Jingxin away, admonishing, Can you be serious for once? You mustn't behave like this in front of the child ever again. All right, from now on, I shall avoid doing this in front of the child. You. Jiang Shui's face grew even redder as she shot Li Jingxin an exasperated glare. The saying goes, quarrels at the head of the bed lead to harmony at the foot. However, Li Jingxin and Jiang Shui had no quarrel, and thus there was no need for further confrontation on the bed. The two engaged in casual conversation within the confines of the room, after which Li Jingxin unrolled his manuscript and diligently resumed his translation work. As the clock approached 3, Zhang Yunfei knocked on Li Jingxin's door once more. Jiang Guoli and the others had returned with another batch of fish, which several women of the Jiang family had expertly fried, and they were eager to head to the market for sales. Thus, Li Jingxin mounted the bicycle belonging to the Jiang family and followed Zhang Yunfei towards the town. The two young men sped along, reaching the town in less than an hour. Just as they unloaded the basins from the back of the bicycle, a crowd began to gather around them. Young men, why did you arrive so late today? The fish from yesterday was exquisite. I'll take half a kilogram more. Finally, you're here. Here is the money. Hurry up and weigh me a kilogram. I'm looking forward to drinking at home. I'll take another half kilogram. Please give me also a kilogram. The small fish from Xiaoxi village were renowned for their delightful flavor, and yesterday, several loyal customers rushed over to purchase. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd and the golden brown fried fish, many began to swallow in anticipation, lining up to buy. In less than half an hour, all 10 kilograms of the small fish had been sold out. Brother Jingxin, shall we explore the market a bit more? Zhang Yunfei inquired, having tucked away the money. Let us wander a bit, but today we'll go our separate ways. I'd like to buy some clothes for my wife and child, Li Jingxin replied. Zhang Yunfei nodded in agreement, and they set a time to reconvene before parting ways. As Li Jingxin strolled about, he spotted a well-lit clothing store showcasing several beautiful garments, prompting him to step inside. Hello, this is a women's clothing store. May I ask which family member you are purchasing for? A bright voice chimed from within. Following the voice, Li Jingxin was taken aback. Before him stood an extraordinarily beautiful woman, an oval face, lustrous black hair, a straight nose, delicate eyebrows, large eyes, rosy lips, and fair skin. all complemented by a slender figure accentuated by a light blue dress that rendered her strikingly radiant. To his astonishment, the woman was none other than Lu Yu, the first beauty of Hongyun village, the very person he had spoken of at lunch. At that moment, Lu Yu recognized Li Jingshun and gasped, her mouth agape, revealing a perfect set of pearly white teeth. The surprised expression on her lovely face was captivating. I knew you wouldn't leave Xiaoxi village for the big city, Lu Yu said, breaking the silence. Li Jingshun, feeling somewhat awkward, responded. I truly did not expect you to be the owner here. It's been a long time, Lu Yu. Lu Yu nodded, her eyes misting slightly. It has been 4 years and 2 months since you last appeared before me. At her words, Li Jingshun was momentarily taken aback. He only remembered that after getting together with Jiang Shui, Lu Yu had never appeared again. However, he did not expect that Lu Yu would recall those days so vividly. Did you come this time to buy clothes for your wife and child? Lu Yu asked. Her voice tinged with a hint of bitterness as she looked at Li Jingshun. Li Jingshun nodded slightly, and Lu Yu forced a pale smile, saying, I truly envy Jiang Shui for being able to marry such a wonderful man like you. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshun felt even more awkward, shaking his head repeatedly. No, I'm just an ordinary person, nothing special. Lu Yu, however, shook her head and replied resolutely. The path up the mountain is both slippery and steep. I called out for so long. It couldn't have been heard by just you. Yet, only you saw me fall and came to help. You are a good person. The best of the best. Her tone was unwavering as she gazed at Li Jingshun. Chapter 34. Stunned faced with her heartfelt gaze. Li Jingshun felt a tingling sensation at the back of his head. He was uncertain whether to continue buying clothes or to turn and leave. Lu Yu seemed to sense his discomfort and refrained from saying more. Instead, she turned and retrieved a light green long dress from the row of shelves, presenting it directly to Li Jingshun. This dress should fit Jiang Shui perfectly, she said, her large eyes fixed on him. At her words, Li Jingshun was momentarily taken aback and stammered, How do you know Jiang Shui's size? I know, of course. After all, she took away the man I liked. Lu Yu replied bluntly, her gaze piercing into Li Jingshun's. He felt a shiver down his spine under her scrutiny and quickly pulled out his wallet, asking, How much is this dress? He intended to pay and leave. Lu Yu shook her head, saying, Consider it a wedding gift from me. No payment required. That won't do. You must accept money. How much is it? I'll pay you, Li Jingshun insisted. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's expression darkened, and she glared at him. I said I want to give it to you. Just take it. No, if you refuse to accept payment, then I'll have to walk away. I cannot take something for free, Li Jingshun insisted. Lu Yu grew even angrier, gritting her teeth and glaring at him. Now you're acting distant? When you were eating my family's steamed buns and eggs back then, you weren't so polite. At her words, Li Jingshun's face flushed. He had been so famished when he first arrived in the countryside that he hadn't cared about manners. He would have eaten anything he could catch. Taking a deep breath, he looked solemnly at Lu Yu. Lu Yu, I understand your feelings for me, and I appreciate your kindness back then. However, I am now married, so it is better for us to maintain clear boundaries. How much is this dress? If you don't tell me, I will have to leave empty-handed. If you dare to leave, I will make sure the gossiping women in our village spread rumors that you secretly came to town to pursue me. Upon hearing these words, Li Jingshun was momentarily taken aback. Noticing his unease, Lu Yu became even more smug, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, Well, I am currently a solitary figure while you are already married, thus possessing more dignity than I. So what will it be? Will you graciously accept my gift? Or shall you endure the gossip of the town's busybodies? Li Jingshun stood there, struck by her words. It dawned on him that Lu Yu was not at all like Jiang Shui with her gentle demeanor. This woman was cunning and bold. For it was no small feat to independently run a clothing store in town during these times. All right, I shall accept your gift. When you marry, I will gift you a dress in return, he hastily replied, taking the dress from her hands. However, Lu Yu, with a piercing gaze, declared, I have no intention of marrying. My focus is solely on making money. Very well. Li Jingshun dared not to linger in conversation with her, nodding repeatedly as he exited the store in haste. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu burst out after him, gripping his arm firmly. Startled, Li Jingshun turned to her, questioning, What do you want? Lu Yu's face flushed slightly as she released him and said, Do not be so tense. I merely wish to discuss something with you. What is it? Li Jingshun inquired, furrowing his brow. I have heard that you and your mother-in-law's family are engaged in the fish frying business in the village, and it seems to be quite successful. This news has even reached your village. Is that so? I have only been at it for 2 days, Li Jingshan replied, astonished, quickly realizing that it was not the rapid spread of information, but rather Lu Yu's keen interest in his affairs that had brought this knowledge to light. A hint of regret crossed his face as he turned to Lu Yu, saying, Lu Yu, you are already in your 20s. It is time for you to find a suitable partner. I am married with children now, so please, do not harbor any thoughts of me, for it would lead you to nothing but disappointment. Do not flatter yourself. Who would have feelings for you? Lu Yu retorted sharply. Her cheeks slightly reddened as she shot him a glare. What I wish to convey is that I find you to be quite insightful and adept in business. Could you possibly offer me some advice to help me earn more? Li Jingshan glanced at the bright and tidy entrance of the clothing store, astonished. Isn't your business thriving? He queried. I have heard that you make quite a sum each month. Indeed, I earned over 300 last month, Lu Yu candidly admitted. Li Jingshan was taken aback by this revelation. Such earnings equated to a year's salary for an average worker. Are you not satisfied with such a sum? He asked. Lu Yu nodded resolutely. These past years have left me impoverished. Now that I have a rare opportunity to earn, I certainly wish to maximize my profits. However, it appears I have hit a bottleneck. I feel motivated, yet I am uncertain where to direct my efforts. I keep myself exceedingly busy each day, but it seems I can only earn this much. Li Jingshan observed Lu Yu's serious demeanor and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. In business, one may rely on intellect and capability. However, to achieve substantial success, it is imperative to depend on a cohesive team across various platforms. Currently, you are predominantly operating solo, which will undoubtedly hinder your ability to amass significant wealth. If you genuinely aspire to earn a considerable fortune, you must contemplate ways to scale your operations, such as establishing a clothing factory or creating your own sales channels. Lu Yu listened attentively, nodding frequently, and then inquired, Are there other aspects I should be mindful of? Li Jingshan pondered briefly before responding. Your garments are quite beautiful. Did you design them yourself? Lu Yu nodded affirmatively. Li Jingshan scrutinized the clothing behind the curtain and remarked, Your designs surpass those of typical stores significantly, yet there remains considerable room for improvement in the design aspect. Is there any remedy for that? I have never been formally educated and have already invested immense effort to achieve this, Lu Yu replied, a hint of helplessness in her tone. Li Jingshan chuckled and said, I have heard that there are some adult cinemas in town. You might consider visiting them occasionally. What did you just say? Li Jingshan, you are a married man, and you dare speak to me in such a manner? Have you no shame? Upon hearing his words, Lu Yu's expression soured instantly, and she glared at him with indignation. Taken aback by her sudden outburst, Li Jingshan was momentarily stunned before realizing the misunderstanding, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. In this day and age, the adult cinemas in town predominantly screen films featuring scantily clad foreign content, and it was evident that Lu Yu had misconstrued his intent. Chapter 35. Misunderstanding. He chuckled awkwardly and clarified, You have misunderstood my meaning. Those cinemas do show some risque films, but they also feature narrative films, including some quite commendable works from Hong Kong and Taiwan. You might find it beneficial to observe the attire of the characters in those films for inspiration in your clothing designs. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu finally comprehended that Li Jingshan was not jesting at her expense. A flush of embarrassment crossed her face, and after a prolonged pause, she muttered a soft thank you. All right, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Seizing the opportunity, Li Jingshan hastily grabbed the dress and departed. Upon returning to his previous stall location, he lit 2 cigarettes, only to spot Li Yunfei approaching, donned in a cap. Brother Jingshan, do you think I look good in this hat? Am I handsome? Zhang Yunfei inquired, striking a pose he believed to be heroic. Li Jingshan nodded and then asked, What inspired you to purchase such a hat? Zhang Yunfei chuckled. I noticed that in the films, foreigners often wear hats like this. Li Jingshan's expression shifted, and he asked, Have you been to the adult cinema in town? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yunfei's face turned slightly red. He had indeed visited the adult cinema a few times, not only to watch narrative films, but also to experience some rather stimulating shows. He offered a sheepish smile, reluctant to respond. Li Jingshan spoke with a hint of irritation. You rascal, be more mindful of your actions. If the police catch you, you could end up behind bars for half a month, and then your father, the village secretary, will have to go to the police station to bail you out. Your family's reputation would be tarnished by your folly. Yes, Yes, I understand, Zhang Yunfei replied, nodding repeatedly, pleading with Li Jingxin not to disclose anything to others. With a resigned sigh, Li Jingxin pondered silently. The policy of openness has begun, and with it, advanced technologies and trends from abroad will inevitably permeate our country, but along with these advancements come much absurdity and filth. There's no escaping it. This world is not a vacuum. To bask in the sunlight and enjoy the rain, one must also endure the germs and viruses. Brother Jingxin, is this the dress you bought for sister-in-law? Oh, it's quite lovely, Zhang Yunfei remarked, glancing at the dress in Li Jingxin's hands. Li Jingxin smiled, neatly folding the dress and placing it in the bag on his bicycle's frame before heading towards Xiaoxi village with Zhang Yunfei. Upon returning home, the sun was just dipping below the horizon. Jiang Shui was sitting beside the stove, tending to the fire. The room was dimly lit, and Li Jingxin stealthily approached her from behind, lifting her up suddenly. Ah! Jiang Shui exclaimed, then shouted, Jingxin, you scared me to death. Put me down. With a smile, Li Jingxin set her down on the Kong and, somewhat puzzled, asked, how did you know it was me without turning around? Of course it's you. I can smell your scent, Jiang Shui replied, her cheeks tinged with a blush. The flickering flames in the stove danced, casting a warm glow on her face, enhancing her allure. Li Jingxin instinctively swallowed, glanced around, and inquired, is Tuan Tuan still at her grandmother's house? She hasn't returned yet? Jiang Shui nodded, saying, that little glutton is dreaming about the fried fish at her grandparents' house. If she keeps eating like this, she'll become as plump as a little pig. A bit of extra weight can be quite endearing, Li Jingxin replied nonchalantly, before climbing onto the Kong, adopting a push-up position atop Jiang Shui. Noticing his intentions, Jiang Shui quickly pushed him away, exclaiming, what are you doing? Get off me. Li Jingxin, caught off guard, was genuinely pushed aside by Jiang Shui. However, he was not offended. Instead, a thought suddenly struck him, and he retrieved the dress from his bag. Wow, such a beautiful dress, Jiang Shui exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sight of the light green garment. With a beaming face, she asked, Jingxin, did you buy this specifically for me? Li Jingxin smirked. This is for my obedient and well-behaved wife, not just for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui burst into laughter, feigning a cute demeanor, and softly replied, am I not obedient and adorable? Not at all. You just pushed me away, neglecting your duties as a wife. No, I'll return this dress tomorrow. Absolutely not. Jiang Shui immediately panicked, embracing Li Jingxin tightly, her voice sweet and pleading, good husband, I'll keep it for you. As Jiang Shui spoke, she continuously caressed the fabric of her dress, revealing her evident fondness for it. Li Jingxin chuckled softly, gesturing towards his cheek. Jiang Shui immediately obliged, planting 2 fervent kisses upon him, before gracefully holding her long skirt and meticulously modeling it upon her figure. Observing his wife standing on the Kong, with her delicate, fair feet and flawless silhouette, ignited a fervor within Li Jingxin that surpassed even the flames of the stove. In an impulsive surge, he lunged forward, pinning Jiang Shui beneath him once more. What are you doing? Jiang Shui exclaimed in a flustered tone, don't ruin the dress. What is there to fear? If it gets damaged, I shall purchase you another, Li Jingxin replied gallantly, raising his hand to begin unfastening her dress buttons. With each motion, swathes of her supple skin were unveiled to his gaze. His hands roamed eagerly, causing Jiang Shui's breath to quicken and her eyes to grow increasingly dazed. Just as he was on the verge of completely surrendering her, a sudden childish voice broke through the moment. Mommy, Daddy, Grandma is calling you for dinner. At the sound of this, Li Jingxin sprang away from Jiang Shui, while she hurriedly snatched a nearby quilt to cover herself. At that moment, their little girl, Tuan Tuan, bounded into the room with her short legs, her face smeared with remnants of food as she beamed. Mommy, Daddy, hurry to Grandma's for dinner. The fried fish smells so good, and there's meat stewed with cabbage. Get up quickly, Tuan Tuan is so hungry. Li Jingxin sighed in exasperation, thinking to himself how he was even hungrier than she. This little girl had thwarted his anticipated feast. All right, I understand. Tell your grandma that your mother and I are full and will not be joining for dinner, he replied somewhat helplessly. Jiang Shui grasped Li Jingxin's hand, imploring, let us go? Yesterday we treated, and today, Mom has surely prepared a feast for us. If you don't go, she will be upset. Fine, Li Jingxin relented, shaking his head in resignation as he hastily tidied his clothes. Jiang Shui quickly donned her attire and carefully folded her long skirt, placing it in the wardrobe. Curiously, she then inquired, Jingshin, where did you purchase this dress? The craftsmanship and materials are truly exceptional. How much did it cost? Chapter 36. So expensive at her question. Li Jingshin paused momentarily. Jiang Shui chuckled softly, teasing, what's wrong? Are you upset? Once Tuan is asleep, I will accompany you again. Li Jingshin smiled awkwardly at her. Jiang Shui pressed further. Come on, tell me where you bought this dress. How much was it? After a brief hesitation, Li Jingshin replied. I can't quite recall which shop it was, but I believe it cost around 8 yuan. My goodness, that is quite expensive. Jiang Shui exclaimed, instantly feeling a pang of concern for the money. Li Jingshin patted her back reassuringly, saying, don't be so stingy. Your husband casually earns dozens of yuan a day. This amount is trivial. If you truly adore this dress, once we return, I shall go to the town and procure a few more for you. All right, she conceded. One is enough, Jiang Shui said with a hint of concern. You really should refrain from spending recklessly in the future. She then sighed. I truly had no idea that our town boasts such an exceptional tailor. The stitching, the craftsmanship, is simply remarkable. That tailor is indeed impressive. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshin could only manage an awkward smile, uncertain of how to respond. Urged by the little one, the trio made their way to Jiang Guoli's home, hand in hand. As soon as they stepped inside, Li Jingshin was greeted by the enticing aroma of meat. The table was laden with a large bowl of pork, cabbage, and vermicelli, stewed chicken with mushrooms, and several plates of dumplings. He immediately turned to his mother-in-law, Zhang Xun, saying, Mom, you truly have worked hard, preparing such a feast. Zhang Xun smiled brightly and replied, Oh, it's nothing at all. Good son-in-law, please, take a seat. Her warmth was beyond description. Strangely, she did not even glance at her own daughter, Jiang Shui, which left Jiang Shui feeling a twinge of bitterness as she pouted slightly. Jiang Hua leaned closer and whispered to Jiang Shui, It's evident that a mother-in-law's affection for her son-in-law only grows with time. Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, Stop teasing me, sister. You should find a man soon. That would make Mom even happier. Hearing this, Jiang Hua sighed and fell silent. With everyone gathered, dinner commenced. The two children, Jiang Shui and Tuan, were noisily enjoying their meal, while the towering Jiang Shu devoured his food with great speed. The others chatted casually while eating, creating a lively atmosphere at the table. In stark contrast, at Zhou Guohua's home, an air of desolation prevailed. Zhou Guohua and his father, Zhou Fugui, sat across from each other at the dining table, staring at the cornmeal buns and a plate of stir-fried vegetables, devoid of appetite. Zhou Guohua, with a sullen expression, remarked, The more I think about that day, the odder it seems. How could there not be a single fish online? They must not have used any imported buns. We've been fooled by the Jiang family. Zhou Fugui, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth and took a deep drag from his cigarette before saying, Jiang Guoli and his two boys lack the cunning for this. I believe this scheme was orchestrated by that despicable Li Jingshin. Zhou Guohua's anger flared further as he slammed his hand on the table, gritting his teeth. Indeed, it's that Li Jingshin, that scoundrel filled with malice. He even prompted Zhang Zhenming to have me write an apology. Now, we've left ourselves vulnerable, and we'll have to rely on Zhang Zhenming's whims going forward. After this exchange, both Zhou Guohua and Zhou Fugui's faces darkened further, as they continued to smoke, shrouded in gloom. After a while, Zhou Fugui spoke up. I've heard that the neighboring village has begun to distribute land. That scoundrel Zhang Zhenming will soon lose his arrogance. Thus, this leverage is of little consequence. Zhou Guohua nodded in agreement, saying, Once the land is distributed, no one will have any say over me. At that time, I shall reclaim my dignity. Reflecting on his kneeling figure upon the icy surface, Zhou Guohua felt an inferno of rage igniting within him. Zhou Fugui nodded and declared, We must devise a plan to deal with the Zhang and Jiang families properly, and that Li Jingshin must pay the price. Zhou Guohua emphatically nodded, exclaiming, That pretty boy. A mere wisp of wind could topple him. How does he deserve to wed such a stunning woman as Jiang Shui? The thought of it infuriates me. Hearing this, Zhou Fugui cast a wary glance at his son and cautioned, Guohua, there are matters we can pursue, yet some things must remain untouched. Li Jingshin is cunning, and if you provoke Jiang Shui, he might very well have you thrown in jail. In response, Zhou Guohua weakly nodded. As a solitary man in the village, he had long harbored feelings for the village beauty, Jiang Shui. Ever since Li Jingshin married her, his hatred for the man had deepened to the core. Simultaneously, he indulged in fantasies of luring Jiang Shui to the cornfields or small groves, imagining thrilling encounters. Yet, despite his mischievous intentions, he had never dared to act. Now, although his animosity towards Li Jingxin had intensified, he still lacked the courage to engage in such deeds. After all, Li Jingxin was far from an easy adversary. He was astute and formidable. Suddenly, Zhou Guohua's thoughts shifted to Jiang Shui's elder sister, Jiang Hua. Though 2 years older and not as physically appealing, she possessed a lovely face, a healthy wheat-colored complexion, and a vibrant, spirited personality. Contemplating this, Zhou Guohua's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Zhou Fugui took a drag from his cigarette and addressed his son. Moreover, there is something you must pay attention to. What is it, father? Zhou Guohua inquired absently, his mind still lingering on Jiang Hua's voluptuous figure. Our village may soon be dividing land, so you must strive to find a woman to marry. That way, our family can claim an additional share. What if I were to wed Jiang Hua, the second daughter of the Jiang family? What do you think? Zhou Guohua suddenly proposed. Stunned, Zhou Fugui gazed at his son, realization dawning. You intend to pursue the second daughter of the Jiang family? Zhou Guohua grinned and affirmed. If I were to bed Jiang Hua and marry her, the Jiang family would suffer a significant loss at our hands. Haha, they would be left with no recourse. Zhou Fugui pondered for a moment before responding. This may not be as straightforward as you think. Our families have a history. And Jiang Hua would never allow you to approach her. But it is all in human endeavor, father. Besides, as a woman, once she falls into my trap and succumbs to my advances, she would be at my mercy. At that point, the Jiang family will likely beg me to marry Jiang Hua. We would not only find satisfaction, but also gain an additional share of land. Once I have had my fill of her, I can simply cast her aside, and that would truly be a gratifying revenge. A sinister smile crept across Zhou Guohua's face as he indulged in his fantasies. Upon hearing this, Fu Gui furrowed his brow and, after a moment of silence, cautioned. You can undertake this matter, but do exercise utmost caution. Should anything go awry, the consequences will be dire. Father, you need not worry. Am I not a grown man capable of handling a mere woman? Anticipate my good news. Within 3 days, I shall leave the Jiang family in tears. Zhou Guohua declared, a newfound vigor coursing through him as he hastily finished his dinner. After a moment of contemplation, a nefarious smile graced his lips. He washed his face, shaved, and then ambled out the door, heading towards the home of the widow Li Chunhua, located at the western end of the village. Years prior, Li Chunhua's husband had tragically drowned while fishing, ensnared by underwater vegetation. Left a widow, she was not one to adhere strictly to societal norms. Whispers of her liaisons with various bachelors circulated throughout the village, one of whom was Zhou Guohua. Despite Zhou Guohua's lack of physical appeal and advancing age, Li Chunhua had no desire to share her bed with him. However, as the village's production team leader, engaging with him offered her certain privileges during work. Thus, she begrudgingly acquiesced to his advances. When Zhou Guohua unexpectedly arrived at her home late at night, Li Chunhua's expression was one of surprise. What brings you here? She inquired. Zhou Guohua responded with a mischievous grin. I simply missed you and wanted to check in. Do you truly miss me? If you did, why not marry me? Li Chunhua retorted, her face stern. Zhou Guohua, undeterred, groped her ample bosom and remarked, our zodiac signs are incompatible. Marriage would not be wise. Quickly brew me a pot of good tea. I shall be staying here tonight. I cannot have you here. It is inconvenient for me these days. You should return home. Li Chunhua replied coldly. With the impending dissolution of the production team, she was keen to sever ties with Zhou Guohua, the unattractive man. At that moment, Zhou Guohua pulled 2 coins from his pocket and thrust them into Li Chunhua's hand. Her expression shifted dramatically. What is the meaning of this? Do you take me for a prostitute? Zhou Guohua quickly shook his head, explaining, what do you mean? While I cannot marry you, you have attended to my needs countless times. You deserve some recompense. This money is for you to purchase eggs and pork to nourish yourself. Otherwise, should your figure diminish, it will no longer be pleasant to touch. With that, he groped her backside once more. Li Chunhua, who had initially worn a frosty demeanor, now beamed with a smile. You should sit on the kong while I prepare tea. You may rest here tonight. I assure you I will take good care of you. After sharing some tea, the two found themselves on the large kong, a bed that had borne witness to many encounters, engaging in their own activities. After their exertions, Zhou Guohua let out a long sigh. his body relaxing as he succumbed to exhaustion. He lay beside Li Chunhua, and although their encounter had concluded, he continued to caress her tenderly. Li Chunhua felt a sense of bewilderment. Wrapping herself in her clothing, she sat up and inquired of Zhou Guohua, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Zhou Guohua was taken aback and responded, "Why do you ask that? After all this time, when have you ever given me money? Even after our affair, you still treat me like this? You must have something you need from me. Hurry and tell me what it is." With a serious demeanor, Li Chunhua pressed for answers. Zhou Guohua couldn't help but admire the woman's perceptiveness and chuckled awkwardly. "You are quite astute, truly a female version of Zhuge Liang. Stop flattering me and get to the point." Consequently, Zhou Guohua divulged his plan to deal with Jiang Hua and sought her assistance. Upon hearing this, Li Chunhua hastily returned the money she had tucked away in her clothes, exclaiming, "I refuse to partake in such unscrupulous deeds. It could lead to dire consequences. You, a widow, what children could you possibly have?" Zhou Guohua lit a cigarette and replied nonchalantly, "Regardless, I will not engage. The Zhang family is not to be trifled with, and besides, village chief Zhang Jinming is related to them. I shall not wade into these murky waters," Li Chunhua stated resolutely. Hearing her words, Zhou Guohua clenched his teeth and retrieved 20 yuan from his pocket, offering it to Li Chunhua. Her eyes sparkled at the sight. "So, will you assist me with this matter?" Zhou Guohua inquired with a stern expression. "I will, but you must ensure everything goes smoothly. No mistakes are allowed." Zhou Guohua nodded repeatedly, assuring her, "Rest assured, my plan is flawless and will not falter." Li Chunhua nodded in agreement, stashing the 20 yuan beneath the bedding. Then, beaming with delight, she leaned closer to Zhou Guohua, her hand wandering to caress him. "What are you doing?" Zhou Guohua asked, feeling a wave of fatigue. "Oh, it's a rare occasion for you to visit. Let me attend to you once more," Li Chunhua purred sweetly. No, I need to save my strength. I still have to deal with that Jiang woman," Zhou Guohua hastily replied, already in a state of caution. Early the next morning, the men of the Jiang family took their fishing nets to the river, while the women busied themselves with their tasks. Jiang Hua, with a single yuan in hand, carried an oil drum towards the market in the neighboring village. Business had been brisk in recent days, and she needed to purchase more oil. Just as she stepped out of Xiaoxi village, she encountered Li Chunhua, clad in a red cotton coat. Upon seeing Jiang Hua, Li Chunhua's eyes lit up, and she eagerly approached, saying, "Jiang Hua, are you also heading to the market? Let us go together." Jiang Hua paused, momentarily surprised. Li Chunhua's notorious reputation was well known throughout Xiaoxi village. She had never interacted with this woman before, but recognizing the warmth of her approach, she eventually nodded and replied, "All right then, let us go together. Here, let me help you with that oil drum." Li Chunhua wore a joyous expression and spoke with enthusiasm. Chapter 38, Flattering Words. Li Chunhua's sudden warmth left Jiang Hua somewhat bewildered. She repeatedly gestured with her hands, saying, no need, I can carry it myself." "All right," Li Chunhua nodded. And the two of them set off towards the market in the neighboring village. As they walked, Li Chunhua took the initiative to engage Jiang Hua in conversation. She sought to endear herself to Jiang Hua and bridge the gap between them, naturally showering her with compliments. Although Jiang Hua was reluctant to engage too much with Li Chunhua, the journey brought them considerably closer. Once Jiang Hua completed her purchase of oil, Li Chunhua volunteered to assist her in carrying it. Jiang Hua quickly declined, saying, "No, thank you, sister-in-law, I can manage." "Oh, why be so polite? We are from the same village and part of the same production team. Even though you are now in the subsidiary group, we are still like sisters." "There's no need for such formality," Li Chunhua replied warmly, and without further ado, she grabbed a bucket of oil to help Jiang Hua. With assistance, Jiang Hua felt considerably lighter. She thought that although Li Chunhua's demeanor was questionable, her enthusiasm was quite amiable, prompting her to engage in conversation as well. The two of them returned to Jiang's home, where Jiang Hua's mother, Zhang Xiyun, was tidying up the courtyard. Jiang Guoli and his two sons were busy weaving a new fishing net. Li Jingxin was also in the yard. He had just translated 2 articles and was then watching the group play. Upon seeing Jiang Hua and Li Chunhua enter the courtyard with the oil bucket, they all paused in surprise. They had previously worked in the same production team as Li Chunhua, but the Jiang family was well regarded, whereas Li Chunhua was surrounded by scandal, resulting in little interaction between the two families. Now, witnessing Jiang Hua and Li Chunhua laughing and chatting, they appeared somewhat taken aback. "I'm back. Jiang Hua called out to her mother. Zhang Zuyin chuckled lightly, saying, "Oh, that was quite fast." Jiang Hua smiled back and explained to Li Chunhua, "Yes, I happened to run into Sister Li, who helped me carry a bucket of oil. That's why I returned so quickly." Afterward, she turned to Li Chunhua and said, "Sister Li, I truly appreciate your help." Li Chunhua smiled and replied, "Oh, there's no need for such courtesy. We are from the same village." Hearing their exchange, Zhang Zuyin interjected, "Oh, Chunhua, thank you so much. Please have a seat. Let me pour you a cup of tea." Although she was reluctant to engage with a woman like Li Chunhua, she felt compelled to express her gratitude since Li Chunhua had helped her daughter. Jiang Hua added, "Yes, Sister Li, just place the oil bucket here. Please sit down and enjoy a cup of tea." At that moment, however, Li Chunhua shook her head, setting down the oil bucket and saying, No, you are all busy. I wouldn't want to disturb you. Jiang Hua, let us chat another time. I must take my leave now." With that, she turned and departed promptly. Observing her swift exit, Zhang Ziyun breathed a silent sigh of relief. As soon as Li Chunhua's figure vanished from sight, she immediately tugged at Jiang Zhenghua's sleeve, her expression tinged with anxiety. "Zhenghua, what is the matter with you? Are you not aware of Li Chunhua's reputation in the village? Why did you go so close to her?" Zhenghua, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "I encountered her at the market. She initiated a conversation with me, and I couldn't very well refuse. Besides, she offered to carry the oil barrel back for me, which I consider a kindness. Mother, I think Li Chunhua is quite a decent person." Ba ba ba. Zhang Ziyun's face darkened as she spat several times, then admonished, regardless of her character, "You must keep your distance. Are you unaware of her reputation in the village? Jianghua, you are still an unmarried young woman. Associating with such individuals will tarnish your name. What man would dare to take you then? Our Jiang family prides itself on being respectable." At this moment, Jiang Guoli coughed lightly and interjected, "Jianghua, your mother is correct. Do not befriend such disorderly individuals. It is detrimental to you." Although Jianghua was initially wary of Li Chunhua, her parents' admonishing tone made her uncomfortable. She replied in a calm manner, "I find Li Chunhua to be quite amiable and warm-hearted. Furthermore, the gossips circulating in the village may not necessarily reflect the truth. Please refrain from indulging in idle chatter. Have you lost your mind, girl?" Zhang Ziyun's face turned a shade darker, while Jianghua shrugged and walked directly back to her room. Zhang Ziyun followed her to the door, continuing her tirade, but Jianghua inside said nothing. Tuan blinked her large eyes, observing the scene with a look of confusion. "Daddy, why does Grandma speak of Auntie like that?" Li Jingshan responded, "Because your aunt is careless in choosing friends and might associate with the wrong crowd." "Wrong crowd? Is it that Auntie from earlier? She helped Auntie carry things, so she must be a good person," Tuan remarked, her eyes wide. Li Jingshan shook his head and clarified, "Not everyone who offers help is virtuous. Some who approach with overt kindness may actually harbor ill intentions." Tuan blinked again, bewildered, feeling as though her father was speaking in riddles. Zhang Ziyun continued her discontented monologue from the doorway. Jiang Shu, engrossed in his work, could no longer restrain himself and said, "Mother, please stop nagging. Jianghua is an adult now. She knows what kind of friends to choose. Moreover, Li Chunhua's willingness to assist does not make her a bad person." At this, Jiang Guoli furrowed his brow but remained silent. Meanwhile, Jiang Hai took a serious tone and stated, "Jiang Shu, you are mistaken. Li Chunhua is certainly not a good person. Jianghua is not yet married and must not get too close to such a woman, lest her reputation be ruined." At this juncture, Jiang Guoli chimed in. "Did you hear that? Your elder brother is right. Are you not using your head when you speak?" Jiang Shu, reprimanded, lowered his head in embarrassment. He rose to his feet, lit a cigarette for himself, and distanced himself from his father and elder brother, wandering over to Li Jingshan's side. After handing Li Jingshan a cigarette, he whispered, "Do you think our parents are making a mountain out of a molehill? I don't believe that Li Chunhua is as terrible as they say." Li Jingshan shook his head and replied, "Li Chunhua is certainly no decent woman. Moreover, if our second sister grows too close to her, it will undoubtedly bring no benefits. Your mother's current stance is also for your sister's own good. How do you know Li Chunhua isn't a respectable woman?" Jiang Shu asked, somewhat unconvinced. Chapter 39. Iron Fool. Looking at this Navi fool, Li Jingshan felt somewhat exasperated. He glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, before leaning closer to Jiang Shu's ear and quietly confiding, "During my time working at the production team, I once found myself alone with Li Chunhua. This woman kept throwing me flirtatious glances and making suggestive remarks. What? How shameless is she? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shu's expression darkened, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Li Jingshan quickly shot him a warning glance, urging him to keep his voice down, and continued. I ignored her after that, and she ceased her advances. However, I can assure you that she is not a woman of good character. It's certainly wise for your sister to maintain her distance from Li Chunhua. I understand. Jiang Shu nodded earnestly, then curiously inquired, when she was flirting with you, were you married to my sister? Li Jingshan nodded. Jiang Shu gritted his teeth and muttered under his breath, what a brazen woman. All right, let's not dwell on that. Over the next few days, keep a close eye on Li Chunhua and see if she approaches your sister again. I recall that Li Chunhua tends to keep to herself and rarely converses with other women. Her sudden interest in your sister might indicate ulterior motives. Rest assured, I will be vigilant regarding this matter, Jiang Shu replied solemnly. Li Jingshan smiled and cautioned, one must harbor no malicious intent, yet always remain wary of others. Should Li Chunhua display any suspicious behavior, you must inform me immediately. We cannot allow your sister to fall into her trap. Understood, Jiang Shu nodded in agreement. Then, he hesitated momentarily before saying, even if Li Chunhua has questionable morals, she shouldn't have any designs on my sister, right? After all, our family isn't wealthy. What could she possibly gain from us? Suspicious behavior often harbors hidden motives. It is prudent to be cautious, Li Jingshan responded gravely. The following morning, as the Jiang family was just rising, a knock sounded at the door. Zhang Xiun opened the courtyard gate, puzzled, and was greeted by Li Chunhua, clad in a bright red cotton coat. Aunt Zhang, I am here to see Jiang Hua, Li Chunhua said with a smile. Zhang Xiun furrowed her brow and asked, is there something you need? Li Chunhua nodded and replied, yes, yesterday I was chatting with Jiang Hua, and I heard that your family needs a lot of oil to fry fish. Coincidentally, I have a relative from Xiaolin village who produces oil. Their prices are 3 times cheaper per pound than the market. I wanted to introduce you to them. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Xiun was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, their fish frying endeavors required a substantial amount of oil, approximately 20 pounds per month. With each pound costing a mere 30 cents less, they could save 6 yuan monthly, which seemed rather advantageous. Yet, upon observing Li Chunhua's enthusiastic smile, Zhang Xiun found herself in a quandary. She was reluctant to allow Jiang Hua to associate with a woman of dubious reputation, but the prospect of saving money was enticing. As she hesitated, Jiang Hua emerged from the room. Spotting Li Chunhua, he greeted her with a smile and inquired about her purpose. Li Chunhua recounted her relative's oil-selling venture, and Jiang Hua's interest piqued. In disbelief, he exclaimed, is that true? A 30-cent discount per pound? Indeed, replied Li Chunhua, nodding earnestly. You use quite a bit of oil. A 30-cent reduction per pound could lead to significant savings over a year. Yes, Jiang Hua affirmed, expressing his gratitude. Sisterly, thank you so much for being so considerate of our family's affairs. Oh, no need for such formalities. Are you free now? If so, bring your oil barrels and accompany me to my relative's place to buy oil. Their oil is of excellent quality, and if we delay, it may sell out. Absolutely. I have time, Jiang Hua replied eagerly. Just then, Zhang Xian interjected, Jiang Hua, Xiaolin village is several miles away. Perhaps we should send your brother Jiang Shu instead. Jiang Hua shook his head. No, he is busy fishing every day and works hard. It will suffice for Sister Li and me to go. Li Chunhua quickly added, yes. Aunt Zhang, you needn't worry. I am quite familiar with the route. There will be no issues. Hearing this, Zhang Xiun reluctantly nodded in agreement. Jiang Hua gathered 2 oil barrels and, mounting his bicycle, set off with Li Chunhua towards Xiaolin village. After roughly 10 minutes, Jiang Shu, who had been sleeping in the adjacent room, finally stirred. After a quick wash, he entered the kitchen and noticed only his mother busying herself. Curiously, he asked Mom, where's my second sister? Zhang Suiyun replied, she went to buy oil. Oil? Didn't she just buy some yesterday? Jiang Shu queried, puzzled. Zhang Suiyun explained. Li Chunhua mentioned that her relatives are selling oil at a discount of 30 cents per pound, so she took Jiang Hua to purchase some. Where are they buying it? Jiang Shu pressed. They said they were going to Xiaolin village. At this, Jiang Shu's expression changed, and he retorted, there can't be such cheap oil. Moreover, my second sister has only just had a brief interaction with Li Chunhua, and now there's this opportunity? It seems rather suspicious, doesn't it? Is it too good to be true? I have a feeling that Li Chunhua is up to no good. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xian felt a pang of unease and hesitantly remarked, could it really be? She wouldn't harm your sister without reason, would she? Yesterday, Li Jingshan mentioned that Li Chunhua has always been a solitary figure, never seen helping anyone. Her sudden eagerness certainly raises some red flags. Jiang Shu recalled Li Jingshan's words and spoke with a grave tone. Zhang Xian was immediately flustered and exclaimed, your sister has been out for 10 minutes. Something must have happened. Observing his mother's anxious demeanor, Jiang Shu hurriedly reassured her, do not worry. I shall go find Li Jingshan and seek a solution. With that, Jiang Shu set down the bun he was holding and swiftly dashed out. Li Jingshan had just finished washing his face when he saw Jiang Shu rush through the courtyard gate. Noticing the look of panic on his face, Li Jingshan felt an ominous premonition. What is going on? Is there trouble? He inquired. Jiang Shu nodded, saying, this morning, Li Chunhua mentioned she was taking my sister to buy cheap oil, and she left with her. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan's expression grew grave as he murmured, what a coincidence. Li Chunhua must have malicious intent. We must quickly go to Xiaolin village to find them. If my sister is harmed, it will be dire. Jiang Shu said, his anxiety palpable. In response, however, Li Jingshan shook his head. Jingshan, why are you dawdling? We need to hurry and rescue her. Jiang Shu urged, his voice rising in urgency. Calm down. Let me ponder this situation carefully, Li Jingshan replied in a low voice. Listen, my second sister has been deceived. And you are here pondering? We must hurry to Xiaolin village. Jiang Shu exclaimed, his face flushed with anxiety, his large eyes fixed on Li Jingshan. Li Jingshan furrowed his brows and said, if Li Chunhua harbors ill intentions, can her words truly be trusted? Will she genuinely take your sister to Xiaolin village? This question momentarily stunned Jiang Shu, whose face was etched with worry as he responded, what should we do then? We cannot just stand here. Should we call the police? Calling the police is useless. By the time they arrive, it will be at least noon, Li Jingshan replied, somewhat impatiently. Please be quiet for a moment. I need to think. All right, fine, Jiang Shu conceded, finally quieting down. Li Jingshan closed his eyes, contemplating in silence for a moment, and then opened them, saying, I need to ask you a few questions, and you must answer them accurately. Okay, Jiang Shu nodded eagerly. Li Jingshan inquired, has your family had any prior interactions with Li Chunhua? Any grudges? Jiang Shu immediately shook his head. Our Jiang family conducts itself honorably. Who would dare to provoke someone like Li Chunhua, known for her scandals? We might not have even exchanged a word in the past couple of years. Past grievances do not exist. Recent enmities do not either, Li Jingshan murmured, his brow furrowing deeper. He then looked at Jiang Shu and asked, has your family offended anyone recently? We have always been straightforward. How could we have offended anyone? We never bully others. How could we have made enemies? Jiang Shu instinctively replied, but then suddenly recalled, if we did offend anyone, it would be Zhou Guohua and Zhou Fugawei. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan nodded, a sudden realization darkening his expression. This is bad. It must be Zhou Guohua. He is using Li Chunhua to take revenge on your sister. On what grounds can he command Li Chunhua? Jiang Shu inquired with a hint of astonishment. Li Jingshan cast him a disapproving glance and remarked, you truly lack awareness. Everyone in the production team knows that Li Chunhua is entangled with Zhou Guohua. Zhou Guohua seeks revenge against us, and thus has targeted your second sister, Jiang Hua. If he were to confront us directly, we would be on guard, so he has enlisted the help of his mistress, the notorious Li Chunhua. Upon hearing Li Jingshan's astute deductions, Jiang Shu's expression darkened as the realization struck him. It must be so. After we forced Zhou Guohua to kneel on the ice last time, he certainly cannot let that humiliation slide. This spells trouble. My second sister is in danger. As he spoke, beads of sweat formed on Jiang Shu's forehead. Jiang Shui, who had remained silent until now, hurriedly approached, exclaiming, Jingshan, what should we do? That scoundrel Zhou Guohua is the worst. My second sister knows nothing and could be in grave peril. Li Jingshan grasped Jiang Shui's hand and reassured her, do not panic. Now that we have identified the instigator, we can find your second sister. Jiang Shu, let us hasten to Zhou Guohua's residence. Jiang Shu nodded and picked up a firewood stick from Li Jingshan's kitchen before the two rushed toward Zhou Guohua's home. Upon arriving at Zhou Guohua's house in a fit of rage, they were surprised to find the courtyard gate locked. Jiang Shu shouted a couple of times with no response, and then kicked the gate forcefully, but it remained silent. At that moment, their neighbor, Old Man Sun, emerged, looking at the two with curiosity. What are you two up to? He asked. Jiang Shu eagerly inquired, Old Man's son. Do you know where that rascal Zhou Guohua has gone? Old Man's son contemplated for a moment before replying. He didn't go to work at the production team today. I heard he was headed to the little wooden cabin by the orchard at the edge of our village to fix the windows. That fellow is truly disorganized, forsaking work points to tinker with windows. Do you think his mind is unhinged? Are you sure he went to the orchard's cabin? Li Jingshan pressed on. I saw him walking that way just as I was out for a stroll. He even chatted with me for a bit, Old Man's son confirmed. Hearing this, Li Jingshan and Jiang Shu exchanged glances and immediately sprinted toward the orchard at the village's edge. Meanwhile, a little earlier, Li Chunhua and Jiang Hua were riding their bicycles toward Xiaolin village. The sun had just risen, casting a warm golden glow on their faces. And Jiang Hua wore a radiant smile. She thought to herself that if the oil prices were indeed lower this time, they could purchase more and save a considerable amount for the family. However, just as she was about to leave Xiaoxi village, Li Chunhua suddenly exclaimed in distress and jumped off her bicycle. Sister-in-law, what is wrong? Jiang Hua quickly applied the brakes and dismounted, her concern evident. Li Chunhua crouched down, furrowing her brow and clutching her foot, lamenting, I cannot fathom what is happening. My foot suddenly aches intensely, as if the bones have fractured. Jiang Hua was taken aback and felt a twinge of confusion. How could such an incident occur while Li Chunhua was riding her bicycle without a hitch? Yet, upon witnessing her expression of agony, she hastily inquired, Can you still ride? If not, I can take you to the clinic on my bike. Ouch, ouch. Li Chunhua cried out in pain once more, shaking her head and gesturing to Jiang Hua. The pain is unbearable. I can hardly move. Then quickly get on my bike. I'll take you to the clinic, Jiang Hua insisted. Li Chunhua shook her head again and glanced towards a nearby small wooden cabin, saying, I feel dreadful and just want to rest my foot, but it's too cold here. The wind is quite discomforting. Jiang Hua, could you please help me to that cabin? I wish to sit for a while. Perhaps resting will alleviate my discomfort. The cabin had been uninhabited for several months, and its interior might be covered in mold. Moreover, the day was not particularly cold, which made Jiang Hua hesitant as she responded, The cabin is dirty and damp. It's best if we avoid it. Oh, I truly feel awful. Stop hesitating and assist me to that cabin. Just for a moment, Li Chunhua urged, her anxiety evident. Seeing her pained expression, Jiang Hua could not afford to ponder further. She reluctantly nodded and helped Li Chunhua towards the cabin. Chapter 41. A foreboding sense upon pushing open the cabin door. Jiang Hua was unexpectedly greeted by a sight of cleanliness, suggesting someone had tidied the space. Devoid of any musty odor, Li Chunhua collapsed onto a small wooden bed inside, pulling Jiang Hua down beside her. With gratitude, she expressed, Thank you so much, Jiang Hua, for allowing me to rest here. Once I recover a bit, we can go buy some oil together. What on earth is happening? Why is your foot hurting so suddenly? Jiang Hua asked, her face a mask of bewilderment. Li Chunhua merely shook her head, dismissing the inquiry with an air of uncertainty, claiming that she too was unaware of the situation. At that moment, Jiang Hua was engulfed in confusion, a nagging sense of foreboding creeping into her mind. Suddenly, she heard footsteps outside. Turning her head, she saw the door of the cabin creak open, revealing the grotesque face of a man, Zhou Guohua. Upon seeing Zhou Guohua's malicious grin, Jiang Hua's heart sank. She quickly turned to Li Chunhua, only to find her avoiding eye contact, betraying her unease. Fear gripped Jiang Hua even more tightly. She stepped forward, intending to flee the cabin, but Zhou Guohua raised his hand to block her path. What do you think you're doing? Jiang Hua demanded coldly. Zhou Guohua, still sporting a wicked smile, retorted, Jiang Hua, since you've come here, you shall not leave so easily. What do you want? Jiang Hua's heart raced as she struggled to maintain her composure. Zhou Guohua sneered, What else could I want? Naturally, I intend to have my way with you. Jiang Hua, do not blame me for my dark heart. It is your Jiang family that has gone too far. If I do not have my way with you, I shall never quell the fury within me. Step aside, you scoundrel. Jiang Hua shouted in anger, attempting to storm out. At that moment, Zhou Guohua unexpectedly produced a small spray bottle from his pocket and aimed it at Jiang Hua's face, spraying her directly. A sudden chill enveloped her face, and an odd scent filled her nostrils. Almost instantaneously, she felt the world spin, her body weakened, and she collapsed into Zhou Guohua's arms. Seeing this, Zhou Guohua's smirk broadened as he dragged her to the bed in the small wooden cabin. With a wicked grin, he reached for her clothing buttons. Just then, Li Chunhua spoke up. I must say, you truly intend to take advantage of her, don't you? Jiang Hua is still an untouched maiden. Zhou Guohua shot her a sidelong glance and replied, what can be done now that we have come this far? You must ensure that the aftermath is handled properly. If Jiang Hua reveals this incident, both of us could end up in prison. Rest assured, once I have had my way with her, what can she possibly do? The Jiang family will have no choice but to marry her off to me. Otherwise, she will be a woman who has been used, and who would want her then? Zhou Guohua was filled with confidence, and indeed, in these times, traditional and conservative mindsets prevail. Such incidents occasionally transpire in the village. Typically, the victimized woman does not report the crime but chooses to marry her assailant, as otherwise, it becomes exceedingly difficult for her to find a respectable husband. Zhou Guohua was well aware of this mentality, which emboldened his audacity. As he gazed at the serene Jiang Hua lying on the bed, excitement coursed through him, and he began to unfasten his belt. Observing his demeanor, Li Chunhua curled her lip and turned to leave. Zhou Guohua hastily called out, where do you think you're going? I'm going out. Are you really expecting me to witness your sordid encounter with her? Li Chunhua replied, feeling a pang of bitterness. Oh, come now, what a thrill it would be. You cannot leave. If the villagers were to see, it would be difficult to explain, Zhou Guohua insisted, swiftly shutting the door of the cabin. Li Chunhua, with a resigned nod, stood at the entrance, watching as Zhou Guohua approached Jiang Hua, eagerly shedding his outer garment. A tragic event seemed imminent. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the cabin. What is happening? Zhou Guohua, upon hearing the noise, retracted his hand from Jiang Hua. I do not know, Li Chunhua whispered back. As the footsteps drew closer, both felt their hearts race, followed by a loud crash. The door to the small cabin was forcefully kicked open, and at the forefront was Jiang Hua's younger brother, Jiang Shu. Having overheard Zhou Guohua's voice outside, he burst into the cabin, his eyes widening upon seeing Zhou Guohua and Li Chunhua standing there in alarm, while his sister Jiang Hua lay unconscious on the bed. Fortunately, the clothes on Jiang Hua remained intact, indicating he had not suffered any harm, which allowed Jiang Shu to breathe a sigh of relief. He then cast a murderous glare towards Zhou Guohua. Zhou, already intimidated by the towering presence of Jiang Shu, now, in his guilty panic, retreated repeatedly, exclaiming, Jiang Shu, this is a misunderstanding, misunderstanding my foot. Jiang Shu erupted in a furious tirade as he lunged at Zhou Guohua. Zhou's face turned pale, and in his frantic state, he tightened his grip around the small spray bottle containing the tranquilizer, hastily directing it towards Jiang Shu. Reacting instinctively, Jiang Shu dodged slightly but still inhaled some of the mist from the bottle. Instantly, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his body began to weaken. Seeing this, Zhou Guohua let out a long breath of relief and lifted his hand to spray Jiang Shu again. However, at that moment, with a resounding crack, a stick swung through the air, striking Zhou Guohua's hand and causing the spray bottle to clatter to the ground. The assailant was none other than Li Jingshan, who had followed Jiang Shu into the room. Zhou Guohua's expression shifted dramatically as he bent down to retrieve the spray bottle, only to be sent sprawling to the ground by a swift kick from Li Jingshan. At this juncture, Jiang Shu had finally regained his composure, fighting through the dizziness as he pinned Zhou Guohua to the floor. Zhou struggled desperately, but Jiang Shu, weighing over 200 pounds, was far too formidable for him to escape. Li Jingshan swiftly procured a piece of grass rope from the small wooden house and bound Zhou Guohua's legs tightly. Let me go, I beg you. Please, release me, Zhou cried out, resembling a large crab in his bindings. In response, Jiang Shu delivered a hefty kick to him. Jiang Shu then removed his shoes and stuffed his week-old, odorous socks into Zhou Guohua's mouth, silencing him completely. Subsequently, Jiang Shu seized a stick and swung it towards Zhou Guohua's head. Chapter 42. Please do not call the police. As Jiang Shu prepared to deliver a crushing blow to Zhou Guohua's skull, Li Chunhua's face turned ashen with fear, her body trembling uncontrollably. Li Jingshan's expression also shifted dramatically. He urgently pushed Jiang Shu away. Jiang Shu, calm down. Taking a life comes with consequences. If you kill him, your own future is ruined. He seized the stick from Jiang Shu, solemnly advising him. Jiang Shu took a couple of deep breaths, regaining his composure, and nodded at Li Jingshan. He then inquired, Jingshan, what should we do now? Should we call the police? Upon hearing this, Li Chunhua collapsed to her knees, crying out, Li Jingshan, Jiang Shu, please, I beg you, do not call the police. I was coerced by Zhou Guohua. He forced me into this. It's not my fault. I implore you, please, do not report this. Shut your mouth. Li Jingshan snapped coldly, his face a mask of fury. Li Chuanhua's heart trembled, and she hurriedly covered her mouth, falling silent as she knelt quietly on the floor. Jingshan, should we report this? Jiang Shu looked at Li Jingshan with an inquiring gaze. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jingshan replied, if we call the police now, it would be tantamount to catching him red-handed. However, your sister would undoubtedly be implicated. The villagers, unaware of the circumstances, would likely claim that Zhou Guohua has succeeded. At that point, your sister's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Shu's expression darkened slightly, and he gritted his teeth, saying, what should we do then? Are we just going to let that bastard Zhou Guohua go free? Li Jingshan pondered briefly before asserting, it's not that simple. Today he must either face dire consequences or suffer greatly. What do you suggest? I am entirely at your disposal. Jiang Shu, aware of Li Jingshan's resourcefulness, expressed his trust. After a moment's deliberation, Li Jingshan crouched down and delivered several sharp slaps to the terrified Zhou Guohua. Blood trickled from Zhou Guohua's lips, and his nose began to bleed profusely. At that moment, Li Jingshan removed the foul sock from Zhou Guohua's mouth and coldly inquired, do you wish to go to prison, or do you prefer to settle this privately? Let's settle it privately. Zhou Guohua hastily replied, given that he was caught red-handed. If the police were involved, he would undoubtedly face several years behind bars. Thus, he had no choice but to agree to a private settlement. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan nodded and stated, very well, our method of settlement is quite straightforward. We will break one of your legs. What? Zhou Guohua shivered at the words, his face turning ashen. Li Jingshan, you are being excessively ruthless. I can compensate you. I can offer you a substantial sum. If you break my leg, I won't be able to get out of bed for a year. I would be reduced to begging. Li Jingshan coldly smiled and replied, this is the consequence of your misdeeds. The choice is yours. You can either break your own leg or face imprisonment. According to current laws, you would be looking at a minimum of 5 years. Zhou Guohua shuddered at this, and after a moment of silence, he reluctantly nodded and said, I accept having one of my legs broken, provided you promise not to involve the police. Agreed, Li Jingshan affirmed, then pulled out a small notebook and pen from his pocket. He instructed Zhou Guohua, I will release your hands now. You are to write down everything you did today and affix your fingerprint. This will finalize our agreement, and then you will break your own leg. And we shall speak of this no more. Zhou Guohua's face was pale as he hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Li Jingshan then instructed Jiang Shu to pick up the stick and stand guard. As he released Zhou Guohua's hands, Zhou Guohua wiped his tears and began to document his actions in the notebook. Afterward, he wiped the blood from his face and pressed his fingerprint onto the page. Li Jingshan picked up a notebook and glanced at it, nodding in satisfaction before saying, very well, you may proceed to inflict harm upon yourself. Zhou Guohua nodded, tears streaming uncontrollably down his face. He could hardly believe he had been driven to this point, coerced by Li Jingshan into breaking his own leg. Facing the menacing Jiang Shu beside him, he found himself utterly powerless. As Li Jingshan untied the ropes binding him, Zhou Guohua struggled to stand, tentatively moving his limbs before accepting the stick that Li Jingshan extended to him. Taking a deep breath, he swung the stick a couple of times, then pleaded, Li Jingshan, could you possibly spare me? I am willing to compensate you, even 500 yuan. I do not have that much on hand, but I can borrow it. Li Jingshan spat directly in Zhou Guohua's face, coldly reprimanding him. You are guilty beyond redemption. Do you believe that money can absolve your sins? Now get on with it. Zhou Guohua, if you continue your whining, I will not hesitate to deal with you myself. Jiang Shu warned icily, clutching the wooden stick. Feeling the weight of Jiang Shu's threatening presence, Zhou Guohua instinctively took a step back, gripping the stick tightly as he aimed it at his leg. With a heart-wrenching scream, he struck his leg with all his might. Bang! The dull thud echoed, followed by a series of anguished cries. Unfortunately, Zhou Guohua did not succeed in breaking his leg, and under the cold gazes of Li Jingshan and Uncle Jiang, he was compelled to try again. Bang! Another heavy sound reverberated, accompanied by a cry of distress. His leg remained intact, but Zhou Guohua's complexion turned as pale as a ghost. The intense agony caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Li Chuanhua, who was kneeling on the ground, was drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably. This relentless self-infliction was pushing Zhou Guohua's sanity to the brink. Through tears, he sobbed, "Li Jingxin, I truly cannot break my own leg. If not, would you lend a hand? Let me do it. I've been itching to hit you." Jiang Shu interjected eagerly, casting an inquiring glance at Li Jingxin. Li Jingxin nodded in response, prompting Jiang Shu to step towards Zhou Guohua. Zhou Guohua's face drained of color as he cautioned, "Be gentle. Quit your nonsense." Jiang Shu barked. Then with a swift kick, he sent Zhou Guohua sprawling to the ground. Raising the stick, he swung it down towards Zhou Guohua's calf. Bang! The sound resonated sharply as Zhou Guohua's leg snapped with a sickening crack. He let out a piercing scream, tears pouring from his eyes. Chapter 43. A feast after a chorus of anguished cries, Zhou Guohua fainted from the pain. Observing his state, Jiang Shu delivered a couple more kicks for good measure. Following this, he joined Li Jingxin at the small wooden bed, where they found that the sister's clothing was intact and her breathing was steady. They exchanged a glance and nodded in mutual understanding. Their gaze then shifted simultaneously to Li Chunhua, who remained kneeling on the ground. Li Chunhua gazed at the prostrate Zhou Guohua, his leg broken and unconscious on the ground, resembling a lifeless dog, and her heart had already turned to ice. In this moment, she dared not utter a single breath, quietly awaiting the judgment of Li Jingxin and Jiang Shu. "What shall we do with this wretched woman?" Jiang Shu inquired. Li Jingxin hesitated, uncertain of how to deal with her. Surely, he could not break her leg as well? At that moment, trembling all over, Li Chunhua raised her hand and began to strike her own face. Slap, slap, slap. She struck with great force, sparing no leniency. Amidst her self-inflicted punishment, she apologized to Li Jingxin and Jiang Shu. "I am not human. I was merely deceived by Zhou Guohua. I should not have believed his vile words. Forgive me." As she spoke, she continued to deliver harsh blows to her own cheeks. Li Jingxin and Jiang Shu watched coldly, remaining silent. After approximately 10 minutes, Li Chunhua's face had swollen grotesquely, resembling that of a pig, with blood streaming from the corners of her mouth. At that moment, Jiang Hua, who had been sleeping soundly, finally emitted a faint groan from her throat. Gradually, she blinked her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. She beheld Zhou Guohua sprawled on the ground, and Li Chunhua kneeling and relentlessly striking herself, a look of confusion washing over her face. Then, recalling something, her expression shifted to one of fear. "Sister, are you all right?" Jiang Shu grasped Jiang Hua's hand, concern etched across his features. Jiang Hua inspected her clothing and recalled the events that transpired, asking with a hint of trepidation, "Did you and Jingxin save me?" "Indeed. It was Jingxin who deduced that Zhou Guohua intended to harm you. We rushed here immediately. Sister, we have already broken that scoundrel's leg. If you are still unsatisfied, I could break the other one as well," Jiang Shu replied. At this moment, Jiang Hua was finally reassured that she had not been harmed. She exhaled a relieved sigh, then shook her head and said, "Let this matter end here. It is my fault for being so foolish as to believe in the allure of an easy fortune. I am grateful to you both. Otherwise, I would have faced dire consequences today." With tears glistening in her eyes, Jiang Hua looked at Jiang Shu and Li Jingxin. Subsequently, Jiang Shu squatted down and recounted Li Jingxin's actions. Upon learning how steadfastly he had defended her honor, Jiang Hua was moved to tears, nodding at Li Jingxin. Her voice trembling, "Jingxin, I truly thank you. You have saved my life." Li Jingxin smiled gently and replied, "Sister, we are family. Let us not speak in formalities." "Yes, thank you," Jiang Hua replied earnestly, nodding vigorously, the glistening tears streaming unabated from her eyes. Once Jiang Hua was assured of her well-being, Jiang Shu supported her as they departed the small wooden cabin with Li Jingxin. Upon returning to the Jiang family, they were met by a gathering of anxious relatives, who immediately encircled them, each one eager to inquire about their ordeal. Li Jingxin spoke with a calm demeanor as he recounted the events that had transpired. Upon hearing his words, the crowd collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, casting grateful glances in his direction. "Jingxin, we truly owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, my foolish daughter would have been ruined," Jiang Guohua remarked earnestly, gazing at Li Jingxin. Zhang Xiyun also expressed her gratitude, saying, "Jingxin, I cannot thank you enough. Without you, I truly would not know what to do." Village head Zhang Jinming, present at the Jiang residence, nodded towards Li Jingxin after learning the full story, exclaiming, "Jingxin, you are indeed impressive. In the face of such adversity, Your composed analysis of the situation and prompt action to locate Zhou Guohua, along with the elegant manner in which you handled everything, is commendable. In response, Li Jingshan merely smiled humbly, saying, "Uncle, we are family. There is no need for such praise. It makes me quite embarrassed." He continued, "Uncle, that scoundrel Zhou Guohua has had his leg broken, but with that note in hand, he should think twice before speaking out. I suspect there may be some gossip in the village, and I hope you, as the village head, will support us. Rest assured, if that rascal Zhou Guohua dares to slander us, I will promptly send him to prison," Zhang Jinming declared resolutely. By noon, news indeed spread through the village about Zhou Guohua's sudden leg injury and the widow Li Chunhua being beaten severely. Li Chunhua had long been known for her poor reputation in the village, and Zhou Guohua, taking advantage of his position as the production team leader, had frequently bullied ordinary villagers. Therefore, the villagers felt a sense of vindication. However, curiosity about the details of the events lingered. Yet both Zhou Guohua and Li Chunhua remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge a word. With the village head Zhang Jinming actively quelling the situation, the matter soon faded from public discussion. Seeing the situation stabilize, the Zhang family breathed a sigh of relief, directing their appreciative gazes towards Li Jingshan. "It seems this matter is finally resolved. We owe it all to you, Jingshan. Tonight, we shall celebrate properly. I will head to the town shortly to buy a few bottles of fine wine," Jiang Guoli proposed, looking at his esteemed son-in-law. In response, Li Jingshan shook his head, saying, "I've caught a bit of a chill these past few days, and my stomach isn't well. Let's postpone the meal for now. I'll treat you all to hot pot in town when I'm better." "Very well," Jiang Guoli nodded, somewhat regretfully, before adding, "Hot pot is fine. But I must treat, for you are our great benefactor." "No problem," Li Jingshan readily agreed, prompting his mother-in-law, Zhang Xiun, to take hold of her daughter Jiang Shue's hand, instructing, "You must prepare some porridge and spicy soup for Jingshan these days to warm his stomach and help him recover swiftly." Jiang Shui obediently nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Jiang Shui quickly stoked the fire in the stove and busied herself preparing spicy soup for Li Jingshan. However, he gently stopped her, smiling as he said, "Don't heed your mother too much. I haven't caught a chill at all. I feel perfectly fine." "Oh." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Shui appeared genuinely surprised. Li Jingshan smiled and remarked, "It's not easy for mom and dad to earn some money. Although the fish frying business is decent, they cannot afford to treat guests so frequently. We are not outsiders. There is no need for them to host us." Chapter 44. Hot Pot Lamb. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui realized that her husband was being considerate towards her family. Remembering how Li Jingshan had rescued her second sister, yet had graciously declined a thank-you banquet, her heart swelled with gratitude. Consequently, for the first time, she boldly stepped into Li Jingshan's embrace, lifted her head, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him. Their lips intertwined passionately, quickly igniting sparks, and Li Jingshan, breathing heavily, lifted his beautiful wife and gently placed her on the bed, leading to an intense exchange of affection. The following day, Jiang Shui went to the Jiang family to fry fish, while Li Jingshan leisurely sat on the bed, sipping tea. After a night filled with countless endeavors, he felt a slight soreness in his lower back. While he experienced no significant discomfort, he sensed a degree of fatigue in his body. At that moment, footsteps echoed, and the door swung open as Jiang Shu stepped inside. He looked at Li Jingshan and said, "Jingshan, this is a box of jujubes that mom asked me to bring you. She said it would be good for your stomach." Li Jingshan nodded, replying, "Mother is truly considerate." "Ah, you are the great contributor of the family. It's only natural for her to worry," Jiang Shu responded with a smile. Li Jingshan chuckled and reminded him, "In the future, refrain from mentioning benefactors. First, we are family. There is no need for such sentiments. Second, this matter is a source of embarrassment for your second sister. So let us speak of it less, so she can feel more at ease." "Ah, you do think ahead," Jiang Shu said, scratching his head and grinning at Li Jingshan. He then asked with concern, "Jingshan, how is your stomach feeling now?" "Much better," Li Jingshan replied, noticing Jiang Shu swallow hard. Initially taken aback, Li Jingshan soon realized the truth. "You rascal, you didn't come to see me. You're craving hot pot lamb, aren't you?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Jiang Shu chuckled, scratching his head again. "Though our family situation has improved, allowing us to enjoy meat more frequently, it has been a whole year since I last had hot pot lamb. The last time we had it, each person only got a couple of slices of meat, and the rest was merely cabbage and potato slices. It hardly filled me up." As he spoke, A look of nostalgia crossed Jiang Shu's face, and he swallowed hard once more. Observing his comical expression, Li Jingshan shook his head and said, "In the afternoon, when we go to sell fish, you should accompany me. I will take you and Zhang Yunfei out to enjoy hot pot lamb." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shu's face lit up with surprise, and he inquired, "Aren't we bringing mom and dad along?" Li Jingshan chuckled and said, "If I were to bring them along, they would undoubtedly feel embarrassed and wouldn't allow me to pay. Instead, I shall take you and Yunfei out for a meal and bring back some mutton for them. That will suffice. You have truly thought this through." Jiang Shu's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. By afternoon, as the Jiang family finished preparing the fried fish, Jiang Shu hurriedly filled a basin and rode his bicycle to Li Jingshan's place. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yunfei arrived on his bicycle as well, and the three of them pedaled quickly towards the town. Zhang Yunfei was delighted to learn of Li Jingshan's treat, and the trio rode with such fervor that their pedals seemed to spark with energy. They reached the town in no time, their speed nearly doubled. After selling the fried fish, Li Jingshan sought out the most renowned mutton hot pot restaurant in the county, and the three brothers entered with enthusiasm. Soon, they devoured 5 pounds of mutton, only then slowing their ravenous pace. At that moment, a conversation from the neighboring table caught Li Jingshan's attention. "Fu Hai, you've been working with me on this project for half a year now. I trust one have treated you well. Today, I invite you to a meal because I wish to have a serious discussion with you. If you want a raise, I can double your salary. How about that? Please, don't leave me. I can't manage without you." A dark-skinned, robust man spoke earnestly to a bespectacled man. Fu Hai, the one in glasses, merely smiled coldly and replied, "Zhao boss, I have made my position clear to you. I agreed to this meal out of respect for how well you have treated me over the past 6 months. As for changing jobs, my decision is made. There's no need for further persuasion." Upon hearing this, Zhao boss's face paled, and his hand trembled slightly around his glass. He took a deep breath and implored, "Brother, how much is Liang boss offering you? Just tell me the figure, and if it is within my means, I will match it. I beg you, please don't leave." The sight of a grown man pleading in such a manner drew the attention of those around them. Yet Fu Hai remained indifferent, taking a sip of his drink before responding, "Zhao boss, you know well that Liang boss possesses far greater resources than you. Even if you offer me the same salary, I would still prefer to work for him. After all, a phoenix does not alight in a barren land. I must seek a higher branch for my own future." Seeing Fu Hai's blatant disregard for his feelings, Zhao boss's expression soured. He spoke in a low voice, "But I have just taken on this project, and I desperately need you as my draftsman. If you leave now, what will happen to the project? You are aware that securing a project is not easy now that policies have just opened up. I am afraid I cannot assist you." Fu Hai responded nonchalantly, adopting a stance of indifference. Upon hearing this, Boss Zhao's expression darkened considerably. At that moment, Fu Hai raised a glass of wine, downed it in one gulp, and said, "Boss Zhao, the world is vast. May we meet again if fate allows." With that, he turned and walked away. Watching this ingrate abandon the situation, Boss Zhao's face turned a shade of deep anger. Unable to contain his fury any longer, he slammed his glass onto the floor with a resounding crash, attracting the attention of those around him. The shards of the shattered glass splattered onto Li Jingshan's face, fortunately leaving no mark. Before Li Jingshan could respond, Jiang Shu slammed his palm on the table, rising to his feet, and glared fiercely at Boss Zhao, exclaiming, "What are you doing? If you want to lose your temper, do it outside. You've splattered someone, do you understand? Apologize to my brother-in-law immediately." Chapter 45. Scoundrel Boss Zhao turned his head, striving to regain his composure, and then looked at Li Jingshan, offering an apology. "I apologize. That scoundrel was infuriating. Sir, I hope you're unhurt. To make amends, let me treat you and your table." Li Jingshan shook his head, scrutinizing the dark-skinned Boss Zhao, and inquired, "I overheard your conversation. Are you in construction? Is that Fu Hai a drafting engineer?" Boss Zhao nodded, his face tinged with melancholy. "Yes, I'm contracted for a project, but now it's become impossible to proceed. The client is pressing for design drawings, yet that scoundrel suddenly abandoned me to work for someone else. I've never treated him poorly. How could he just leave like that? He is truly a rascal, and my project is on the verge of collapse. Alas, the losses I face are monumental." With a pained expression, Boss Zhao sighed. Hearing this, Li Jingshan, who had been contemplating avenues for wealth, brightened and asked, "What type of project are you working on?" Boss Zhao instinctively replied, "We're constructing a new dormitory at the county hospital. Li Jingshan nodded thoughtfully. Actually, I can draft engineering blueprints. How about I handle this for you? What? You can draft engineering blueprints? Is that true? Boss Zhao's eyes sparkled with interest as he quickly approached Li Jingshan. Indeed. It is true, Li Jingshan affirmed solemnly. Wonderful, wonderful. Boss Zhao exclaimed excitedly, while the two brothers sitting beside Li Jingshan exchanged awkward glances. Has Jingshan had too much to drink? What nonsense is he spouting? Zhang Yunfei muttered quietly. My brother-in-law isn't one to boast. He must be tipsy. Jiang Shu commented, glancing at the several empty bottles on the table. He knew his brother-in-law well. Though he was an educated youth with some knowledge, he had never been involved in construction matters. How could he possibly draft blueprints? It is well understood that drafting engineering plans is a profession reserved for those who specialize in that field. Upon contemplating the possibility that Boss Zhao might unearth the truth about Li Jingshan, which could incite his wrath, Jiang Shu hastily extended his hand, grasping Li Jingshan's arm and imploring, Brother-in-law, you've had too much to drink. Let us return home for now. Before Li Jingshan could respond, Boss Zhao interjected with urgency. No. My friend, allow me to treat you to this meal today. Please, do me the honor of accompanying me to the construction site for a brief tour. We can engage in a meaningful discussion regarding the engineering drawings. Absolutely, Li Jingshan replied, appreciating Boss Zhao's generous demeanor. The latter, elated by the response, promptly approached the front desk to settle the bill, which amounted to a noteworthy 15 yuan. Following this, he warmly took hold of Li Jingshan and led him outside. Jingshan, you truly have overindulged. You must hurry back home with us, Zhang Yunfei advised, sensing that a visit to the construction site could reveal their ruse. Indeed, Jingshan, if you wish to collaborate with Boss Zhao, it would be prudent to wait until you are sober, Jiang Shu added softly, aware of the volatile temperaments often exhibited by construction site owners. Should Boss Zhao discover he had been deceived, there was no telling what might transpire. Observing their anxious expressions, Li Jingshan chuckled reassuringly. I am perfectly fine. You should return home without concern. Rest assured, I can handle this minor affair. Also, Jiang Shu, please inform my wife that I am attending to some matters in town and may not return tonight. She need not worry. This was not mere bravado. In his previous life, Li Jingshan had a friend in the construction business, granting him ample exposure to the field. While he might not manage large-scale projects, a simple dormitory building was well within his capabilities. With that, Li Jingshan waved farewell to the group and mounted his bicycle, following Boss Zhao. The two swiftly vanished at the far end of the long street. The evening breeze, cool against Zhang Yunfei and Jiang Shu's faces, prompted an involuntary shiver. What shall we do? Jiang Shu murmured, his brow furrowed with concern. I am uncertain, Zhang Yunfei replied, shaking his head. We can only return for now. Jiang Shu nodded in agreement. Jingshan is astute. He should be fine. Moreover, Boss Zhao appears to be a decent fellow. Nothing untoward is likely to occur. Thus, after a brief exchange filled with worry, the two departed the town. Their bicycle sped along the road, soon arriving at a construction site behind the town hospital. Li Jingshan and Boss Zhao dismounted and began to stroll around the site, which was surrounded by stacks of bricks, tiles, and various building materials, with the land having been thoroughly leveled. As they walked, Boss Zhao provided Li Jingshan with an overview of the construction site. Before long, they reached a cluster of temporary work sheds, illuminated from within. Come inside, Boss Zhao invited. That scoundrel Fu Hai has already prepared the preliminary sketches for the project. You may take a look, and then we can discuss your specific design ideas. Li Jingshan smiled and nodded, understanding that Zhao Chong intended to test his abilities. After all, one cannot undertake delicate tasks without the requisite skills. As he followed Zhao Chong into the makeshift workshop, a pungent odor of foot odor assaulted his senses. A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It was common for workers' resting places to be like this these days. Inside the dimly lit room, illuminated by a hastily installed light bulb, several bunk beds were occupied by laborers with sun-kissed skin and unpretentious features. With the recent policy changes, some villages had been allocated land, freeing them from laboring in production teams, which led to a flow of laborers migrating to the city, transforming into migrant workers. Upon Zhao Chong's entrance, the workers rose and curiously inquired, Boss Zhao, how's it going? Did Fu Hai agree to stay? Boss Zhao, with the project deadline looming. That rascal Fu Hai won't abandon you, will he? Hearing this, Zhao Chong's expression darkened slightly as he replied, that rascal shows no loyalty. He is determined to change jobs. The atmosphere shifted, and the workers' faces fell. In these times, construction projects in the county were scarce, and they all hoped Zhao Chong could successfully secure the project, allowing them to earn more money. However, with the sole drafting engineer in the team contemplating leaving, the project appeared to be in jeopardy. Chapter 46. Strength. Noticing the disappointment on everyone's faces, Zhao Chong promptly turned to Li Jingshan and remarked, "However, fortune favors me, for I have encountered a talented young drafting engineer, Comrade Li Jingshan. With him on board, I believe we can continue this project smoothly." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward Li Jingshan, their expressions brightening with surprise. Li Jingshan offered a gentle smile, ready to greet them, when suddenly a voice of astonishment rang out. "Li Jingshan, what brings you here? How could you possibly draw plans?" At this remark, all gazes shifted to the source of the incredulity, and Li Jingshan recognized a slightly plump, shorter man. It was Ding Er. Upon seeing the man's face, he too expressed surprise. Ding Er hailed from a neighboring village, and they had labored together during the river embankment construction last year. Zhao Chong, looking at Ding Er, inquired with astonishment, "Do you know Comrade Jingshan?" Ding Er's expression became animated as he glanced between Li Jingshan and Zhao Chong, then replied, "Boss, he is from the neighboring village." He then looked at Li Jingshan again and continued, "Boss, don't listen to this kid's boasting. He is a city-educated youth with some knowledge, but he definitely cannot draw plans. He only has a high school diploma, never attended university, nor has he acquired any practical experience on site. It's simply impossible for him to possess such skills." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong's face reflected his surprise. He had just been conversing with Li Jingshan, believing him to have some competence. Yet, Ding Er's words began to sow seeds of doubt in his mind. He cast a puzzled glance at Li Jingshan, while the other workers in the shed regarded him with expressions of complexity. Li Jingshan smiled and replied, "Boss Zhao, Ding Er is correct. I am indeed not an engineering major and have never worked on a construction site. However, I have self-studied engineering drawing, and I am fully capable of handling this project." Li Jingshan, stop boasting. Engineering drawing is not something one can master simply by perusing a few books. It requires the expertise of a university graduate. Even if you have read a few texts, it is improbable that you can manage this task, Ding Er stated bluntly. Upon hearing Ding Er's words, Zhao Chong's expression turned somewhat awkward. He suddenly realized that he had been rather rash, failing to ascertain Li Jingshan's qualifications before settling his payment and inviting him to serve as a drawing engineer. Fortuitously, Ding Er was present. Otherwise, he might have found himself in quite the embarrassing predicament. Shaking his head discreetly, Zhao Chong sighed and addressed Li Jingshan, "Brother, you jest too much. Alas, let it be. I shall not hold it against you. The day is getting late. You should hurry back to your village." This statement clearly indicated his lack of faith in Li Jingshan and signaled the end of their interaction. Li Jingshan smiled at the remark, shaking his head as he said, "Boss Zhao, you are in urgent need of a drawing engineer. Talents like this are scarce in our county. Regardless, I am already here at the construction site. It is only fitting to show my capabilities. You may provide me with the draft of the engineering drawings and then decide whether to employ me." Although translating offered a decent income, Li Jingshan understood that the nation would experience significant development in infrastructure projects in the future. He did not wish to miss this opportunity. Observing Li Jingshan's earnest demeanor, Zhao Chong hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "Very well, since you are here, let us give it a try." With that, Zhao Chong moved to the window side, retrieving a draft of the engineering drawings from a small drawer. Li Jingshan took it and, under the perplexed gazes of onlookers, confidently seated himself and began to sketch. Initially, the crowd wore expressions of disdain. However, they soon realized that Li Jingshan appeared profoundly focused, seemingly not just going through the motions. Intrigued, Zhao Chong leaned closer for a better look and gasped in astonishment. On the pristine white paper, Li Jingshan's neat and clear handwriting, along with the details of the engineering sketch, were beginning to take shape. While it was merely a glimpse of his work, Zhao Chong could sense that Li Jingshan possessed some skill. "Brother, do you truly know how to draw engineering drawings?" Zhao Chong inquired, his heart racing and his voice slightly unusual. Li Jingshan looked up and smiled, saying, "Of course. No one dares to take on delicate tasks without the necessary expertise. If I were joking with you, I wouldn't have had you settle the bill at the restaurant, Boss Zhao. I am no charlatan." "Excellent. Truly magnificent." Zhao Chong solemnly nodded, then pointed to the engineering draft left by Fu Hai, posing several professional inquiries to Li Jingshan. He harbored a flicker of hope that this self-taught individual might provide satisfactory answers. If so, perhaps Li Jingxin could successfully pass the hospital's review, thereby securing his project. However, to Zhao Chang's astonishment, Li Jingxin, the self-taught scholar, articulated his responses with remarkable professionalism, surpassing even Fu Hai's expertise. Zhao Chang was utterly astounded, while the other workers in the shed expressed their admiration with quiet exclamations. My goodness, this young man seems quite formidable. Indeed, his explanations are so coherent. He appears even more skilled than Fu Hai. Wasn't Dinger saying he only had a high school diploma? He seems far more capable than many university graduates. I share that sentiment. The crowd whispered in intrigue, casting curious glances toward Dinger, who wore a look of disbelief. After a moment of stunned silence, he murmured, "How could this ordinary youth possess such capabilities?" At that moment, Li Jingxin set down his pen, rose, and addressed Zhao Chang. "So, what do you think, Boss Zhao? Do you believe I am qualified for the position of drafting engineer?" "Absolutely, without a doubt," Zhao Chang replied, completely won over by Li Jingxin's professionalism. With a beaming smile, he exclaimed, "Comrade Jingxin, welcome to my engineering team. Your salary will be 500 yuan per month. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Li Jingxin smiled in return. The salary offered was more than tenfold that of a regular worker. While drafting engineers were indeed valued in these times, the fact that this small contractor could propose such a generous salary reflected his sincerity. Chapter 47. An awkward statement. With this in mind, Li Jingxin nodded and replied, "No problem. I look forward to your guidance, Boss Zhao. You're too kind, too kind. Welcome aboard. From now on, feel free to discuss any issues with me. If you find yourself in need of cash, you can come to me for an advance on your salary." After stating this, Zhao Chang earnestly extended his hand towards Li Jingxin. Li Jingxin nodded and shook his hand in agreement. Thus, Li Jingxin remained at the construction site. Due to the tight schedule, he did not return home that evening. Instead, he went to the town's post office to make a phone call to his village. The village committee quickly summoned his wife, Jiang Shui, and Jiang Shu. Li Jingxin informed them of his decision to stay with the engineering team. Jiang Shu appeared quite taken aback, exclaiming, "Jingxin, are you joking? Did Boss Lu really hire you?" "Of course, he did," Li Jingxin replied confidently. "Impossible. Are you planning to work as a laborer in the engineering team?" Jiang Shu asked, still puzzled. "No, I am now the drafting engineer for this team." "How can that be?" Jiang Shu was filled with disbelief. Li Jingxin explained, "Jiang Shu, do not underestimate my abilities. Indeed, over the years, I have dedicated myself to the study of engineering drawing. Thus applying for this position felt like a natural progression." "Really?" Jiang Shu still found it hard to believe. At this moment, Jiang Shui took the phone, her concern evident as she inquired, "Jing Shun, have you ever worked on a construction site? Won't it be too arduous for you? I have heard that construction sites can be quite demanding. I am merely a drafting engineer. It only requires me to wield a pencil." Jing Shun reassured her with a smile. "Do not worry, my dear. I shall not be overwhelmed. Is the site cold? Have you brought bedding? You mustn't catch a cold." Jiang Shui continued to voice her worries. "Rest assured, the conditions here are quite satisfactory, and my boss holds me in high regard. Once I get through this busy period, I will return home. Please take good care of Tuan Tuan and yourself. And do not skimp on expenses. You and our daughter deserve comfort," Jing Shun insisted, finally relaying the location of the site to Jiang Shu, advising him to come directly to find him if needed. Jiang Shu readily acquiesced, and Jiang Shui, filled with concern for Jing Shun, offered him further admonitions before they ended the call. That night, Jing Shun returned to the construction site's temporary accommodation. To demonstrate his appreciation, Zhao Chang had specially purchased a complete set of bedding for him and generously offered Jing Shun a clean bed. "Thank you for your hospitality, Boss Zhao," Jing Shun expressed gratefully. Zhao Chang smiled and replied, "It is my good fortune to have such a talented drafting engineer like you. Let us not stand on ceremony. Here on the site, we are brothers." Jing Shun nodded, and the two men lit up cigarettes in the stuffy, sweat-scented room. As Jing Shun smoked, he perused the sketches left by Fu Hai. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and a thoughtful expression crossed his face. He recalled that the staff dormitory of the town hospital had been demolished and rebuilt in 2000. This was not due to any issues with the construction quality, but rather because the location of the dormitory had been poorly planned. During the hospital's expansion in 2000, the newly constructed staff dormitory became an obstruction, necessitating its demolition and reconstruction. He pondered, Where had the staff dormitory been relocated? What did it look like? After some reflection, he could not recall. After all, at that time, his primary focus had been on research, and he had only occasionally visited to see Jiang Shui and their daughter. He turned to Zhao Chong and asked, "Boss, do you have the architectural plans for the entire hospital?" "No," Zhao Chong replied, somewhat surprised. "Why would we need the overall architectural plans for just building a staff dormitory?" Jing Shin explained, "All architectural planning is a systematic endeavor. A holistic perspective is essential during the design process to ensure that everything is well planned from the outset, thus avoiding any regrets." Zhao Chong found this reasoning compelling and responded, "That is indeed wise. One who does not consider the larger picture is unfit to strategize for a singular domain. Let us proceed thus. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to seek out Director Chun of the hospital, who is in charge of this project and undoubtedly possesses the overarching architectural plans of the hospital." "Very well." Li Jingshin nodded slightly, extinguished his cigarette, and returned to his bed for a rest. At the break of dawn the following day, Zhao Chong arose, donned a neat and tidy outfit, and washed his face with great care before escorting Li Jingshin to Director Chen's office. Director Chun was a middle-aged man of modest stature, bespectacled, with thinning hair. Upon seeing Zhao Chong and Li Jingshin enter, he inquired with some surprise, "Zhao Chong, who is this?" Zhao Chong smiled and replied, "Director Chun. This is Li Jingshin, the new drafting engineer who has joined my team." "A new drafting engineer? Does your team not already have Fu Hai?" Director Chen asked, somewhat perplexed. Zhao Chong explained, "Fu Hai has encountered some temporary matters and cannot attend to the project for the time being. Hence the subsequent tasks will be undertaken by Li Jingshin." Director Chen scrutinized Li Jingshin for a moment and remarked, "You are quite young for a new engineer." Zhao Chong discerned Chen's skepticism regarding Li Jingshin's capabilities and quickly interjected, "Do not be misled by his youth. His skills are exceptionally formidable. Just yesterday, I engaged in an extensive discussion with him regarding the project and discovered that his expertise surpasses that of Fu Hai." "Oh," Director Chen nodded thoughtfully before inquiring, "Have you come here today for a specific purpose?" Zhao Chong responded, "Li Jingshin suggested that we review the comprehensive architectural plans of our hospital. He believes that although we are merely constructing a staff dormitory, it is essential to adopt a holistic perspective. Understanding the overall layout of the hospital will enable us to construct the dormitory more beautifully." Upon hearing this, Director Chen nodded in agreement and cast a commendatory glance at Li Jingshin, saying, "That makes sense. One must consider the entirety to enhance the particulars." With that, Director Chen rose and opened a large cabinet. Before long, he retrieved the comprehensive plan of the town hospital. Li Jingshin glanced at it and quickly grasped its essence. He turned to Director Chun and expressed, "Thank you, Director Chen. There is a matter I am unsure whether to address." Noticing Li's polite demeanor, Director Chen smiled and replied, "Please speak freely. There is no need for formality." Chapter 48. Recognition. Li Jingshin nodded and then pointed to the vacant site designated for construction, stating, "According to the preliminary sketches designed by Fu Hai, our new staff dormitory is to be situated in this location." Director Chen nodded in acknowledgement and then inquired, "Is there an issue with this placement? I find this location somewhat unreasonable." A look of surprise crossed Director Chen's face as he regarded Li Jingshin, ensuring that the young man was not jesting before saying, "Please elaborate. Where do you find it unreasonable? Be clear." Li Jingshin nodded, indicating the blueprint, and remarked, "Director Chun, at present, our dormitory's position appears acceptable. However, our nation's economic development is accelerating and policies are becoming increasingly liberal. In the future, the medical sector will undoubtedly witness significant advancements. The population of our town is substantial and will likely grow at an even faster rate, leading to an increase in the number of patients visiting our town's hospital. Would you not agree?" Director Chen nodded and responded, "That is indeed the case. Please continue." "Currently, the inpatient building of our hospital is the only one we have, modest in size and height. As the national economy flourishes, it is certain that the building will be rebuilt. At that time, the location of our staff dormitory will impact the construction of the new inpatient building. As the reserved space for development is too limited, we should adopt a more forward-thinking approach and position the staff dormitory farther from the inpatient building." Upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Director Chen's face. Indeed, the current inpatient building already feels somewhat cramped. In a few years, it may truly require reconstruction, rendering the location of the newly built staff dormitory quite awkward. He cast an appreciative glance at Li Jingshan and remarked, "Young man, you have some insightful ideas. Please elaborate on how we might revise the dormitory's layout." Li Jingshan nodded and said, "This is not particularly difficult. If we shift the staff dormitory 30 meters to the west, it will not impede the progress of the construction and will provide ample space for future expansion of the hospital." "That makes sense," Director Chen said, raking his sparse hair in mild frustration. Why didn't I think of that earlier?" It was indeed an oversight. Li Jingshan smiled and replied, "Director Chen, you are simply too busy with your work to attend to every detail. But fortunately, we have not yet begun construction, so there are no losses incurred." Hearing this, Director Chen nodded and turned to Li Jingshan, expressing with utmost seriousness, "Young man, you have great potential. In the future, should any issues arise during the project, feel free to consult me. I will assist you to the best of my ability." "Thank you, Director Chen." Li Jingshan smiled and nodded in appreciation. Director Chen then turned to Zhao Chong and said, "Zhao Chong, you have done well to find such a remarkable drafting engineer. Ensure that this project is executed properly, and I will notify you first for any future projects at our hospital." "Thank you, Director Chen." "Thank you," Zhao Chong responded, taken aback by the praise. Upon leaving the office, Zhao Chong appeared invigorated, holding Li Jingshan in even greater esteem. Back at the work shed, he promptly recounted the events that had transpired in the office to his fellow workers. Consequently, the workers' respect for Li Jingshan increased. However, Ding Er, a villager from a neighboring community, regarded Li Jingshan with lingering skepticism. Sitting alone on a wall-side bunk, he smoked for a while before addressing Zhao Chong, "Boss Zhao, it is impossible for Li Jingshan to be that capable. You need not sing his praises." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong's expression darkened as he retorted, "What is the matter with you? Li Jingshan's abilities have earned him the recognition of Director Chen, and after our extensive conversations, could I possibly remain oblivious to his capabilities? You two hail from neighboring villages. You ought to support Li Jingshan rather than undermine him." Upon hearing this, Ding Er's face flushed slightly. After a moment of silence, he lowered his voice and retorted, "He is merely a young educated youth. How competent can he be?" Zhao Chong's expression darkened upon hearing this. After a pause, he finally said in a subdued tone, "Enough of this banter. Let us all head out together to tidy up the worksite. Jingshan, you can stay here and work on the blueprints." "All right." Li Jingshan nodded, and Zhao Chong led the workers out of the shed. Ding Er lingered at the back, dragging his feet, and cast a glance at Li Jingshan as he reached the door. Noticing the look on Ding Er's face, which resembled that of someone who had just consumed something distasteful, Li Jingshan remarked, "Ding Er, spare me your speculations and focus on your work to earn your wages." With a cold snort, Ding Er stepped out of the shed. Li Jingshan chose not to dwell on the matter. He took out paper, a pen, and a ruler, and diligently began drafting the blueprints. By noon, the initial sketches of Li Jingshan's designs were taking shape. He stood up to stretch before stepping outside the shed. Outside, Zhao Chong was energetically leveling the ground with the workers. Upon seeing Li Jingshan, he immediately called out, "Li Jingshan, are you hungry? Shall we go eat together?" "Not hungry yet. I can help you all with some work," Li Jingshan replied, picking up a shovel to assist the workers in leveling the land. Seeing this, Zhao Chong quickly snatched the shovel from him, saying, "Oh no, you are an educated individual. Working on the blueprints is already taxing enough, so you needn't do this laborious task. It's all right. Sitting for too long isn't good for one's health. Occasionally engaging in physical work is a fine way to balance effort and rest," Li Jingshan said, continuing to take up the shovel and aid the workers. Now, the workers regarded Li Jingshan with even greater respect. They noticed that he did not take pride in his superior abilities. Rather, their admiration for him grew. They began to whisper among themselves, "Li Jingshan is truly different from that Fuhai. The previous Fuhai would sit in the shed every day, indifferent to us. That fellow, with a bit of knowledge, looked down upon us rough laborers. Last time I offered him a cigarette, he didn't even glance my way, and when he left, he scoffed at the cheap brand I smoked. How could I afford anything better with my earnings? Yet, Engineer Li is impressive, he is approachable." Listening to their words, Li Jingshan smiled, reflecting that the more one stands for righteousness, the more one encounters betrayal, often from those who are learned. Those who earn their living through physical labor and sweat are, in truth, the most genuine. As long as respect is shown to them, they will reciprocate with even greater respect. Chapter 49. A poor impression. As they continued working, Li Jingxin suddenly realized that one person was missing from the engineering team. He glanced at Zhao Chong and asked with a hint of confusion, "Boss Zhao, where's Ding Er?" Upon hearing this question, Zhao Chong's face displayed a hint of embarrassment, mixed with indignation as he retorted, "That fellow has been speaking ill of you since he stepped out of the work shed." I couldn't hold back and admonished him a bit, and as a result, he threw down his tools and quit. It truly infuriates me. You all are of similar age and background. How could he treat you so unfairly? Li Jingxin shook his head in resignation and replied, "Perhaps it is due to my previous lax demeanor in the village that left a poor impression on him. Humph, that lad is short-sighted, unable to recognize true talent." Zhao Chong scoffed, spitting forcefully onto the ground in frustration. Observing this, Li Jingxin couldn't help but smile again. After a flurry of activity, Li Jingxin grew more familiar with the workers in the engineering team, and by now, it was noon. Zhao Chong set down his tools and announced, "Everyone, take a break. Wash your faces at the shed, and then we shall go for a meal." "Boss, could we have an extra meat dish today?" inquired a seemingly simple-minded worker. Zhao Chong chuckled, saying, "Today marks the official joining of Comrade Li Jingxin in our team. How could we settle for just one meat dish? Hurry and wash your hands. I'll treat you all to a restaurant. There will be not only meat but also beer. Just don't overindulge, lest it affect our work progress." "All right. Lu Boss is indeed generous. This time, we are truly blessed by Brother Li Jingxin," the workers exclaimed joyfully. At that moment, the sound of motorcycles echoed. Two individuals arrived on motorbikes at the construction site. The workers turned to see Fu Hai and Ding Er. Suddenly, the expressions of all changed slightly. With a grim demeanor, Zhao Chong asked, "What are you two doing here?" "I left something in the shed. I'm just here to retrieve it. Is that a problem?" Ding Er defiantly replied. Zhao Chong's expression darkened, and without a word, he shifted his gaze to Fu Hai, asking, "And you? Haven't you climbed the social ladder? Why have you come back to this humble site?" Fu Hai huffed, wearing an air of arrogance as he replied, has joined Boss Liang's engineering team through me. This is the motorcycle Boss Liang has newly provided for me. I brought him to collect his belongings." With that, Fu Hai cast a hostile glance at Li Jingxin, scrutinizing him with disdain. Turning to Zhao Chong, he remarked, "Boss Zhao, I heard you found another engineer. Don't think that without me, your team would fall apart. This engineer of yours is far less capable than I. Is that so? A mere high school graduate, and he dares to be a drafting engineer. How utterly laughable." Fu Hai sneered. "Boss Zhao, you truly are desperate, aren't you? Aren't you afraid that the house built from this lad's blueprints might collapse?" His words dripped with contempt for Li Jingxin. This incited an extraordinary fury in Zhao Chong, who coldly remarked, "Fu Hai, I have already shown you ample patience. Do not overstep your bounds. Should you dare to speak to me in such a manner again, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson." As he spoke, Zhao Chong clenched his fists tightly. Fu Hai, taken aback, instinctively shrank his neck, but soon regained his audacity, a defiant smirk returning to his face. He provocatively glared at Zhao Chong and declared, "Zhao Chong, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Huh? Do not forget that I am now under Boss Liang's protection. If you so much as touch a hair on my head, my boss will see to it that you are dealt with." "You insolent wretch," Zhao Chong muttered under his breath, while the workers beside him also clenched their fists. Unleashing a torrent of curses, "Fu Hai, you scoundrel. Boss Lu treated you well, and now that you've climbed the social ladder, you dare to speak to him in such a manner? Have you lost your conscience? What are you, Fu Hai? Do you truly believe yourself to be someone of significance? Compared to Brother Li Jingxin, you are nothing. Begone. Just the sight of you is repulsive. Do not think we fear Boss Liang. Speak another word, and I shall strike you." Faced with the worker's vitriol, Fu Hai's complexion shifted from red to pale, leaving him momentarily speechless. However, Ding Er, displaying a bolder demeanor, interjected, "Engineer Fu Hai, do not waste your breath on these country bumpkins. You've taken my belongings. Let us depart. Let us see what kind of shoddy structure they can construct under the guidance of such an unreliable engineer." With that, Ding Er strode boldly into the shed, emerging shortly after with a large woven bag. The two remounted their motorcycle, and once again, Fu Hai could not resist mocking Li Jingxin. "Kid, do you even know what drafting is? If not, you can kneel and kowtow to me. If it pleases me, perhaps I may teach you a thing or two. Then you might just scrape by in this engineering team." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong's face darkened, but before he could react, two figures surged forward. They swiftly dragged Fu Hai off the motorcycle and proceeded to deliver a thorough beating. "Jiang Shu, Zhang Yunfei, Li Jingshan exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing the two. Seeing Fu Hai battered and bruised, he rushed forward, saying, "You two, stop." The pair delivered a couple more kicks to Fu Hai before ceasing their assault and turning their attention to Li Jingshan. Zhang Yunfei flashed a grin at Li Jingshan, saying, "Brother Jingshan, I heard from Shu Ge that you've become an engineer here, so we came to see you. Now do you believe I can be an engineer?" Li Jingshan asked with a smile, to which the two nodded in unison, their faces reflecting admiration. They had witnessed Zhao Chang's respect and protection of Li Jingshan, which was evidence enough that he was not merely boasting. He truly was a drafting engineer. The two raised their thumbs in approval, expressing their esteem for him. Meanwhile, the battered Fu Hai had already boarded the motorcycle with Ding and they sped away like the wind. Observing the silhouettes of the two individuals, Jiang Shu and Zhang Yunfei spat vehemently. Subsequently, Li Jingshan engaged them in brief conversation, reassuring them before escorting them off the construction site. Zhao Chang's face reflected a hint of concern as he remarked that Boss Liang conducts himself quite arrogantly, and his workers resemble thugs. I fear there may be trouble brewing. Chapter 50. Returning home after speaking, Zhao Chang turned to Li Jingshan, saying, "Brother Jingshan, during this period, refrain from going anywhere alone. I fear that Boss Liang may seek revenge against you. Thank you for the warning. I will be cautious," Li Jingshan replied with a smile. Hearing this, Zhao Chang felt a slight sense of relief. In the ensuing days, the construction team busily immersed themselves in their tasks. Li Jingshan, meanwhile, was preoccupied with drafting plans for the workers' dormitory. After several days of diligent effort, he finally completed the blueprints. Lu Boss then accompanied him to submit the plans to Director Chun. After scrutinizing them thoroughly, Director Chun expressed great satisfaction. With that, the project was firmly secured. After his industrious endeavors, Li Jingshan finally found some leisure. He mounted his bicycle and headed straight back to Xiaoxi village. Having not seen Jiang Shui and her daughter for several days, he felt a sense of yearning. Upon parking his bicycle in the courtyard, little Tuan Tuan came bounding towards him, her short legs bouncing as she exclaimed, "Daddy! Daddy!" Li Jingshan bent down and lifted his daughter into his arms. Jiang Shui emerged from the room, a smile gracing her features. Li Jingshan handed Tuan Tuan a large bag of candy from his backpack. Tuan Tuan gleefully hopped away, clutching her treats. Taking Jiang Shui's hand, Li Jingshan gazed earnestly into her eyes and said, "My dear wife, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. Seeing you makes my heart race." Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly replied, "You smooth talker, it's broad daylight. Don't say such things." "All right then. We shall discuss it more intimately tonight," Li Jingshan said with an unmistakably suggestive smile. Hearing this, Jiang Shui's face turned crimson as she playfully scolded, "You are incorrigible. My dear, let us have your mother take a look at the child for a moment. I want to take you somewhere," Li Jingshan proposed. "Where to?" Jiang Shui inquired, her expression one of curiosity. "That, you needn't question. Rest assured, I shall never part with you. A wife as beautiful as you is solely for my enjoyment," he replied with a grin. Jiang Shui's cheeks reddened further, and she nodded in agreement. Afterward, Li Jingshan and Jiang Shui dropped Tuan Tuan off at her mother's house. He then hopped back on his bicycle, with Jiang Shui climbing on behind him, holding onto him tightly. With a swift motion, Li Jingshan pedaled rapidly towards the town. Upon reaching the bustling streets, he parked the bicycle and, still holding Jiang Shui's hand, they strolled along. "You brought me out just to shop?" Jiang Shui asked, somewhat surprised. "Indeed. Firstly, I have missed you dearly and sought a way to enjoy your company. Secondly, I have earned a fair amount of money, and it is time to reward my hard-working wife," he replied. "But you are the one who has toiled. Why reward me? You are indeed my logistics captain. With you taking care of our home and the children, I can devote my energy to earning a living," Li Jingshan said earnestly while gazing at Jiang Shui. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed an even deeper shade of crimson. She grasped Li Jingshan's hand tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. In this era, although societal norms had become somewhat more liberal, this small county remained quite conservative, and few dared to display such affectionate gestures in public. Thus, the hand-in-hand duo of Li Jingshan and Jiang Shui became a picturesque scene on the street. One was strikingly handsome, while the other was exceptionally beautiful, and together they drew the attention of many passers-by. Embarrassed, Jiang Shui kept her head lowered, her face perpetually rosy, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Several times, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but Li Jingshan held on firmly, refusing to let go. Under the astonished and envious eyes of the crowd, Li Jingxian and Jiang Shui strolled into a department store hand in hand. Are you going to buy me some clothes? Jiang Shui inquired curiously. Li Jingxian nodded. Was that lovely dress you bought last time from here? Jiang Shui continued to ask. At this remark, Li Jingxian paused momentarily, recalling the infatuated gaze of Lu Yu. Oh, perhaps it was. I can't quite remember. I've been so busy lately that my mind feels a bit muddled, he replied vaguely. When we get home, I'll prepare some braised meat for you, to nourish you well. Jiang Shui, oblivious to Li Jingxian's unease, expressed her concern instead. Li Jingxian chuckled awkwardly and pulled Jiang Shui toward the interior of the department store. Wait for me here for a moment. I need to use the restroom. Jiang Shui said softly. Li Jingxian nodded in acknowledgement. As he watched Jiang Shui walk away briskly, he began to meander aimlessly within the department store. This was likely the largest commercial center in town, recently opened. The department store was quite spacious, though the selection of goods was somewhat limited. Behind a counter, a short-haired saleswoman in uniform was engrossed in knitting a sweater. Although she heard the footsteps, she did not look up. Li Jingxian smiled at this sight. Workers nowadays often appeared indifferent, secure in their steady jobs without much pressure, hence lacking enthusiasm. As he approached the counter, the saleswoman finally raised her head, her eyes brightening instantly. In his early 20s, Li Jingxian had a tall, athletic build and handsome features, exuding an exceptional aura. The saleswoman, taken aback by his presence, momentarily lost her composure, dropping the sweater to the side of the counter. She stood up, stepping out from behind the counter with a friendly smile, and asked, "What can I assist you with? Would you like me to provide some recommendations?" While waiting for Jiang Shui, Li Jingxian casually glanced around, his gaze landing on the skincare products displayed on the shelves. In this era, there were no particularly complex skincare items, just a variety of colorful creams, clam oil, and some simply packaged bottles and jars. Li Jingxian pointed at the elegantly packaged clam oil and inquired, "Is this the finest skincare product you offer? You truly have an eye for quality. This is our newly arrived clam oil, a remarkable item indeed. Typically, only urban women from affluent families indulge in such skincare, while rural women make do with basic products," the saleswoman replied with palpable enthusiasm. However, upon hearing this, Li Jingxian frowned deeply. What do you mean by that? What is wrong with rural women? They, too, deserve to enjoy such products. It has only been a short time since policies have opened up, and you already look down upon rural folks? Without them, what would you eat or drink? Your attitude is truly disheartening. The saleswoman, a city dweller, often harbored disdain for rural inhabitants, but today, captivated by Li Jingxian's youth and charm, she had made an exception by engaging with him. Unexpectedly, Li Jingxian rebuffed her without reservation. With her face flushed with anger, the saleswoman coldly retorted, "I do not look down on rural people. But rural women toil under the sun, their skin suffers greatly. Even if they use such skincare, it would be in vain." "Huh," Li Jingxian scoffed. "There exists a term called natural beauty. My wife hails from the countryside, and despite her humble surroundings, she surpasses you in beauty and possesses far superior skin. Furthermore, I find your contempt for rural people utterly distasteful. If you possess any integrity, refrain from consuming the produce of the countryside, or else show them the respect they deserve." Li Jingxian asserted with utmost seriousness. "How dare you speak to me like that? A grown man addressing a woman so rudely. You truly lack manners." After being thoroughly chastised, the saleswoman's face grew crimson, and her body began to tremble. "I am one who believes in an eye for an eye. I am courteous to those who treat me kindly, but to those who do not, I am tenfold more unyielding. I have no desire to argue with you." "Feel free to say whatever you wish," she replied, her countenance darkening as she turned away from Li Jingxian. Returning to the counter, she recalled his words about his wife being from the countryside, yet possessing skin far superior to her own. The thought of it made her grit her teeth in disbelief. How could a rural woman possibly have better skin? After all, rural women are exposed to the elements, while she herself sat in this establishment daily, applying creams and cosmetics for upkeep. "That boy truly knows how to boast," Zhang Lili murmured under her breath. Just then, she noticed a young woman enter, dressed simply yet radiantly beautiful. This woman bore a balanced figure. Her skin was alabaster, her face a delicately shaped oval, with exquisitely refined features. Her lustrous black hair framed her face, and her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, exuding a gentle and enchanting aura with every gesture. For a fleeting moment, Zhang Lili felt a pang of jealousy. How could one woman be so breathtakingly beautiful, especially with such a natural and unadorned allure? What astonished her even more was the fact that the woman walked directly towards Li Jingshan. Subsequently, the hands of the two intertwined in an intimate clasp. This was his wife from the countryside. Zhang Lili was taken aback, her mouth agape in disbelief. Upon glancing at the tall and handsome Li Jingshan, the couple appeared so well matched, a perfect blend of talent and beauty. In that moment, Zhang Lili's heart became a tumult of emotions. A profound jealousy towards the smiling Jiang Shui surged within her. Li Jingshan paid no mind to the saleswoman. Instead, he took Jiang Shui's hand and led her straight to the clothing section of the department store. Soon, he spotted a sky blue dress that caught his eye, and he pointed it out to Jiang Shui. "Darling, look at this dress. It would undoubtedly look splendid on you." Jiang Shui scrutinized the garment and had to concede that her husband's taste was indeed commendable. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Li Jingshan inquired. Jiang Shui found herself nodding involuntarily. The design and color of the dress were exquisite, captivating enough to bewitch the eye. However, such a beautiful dress must certainly come with a hefty price tag. As this thought crossed her mind, a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. Although Li Jingshan had recently earned some money, the idea of spending it on a dress for herself felt extravagant, given her accustomed frugality. Thus, Jiang Shui quietly bit her lip and shook her head at Li Jingshan. Observing the woman's complex expression, Li Jingshan was momentarily taken aback before realizing that his wife was reluctant to indulge in such a purchase. He gently squeezed Jiang Shui's hand and whispered in her ear, "Do not worry about the money. Your man can earn quite well." With that, he turned his gaze towards the saleswoman standing not far away. "Excuse me, does this dress come in my wife's size? We wish to purchase one." Li Jingshan's tone was indifferent and calm. At that moment, the saleswoman, Zhang Lili, felt a pang of sorrow. How could such an exceptional man not be married to her? Moreover, his wife was stunningly beautiful, and he lavished her with gifts such as this dress. The more she thought about it, the more resentment grew within her. She was determined not to sell them the dress, for she knew it would shine brilliantly on that lovely woman. She had no desire to witness another woman's beauty eclipse her own. Therefore, Zhang Lili pouted as she approached the rack, casting a glance at them and flatly stating, "This is the only piece. If it fits, fine. If not, then so be it." Li Jingshan furrowed his brow, then directly took the dress down, measuring it against Jiang Shui. His eyes lit up. It was indeed the perfect size for her. Extremely satisfied, he turned back to the saleswoman and asked, "How much is it?" 8 yuan, Zhang Lili replied, intentionally attempting to complicate matters by fabricating a lie and doubling the price. She thought to herself that they were from the countryside and likely earned a meager income each month, making such an expensive dress unattainable for them. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan exhibited no noticeable change in expression. He was not particularly knowledgeable about women's clothing prices, but felt that for such a beautiful dress, spending a bit more money was not unreasonable. After all, it was for his beloved wife, and besides, he had earned a considerable amount lately. So money was not an issue. Thus, without a second thought, Li Jingshan reached into his pocket, ready to pay. However, at that moment, Jiang Shui abruptly grasped his hand, casting a puzzled glance at Zhang Lili. As a woman, she was quite sensitive to clothing prices and had seen similar styles of dresses that cost no more than 15 or 16 yuan. How could this fabric possibly be so exorbitantly priced? "Dear, it's just a dress. Don't be stingy," Li Jingshan remarked with a smile. At this, Jiang Shui became somewhat anxious and whispered to him, "Last year, the wife of old Wang from the village bought a similar dress for less than 4 yuan. Li Jingshan furrowed his brow, realizing that the price of the dress was indeed questionable. Observing the salesperson's demeanor, he quickly understood that she was intentionally trying to deceive him. Therefore, Li Jingshan asked with a more pronounced tone, "Excuse me, miss, I'll ask you once more, how much is this dress? Is there an issue with the price?" Upon hearing the man's inquiry, Zhang Lili instinctively tensed, but then she put on a stern face and replied, "How could there be a problem? It's just 8 yuan. If you can't afford it, go buy something cheaper. Don't waste my time here." Li Jingshan frowned again. Why was this woman behaving as though she had consumed explosives, seemingly intent on opposing him? Observing Zhang Lili's haughty demeanor, he let out a cold laugh and pulled out 8 yuan from his pocket, handing it to her. "Since the price is confirmed, I'll take this dress. Please write me a receipt." After speaking, he gently turned to Jiang Shui and said, "Don't worry about the money, whatever the cost. It's worth it when worn by you." Jiang Shui felt a mix of gratitude and anxiety. Seeing her husband so resolute, she dared not voice any objections. Meanwhile, Zhang Lili was taken aback, murmuring, "Why do you need a receipt for a dress? This isn't something you can claim expenses for. I like to keep receipts. In case there's an issue with the dress, I can come back to you," Li Jingshan stated calmly. "Hurry and write it out, and once done, please wrap the dress for my wife." Now, Zhang Lili was in a dilemma. The dress was only worth 4 yuan, and she had deliberately inflated the price by 4 yuan to dissuade Li Jingshan from buying it. If she were to issue a receipt for 8 yuan and he took it to her supervisor, she would be in danger of being labeled a thief of embezzled funds. Her heart raced with anxiety, and after much internal conflict, she finally said, "I'm sorry, our department store has run out of receipts. If you want a receipt, you'll have to come back another time. Without the need for specialized receipts, you simply need to write me a note confirming that I purchased a dress from you for $8. Li Jingshan discerned her unease and scoffed coldly. "Hurry up. I am quite busy. After buying the dress, I still intend to take my wife out for a day of enjoyment." Observing Zhang Lili's visibly distressed expression, Li Jingshan urged her with a mocking tone. At that moment, Zhang Lili truly felt trapped. She sensed she had dug a pit for herself. Sweat beaded on her forehead. And after a moment of hesitation, she suddenly spoke. "Oh dear, I apologize. I just remembered that the dress is not $8, but 4. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan let out a derisive laugh, looking down at Zhang Lili as he said, "Madam, I specifically asked you twice, and you insisted it was $8. Now that I ask you to write a receipt, you claim it is 4. Are you attempting to deceive me?" Zhang Lili, with a defiant posture, retorted, "What are you implying? I merely misremembered. Please do not accuse me baselessly. I never cheat my customers." Witnessing her obstinacy only fueled Li Jingshan's ire. "Is that so? I find our communication rather challenging. How about we call your supervisor and discuss this matter thoroughly? $4 is sufficient for half a month's sustenance in our village. It's not a trivial amount." Zhang Lili's complexion paled. If this truly escalated to her superiors, she feared the consequences would be dire. Gazing at Li Jingshan's stern demeanor, she felt immense regret. He was clearly a formidable character, and she pondered why she had provoked him. Unable to confront him directly any longer, she forced a smile and softened her tone, saying, "Comrade, I sincerely apologize. Let us not trouble our leaders over such a minor issue. I misremembered, and I am sorry." With that, Zhang Lili bowed to Li Jingshan, carefully wrapped the dress, and extended it toward him. However, Li Jingshan did not accept it. Instead, he looked at her with a mocking expression as she stood there in embarrassment. It was his wife, Jiang Shui, who, displaying kindness, took the money and gestured to Zhang Lili, indicating she should not take it too personally. Zhang Lili sighed in relief as she accepted the $4 from Li Jingshan. "Thank you, truly, I apologize once again," she said, bowing slightly to Jiang Shui before leaving in a flustered state. "Wait a moment." Just then, Li Jingshan called out to Zhang Lili again. She turned, her face adorned with an awkward smile, and politely inquired, "May I assist you with anything else?" Seeing her submission, Li Jingshan softened his tone. "Do you have a fitting room? I would like to see my wife wear this dress." Yes, Zhang Lili responded, no longer daring to be dismissive, and quickly walked over to open the fitting room for Jiang Shui. Moments later, Jiang Shui emerged from the fitting room. Li Jingshan gasped, his eyes suddenly sparkling with delight. The exquisite dress, when adorned by his beautiful wife, radiated an extraordinary charm. At that moment, Jiang Shui's perfect figure was exquisitely accentuated by the elegant gown. Her silhouette and elegance resembled that of a star from the television screen. "You are truly the most beautiful woman in the world, my dear wife," Li Jingshan exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Faced with the man's fervent gaze and heartfelt compliments, Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed, and she shyly lowered her head. Li Jingshan approached her with a warm smile, cradling her face in his hands. "You are as lovely as a blossoming flower. There is no need to feel bashful. We must be gracious and confident, like flowers in full bloom." Nearby, Zhang Lili, overhearing such tender words from a man who was both considerate and handsome, felt a pang of envy. Why was it that such an attentive and charming man was not her husband? Biting her lip, she instinctively turned her head, only to catch a glimpse of her own unremarkable reflection in a wall mirror. She then glanced back at the flower-like Jiang Shui, and in that moment, despair washed over her. Initially, Jiang Shui hesitated to wear the stunning dress, but Li Jingshan would not hear of her changing. He took her hand and confidently led her out of the department store. Indeed, they attracted envious glances from passers-by. "My goodness, what a stunning couple," they murmured. "That dress looks tailor-made for her." And the man is quite handsome too. They complement each other perfectly. A match made in heaven. Hearing their whispers, Jiang Shue's face flushed crimson, while Li Jingshan beamed with pride. He guided Jiang Shue directly to the town's finest hot pot restaurant. It was only when she caught a whiff of the delectable aroma that Jiang Shue lifted her head, realizing they had entered an exquisitely decorated eatery. Chapter 53. The Deceiver Jingshan. Why have you brought me here? This splendid restaurant must be quite expensive, Jiang Shue murmured at the entrance. Let us leave and eat at home instead. I can cook anything you desire. Li Jingshan tightened his grip on her hand and replied. I specifically brought you here to indulge in this extravagant dining experience. My love, you work so diligently at home, rarely taking time to enjoy yourself. Today, let us unwind and feast together. The food here is exceptional. I once brought Jiang Shu and Zhang Yunfei for a meal. Jiang Shue hesitated, finally saying, Perhaps we should just go home and prepare something to eat. No, we are dining here today. After our meal, we can pack some lamb for your parents. All right, I'll listen to you. Let us sit down, Li Jingshan insisted, leading Jiang Shue to a window-side table. Subsequently, Li Jingshan unreservedly ordered a plethora of meat and vegetables, proactively preparing a savory sesame sauce and chive flour dip for his wife. Soon, a sumptuous array of meats and vegetables arrived, and the hot pot, simmering over the charcoal, began to bubble, emitting a rich and enticing aroma. Although Jiang Shue initially felt a twinge of regret, she could not help but salivate at the sight of such an abundant feast. As the couple sat face to face, relishing their meal, a well-dressed middle-aged man with a sleek hairstyle and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of intellect, approached them. The man stood beside the dining table and, with a polite demeanor, offered Li Jingshan a cigarette, stating, Sir, meeting you is a stroke of fortune. Please indulge in a smoke. Li Jingshan furrowed his brow and, casting a scrutinizing glance at the man, inquired, Do we know each other? In response, the middle-aged man smiled and shook his head, saying, We do not. But I perceive an extraordinary presence about you. Your demeanor and conversation suggest you are a remarkably successful individual, hence my desire to cultivate a friendship. Li Jingshan appraised him up and down, sensing something amiss, and decisively shook his head, replying, I have no interest in making friends. I simply wish to enjoy a meal with my wife. Unperturbed by the rejection, the middle-aged man pulled over a nearby chair and seated himself, complimenting, Sir, your poise is remarkable, and your wife is truly lovely. You two seem like a couple blessed by the heavens, evoking envy in others. At this, Jiang Shue offered a polite smile, while Li Jingshan remained noncommittal, choosing not to respond. He felt an unsettling vibe from the middle-aged man. The abrupt attempt at familiarity seemed to carry ulterior motives. Glancing at the bubbling hot pot, Li Jingshan, somewhat impatiently, regarded the man and stated, I am in the midst of dining. If you have something to say, please do so directly. The middle-aged man nodded and complimented again, Sir, you are indeed forthright. I greatly admire such candor. He then began to elaborate animatedly. I hail from Nansheng and am currently involved in a real estate project. You strike me as an erudite person. Surely you are aware that with the recent favorable national policies and openness, the real estate business is exceedingly lucrative. Li Jingshan furrowed his brow and retorted, What relevance does that hold for me? The man continued, I perceive you to be a man of means. Otherwise, you would not bring your wife to such an upscale restaurant on an ordinary day. Sir, I am presently in the fundraising phase for my real estate project. An investment of 1,000 yuan can yield the principal back in 6 months, along with an additional 300 yuan in profit. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan burst into laughter, recognizing the scheme for what it was, a classic scam promising exorbitant returns. He coldly remarked, If your project is indeed this profitable, why would you require my investment? Your relatives should pool their resources and invest. Surely they would become wealthy from it. Amidst the exchange of words, there lingered an air of mockery and derision. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's countenance shifted slightly, though he quickly regained his composure and, with utmost seriousness, remarked, What you say holds considerable merit. However, our project stipulates that, to prevent insider trading, relatives are prohibited from investing. Thus, we must seek funding from the public. In just 6 months, the interest can reach 30%. I assure you, this is not a scam. If you remain skeptical, you may invest a lesser amount. Here, 200 yuan suffices for participation. Frankly, we are not in short supply of investors. I mention this merely because I sense a connection with you. Should you still doubt my sincerity, I am willing to offer this watch as collateral, treating it as if your funds were lent to me. This timepiece was a gift from a relative in Hong Kong, valued at 2,000 yuan. As he spoke, the middle-aged man removed the watch from his wrist and extended it towards Li Jingshan. Upon inspection, Jingshan quickly discerned it to be a counterfeit, which only widened his smile. He candidly retorted, "Do you think a mere imitation can deceive me? Do you truly believe I am an unsophisticated fool? Leave now, before I lose my temper." Beyond this street lies the police station. If you wish to avoid a stint in prison, I suggest you vanish from my sight at once. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed. He now understood that this young man was not only affluent, but also discerning, prompting him to hastily retract the counterfeit watch and scurry towards the exit. However, just as he approached the door, a burly man with a square jaw obstructed his path. "What do you want?" "Step aside," the middle-aged man warned, taking a cautious step back. The square-jawed man sneered, "Wang Daming, you are suspected of illegal fundraising. Come with us to the police station." As he spoke, he produced a pair of handcuffs from his pocket. At that moment, a lean man, who had been sipping tea by the window, also rose and unveiled a set of handcuffs. Wang Daming was rendered speechless. He had not anticipated being targeted by the police. His mind raced, and after a moment of contemplation, he conceded, "Very well, today is my unlucky day. I have met my downfall." With that, he extended both hands, seemingly ready to surrender. The square-jawed officer chuckled and took a step towards him. However, just as he was about to grasp Wang Daming's wrists, Wang Daming suddenly lunged forward, crashing into the officer. Taken by surprise, the square-jawed man stumbled and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Daming leaped over him and dashed towards the restaurant's exit. At that instant, the lean policeman, who had been quietly sipping tea, sprang onto the table with remarkable agility, swiftly reaching the entrance to block Wang Daming's escape. "You fraud, do you dare to resist?" he shouted. Meanwhile, the square-jawed officer, Lu Yuan, had regained his footing and drew his baton, lunging towards Wang Daming. At that moment, Wang Daming unexpectedly drew a dagger from his pocket and rushed to a nearby dining table, seizing a woman's hair. He then pressed the blade directly against her neck. "Help! Help!" The woman began to scream frantically, and the man dining across from her, in a state of panic, also started to shout, "Silence! Otherwise I'll kill you." Wang Daming's expression darkened as he slapped the woman, causing her to tremble and bite her lip tightly. Witnessing this scene, the two policemen were taken aback. They believed Wang Daming was merely an economic offender, posing no significant threat. This time, they had come for a covert arrest without even bringing their firearms. Now, however, Wang Daming had taken a hostage with a deadly weapon, leaving the two officers, armed only with batons, in a state of shock. "Lu Go, what should we do?" asked the thin officer at the door, looking at the square-faced Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's face was particularly grim as he pointed his baton at Wang Daming and coldly admonished, "Wang Daming, put down your weapon at once, or else what? I scammed tens of thousands and ended up in prison. If I'm not executed, I'll be locked up for over a decade. Now, taking a hostage might just allow me to escape." Wang Daming retorted arrogantly, then shouted, "You too. Clear the way for me, or I'll kill her." As he spoke, he lightly grazed the dagger across the woman's neck, leaving a thin line of blood. "Help! Somebody help me. Comrades, please save me." The hostage cried out again, while the man dining with her pleaded, "Officer, you must do something to save my wife. She is innocent." Lu Yuan's expression darkened further. It was clear that Wang Daming was a desperate criminal, and their earlier recklessness had led them to this perilous situation. "Clear the way for me, or I will be forced to kill." Wang Daming shouted again, brandishing the dagger as if to slit the woman's throat. She screamed, and Lu Yuan urgently called out, "Stop! Stop! We will let you pass. Please do not harm innocent civilians." Upon hearing this, a triumphant smile spread across Wang Daming's face. He continued to drag the woman backward toward the restaurant's entrance, while the thin officer at the door reluctantly stepped aside, allowing Wang Daming a route for escape. Observing this unfolding drama, Li Jingshan furrowed his brow and quietly rose, making his way toward the restaurant's entrance. "Jingshan, what are you doing?" Jiang Shui asked nervously, noticing his actions. "It's nothing. I just want to get a closer look," Li Jingshan replied in a hushed tone, inching toward the door. All of Wang Daming's attention was focused on the two policemen and the woman he held hostage, leaving him momentarily oblivious to Li Jingshan's movements. However, Li Jingshan was cautious and did not approach too closely. As Wang Daming was about to exit the restaurant, Li Jingshan quietly grasped a plate resting on the table. Officer Lu Yuan noticed Li Jingshan's movement, his expression betraying surprise. He signaled Li Jingshan with his eyes, urging him not to act rashly. However, Li Jingshan winked back, conveying a silent message. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of internal conflict, and after a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. At that moment, the scammer Wang Daming had already stepped out of the restaurant. Suddenly, Officer Lu Yuan called out, "Wang Daming." Instantly on high alert, Wang Daming turned to look at Lu Yuan. In that very instant, Li Jingshan hurled the plate he held. The heavy dish struck Lu Yuan's hand with a resounding thud. With a loud clatter, the dagger slipped from Lu Yuan's grasp and fell to the ground. In that same heartbeat, Lu Yuan lunged at Wang Daming like a cheetah. Seizing his hand, he first collided with the man, forcing the abducted woman away, and then twisted his body to execute a powerful throw, sending Wang Daming sprawling. Observing this, Li Jingshan immediately charged forward as well. Wang Daming let out a cry of pain as he attempted to rise from the ground. At that moment, Li Jingshan and Lu Yuan pounced on him together, pinning him down with all their might. It was only then that the officer who had been guarding the entrance reacted, hastily retrieving handcuffs to secure Wang Daming. The previously anxious patrons erupted with excitement, applauding Li Jingshan and the two officers. "Well done, that was incredible. That young man is truly courageous. If it weren't for him today, I dread to think what might have happened. Such a handsome lad. He clearly is a good person." The crowd expressed their admiration for Li Jingshan. The two officers first shook hands with him and then stood upright, saluting him respectfully. Lu Yuan, with a square face, addressed Li Jingshan, "Young man, you have impressive skills. Were you a soldier?" Li Jingshan smiled and shook his head, replying, "I have never served. I am merely an ordinary farmer." Lu Yuan, taken aback by this revelation, exclaimed, "Truly remarkable. You possess both courage and strategy, and your actions were decisive today. We owe you a great debt of gratitude. Indeed, comrade, if it weren't for your intervention today, we would have been at a loss on how to handle this situation." "I never expected that scoundrel would carry a dagger," the guarding officer added gratefully. Li Jingshan smiled and said, "It is my honor to assist the police. Please, do not be overly formal." Hearing Li Jingshan's humility, the two officers expressed their admiration once more. Lu Yuan scrutinized Li Jingshan and inquired, "Young man, what is your name? Which village do you hail from?" "My name is Li Jingshan, from the village of Xiaoxi in this town." "Xiaoxi village?" Lu Yuan's face lit up with surprise. "Zhang Jinming, your village's party secretary, is a dear friend of mine. Are you acquainted with him?" Li Jingshan chuckled upon hearing this, pointing at his wife Jiang Shui and saying, "My wife is Jiang Shui, the niece of Secretary Zhang, which makes him my uncle by marriage." "Oh, what a coincidence. I truly appreciate your assistance today." Lu Yuan, upon listening, hurriedly extended his hand to shake hands with Li Jingshan. After exchanging pleasantries with the two policemen, they escorted the man Wang Daming out of the restaurant. At that moment, the woman who had been kidnapped and her husband expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Li Jingshan. He modestly smiled, indicating that there was no need for such thanks, and then he and Jiang Shui walked to the front desk of the restaurant. "Comrade, how much is our table?" Li Jingshan inquired. At that moment, a plump man approached them. "Today's meal is on the house. I am the owner here. I cannot thank you enough, for I shudder to think of how this situation might have escalated without your intervention. That is not acceptable. One must pay for their meal. Please allow me to settle the bill," Li Jingshan insisted while reaching for his wallet. The owner shook his head firmly, stating, "Brother, you are too modest. Your bravery today makes you a true man. I am Sun Xuanli, and I would like to befriend you. I will not accept your money for today's meal, no matter what." Seeing the sincerity in Sun Xuanli's expression, Li Jingshan felt it inappropriate to persist. He shook hands with Sun Xuanli and then left the restaurant with his wife. Once outside, Jiang Shui, feeling a bit anxious, remarked, "Jingshan, you were exceedingly bold today. What if something had gone wrong?" Hearing this, Li Jingshan was not angered. Instead, he smiled, recognizing that those who commend his bravery likely harbor no ill will. Yet, those who admonish him for being reckless are often the ones who genuinely care. Thus, he smiled, holding Jiang Shui's hand, and said, "Do not worry. You must avoid such risks in the future. If anything were to happen, and that villain retaliated, I would be heartbroken." Jiang Shui softly replied, "Rest assured. I will take good care of myself from now on." As they returned to Xiaoxi village, night had fully descended. Li Jingshan and Jiang Shui visited her father, Jiang Guoli. At that moment, their daughter had already finished dinner, her little mouth smeared with oil. Upon seeing Li Jingshan, she immediately ran towards him, wiggling her little bottom. Li Jingshan playfully pinched her cheek while chatting with Jiang Guoli and Jiang Hai about recent events at the construction site. Jiang Guoli, puffing on his cigarette, said with a hint of displeasure, "Jingshan, I see you've been quite industrious lately, and I am pleased that you understand the importance of providing for the family. However, I still do not support your work at the construction site. You are an intellectual. It would be sufficient for you to work on translations at home. Our family's life is quite stable and satisfactory. There is no need to venture into the potentially perilous environment of construction. Dad, I merely draw blueprints at the construction site. It is all intellectual labor and poses no danger," Li Jingshan replied. At that moment, Zhang Ziyun also chimed in, saying, "Regardless, it is better to stay at home. Since you can earn a living from home, why venture outside? Isn't it better to be with your wife and children?" Li Jingshan smiled upon hearing this and said, "Mother, rest assured. The blueprints at the construction site are all sorted out. From now on, I shall watch over Jiang Shui and Tuan Tuan, occasionally visiting the site when necessary." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Guoli and Zhang Ziyun's expressions softened somewhat. They were not particularly concerned about how much money Li Jingshan could earn. Their primary wish was for him to remain by Jiang Shui's side. At this moment, Li Jingshan inquired, "Why haven't I seen Jiang Shu? Has he gone to bed already, just because it has turned dark?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoli furrowed his brow immediately and grumbled, "That little rascal. Recently, he has earned some money and has started straying from the right path, gallivanting around with Hu Peng and his friends. He didn't even come home last night." Zhang Ziyun chimed in with her grievances. "I don't know what is going on lately, but those two rascals from Hongyun village keep seeking out Jiang Shu. That boy is quite naive. If they lead him astray, I truly don't know what we would do." Li Jingshan frowned at this revelation and turned to his elder brother Jiang Hai, asking, "Brother, what do the people from Hongyun village want with Jiang Shu?" Jiang Hai, wearing a concerned expression, replied, "I am not certain. But Jiang Shu has been coming home inebriated these past few days. Moreover, this morning, he even borrowed 5 yuan from me." "What?" exclaimed Jiang Guoli, his eyes widening in disbelief. "That boy has been making money lately. Why on earth would he borrow money from you?" Jiang Hai shook his head, saying, "I asked him, but he said nothing, insisting on borrowing money. I felt awkward to refuse him, so I gave him 5 yuan. At this, Wang Xiuji, who had been sitting nearby, immediately fell silent, her expression darkening. However, with her in-laws present, she refrained from saying anything, quietly squeezing Jiang Hai's arm, her fingers applying slight pressure, turning his face a shade of crimson. At that moment, Jiang Guoli's eyes darted around, and suddenly he slammed his palm on the table, declaring, "That little rascal must have gone to gamble." "What?" Zhang Ziyun's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. "Gambling can be addictive. Jiang Shu isn't even married yet. If he succumbs to such a vice, it could ruin his life. What shall we do?" The atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly tense. Just then, the door creaked open, and a tipsy Jiang Shu stumbled in. "You rascal, you still know to come back." Jiang Guoli slammed the table and began to reprimand Jiang Shu loudly. The inebriated Jiang Shu paused, then smiled at his father, saying, "Dad, I just went out to have some fun for a couple of days. Was it necessary to get this worked up? I'm an adult now, don't treat me like a child." "Jiang Shu, have you been gambling these past few days?" Zhang Xian stood up, her voice tinged with anxiety. Upon hearing this, a look of panic crossed Jiang Shu's face, yet he quickly shook his head, saying, "Mom, I just went out for drinks with friends. I didn't gamble. Don't lie. If you weren't gambling, why would you borrow money from your brother?" Jiang Guoli bellowed at Jiang Shu. Hearing this, Jiang Shu's countenance changed, and he immediately turned to look at his elder brother. Jiang Hai awkwardly said, "Just now, my parents inquired about this matter, and I spoke to them." Jiang Shu complained, "Brother, why are you like this? How dare you blame your elder brother? You truly have lost your senses, daring to gamble. I shall certainly teach you a lesson today," Jiang Guoli declared, brandishing a stick and lunging towards Jiang Shu. Chapter 56. A lesson in discipline. Seeing his father wielding the stick, Jiang Shu was frightened and turned to flee. However, in his inebriated state, he stumbled over the threshold and fell at the entrance. "You little rascal, instead of learning good things, you chose to gamble. Watch me discipline you today," Jiang Guoli exclaimed as he closed the distance. The entire Jiang family turned pale at the sight. Jiang Hai rushed forward, attempting to intervene, but was stopped by Zhang Ziyun. "Mother, Why are you holding me back? Father will surely strike Jiang Shu to death. Who can withstand such a thick stick? Jiang Hai said anxiously. Leave him be. If he becomes addicted to gambling, his life will be ruined. A good beating from your father is for the best. He knows what he is doing. Zhang Ziyun replied quietly. Li Jingshun had also intended to intervene, but upon hearing this, he observed that although Jiang Guoli was striking hard, he was only hitting Jiang Shu's backside, so he remained silent. Thus, everyone watched as Jiang Guoli swung the stick repeatedly, the sound echoing through the yard. Jiang Shu rolled on the ground in agony, crying out, Father, please stop. Stop. I will teach you a lesson today. Otherwise, you will ruin the entire Jiang family. Jiang Guoli said fiercely, his strikes relentless. Fortunately, he was mindful not to strike too hard, focusing solely on Jiang Shu's behind. Even so, Jiang Shu continued to wail in pain. Watching this scene, Tuan Tuan turned pale with fright, prompting Jiang Shui to quickly embrace the child. Jiang Hai's son, Jiang Shui, also frightened, sought refuge in his mother Wang Xiuji's arms. Mom, will Grandpa kill my second uncle? Jiang Shui whispered. No, but he will make him beg for mercy. Wang Xiuji murmured. Does Grandpa not like second uncle? Jiang Shui blinked, asking innocently. It is precisely because he cares that he is disciplining him. Your second uncle gambled. And gamblers must face the consequences. Do you understand? Wang Xiuji explained to her son. Jiang Shui's face revealed a look of confusion. Yet upon seeing his mother's serious demeanor, he nodded obediently. In the midst of their conversation, Jiang Guoli struck Jiang Shu a dozen more times, causing him to cry out in pain until his voice was hoarse. Exhausted and panting, Jiang Guoli finally paused, drenched in sweat. It was then that Li Jingshun approached, firmly grasping Jiang Guoli's arm, and urged, Father, Jiang Shu is merely momentarily foolish. A single beating suffices. You are not young anymore. And do take care not to truly injure yourself. Indeed, Father, Jiang Shu has learned his lesson. He surely will not gamble again. Another voice chimed in. Please, take a breather. At worst, we can keep him indoors for a few days to reflect, Jiang Hai remarked, hastening towards Jiang Guoli and positioning himself before him. Jiang Guoli, panting heavily, pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Shu and exclaimed, Were it not for your elder brother and brother-in-law, I would have beaten you to a pulp today. Speak. Will you dare to play cards again? I won't. I won't. Jiang Shu hastily replied, rising with a grimace of pain and embarrassment. What a useless fellow you are. Look at Jing Shun, tirelessly striving to support his family and provide a good life for his wife and children. And you, a bachelor without a wife. Show no ambition whatsoever, merely imitating others in gambling, utterly devoid of aspiration. Jiang Guoli chastised Jiang Shu, brandishing his finger before finally discarding the stick in his hand and storming back to his room. Father, please calm down, Jiang Hai urged, following Jiang Guoli in an attempt to pacify him, genuinely concerned for his father's health given his age. Silence. I warn you, if you ever lend Jiang Shu money again, I will include you in my wrath. You have established a family and have children, yet you lack understanding. Lending him money only leads to his ruin. Look at Jing Shun, diligently occupied with meaningful endeavors, while you squander your potential. Jiang Guoli berated his eldest son, Jiang Hai, who wore an innocent expression, his countenance troubled. Father, a few less words would suffice. The punishment has been dealt. Let us consider this matter closed and allow you to rest, Zhang Xun interjected, hastily approaching to offer Jiang Hai a reassuring glance before guiding Jiang Guoli back to their quarters. In the courtyard, Jiang Shu rubbed his sore backside, feeling quite embarrassed. Li Jingshun approached and inquired, How are you? Did you suffer any fractures? No, I'm tough-skinned and resilient. I haven't sustained any injuries. Jiang Shu awkwardly chuckled in response. That's good to hear, Li Jingshun replied. Brother-in-law, we share a strong bond. Yet when father struck me just now, why didn't you intervene? Jiang Shu asked, slightly displeased at Li Jingshun's composure. You provoked him to such an extent. If he didn't vent his frustration, it could lead to serious health issues. Moreover, your actions were disgraceful enough to warrant some punishment, Li Jingshun stated bluntly, prompting another awkward smile from Jiang Shu. Refrain from gambling in the future, or else father may not limit his discipline to just your backside. Li Jingshun advised gravely. Understood, Jiang Shu nodded solemnly. Now, let us return to apologize to our parents, and then you should rest, Li Jingshun said, pulling Jiang Shu's arm as they headed indoors. Jiang Shu limped into the room, and, seeing Jiang Guoli's furious expression, spoke in a somewhat faltering tone. Father, I acknowledge my mistake. I was momentarily foolish. Swayed by those rascals Wang Luer and Chen Sanxia. I promise I will never gamble again. Please do not remain angry with me. Jiang Guoli, hearing this, let out a cold huff and turned his face away, refusing to look at Jiang Shu. Old man. The child was momentarily confused. He has already apologized. So do not hold it against him. Zhang Cuyun gently patted Jiang Guoli's back in an attempt to console him. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Guoli's expression softened somewhat. He then inquired, pray tell, how did you come to associate with those two rascals from Honyun village? Jiang Shu, unable to conceal the truth, candidly replied. A few days ago, after we returned from fishing, I went outside the village to gather firewood. Suddenly, Wang Luer and Chun San approached and insisted on dragging me to their place for tea. I was not well acquainted with them, but they were quite insistent, and I felt it would be rude to refuse. So, I went to have tea with them. Subsequently, we indulged in some drinks and decided to play cards. Before I knew it, we had become quite familiar. Jiang Shu was aware of his missteps and lowered his head as he spoke. Chapter 57, Wang Luer. Now tell me, how much have you lost in the past few days? Jiang Guoli asked in a grim tone. Jiang Shu hesitantly responded, approximately over 20 yuan. I had a streak of bad luck. Well, you little rascal, lacking the skill to earn money, yet you dare to lose such a sum. Jiang Guoli's face turned red with anger, and he made a motion to stand. Jiang Shu, frightened, stepped back repeatedly. At that moment, Zhang Ciyun, Li Jingshan, and Jiang Hai hurriedly tried to placate Jiang Guoli. After much effort, they finally managed to calm him down. You better not play cards again. If you do, I will break your hands. Moreover, for the next month, after you finish your chores at home, you shall remain inside. If you dare step outside, I will break your legs. Now get out of my sight. Jiang Guoli scolded vehemently. Hearing this, Jiang Shu felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders and turned to flee. Just as he was about to exit, Li Jingshan suddenly recalled something and called out, Jiang Shu, wait a moment. Brother-in-law, do you have something to say? Jiang Shu turned back, puzzled. Li Jingshan nodded and said, I wish to inquire whether you are familiar with Wang Luer and Chen San. Not at all. We only exchanged a few words while repairing the embankment in the village. Jiang Shu replied. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan furrowed his brow and murmured, if you are not acquainted, then their sudden invitation must be a scheme to ensnare you. There appears to be some intrigue at play. What sort of intrigue? Those two rascals probably just heard that our family has been making money from selling fish. Zhang Cuyun interjected without hesitation. Dear, hold your tongue and let Jingshan finish, Jiang Guoli interjected, casting an encouraging glance at Li Jingshan. A contemplative expression crossed Li Jingshan's face as he continued. It is evident that Wang Luer and Chun San are targeting Jiang Shu. While our family has indeed earned some money recently, we are hardly considered affluent in comparison to the surrounding villages. That makes sense. Please continue, Jiang Guoli encouraged. Li Jingshan then turned to Jiang Guoli and asserted, I suspect they are deliberately aiming to undermine Jiang Shu and our family. Could you help me think if Wang Luer and Chun San have any connection with Zhou Guohua from our village? Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoli's expression immediately changed. He cast a deep glance at Li Jingshan and then said, Jingshan, you have indeed guessed correctly. Those two scoundrels are undoubtedly trying to intentionally set us up. I recall that before liberation, Wang Luer was the adopted son of that old scoundrel Zhou Fuguo. Just a few days ago, you broke Zhou Guohua's leg. And now Zhou Fuguo has sent his adopted son, Wang Luer, to seek revenge on his biological son. He intends to ensnare Jiang Shu into drug addiction, thereby ruining our Jiang family. At this revelation, everyone's countenance shifted dramatically. Old man, let us report this to the police, Zhang Ciyun said. Somewhat frightened after learning of Wang Luer's sinister intentions, Jiang Guoli shook his head and replied, to catch a thief, one must catch them in the act. Right now, they are not engaged in gambling. How can we call the police? Moreover, in the nearby villages, gambling and card playing occur from time to time. If we report this, we will undoubtedly offend many people and invite their disdain. Hearing this, the Jiang family members' faces fell. Li Jingshan couldn't help but shake his head in silence. Rural life is indeed like this, a relatively closed environment. Beyond the law, what prevails here are human sentiments and customary rules. It is akin to the situation decades later, where women are trafficked. Some bachelors in the village marry these trafficked women, and although the entire village is aware, no one chooses to report it. Sometimes, I ponder that the customary rules in the village can be quite suffocating. So what should we do? Are we to suffer in silence? Jiang Hai asked, somewhat discontent. Jiang Shu cast a grateful glance at Li Jingshan, then looked at his father and said, Dad, I truly hadn't considered this aspect. If it weren't for Jingshan, I wouldn't have realized they were deliberately setting me up. We cannot simply swallow this grievance. You foolish child. How can you still have the audacity to speak like this? In the future, when faced with matters, keep your composure and carefully think through the causes and consequences. Jiang Guoli chastised, then added somewhat gloomily, All right, from now on, you must behave yourself. As for revenge, we will seek opportunities later. Now go away. Your presence irritates me. Jiang Guoli cursed. Jiang Shu, feeling helpless, nodded, turned, and limped back to his room, clutching his backside. All right, everyone, you may disperse. Also be mindful. We have broken Zhou Guohua's leg, which has surely created enmity with the Zhou family. We must remain vigilant against them and Wang Luer's family from Honyun village. Jiang Guoli advised, then wearily waved his hand at everyone. The crowd nodded and dispersed. In the following days, aside from fishing, Jiang Shu was strictly confined to his home. Although Wang Luer and Chun San visited him several times, they were driven away by Zhang Ziyun's scoldings. Apart from this, there was a semblance of peace. Li Jingshan occasionally rode his bicycle to the town to discuss matters concerning the construction site with Zhao Chong. During the remaining hours, he contentedly stayed at home, basking in the warmth of his family. The only source of discontent in his life was the cramped quarters of their residence. Indulging in plentiful meals, he felt a surge of vitality, and whenever he gazed upon his petite and charming wife, he was overwhelmed with desire. Unfortunately, with Tuan Tuan constantly around, it proved quite inconvenient for him to pursue his inclinations. Nevertheless, under a man's nurturing, Jiang Shui's complexion flourished, her eyes sparkling with allure. Jingshan quietly contemplated the considerable earnings he had amassed and resolved that as spring approached, it would be time to prepare for the construction of a new house. Only then could Tuan Tuan have her own room, allowing him and his wife to revel in their intimacy. On a particularly sunny day, Jingshan leisurely sat outside, translating documents. Suddenly, Wang Luer, who had faced rejection at the Jiang household, pushed open the gate to his yard. With a sycophantic grin plastered across his face, he called out to Jingshan, Brother Jingshan, how are you? Upon seeing him, Jingshan furrowed his brow slightly, his tone neither warm nor cold as he inquired, Wang Luer, what brings you here? Do you seek something from me? Oh, Brother Jingshan, you speak as if we are strangers. Have you forgotten the times we toiled together on the riverbank? Luer replied, If you have something to say, just say it plainly. Jingshan offered no warmth in his demeanor, responding with a frigid tone. Despite this, Luer appeared unfazed, his smile only growing wider as he continued, Brother Jingshan, I truly admire you. You possess both knowledge and charm. I would like to invite you to my home for a bit of fun, maybe some drinks and cards. What do you think? Hearing this, Jiang Shui, who stood at the doorway, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Luer, the adopted son of Zhou Fuguei, had just wronged Jiang Shu and was now seeking out Jingshan. Her eyes, filled with concern, darted towards her husband. Jingshan's expression darkened as he recalled that Zhang Ziyun had just expelled Luer from her home. Now, it seemed this man was shamelessly clinging to him. I'm not interested. You should go entertain yourself, Jingshan replied coolly, unwilling to engage further with someone like Luer. Don't say that, Brother Jingshan. I've already informed Chen Sanner that I would invite you along. To make it special, we even arranged for 2 female card players to join us. We can enjoy a game together, have a few drinks afterward, and engage in pleasant conversation. It would be delightful. Please, grant me this favor and join us, Luer implored. Observing Luer's relentless determination, Jingshan felt a flicker of intrigue. This fellow was insistent on inviting him for a card game, even arranging for women. Clearly, there was an ulterior motive at play. The more he pondered, the more certain he became. Gazing at Luer's forced smile, a sudden thought struck him. Very well. You go ahead. I'll tidy up a bit and join you shortly. Li Jingshan changed his tone, and beside him, Jiang Shui let out a quiet sigh. No, don't tidy up anything. We are all friends, and it would be just fine to go as we are. Let us go together. I will ride and take you. Wang Luer continued to chatter incessantly. What are you blabbering about, you rascal? If you keep rambling, I want to go. With a glare from Li Jingshan, Wang Luer immediately fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. All right, we will wait for you, and we won't leave until we see you. As Wang Luer turned to leave, Jiang Shui lowered her head, her eyes clouded with a mist of tears. During this period, Li Jingxin had been diligent and grounded, and life at home was flourishing. However, when Wang Luer came to invite him, Jiang Shui thought Li Jingxin would refuse. She never anticipated that he would be unable to resist temptation. The thought of Li Jingxin joining that group of rascals to play cards, drink, and mingle with women filled her heart with unease. What good could come from cards and women? Surely, her days of tranquility were coming to an end. With a sense of desolation, Jiang Shui felt a twinge in her nose, and at that moment, Li Jingxin, standing beside her, suddenly grasped her hand. "What's wrong? You look quite troubled," he asked with a smile. Jiang Shui dared not express her anger towards him, her eyes merely misting over. Li Jingxin chuckled and said, "I know what you are thinking. Don't worry, I won't go astray." "Then why are you still going?" Looking at the man, Jiang Shui felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. Li Jingxin's face flickered with a cold smile as he replied, "That rascal must have set a trap for me. His invitation is surely nothing good." Upon hearing this, concern etched itself onto Jiang Shui's face. "Then why did you agree?" Li Jingxin explained with a smile. "If it's a festering sore, it must be lanced. The hidden risks are the most perilous. Rest assured, I have ways to deal with him." With those words, Jiang Shui finally felt a sense of relief. After calming his wife, Li Jingxin tucked a small dagger into his pocket and hurried to Zhang Yunfei's home. At that moment, Zhang Yunfei was sitting on the kong, idly smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Li Jingxin enter, he immediately stood up. "Brother Jingxin, what brings you here?" Zhang Yunfei inquired. Li Jingxin glanced at him and said, "Just now, Wang Luer persistently invited me to Chen San'er's house to play cards. He mentioned 2 women from the town would be joining." "What? Such good fortune. Why didn't he call me?" Zhang Yunfei exclaimed indignantly. "That scoundrel. I saw him at our village's convenience store half an hour ago, and he didn't utter a word." Hearing this, Li Jingxin felt more certain of his suspicions and coldly chuckled. "That rascal isn't up to anything good. His invitation, with cards and women involved, clearly indicates a scheme." "What? How dare he set a trap for Brother Jingxin? Does he think he can deceive you?" Zhang Yunfei's expression darkened as he clenched his fists. "This young man dares to scheme against Brother Jingxin. I shall certainly teach him a lesson." Li Jingxin smiled and replied, "Do not be so hot-headed. Wang Luer has always been rather cunning. Initially, I had no intention of confronting him, but since he has made the first move, I shall not hold back." "Brother Jingxin, what do you propose?" "I am at your command," Zhang Yunfei interjected promptly. Li Jingxin nodded, offering Zhang Yunfei a cigarette. As they both smoked, they deliberated within the confines of the room. Half an hour later, Li Jingxin arrived at Wang Luer's residence in the neighboring village. Upon stepping into the courtyard, the door swung open, and Wang Luer, upon seeing Li Jingxin, instantly brightened with joy. "Brother Jingxin, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you. Where is the woman you mentioned?" Li Jingxin feigned a lecherous demeanor. Hearing this, a lewd expression crossed Wang Luer's face as he said, "She is inside. Come in quickly. Let us all enjoy ourselves together. After the game, we can share a drink. Who knows, Brother Jingxin, you might even find some romantic fortune." Li Jingxin remained non-committal as he entered the room, with the exuberant Wang Luer following suit and shutting the door behind them. He failed to notice that Zhang Yunfei had stealthily crept into the courtyard, hiding beneath a nearby firewood shed. Upon entering, Li Jingxin was immediately engulfed by the scent of cheap perfume. Raising his eyes, he beheld 3 individuals seated on the kong, a tall and gaunt man with an unsettling aura, Chen San'er, accompanied by 2 women with voluminous curls. Though not particularly striking in appearance, the women were dressed provocatively, their low-cut necklines revealing ample skin, and the pungent aroma of substandard perfume enveloped them, exuding a certain air of debauchery. Chapter 59. Playing into the scheme, this scoundrel truly dares to set a trap for me. Li Jingxin cast a sidelong glance at Wang Luer, inwardly cursing him coldly. "Brother Jingxin, you've arrived. Let us play cards together," Chen San'er said, sensing Li Jingxin's somber demeanor, which inexplicably made him anxious. "Indeed, it has been a while since I played cards. I hope luck is on my side this time," Li Jingxin replied, unceremoniously removing his shoes and stepping onto the kong. The 2 women, evidently unfamiliar with either Wang Luer or Chen San'er, remained absorbed in the game, hardly speaking a word. Meanwhile, Wang Luer and Chen San'er were preoccupied with their own thoughts, leading to a rather dull and uninspiring card game. Though Li Jingxin won a bit of money, he wore no smile, his mind preoccupied with other matters. At this juncture, Wang Luer exchanged a glance with Chen Sanner and remarked, "This card game lacks excitement. Do we have a case of beer at home? I shall bring it over. And we can drink while we play." Chen Sanner nodded eagerly, saying, "Very well, let us have a drink together to lighten the mood." With that, Wang Luer swiftly descended from the Kong and returned shortly with several cups of beer, first offering one to Lu Tao. Li Jingshen feigned nonchalance, glancing at the cup and vaguely noticing that his drink appeared murkier than the others. He rolled his eyes and said, "You brat, why have you even brought a cup? Just drink straight from the bottle. Hurry and get me a whole bottle of beer. I don't like using cups, it's too effeminate." At these words, Wang Luer shrank back, opening his mouth yet finding himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Chun San hastily interjected, "Brother Jingshun, the drinks are already served, so let's not be picky. We have lovely ladies present. After all, drinking from a cup seems more refined. Come on, let us all raise a toast." With that, Wang Luer lifted his glass to clink with Li Jingshun's, knowing full well his glass contained something potent. Li Jingshun turned to the two women and said, "Ladies, let us toast." The two women exchanged glances and raised their glasses. With two crisp clinks, Li Jingshun pretended to sip from his glass, but then actually took a significant gulp of the beer, only to spray it out in a sudden eruption. "What on earth, Brother Jingshun, what are you doing?" Wang Luer was taken aback, while Li Jingshun coughed violently, exclaiming, "Something's off with this beer. It tastes strange and is choking me. How could that be?" Wang Luer stammered, sweat breaking out on his forehead. Chun Sen anxiously added, "How could that be? The beer must be fine. Brother Jingshun, just drink a bit more." Li Jingshun raised the remaining half glass to his lips again, but grimaced before speaking, "I feel so dizzy. What is wrong with me?" He swayed and collapsed onto the large Kong in Wang Luer's home. "Brother Jingshun, what is happening to you?" Wang Luer rushed over, shaking his shoulders vigorously. When he received no response, a cold smile crept across his face. "You, surnamed Li, and you're still a youth? How foolish can you be? It seems you've fallen into my trap this time." "Haha." Wang Luer laughed heartily, but Chen San, feeling anxious, asked, "Wang Luer, I saw Li Jingshun only took a couple of sips. Why has it taken effect so quickly? Is the drug you use safe? We can't have a death on our hands." Wang Luer shook his head, reassuringly saying, "Don't worry, I've checked. That dosage won't kill anyone. I never expected this brat to be so weak. After just 2 sips, he's already out cold. What are you two dawdling for? Quickly strip him of his clothes. And you both take off yours as well. Soon, we'll call someone to extort him." He turned to the two women, urging them along. Soon after, Li Jingshun heard the faint sounds of clothing being removed. He slightly opened his eyes, only to be greeted by a blinding white. It must be said, although the two women were of average looks, their skin was quite fair, and their figures. After a fleeting glance, Li Jingshun closed his eyes again. He then felt hands beginning to remove his clothes. As his shirt was taken off and his pants were pulled down, he felt a pair of feminine hands tugging at his underwear, pulling it downwards. Li Jingshun felt a surge of impatience. What on earth was Zhang Yunfei up to outside? Had he fallen asleep? Just as Li Jingshun was mired in frustration, he heard a loud bang as the door was kicked open. Subsequently, Zhang Yunfei burst in, clutching a tape recorder in hand. Upon seeing this uninvited guest, Wang Luer appeared exceedingly flustered. "Who the hell is your brother?" Zhang Yunfei, his expression darkening, swiftly delivered a slap followed by a fierce kick that sent Wang Luer crashing to the ground. Witnessing this, Chun Sanner trembled, attempting to flee, only to be intercepted by Chun Long, who firmly pinned the lanky Chun Sanner against the wall. What was Zhang Yunfei planning? Wang Luer struggled to rise from the floor. A pained expression etched across his face. "What are you going to do? Are you trying to set up Jingshun? Is that a death wish?" Zhang Yunfei replied coldly. What are you talking about? I don't understand." Wang Luer feigned ignorance, even at this juncture. "You fool, do you think I lack evidence? I have recorded our entire conversation just now." With a clang, Zhang Yunfei slammed the tape recorder onto the table. Only at that moment did the two women regain their senses, hurriedly donning their clothing. Meanwhile, Wang Luer stared at the tape recorder, his face ashen. Clap, clap. Applause erupted as Li Jingshun, sitting up from the bed, leisurely lit a cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, and approvingly remarked, "Yunfei, you have done well." He then turned to Wang Luer, a cruel smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Under the penetrating gaze of Li Jingshun, Wang Luer's heart raced wildly as he paled and stammered, "Brother Jingshun, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to play a joke on you." I truly apologize. I won't dare do this again. If you forgive me, I'm willing to bow down to you. Li Jingshan flicked the ash from his cigarette, chuckling. If apologies were effective, what need would there be for the police? Wang Luer, this year marks a period of severe crackdowns. What you have done today, well, a sentence of 10 to 8 years should not be a problem. Chapter 60. Kneeling and begging for mercy. Upon hearing this, Wang Luer's face blanched further. He sank to his knees at Li Jingshan's feet, his voice hoarse with desperation. Brother Jingshan, I'm not a human. Please spare my life. Just treat me as if I am nothing and let me go. After a frantic plea for mercy, Wang Luer noticed that Li Jingshan and Zhang Yunfei merely regarded him with cold laughter, a wave of despair washing over him. Trembling, he raised his hand and began to slap his own face, casting a pleading glance towards Chen Sanner. Initially reluctant to speak, Chen Sanner reconsidered. If this matter escalated to the police, he too would be implicated as an accomplice. Given the current crackdown, he might end up serving a year behind bars. With that thought, Chen Sanner also fell to his knees. He began to wail. Brother Jingshan, we were just momentarily foolish. Please forgive us. We are all from nearby villages, and we frequently cross paths. Just grant us this one pardon, Brother Jingshan. My mother and your mother-in-law are actually distant relatives, so we are somewhat connected. I am the sole child in my family. You must forgive me, or my life will be utterly ruined. Li Jingshan observed the two of them impassively as they performed their act of desperation. Once their voices had become hoarse from their cries, he let out a cold hum. Chen Sanner and Wang Luer, sensing the atmosphere, promptly ceased their lamentations. Kneeling on the ground, they lifted their heads, casting pleading glances at Li Jingshan. Li Jingshan spoke coldly. For the actions you have committed today, you would face at least 10 to 8 years in confinement. However, considering our shared roots, I may spare you this time, but it will depend on your awareness of the situation. Awareness, I shall certainly be aware. Wang Luer hurriedly responded. From now on, whenever I see Brother Jingshan, I will take a detour. I shall never dare to provoke you again. Furthermore, Brother Jingshan, this is the money I earned from working at the construction site, a total of 180 yuan. Please accept it as my tribute to you. He hastily produced a stack of money from his pocket, presenting it with utmost care. Chen Sanner followed suit, bowing deeply to Li Jingshan several times before producing several tens of yuan. Brother Jingshan, I have little money. This is all my savings, and I give it all to you, pleading for your mercy. Lu Tao had rushed over, borrowing a tape recorder from the village primary school, but unfortunately, it lacked a recording tape, so he never intended to report this matter to the police. Now witnessing the tangible outcome, both men yielded, and his anger dissipated. He gestured to Zhang Yunfei, who immediately approached to collect the money from the two. With a scowl, he admonished them, "You two fools, from now on, when you see Brother Jingshan, behave yourselves. If you dare engage in such nonsense again, I'll break your legs. And don't think I don't know you were sent by that old rascal Zhou Fugui. From now on, not only should you avoid me, but also steer clear of anyone from the Jiang family. If you provoke Jiang Shu again, I will end you." Yes. Wang Luer and Chen Sanner turned pale, nodding vigorously. Upon returning to the village, Li Jingshan handed a 50 yuan note to Zhang Yunfei. Brother Jingshan, what does this mean? Zhang Yunfei asked, frowning. You've worked hard. Take this money and spend it wisely. Remember not to gamble. Buy yourself some clothing. And get a nice bottle of liquor for my uncle, Li Jingshan replied. This is unacceptable. 50 yuan is equivalent to a laborer's monthly wage. Brother Jingshan, I merely accompanied you for a stroll. I cannot accept this money. Moreover, we are truly related. This feels too distant, Zhang Yunfei said with a serious expression. Li Jingshan responded, we are indeed related, so do not be overly polite. We share both joys and hardships together. Moreover, in the future, should I require assistance, I would feel quite hesitant to call upon you, especially since you currently offer your help without charge. Alas, I am truly grateful, Brother Jingshan. Upon hearing these words from Li Jingshan, Zhang Yunfei accepted the money with a face full of gratitude. He then smiled at Li Jingshan, saying, I knew that by associating with you, Brother Jingshan, I would surely benefit. You should learn to be more composed like your father in the future. I will guide you to earn great wealth, Li Jingshan remarked, patting Zhang Yunfei on the shoulder before taking his leave. With a pocket full of money, Li Jingshan did not return home directly. Instead, he made a trip to the local department store, purchasing an array of skincare products for Jiang Shui and some white rabbit milk candies for Tuan Tuan. As he stepped through the courtyard gate, he heard the creak of the door opening. Clearly, his wife Jiang Shui had been waiting for him, observing the anxious expression on her face. A playful smile unexpectedly emerged on Li Jingshen's lips. He feigned a stern demeanor as he entered the room, ignoring Jiang Shui entirely and walking in with indifference. Li Jingshen had been invited by Wang Luer to play cards, and the fact that he was playing with women only heightened Jiang Shui's concern. Now that the sun had fully set and her husband had returned with no trace of a smile, Jiang Shui felt even more despondent. She gently bit her lip and quietly closed the door. At that moment, Li Jingshen, resembling a lifeless creature, collapsed onto the bed, stretching his arms back and beginning to rub his waist. "Oh, I am utterly exhausted. Those two girls are something else," he exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui was momentarily taken aback, but then a realization struck her. Her face turned ashen, and her bright eyes clouded with tears. All her previous dreams of a beautiful future seemed to shatter in an instant, leaving Jiang Shui standing in the corner of the room, head bowed, large droplets of tears welling in her eyes. Li Jingshen had intended to make a joke, but seeing his wife's profound sadness, he quickly sprang from the bed and hurried over to her. He cupped her face in his hands, noticing the glimmer of tears in her eyes. "Oh dear, I was merely joking. Please don't cry." However, Jiang Shui pushed him away, tears streaming down her cheeks. This sight only deepened Li Jingshen's heartache, prompting him to explain, "I went to Wang Luer's house and dealt with that scoundrel in less than half an hour. Then I went to town specifically to buy you some skincare products." As he spoke, he hurriedly retrieved the clam oil from his pocket. Jiang Shui glanced at the bottles of clam oil and then at the sincerity etched on her husband's face, asking, "Is that true? Are you not deceiving me?" Chapter 61. How could I deceive you? Li Jingshen held her face gently, replying, "How could I deceive you? Those women I played cards with were as unattractive as the village matrons. Even if they were undressed, they would not compare to a single finger of my wife." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Shui transformed her tears into laughter, yet she found Li Jingshen's words rather crude, causing a delicate blush to grace her beautiful face. Witnessing his wife's charmingly tear-streaked visage, Li Jingshen could not resist leaning down to plant fervent kisses upon her cheeks. Jiang Shui, feeling a flicker of panic, instinctively shut her eyes, gazing at her long, fluttering eyelashes and the rosy hue of her face, which was accentuated by her nervousness. Li Jingshen suddenly felt a parched sensation in his throat. He swallowed hard and, without hesitation, encircled Jiang Shui's slender waist, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Jiang Shui hurriedly opened her eyes, struggling to escape from such intimacy. However, Li Jingshen was already ablaze with desire. Disregarding the presence of their little daughter, Tuan Tuan, who was still outside, he sought to engage in the sacred act of love with his cherished wife. Jiang Shui was placed upon the bed, her face aflame as she gasped for breath, yet Li Jingshen's strength was overwhelming, rendering her efforts futile. One by one, her buttons were undone, and in the warm light, her fair skin was revealed to Li Jingshen's gaze. "Mom and Dad, are you going to sleep now?" At that fiery moment, a tender voice broke through. Tuan Tuan peered in through the doorway, and Li Jingshen instantly regained his composure, sitting upright. Jiang Shui quickly pulled a blanket over herself. The thought of their daughter witnessing such a scene filled Jiang Shui with reproach towards Li Jingshen, casting him a scolding glance. "Just look at your mischief, you big bad wolf." Li Jingshen chuckled awkwardly and rose, saying, "Darling daughter, I've suddenly lost my sleepiness. You and your mother go ahead. I'll take a stroll." With that, he adjusted his trousers and swiftly exited the room. The night breeze in the countryside was brisk, alleviating some of the heat that clung to Li Jingshen. Lighting a cigarette, he sat on the steps, gazing at the star-studded sky, relishing the tranquility of the night. However, at that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the stillness from the nearby courtyard. "Jiang Hai, you scoundrel! Living the good life while squandering everything, aren't you? You finally earned some money, and this is how you waste it." Wang Xiuji's voice was laden with anger. Moments later, the voice of Li Jingshen's elder brother, Jiang Hai, responded, "I'm just trying to earn a little more money. It's normal to have gains and losses in business. This is merely the first step. I'm not afraid of losing a bit. The batch of fish you ordered cost 50 cents per pound, yet they're barely selling for 40 cents. With such a disparity, how do you expect to sell them all? Is it easy to make money these days? You're such a waste, a prodigal." Wang Xiuji berated him. "You, woman, I'm doing this for the sake of earning money too. Why is your tongue so sharp? Do you want me to tear it out? Jiang Hai retorted in anger. Come on, you useless prodigal. Not only does engaging in business lead to losses, but there are also desires to resort to violence within the home. Come, let me show you strike. Strike. If you lack the courage to hit, then you are not a man. As the quarrel between the couple intensified, it seemed they were on the verge of physical confrontation. Li Jingshan hastily discarded his cigarette, and approached them briskly. He knocked on the door and entered the room, only to find his sister-in-law, Wang Xiuji, and his elder brother, Jiang Hai, glaring at each other. Their child, Jiang Shuai, listened from the adjacent room, too afraid to utter a word. The couple's faces were flushed with anger, their eyes burning with fury. Brother, sister-in-law, what has transpired? Li Jingshan inquired. Ask him, this wastrel, who can't accomplish a single worthwhile task, Wang Xiuji replied coldly. Li Jingshan turned his gaze toward his elder brother, Jiang Hai. Faced with his brother's questioning look, Jiang Hai displayed a hint of embarrassment on his face. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and slumped into a chair, dejectedly saying, Today, I encountered an old fellow from a neighboring village. We had a chat, and he informed me that he had procured a batch of small fish that sold exceptionally well, earning him a tidy profit. In a moment of impulsiveness, I decided to purchase some fish from him to sell. Isn't it more convenient than merely catching fish from the river? I thought that buying a larger quantity to fry would yield greater returns. He readily agreed, and we settled on acquiring 400 pounds of fish at 50 cents per pound. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan couldn't help but click his tongue in disapproval. Jiang Hai had acted recklessly. Procuring such a large quantity of fish was not as easy to sell as he presumed. Furthermore, the essence of fried fish lies in its freshness and crispness. Should the fish become damp and lose its quality, it would tarnish the reputation of Xiaoxi Village's fried fish. At present, the fish sold in the market were not particularly expensive, and Jiang Hai's decision to pay such a high price for the fish was utterly irrational. Brother, you usually show little interest in business matters, merely toiling in the fields. What has prompted you to embark on such an endeavor today? Li Jingshan pondered, sensing something amiss. He recalled the reprimand he had received from Jiang Wuli that day and felt a twinge of suspicion. It was evident that his brother sought to prove himself to their father. Hence, he hastily pursued this business venture to earn some money. As the old saying goes, haste makes waste. His brother had committed a grave error. Jingshan, you are aware of our family's circumstances. When we divided the family assets, there was hardly any money to speak of. Over the past 2 years, our earnings from the production team have been meager. After expenses, we barely save a few dozen yuan. Your brother's impulsiveness has cost me dearly. How could I not be anxious? Wang Xiuji, with reddened eyes, gazed at Li Jingshan. Sister-in-law, since the situation has unfolded, worrying will not help. We should devise a plan to remedy this, Li Jingshan patiently suggested. He then turned to Jiang Hai and asked, Brother, have you already given the money for the fish to that old man? Yes, I have given him the full amount, 200 yuan, Jiang Hai replied. And where is the fish being kept? Li Jingshan continued to inquire. Fish will be delivered tomorrow, Jiang Hai remarked. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan grew anxious and exclaimed, Elder brother, do you know which village that old man hails from? Chapter 62. It can't be that bad, Jiang Hai replied. He claimed to be from a nearby settlement, but he did not specify which village. At this revelation, Li Jingshan slammed his thigh in frustration, reproaching, Elder brother, have you lost your mind? You've handed over all the money to that old man before the fish even arrives. What if he isn't truly a fish seller? Or worse, fails to deliver the fish? That 200 yuan would be a total loss. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai's complexion paled, having never engaged in business before. He had not contemplated such a scenario. Generally, people in this era are rather honest, and those from the same village seldom commit egregious acts. However, upon reflection, he realized he knew nothing about that old man, not even where he resided. If the old man absconded with the money, it would indeed be a catastrophic loss. Beside them, Wang Xiuji turned pale at these words and anxiously interjected, Surely not. Surely not? People nowadays can't be that unscrupulous. Her words were clearly a form of self-deception. Deep down, she understood that such a situation was entirely plausible, yet she could not bear to accept this grim reality. She could stomach losing a few dozen yuan from selling fish, but the prospect of a direct loss of 200 yuan was unbearable. This amount represented their family's savings accumulated over several years, their entire fortune. Li Jingshan discerned Wang Xiuji's worry and gently reassured her, saying, Sister-in-law, that old man likely wouldn't be so deceitful. Please remain calm. I will have a serious talk with my elder brother. With that, he took hold of Jiang Hai's arm and led him out of the room. The two brothers reached a large willow tree in the courtyard, where Li Jingshun reproached him. Elder brother, have you truly lost your senses? You have never conducted business before, not even having weighed anything. And suddenly you want to handle such a large quantity of fish so recklessly? Feeling slightly embarrassed by his brother-in-law's remarks, Jiang Hai's face reddened. He glanced at Li Jingshun awkwardly and replied, I noticed you've been quite enterprising lately, providing meat for Jiang Shui and Tuan Tuan. I thought I might engage in a little trade to improve our family's situation. Li Jingshun sighed and said, You are only seeing the thief enjoying the feast, not the thief getting caught. Business does not operate in such a manner. If this matter unfolds unfavorably as I fear, your wife will be heartbroken for a month and won't allow you to sleep in the same bed for half a year. Enough with the nonsense. Help me think of a strategy. Could that old man genuinely run off with the money? Jiang Hai urged anxiously, knowing that Li Jingshun was clever and knowledgeable. With a broader understanding of societal affairs than himself, he felt he had no choice but to trust him in this moment. Li Jingshun did not respond immediately. Instead, he meticulously inquired about the old man's circumstances. Jiang Hai began to recollect their conversations, recounting the details with great care. He encountered the old man at the market in the neighboring village. The old man was well-dressed, yet he reeked of fish. As their conversation progressed, they began discussing fish, and the old man claimed that selling fish was quite lucrative. This piqued Jiang Hai's interest in procuring some fish. The more he bought, the more he could sell as fried fish. Did he mention where he sourced his fish? Where did he stay at night? What were his distinguishing features? Seeing Jiang Hai's fragmented responses, Li Jingshun inquired with mounting urgency. Jiang Hai scratched his head, a contemplative expression crossing his face, and finally replied, He looked quite ordinary. I can't recall the specifics, but I do remember him saying he was staying at a relative's house in town, with his fish stored there. He mentioned that his relative's house was quite close to the post office. Li Jingshun asked a few more questions, but Jiang Hai could no longer provide any useful information. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Li Jingshun remarked, This situation is rather dire. I hope that old man hasn't fled yet. Let us go. We'll take Zhang Yunfei and Jiang Shu with us to find that scoundrel in town. Now, it's already dark, Jiang Hai said somewhat dazedly. If we wait until morning, he might have absconded with the money. And you won't even have a place to lament. Hurry home and put on a thick cotton jacket. We're leaving immediately, Li Jingshun replied, exasperated. After summoning Zhang Yunfei and Jiang Shu, Li Jingshun briefly explained the situation, and the four brothers mounted two bicycles, hastily heading towards the town. In those days, the road to the city was riddled with potholes, devoid of concrete, and laden with mud. Thankfully, the moon provided some illumination that night, yet even so, the four travelers stumbled several times along the way. Upon reaching the post office in town, they were covered in dust, looking utterly disheveled. It was likely around midnight, and the town was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of even a shadow. Observing the stillness, Jiang Hai expressed his helplessness. Li Jingshun. The old man mentioned he lived near the post office, but I didn't ask him precisely where. With so many alleys, how do we find him? Li Jingshun shot him a glare, saying, What else can we do but knock on doors one by one? Just ask them where the fish seller lives. And tell them we bought fish from that old man today and got food poisoning. We need to confront him. Oh, right. Jiang Hai nodded repeatedly. The four brothers then dispersed, centering their search around the post office, knocking on doors one by one. In the dead of night, their knocking provoked a flurry of barking dogs. Those awakened by the commotion, upon hearing the reason for their intrusion, mostly responded with curses and unfriendly faces, unwilling to provide any helpful information. Despite Li Jingshun's polite demeanor, offering a cigarette each time the door was opened, their disturbance of the household slumber yielded no useful leads. After nearly an hour of fruitless inquiries, the brothers found themselves disheartened, sitting silently on the steps of the post office, smoking in silence. Jiang Hai contemplated the possibility of losing his entire savings of 200 yuan to a scam, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, covering his face as he began to weep softly. Big brother, why are you crying? It's just a bit of money, one of them remarked. Moreover, this matter is far from certain, Li Jingshun said somewhat irritably. Since it is not your money at stake, you can certainly voice such opinions. Jiang Hai replied, his voice choked with emotion, after toiling so hard in the fields. All that remains is a meager sum, and if I lose it all, my wife will surely leave me. As he spoke, Jiang Hai wiped away his tears vigorously. Li Jingxin, somewhat speechless, glanced at Yunfei and Jiang Shu, urging, "Let us continue our inquiries, my brothers. Let us exert ourselves. If we manage to locate that old man today, I shall treat you all to hot pot." Chapter 63. The matter of divorce. The group immediately sprang to their feet, contemplating where to continue their search. Just then, Li Jingxin noticed a light flickering to life deep within a nearby alley. In these times, people retired early, and nighttime offered little in the way of entertainment. Thus, the sudden illumination piqued Li Jingxin's curiosity. He exchanged a knowing glance with his companions, and the four of them ventured towards the alley. Jiang Hai, still dabbing at his tears, trailed behind, mumbling about divorce. After walking a few dozen steps, Li Jingxin suddenly caught a whiff of a foul odor, which was somewhat nauseating, yet rather than feeling repulsed, he was instead filled with a sense of exhilarating anticipation. The scent of fish. Zhang Yunfei, behind Li Jingxin, also detected the aroma and exclaimed in excitement. The four men exchanged glances, their faces alight with hope as they hastened towards the source of the smell. As anticipated by Li Jingxin, the fishy scent indeed emanated from the brightly lit courtyard, where voices could be heard. "Old man Feng, why are you fussing over this fish at such a late hour?" A young man's voice inquired. "I changed the water earlier this evening. Do not worry, they won't die by morning." "Hey, Dado, lend me a hand. I'm not here to change the water. I'm here to haul all this fish away," replied an older man's voice. "Transporting fish at this hour? What are you thinking, old man Feng?" the young fellow, Dado, asked. "To speak frankly, today I visited Xiaoxi village and encountered a simpleton. That lad, after I spun a few tales, decided to buy 400 pounds of fish from me to sell at 50 cents per pound. Moreover, he tossed me 200 yuan without waiting for the delivery. A fool who doesn't seize a bargain is indeed a fool. Such navet is hard to come by. I must take the fish tonight and retreat to our village to enjoy this windfall." Old man Feng chuckled. "You're on the cusp of a fortune, old man Feng. What splendid luck to stumble upon such a simpleton and earn so much money. Congratulations," the young man remarked enviously, smacking his lips. "Dado, keep your lips sealed for the next few days. If anyone in town inquires about me, just claim you don't know me. Once this blows over, I shall reward you with 2 bottles of fine liquor and a leg of pork. Certainly, I assure you, my lips are sealed." Listening to the dialogue between the two individuals, the faces of Li Jingxin and others in the alley were marred by anger. Particularly, Jiang Hai, his breath quickened, his chest heaving like a bellows, emitting heavy, labored sounds. "You old bastard, I trusted you completely, and you treat me like a fool." With a thunderous roar, Jiang Hai charged towards the courtyard gate and kicked it open with force. Bang! The dilapidated wooden door fell instantly, yet Jiang Hai, having exerted too much force, lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. Witnessing his brother in such a state, Li Jingxin couldn't help but flinch. Jiang Shu also covered his face, feeling embarrassed for his older brother. However, disregarding his brother's antics, Li Jingxin, along with Yun Fei and Jiang Shu, surged toward the old man named Feng Hong. "What are you doing?" Feng Hong asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "Doing you?" Li Jingxin retorted with a cold laugh, delivering a swift kick. A dull thud echoed as the old man Feng Hong collapsed to the ground. "Now you can't escape, you old bastard." Yun Fei and Jiang Shu cursed as they deftly bound him. "I trusted you completely, and you dared to deceive me," Jiang Hai shouted, confronting the old man Feng Hong, unleashing a barrage of slaps as if they cost nothing. His heart was filled with rage. After years of honest labor, he finally decided to take a bold step and engage in business, hoping to earn a substantial profit. Yet, he was met with misfortune, sabotaged right from the start by this old scoundrel Feng Hong. If it weren't for his clever brother-in-law Li Jingxin, he would have lost every penny of the hard-earned 200 yuan. Consumed by resentment, Jiang Hai intensified his assault. Bound and unable to evade, Feng Hong soon found his face drenched in blood from the relentless strikes. As he lay on the ground, the agitated Jiang Hai did not relent, but rather mounted him, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. Seeing Feng Hong battered and bloodied, with several teeth knocked out, Li Jingxin quickly approached and seized his older brother. "Brother, take a breather. We can deal with this old bastard at our own pace." Gasping for breath, Jiang Hai rose, his gaze still fiercely fixed on Feng Hong. With a face smeared in blood, Feng Hong, with a quivering voice, pleaded, "Brothers, I was wrong. Please spare me. I haven't spent a single cent of that 200. I will return it all." Hearing that his money was intact, Jiang Hai's expression softened slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Li Jingshan pulled him back. Old man, if you return the money, will this matter be settled? Li Jingshan's icy glare carried a chilling menace. Feng Hong felt as though he were being scrutinized by the village butcher, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He dared not meet Li Jingshan's gaze and weakly inquired, "What else do you want? Brother, do share a trick. I assure you, I can comply. I have no tricks to offer. Individuals like you deserve to be incarcerated. This year marks a period of strict enforcement. For your deceitful actions, you could be imprisoned for at least 3 years." Upon hearing Li Jingshan's words, Feng Hong's expression shifted dramatically. It was only at this moment that he realized that absconding with the money implicated him in fraud. If the police were to apprehend him, he would indeed face several years behind bars. "Brother, I was wrong. I was wrong. I implore you to spare me. I am willing to return the 200 yuan and even compensate you an additional 100. I beg you, please do not report me to the authorities. My family relies on me for sustenance. If I am imprisoned, they will starve. I beseech you, truly, I beg you. You think a mere 100 yuan can resolve this matter? Old fool, your expectations are exceedingly low," Li Jingshan retorted with a cold sneer. At that moment, Feng Hong was utterly paralyzed with fear. Chapter 64. A blessing in disguise. Quickly, Feng Hong exclaimed, 200. 200. I shall give you an additional 200 yuan. Just please do not send me to jail. If that is still unsatisfactory, I am willing to sell my house and give you all the money. After expressing this, Feng Hong began to bow repeatedly before Li Jingshan. Hearing this, Jiang Hai and the others displayed excitement, huddling close to Li Jingshan and whispering, "Brother Jingshan, this situation is quite favorable. Indeed, this old scoundrel is willing to compensate us 200 yuan and even considers selling his house. We stand to gain significantly. Who would have thought we could turn misfortune into fortune?" Jiang Hai added enthusiastically. Li Jingshan remained contemplative, not addressing the three brothers, but turning to Feng Hong and stating, "Return the money you defrauded us of, and pay us an additional 200 yuan. We shall consider this matter settled." Upon hearing this, Feng Hong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in gratitude towards Li Jingshan. Meanwhile, Jiang Hai and the other two gazed at Li Jingshan in confusion. Jiang Hai was the first to voice his question, "What is going on? Jingshan, that old man mentioned selling his house to compensate us. Why not demand more from him? Indeed, this old scoundrel is completely at our mercy. Why not take advantage of the situation?" Jiang Shu inquired, equally perplexed. Zhang Yunfei remained silent, his expression reflecting confusion. Li Jingshan shook his head and quietly addressed the three. "One should always leave a thread for future encounters. We have reclaimed our lost money and taught this old fool a lesson. That is sufficient. Look at his disheveled appearance. He hardly resembles a wealthy individual. Forcing him to sell his house would foster enmity between us. What if he plots against us in the shadows? In life and in dealings, one must not be so ruthless." Upon hearing this, the brothers' faces revealed a dawning comprehension. Jiang Hai, however, regarded Li Jingshan with a complex expression, suddenly feeling rather juvenile in comparison to his brother-in-law. Regarding the conduct of individuals and the art of strategy, he falls significantly short of Li Jingshan. Contemplating this, Jiang Hai felt a blush creep to his cheeks. He sighed deeply, coming to the realization that he was not suited for such occasions and that he must henceforth abandon any business aspirations. After waiting for approximately 3 to 4 hours at the home of the wealthy patriarch, the family of Feng Hong hurriedly gathered the funds and handed them over to Li Jingshan. By this time, dawn had begun to break. Li Jingshan, accompanied by several brothers, indulged in a breakfast of fried dough sticks and tofu pudding before cycling back to Xiaoxi village. "After such a long night, you two ought to return home and rest. Remember to come to my house tonight. We shall dine on hot pot in the city," Li Jingshan instructed Jiang Shu and Zhang Yunfei. The two nodded eagerly, and Jiang Shu could not suppress a swallow of anticipation. Subsequently, Li Jingshan returned to Jiang Hai's home. As they entered the courtyard, the door swung open, revealing his sister-in-law, Wang Xiuji, who hastily emerged. This woman had evidently spent the night awake. Her eyes were red-rimmed, and upon seeing her husband and Li Jingshan return, her expression was one of grave concern. Jiang Hai, noticing her demeanor, burst into laughter, saying, "Ha, do not worry. With my brother-in-law here, I have recovered my money. Not only that, but that old scoundrel even compensated me with an additional 200 yuan. Is that true?" Wang Xiuji, bracing herself for a 200 yuan loss, listened with skepticism. "Of course it is true. With a brother like mine, What is there to fear? Could we possibly suffer any loss? Jiang Hai joyfully patted Li Jingshan on the shoulder. At that moment, Li Jingshan pulled out all the money from his pocket and said, "Sister-in-law, here is 400 yuan. Please keep it safe. Do not let my elder brother handle money. He tends to get carried away, and saving money is not easy for you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai felt a flush rise to his cheeks. Wang Xiuji, however, was elated as she grasped the thick bundle of cash. The weight of the money in her palm finally eased her anxiety. She exhaled deeply, glancing at her husband and then at Li Jingshan. Subsequently, she counted out 200 yuan and tucked it back into her pocket, handing the remaining 200 yuan to Li Jingshan. "Brother-in-law Jingshan, we are truly grateful to you. Recovering this 200 yuan of capital is already a blessing. Please keep this 200 yuan for yourself. Sister-in-law, do not speak of such formalities. This is rightfully yours." Wang Xiuji insisted firmly before Li Jingshan could decline. Jiang Hai was taken aback and then turned to Li Jingshan, saying, "Indeed, without your help, I would not have secured this 200 yuan, and that would have been a significant loss. This sum is unexpected fortune earned through your efforts, and should rightfully belong to you. Furthermore, I will treat you and the brothers to hot pot tonight. Let us enjoy a hearty meal together." Seeing his elder brother and sister-in-law being so understanding, Li Jingshan smiled and accepted the money, saying, "I've earned 200 yuan in one go. That's rather splendid. As for the hot pot expenses, there's no need for you to be courteous, dear brother. After all, without your incident, I wouldn't have made this much money. All right. Then you shall treat us. In the future, I will invite you for drinks," Jiang Hai replied with a smile. At that moment, Zhang Xiyun, Jiang Hai's mother, emerged from the main room holding a broom. "What are you two whispering about?" she inquired. Wang Xiuji murmured softly, "I didn't mention last night's events to the old couple, fearing it might worry them." Jiang Hai and Li Jingshan nodded in agreement. Li Jingshan turned to his mother and said, "Mom, there's nothing to worry about. We were just chatting casually. It's quite chilly this early in the morning. Don't linger here too long, or you'll catch a cold," Zhang Xian advised. Then she looked at her eldest son, Jiang Hai, and cautioned, "Eldest, I've noticed you've been a bit clumsy these past few days. Is it because you've seen Jingshan making money from his projects and want to earn a fortune too? Let me tell you, you're not cut out for that. It's best to stick to farming and fishing, earning a modest but secure income." Yes, Mom, rest assured. I will work diligently to earn money and not trouble you and Dad," Jiang Hai replied, his face slightly flushed, nodding earnestly. Upon returning home, Li Jingshan recounted last night's events to his wife, Jiang Shui. Her face lit up with joy at the news that her husband had helped Jiang Hai recover his losses. At that moment, Li Jingshan handed the 200 yuan from his pocket to Jiang Shui. Chapter 65, Dog Meat. "This money is from the old man's compensation. Your brother felt embarrassed to take it, so he gave it all to me. Please keep it to buy the children some new clothes and food. Additionally, find an opportunity to purchase some snacks or a piece of fabric to send to your sister-in-law," he instructed. Jiang Shui nodded obediently, glancing at the thick stack of money. She asked, "Are you giving all this money to me?" "Of course, you are my wife, and it is only fitting that you manage the finances. The man provides for the outside, while the woman oversees the home. You must take good care of our household. In the future, all the money I earn will be entrusted to you," he assured her. Moved by his words, Jiang Shui accepted the money and then counted out 50 yuan, handing it back to Li Jingshan. "What is this for?" he asked, puzzled. "A man cannot be without money. It is needed for socializing and such. Keep it for now, and I will give you more when you run out," she replied. "Thank you for your kindness, my dear wife," Li Jingshan said, bowing slightly in gratitude. Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. At that moment, unable to resist, Li Jingshan leaned in and kissed his wife's rosy cheeks twice. "Daddy, you are kissing Mommy again," exclaimed their little daughter, Tuan Tuan, as she scampered over, wiggling her little bottom and demanding her father to kiss her as well. Naturally, Li Jingshan obliged, planting hearty kisses on his daughter's lovely face. Li Jingshan and Jiang Shui were engaged in playful antics on the bed for a while, only to find themselves succumbing to drowsiness as darkness encroached upon their vision, leading to a cascade of yawns. After an exhausting night, fatigue had finally caught up with him. Observing his condition, Jiang Shui hastily warmed the stove and then took Tuan Tuan to her grandmother's house. By the time Li Jingshan roused from his slumber, it was already afternoon. He hastily consumed his lunch before cycling alongside Zhang Yunfei to the town to sell fried fish. The reputation of Xiaoxi Village's fried fish had spread far and wide, and soon enough, their wares were completely sold out at the market entrance. As Li Jingshan tidied up the basin and prepared to head home, he spotted a graceful figure approaching him. This woman had lustrous black hair, fair skin, and an exquisite figure, rivaling that of his own wife. Her attire was particularly striking, accentuating her slender form rather than obscuring it. This enchanting figure was none other than Lu Yu from Hongyun Village. Upon seeing Lu Yu standing before him, Zhang Yunfei's expression transformed into one of intrigue. He was well aware of the time Lu Yu had brought eggs and food to Li Jingshan. "Hey, Jingshan, I'm just going to take a stroll. I'll be back later. You two chat. Don't worry, I won't say a word to your wife," he remarked, before hastily pedaling away. Witnessing Zhang Yunfei's abrupt departure, Li Jingshan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and offered Lu Yu a shy smile. Lu Yu returned the smile and said to Li Jingshan, "Don't be nervous. I have something to discuss with you. It's not anything frivolous." "Well, what is it?" Li Jingshan inquired, somewhat puzzled. "It's a business matter. I believe you possess considerable acumen and could help me with some advice," Lu Yu replied, her large eyes fixed on Li Jingshan. Feeling somewhat awkward, Li Jingshan responded, "I don't have any special skills. I'm just an ordinary person. Do not be so modest. I have heard about how you dealt with Wang Lu from our village. I assume you were also the one who broke Zhou Guohua's leg?" Lu Yu asked, a sly glint in her eyes. Li Jingshan found it difficult to refuse or confirm and merely chuckled awkwardly. "The thing is, there's a garment factory in town that was once state-owned. I've heard it's looking to be contracted out to private owners. I am very interested in taking it over, but there's an overwhelming amount of inventory. I am struggling to make a decision. Li Jingshan, as someone who has come from the city, I would love for you to offer your insights," Lu Yu stated directly. Li Jingshan furrowed his brow upon hearing this and instinctively replied, "So soon? They are beginning to privatize state-owned enterprises?" "Yes. It seems to be part of a recent directive from the city, designating our town as a pilot program." "Li Jingshan, could you possibly assist me in making a decision?" Lu Yu looked at him, her eyes filled with hope. As he gazed at Lu Yu's beautiful face, Li Jingshan felt a pang of inner conflict. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. "I'm sorry, but I have other matters to attend to, and I shouldn't involve myself in such affairs. Lu Yu, I wish you success in your business endeavors. I must be on my way." With that, Li Jingshan pushed his bicycle away. "Hey, why are you being like this?" Lu Yu watched as Li Jingshan fled in disarray, her frustration causing her to stomp her feet. The dark braid behind her swayed slightly, and her charming demeanor captivated those around her. Approximately half an hour later, Li Jingshan finally spotted Zhang Yunfei's car on a street. Annoyed, he approached and kicked the vehicle, only to see a grumbling Zhang Yunfei emerge from a nearby shop. "Who has such poor eyesight? Jingshan, why are you here?" Upon recognizing Li Jingshan, Zhang Yunfei appeared quite surprised, but then a teasing expression crossed his face as he asked, "Why aren't you with Lu Yu? What's the point of discussing this?" "I'm already married. She is an unmarried young lady. What business do I have pairing up with her?" Li Jingshan retorted, his eyes wide with indignation. Zhang Yunfei chuckled awkwardly at this and praised Li Jingshan as a true gentleman, steadfast in his principles. Subsequently, the two mounted their bicycles and returned home. Upon reaching home, Li Jingshan felt an intense heat coursing through him, his mind in disarray. He retrieved the translation manuscript and sat cross-legged on his bed. But the sight of the English letters did little to calm his restless spirit. Just then, Jiang Shu dashed into Li Jingshan's house, exclaiming with excitement, "Jingshan, my parents want you to join us for dinner. They've prepared delicious food." "Oh, what delicacies?" Li Jingshan inquired, bemused by Jiang Shu's exuberance. "Hee, it's dog meat," Jiang Shu said, swallowing hard. Li Jingshan, taken aback, asked, "Where did the dog meat come from?" "My aunt brought it. She came with my cousins to visit and brought several pounds of dog meat along." Realization dawned on Li Jingshan. It was Zhang Tsun's sister visiting his mother-in-law. He nodded and replied, "All right, I shall go right away." Before long, Li Jingshan and Jiang Shu arrived at Jiang Guoli's home, where they encountered a woman strikingly similar to Zhang Tsun, along with a lovely 18-year-old girl and a young man in his 20s. He recognized them as the son and daughter of Zhang Cuixiao, named Chu Zhangwo and Chu Qingqing. After a round of polite exchanges, everyone took their seats, and Zhang Jinming along with his son Zhang Yunfei arrived. The table was laden with a sumptuous array of dishes, at the center of which lay a large bowl of glistening dog meat. Chapter 66. Ignorance of etiquette. As the aroma wafted through the air, Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhang Jinming's eyes sparkled as he remarked, "Ah, the fragrance of dog meat is irresistible. Even the gods would leap over walls for a taste. Today, we shall indulge." Hearing this, Jiang Shu eagerly swallowed and was about to reach for the food. At that moment, however, Zhang Xian smacked his hand and scolded, "You little rascal, the guests haven't eaten yet. What are you doing with the chopsticks? You truly lack manners." Hee hee, Jiang Shu chuckled awkwardly. "I've never tasted dog meat before. They say it's a great tonic. I just wanted to try it." At this, Zhang Zuyan's sister, Zhang Zuixia, interjected, "Jiang Shu, you aren't married yet. This dog meat is a nourishing dish. You shouldn't partake." "What?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Shu was immediately rendered speechless. Zhang Yunfei appeared equally perplexed and inquired, "Aunt, is it truly forbidden for us to consume dog meat? Why is it that the unmarried are prohibited from eating it? Does this not discriminate against single individuals?" Zhang Zuixia clarified, "Dog meat is known to enhance vitality. For those who are married, it serves to bolster their health. Whereas for the unmarried, it may lead to insomnia, ultimately being detrimental to one's well-being." Jiang Guoli nodded in agreement and remarked, "There is indeed such a belief. Jiang Shu and Yunfei, why not indulge in other dishes instead of this dog meat?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Shu and Zhang Yunfei exchanged awkward glances, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. The youthful and charming Chu Qingqing, with a playful smile, chimed in, "Huh, this serves you right for avoiding marriage. I hope you're regretting it now." Jiang Shu swallowed hard and retorted, "And you, little girl, aren't you also unmarried?" Chu Qingqing raised her chin defiantly and replied, "I just turned 18. What need have I for marriage? Unlike you, who is already in your 20s. Indeed, you are over 20, yet all you do is play around." Neglecting any serious pursuits, Zhang Zuixiao expressed her disapproval with a disapproving glance at Jiang Shu. Zhang Jinming, visibly displeased, turned to his son Zhang Yunfei and said, "How many times have I told you? The land division is approaching, yet you still haven't found a girlfriend. It's truly exasperating." At this, Zhang Yunfei and Jiang Shu, both feeling like pitiful creatures, exchanged resigned glances. Observing their demeanor, Chu Qingqing burst into laughter. "All right, enough of this chatter. Let's eat." Thus, the dinner commenced in earnest, the sumptuous feast satisfying everyone, save for the two young men whose expressions remained decidedly awkward. Once dinner concluded, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and Zhang Jinming suggested, "Sister, why don't you come and rest at my place tonight? I have a vacant room." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zuixiao quickly interjected, "Lao San, don't claim my guest. Let my elder sister and I share a room tonight. It has been ages since we last had a chat." Seeing Zhang Zuixia's determined expression, Zhang Jinming could only acquiesce with a nod. At that moment, Jiang Shu also spoke up, "Jinghua, you may stay at my house. It has been years since we've seen each other. Let us catch up." Of course, Chu Jiangwo readily agreed. This left Chu Qingqing, who, still without a place to stay, turned to her mother and asked, "Mom, where shall I sleep?" Before Zhang Zuixia could respond, Jiang Shui quickly said, "Qingqing, you can sleep at my house tonight. Let Jing Shun take the couch, and you and I can share the bed." "Wonderful. It has been years since we last shared a bed. How delightful," Chu Qingqing exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy as she affectionately embraced Jiang Shui. Li Jingshun, feeling invigorated after eating dog meat, gazed at his beautiful wife, his mind wandering. Yet he felt hesitant to voice his desires in the presence of Chu Qingqing. Consequently, he quietly followed Jiang Shui and Chu Qingqing back home, embracing the child, Tuan Tuan. In silence, Jiang Shui stoked the fire until it radiated warmth, and then prepared a brazier for Li Jingshun in the living room. After arranging his bedding, she said, "Darling, you must bear with me today." Li Jingshun glanced at Chu Qingqing, who was lying barefoot on the Kong in the inner room, feeling somewhat displeased. He muttered softly, "Wife, why don't we let Chu Qingqing and Tuan Tuan sleep together? We can rest outside. I cannot sleep through the night without holding you. It just doesn't feel right." Upon hearing such words from her husband, Jiang Shui's face flushed crimson. She shot him a disapproving look and replied, "After all these years of marriage, how can you still be so frivolous? Hurry and sleep. Remember, if you get up in the middle of the night to use the restroom, do not rush back to the bedroom." "All right," Li Jingshun replied with a hint of resignation. Jiang Shui helped him make the bed, then turned and closed the door to the inner room behind her. That night, Li Jingshun felt an intense heat enveloping him. He moved the brazier to the entrance and lay under the covers, unable to find sleep. He tossed and turned throughout the night, plagued by desires that would not subside. He contemplated sneaking into the inner room to coax his wife out, but feared the darkness might lead him to accidentally bump into Chu Qingqing, earning a reprimand for being a rogue. It was only as dawn approached that he finally drifted into a restless slumber. The next day, he sluggishly rose from bed and accompanied Chu Qingqing and his wife to his mother-in-law's house. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sound of his mother-in-law's tirade. "Jiangshu, you worthless glutton. Why are you so insatiable? Can't you achieve something worthwhile? At your age, sneaking out at night to steal food, it's disgraceful. You've brought shame upon the Jiang family. You infuriate me to no end. I could just strangle you." Li Jingxun stood there, stunned. He turned to Jiang Hai beside him and asked, "Brother, what on earth happened?" Jiang Hai wore a bemused expression and whispered, "That scoundrel snuck out for dog meat last night." "What?" Li Jingxun was taken aback. How could he have been caught for stealing a few pieces of meat? Jiang Hai sighed. He ate so much that he caused his nose to bleed. The bedding is now stained with blood. At this, Li Jingxun was left speechless. While Jiang Shui and Chu Qingqing struggled to contain their laughter, covering their mouths in amusement. Seeing Jiang Shui's charming visage, the embers of desire within Li Jingxun reignited. He discreetly pulled his wife aside and whispered, "Wife, could you accompany me back home for a moment?" "Huh? What for? We haven't even had breakfast yet," Jiang Shui replied. Taken aback, Li Jingxun gazed at her intently, his eyes aflame with yearning. Realizing her husband's intentions, Jiang Shui's face flushed a deep crimson. Chapter 67, A Dilemma. Observing the desperate longing etched on Li Jingxun's face, Jiang Shui felt both embarrassed and irritated, turning to leave. Yet, at that moment, Li Jingxun grasped her arm and pleaded softly, "Wife, that dog meat is truly invigorating. Please, just accompany me back home. Otherwise, I will suffer immensely. You are aware that I have been working quite hard recently. If I become overwhelmed and cannot release my frustrations, it would lead to illness, which would be unfortunate." "Stop babbling," Jiang Shui said softly, her face flushed. "I truly am not speaking nonsense. When a man is perpetually unfulfilled, he inevitably falls ill," Li Jingxun asserted earnestly, gripping Jiang Shui's hand tightly. Observing the unwavering determination etched on his face, Jiang Shui found herself in a predicament. Glancing around at her family nearby, she thought that if she allowed Li Jingxun to continue his antics, it could lead to an embarrassing situation, so she nodded helplessly. Subsequently, she informed her mother, Zhang Chuiyun, that she no longer wished to have breakfast and returned home. Li Jingxun followed closely behind. Once inside the room, he eagerly shut the door and, with fervor, lifted his wife and placed her upon the bed. "What are you doing?" Although she had mentally prepared herself, Jiang Shui felt her cheeks flush at Li Jingxun's urgency. "What else could I possibly be doing?" "I am, of course, here for you," he replied, pressing himself against her and initiating a fervent kiss. Initially, Jiang Shui offered a token resistance, but as Li Jingxun's kisses intensified, she felt a delightful warmth spreading through her body, her cheeks inevitably turning a deeper shade of red. Before long, Jiang Shui's form softened, her eyes shimmering with a captivating allure. While kissing his wife, Li Jingxun skillfully began to remove her garments. Moments later, she found herself completely unclothed. Though the room was not particularly warm, her skin felt feverish, and her face was flushed. With a low growl, Li Jingxun shed his own clothing and pressed forward. What followed was a symphony of breaths and unceasing movements. The applause of their passion was relentless, and Li Jingxun finally grasped the profound benefits of a hearty meal. Typically robust, he felt even more vigorous and enduring after indulging in dog meat the previous night. Coupled with the pent-up energy he had harbored, he began to explore various techniques and playful approaches, all directed toward Jiang Shui. Her hair became disheveled, her gaze dreamy, and her fair skin glistened with a delicate sheen of perspiration as she emitted soft sounds of pleasure. The chorus of their intimacy continued unabated, nearly rendering her voice hoarse. Meanwhile, at Jiang Guoli's residence, Zhang Chuiyun had prepared breakfast and, observing her family, inquired with a hint of confusion, "Where are Jiang Shui and Jingxun?" "Mom, have you forgotten?" Jiang Shui said she had no appetite and returned home, and Jingxun followed her, Jiang Shu replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chuiyun frowned slightly and remarked, "Perhaps Jiang Shui overindulged yesterday. Let her go without a meal for once. Jingxun must be attending to her. Jiang Shu, please go to their home and invite Jingxun over for breakfast." "All right," Jiang Shu readily agreed, but before he could act, Chu Qingqing volunteered, let me go. With that, she stepped out with a brisk stride. The homes of Li Jingshun and Zhang Guoli were not far apart. With a light and buoyant step, Chu Qingqing swiftly arrived at Li Jingshun's residence. The gate of the courtyard was ajar, allowing her to enter unimpeded. Gently, she called out, cousin-in-law. However, the room remained silent in response. She ventured a few steps further, only to be met with a peculiar series of muffled sounds. An air of confusion enveloped her. As a woman unacquainted with romantic entanglements, she was not particularly attuned to such noises. Curiosity piqued, she called out again, yet Li Jingshun and Jiang Shui, engrossed in their activities, failed to respond. Faintly, she discerned the sound of clapping, accompanied by Jiang Shui's faint moans, which seemed tinged with discomfort. Alarmed, Chu Qingqing's thoughts raced. Was Jiang Shui truly unwell? What affliction could she be suffering from? Worry began to gnaw at her as she reached for the door to the room. At that moment, the couple, lost in their fervor under Li Jingshun's insistence, had transitioned to a new position. Like a pile driver, Li Jingshun surged toward his wife, delivering a blow of exquisite intensity that left Jiang Shui feeling as if she were wholly penetrated, eliciting a high-pitched moan from her lips. Inopportunely, just then, the weathered earthen bed could not withstand the force, cracking audibly as Jiang Shui plummeted into the void, with Li Jingshun following suit. The two emerged, covered in a cloud of ash and debris, prompting a panicked cry from Jiang Shui. Outside, Chu Qingqing's anxiety escalated, and in a fit of determination, she flung open the door, rushing into the room while calling out, "Cousin Jiang Shui, what is the matter?" Already fraught with distress, Jiang Shui's alarm heightened upon hearing Chu Qingqing's voice, and she shrieked, "Do not come in." Yet, before her warning could fully register, Chu Qingqing had already entered the room. In an instant, she beheld the naked form of Jiang Shui and the back of Li Jingshun. The sight of them in the bed, amidst a haze of ash and smoke, overwhelmed her. With a startled gasp, Chu Qingqing fled the room in a panic. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui and Li Jingshun, now in the predicament of having fallen into the bed's hollow, were rendered utterly speechless. After several moments of stunned silence, Jiang Shui abruptly turned to Li Jingshun and exclaimed, "Quick, retrieve Chu Qingqing. If this becomes public knowledge, we shall suffer great humiliation." Li Jingshun's heart sank at her words. Indeed, if Chu Qingqing were to hastily return to the Jiang household and disclose their predicament, both he and his wife would be left in a most embarrassing situation. In a flurry of panic, Li Jingshun had no time to dress properly. He hastily donned his trousers and wrapped himself in a thick coat, rushing out barefoot. The chill of early spring air struck him, causing him to shiver, yet he dared not hesitate and sprinted forth with urgency. Finally, at the alley's entrance, he caught up to the flushed-faced Chu Qingqing, seizing her arm. "Qingqing, please stop running. Be quiet. If this matter spreads, your cousin and I will be utterly disgraced. Come back home with me at once." Li Jingshun lowered his voice and spoke to the blushing Chu Qingqing. Chapter 68. Frozen. Observing the anxious expression on Li Jingshun's face, Chu Qingqing's excitement gradually subsided. As she glanced down, she noticed his bare feet, which elicited a soft giggle from her. Li Jingshun, aware of his disheveled appearance, awkwardly chuckled in response. "Come back with me, Chu Qingqing. I can't bear the thought of being seen like this on the street, and please, don't mention what just happened. Otherwise, Jiang Shui will surely scold me. It would serve you right. You really know how to create a mess, breaking the bed in the process," Chu Qingqing blurted out, then immediately regretted her words, feeling her cheeks flush. "Hurry back with me. It's quite cold here, and my feet are about to freeze." A shiver ran through Li Jingshun as the cold wind blew, prompting him to urge her to leave. "I'm not going to your house. I'm off to have breakfast. Don't worry, I won't speak of these matters. I'll just say you went out for errands and weren't home," Chu Qingqing said with a smile, observing Li Jingshun's anxious demeanor. Thank you. Li Jingshun sighed in relief and bowed respectfully to her. Seeing him like this, Chu Qingqing let out a peal of laughter, her voice like chimes, and then she skipped away. Upon returning home, Jiang Shui was busy cleaning off the dust from her body. Li Jingshun smiled at his wife and asked with concern, "Did you hurt yourself? Are you feeling unwell?" Jiang Shui shot him a glare, her eyes misty, and said, "Don't speak. Just hearing your voice irritates me." Li Jingshun smiled awkwardly and reassured her, "Don't worry. I've told Qingqing that she won't mention today's events to anyone." Well, it's not like she didn't see it. How embarrassing. I've never felt so humiliated in my life. especially with the bed collapsing like that. Jiang Shui pouted, her voice tinged with grievance. Li Jingshan quickly moved closer, embracing her with tender comfort, and then kissed her cheek. Jiang Shui felt a bit dizzy from the kiss and hastily pushed her husband away, declaring, "Starting today, you're not allowed to touch me for 7 days." "What? How can that be? I can't bear it." Li Jingshan immediately protested. "You'll have to endure it. Besides, you better fix the bed quickly, otherwise you'll be sleeping on the floor tonight," Jiang Shui said playfully, her lips forming a cute pout. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan wore a troubled expression. However, seeing Jiang Shui's resolute demeanor, he decided not to argue further. Thus, he quietly went outside to fetch some yellow clay and began repairing their earthen bed. Although Li Jingshan was adept at translating documents and drawing blueprints, he was rather clumsy when it came to farm work. The earthen Kong was merely indented in one spot, yet he toiled for a full 4 hours before he could completely restore it. Afterward, he added firewood to the stove and lit it. Observing that the Kong had ceased to smoke and the damp, fresh mud began to dry slowly. Only then did he exhale a long sigh of relief. In the following days, Li Jingshan attempted to sneak into Jiang Shui's bed at night several times, yearning for some intimacy. But each time he was met with her firm refusal. This left him feeling quite helpless. After all, she was his wife, and he could not be overly forceful. He could only reflect inwardly on his wife's spirited nature. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Shui was not only concerned about appearances, more critically, her body was struggling to cope. The last encounter had been rather intense, leaving her with lingering fatigue in her legs. Thus, they spent several days in a state of restraint, and Li Jingshan felt as if he might sprout pimples from the pent-up frustration. One day, seizing the opportunity while Tuan Tuan was visiting her grandmother, he finally found a moment to press himself against Jiang Shui. This time, she did not resist, and after a considerable while of intimacy, Li Jingshan released a long sigh of contentment, feeling invigorated. After indulging in a couple of cigarettes in bed, he jumped up to freshen up before heading to his mother-in-law's house for dinner with his wife. However, upon entering Jiang Guoli's home, they were immediately met with the sound of Jiang Guoli reprimanding Jiang Shu. "You little rascal, you truly are incorrigible. You cannot change your ways. I've shown you kindness for a few days, and you already ran off to Hanyun village again. Do you believe I'll break your legs?" He bellowed. "How did I come to have such a son? Truly, misfortune befalls this household." Hearing Jiang Guoli's furious outburst, Li Jingshan and Jiang Shui exchanged a glance and quickly entered the room. They soon found the entire Jiang family surrounding Jiang Shu, with Jiang Guoli shaking his fist and pointing at Jiang Shu's nose, berating him with fervor. Jiang Shu, resembling a defeated rooster, hung his head low, his face flushed from the scolding. "What is happening, Dad?" Li Jingshan inquired with curiosity. "What else could it be? This boy is utterly worrisome. He has been making repeated trips to Hanyun village these past few days," Zhang Xiun lamented, her brow furrowed in worry. Jiang Guoli's expression was one of indignation as he threatened to break Jiang Shu's legs. Li Jingshan frowned at this, noticing a look of grievance on Jiang Shu's face. Remembering that he had subdued Wang Luer last time, he certainly did not dare invite Jiang Shu for a game of cards. Thus, he looked at Jiang Shu and asked, "Jiang Shu, have you really been going to Hanyun village to play cards?" "No, I haven't gone to play cards," Jiang Shu replied, his face reddening. "Nonsense. Do you take me for a fool? The moment you shift your rear, I know exactly what you're up to. Hanyun village is not close to ours. Unless you went there for a leisurely stroll?" Jiang Guoli remarked with a stern countenance. Li Jingshan observed Jiang Shu's peculiar expression and patiently inquired, "Jiang Shu, do enlighten us. What exactly were you doing in Hanyun village?" "Father, please do not rush. Let us clarify the matter first," Jiang Shu replied, his face reddening further. He opened his mouth but struggled to articulate a single word. This prompted Li Jingshan to grow increasingly impatient, urging, "Do speak up. What were you truly up to? Was it that audacious Wang Luer who invited you to play cards again?" "No, no." Jiang Shu hastily shook his head, his cheeks flushed. After a moment's hesitation, he finally managed to utter, "I went to Hanyun village to visit a friend." Chapter 69. Falling in love. What friend do you have in Hanyun village? Isn't it just that bunch of dubious companions? Jiang Guoli, in a fit of annoyance, shot back, "You little rascal, dare you still be obstinate? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson?" Seeing Jiang Guoli's rising ire, Li Jingshan swiftly intervened, then turned to Jiang Shu, pressing further, "Jiang Shu, what is going on? Speak clearly." With a flushed face, Jiang Shu stammered. Well, I have taken a liking to a girl from Hongyun village. The moment Jiang Shu's words slipped out, the previously tense atmosphere in the room dissipated, leaving Jiang Guoli momentarily stunned. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise as they took in Jiang Shu's bashful demeanor, finally believing that he was indeed preparing to embark on a romantic relationship. Zhang Ziyun, who had earlier appeared frustrated, instantly transformed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she leaned closer to Jiang Shu, exclaiming, "Oh, my son, why didn't you mention this sooner? Tell us, which girl from Hongyun village has captured your heart? How does she look? How old is she? Yes, Jiang Shu, do tell us which girl it is. Is she pretty?" chimed in Wang Xiuji, smiling. The others remained silent, but regarded Jiang Shu with keen curiosity. Jiang Shu's face turned a deeper shade of crimson as he awkwardly stammered, "It's Lu Meiwan from Hongyun village." "Oh, I know that girl. I believe she is 2 years younger than you, right? Quite attractive, though she doesn't speak much," one remarked. Lu Meiwan. Yes, I remember chatting with her before. She has quite a curvaceous figure. Surely she can bear sons, another added. Indeed, it's Lu Meiwan. I recall fishing with her by the river when we were children. She used to look rather ordinary, but these past few years, she has blossomed beautifully. Jiang Shu, you have quite the discerning eye. Expressions of excitement spread across the faces of the Jiang family, their joy palpable for Jiang Shu. At that moment, Li Jingxin could not suppress his curiosity any longer and asked, "Jiang Shu, how far along are you with Lu Meiwan?" Upon hearing this, all eyes swiftly turned towards Jiang Shu, brimming with anticipation. Jiang Shu's face grew even redder as he weakly murmured, "I have only exchanged a few words with her. She doesn't pay much attention to me. I have been visiting their village these past few days, merely assisting her with some chores." Upon hearing this, Li Jingxin could not help but laugh, realizing that Jiang Shu was still in the throes of unrequited love, fervently pursuing a one-sided affection. Meanwhile, the originally animated Zhang Ziyun furrowed her brow and remarked, "You, young man, have always been inept in matters of the heart. You possess no understanding of how to win a woman's favor. Alas, though you are quite tall and robust, you're not entirely unappealing. Put in some effort and swiftly win my daughter-in-law's heart." At that moment, Zhang Guoli also chimed in, "What do you mean by not entirely unappealing? This lad is my flesh and blood, sturdy and tall, quite admirable indeed." At his words, the surrounding crowd erupted in suppressed laughter. Zhang Guoli lit a cigarette, took a puff, and turned to Jiang Shu, saying, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? You've made me quite agitated." Jiang Shu hung his head, blushing as he replied, "I haven't achieved any results yet. If I speak of it and fail to secure a relationship, I would only become the subject of your ridicule." The group chuckled lightly again at this, and it was then that Jiang Hai's wife, Wang Xiuji, suggested, "Jiang Shu, why don't you tell us in detail how you are pursuing Lu Meiwan?" Jiang Shu candidly responded, "I simply wander around Hongyun village, loitering near her doorstep, waiting for her to emerge so I can exchange a few words. Sometimes, when I see her coming or going, I help her carry things or sweep the floor." Upon hearing this, Li Jingxin couldn't help but rub his forehead, thinking to himself that this lad would undoubtedly be labeled a simp in later times. Wang Xiuji frowned and said, "So? It seems that Lu Meiwan barely speaks to you throughout the day. This is not how one pursues a girl. You must put in some thought and present her with gifts." Gifts? At this suggestion, Jiang Shu's eyes lit up as if struck by inspiration. Wang Xiuji nodded yes. "Present her with something rare, so she remembers you fondly." Jiang Shu excitedly exclaimed, "I have just the thing. I will give her my prized possession. She will surely be delighted." Curiosity piqued, Jiang Shui inquired, "What is this precious item?" Jiang Shu beamed with excitement, "A slingshot. The one I made is exceptionally accurate. No other slingshot in our village can match its beauty and precision." At this declaration, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Even Jiang Guoli, who had been smoking, coughed in surprise. Observing her son, a towering figure devoid of any emotional intelligence, Zhang Tian sighed and scolded, "You foolish boy, have you not a shred of common sense? What girl would covet your pathetic slingshot?" Jiang Shu scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and asked, "Mom, then what should I give her?" Zhang Ziyun rolled her eyes and replied, "You truly are dense. Gift her something consumable or useful, preferably clothing. A garment would be most appreciated by any girl. Indeed, the next time you visit, you could bring some of our family's fried fish for Lu Meiwan, along with a hand cream, and perhaps a dress," suggested Jiang Shui, gazing at her foolish brother. Jiang Shimu nodded in a daze, a silly grin spreading across his face. Ah, how did I not think of this sooner? Observing his demeanor, the Jiang family shared a light-hearted laugh. At that moment, sister-in-law Wang Xiuji interjected, "How well do you know Lu Meiwan? Why not invite her over as a guest? Jiang Shu may be a bit dense, but we can certainly assist her in finding a partner, perhaps even play a supportive role." Upon hearing this, the others shook their heads. Although they were acquainted with Lu Meiwan, their familiarity was superficial. At this juncture, Jiang Hai recalled something and spoke up. "Isn't Lu Meiwan the cousin of Lu Yu?" At this revelation, Jiang Shui's expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Ziyun immediately shot a sidelong glance at Jiang Hai, who then remembered the past involvement between Li Jingxin and Lu Yu, promptly clearing his throat and falling silent. "All right, Jingxin. Tomorrow when you go to the town to sell fish, take Jiang Shu with you and help him select some small gifts. Additionally, offer him some advice on how to converse with young ladies," Zhang Ziyun instructed, fixing her gaze on Li Jingxin. Li Jingxin nodded in agreement. Chapter 70. The break that afternoon, Li Jingxin, Jiang Shu, and Zhang Yunfei set off for the town. The three rode their bicycles, basking in the gentle afternoon sun, engaging in cheerful banter and thoroughly enjoying themselves. However, when Li Jingxin mentioned that Jiang Shu had begun pursuing a girl, Zhang Yunfei's smile abruptly froze. With a sudden screech, he slammed on the brakes, dismounting his bicycle and coming to a halt by the roadside. Li Jingxin and Jiang Shu, noticing his abrupt action, also stopped and looked at Zhang Yunfei with confusion. "Yunfei, what is the matter?" Li Jingxin inquired. Zhang Yunfei stared intently at Li Jingxin, his voice tinged with anxiety. "Brother Jingxin, what did you just say?" "I said, Jiang Shu has begun to date. He is pursuing a girl from Hanyun village." "Really?" Zhang Yunfei's complexion paled slightly. "Of course it's true. What has you so anxious?" Li Jingxin was perplexed. Instead of responding, Zhang Yunfei turned to Jiang Shu, his voice rising with excitement. "Jiang Shu, are you really in a relationship?" Jiang Shu's face flushed as he clarified, "It's not exactly a relationship. I'm merely starting to pursue a girl." "Oh dear. How could you do that? How could you?" Zhang Yunfei lamented, thumping his thigh in dismay. Witnessing his reaction, even Jiang Shu scratched his head in bewilderment. "Yunfei, what has got you so worked up? What does my dating life have to do with you? Think about it. Our parents are both urging us to find partners. Yet if you don't pursue a relationship, neither will I. While my family may nudge me, it's not overly insistent. Now, you have begun your quest for a partner. Should you succeed, I shall remain the sole unencumbered bachelor among our families, and all the pressure for marriage will inevitably converge upon me. What shall I do then? Oh, what shall I do?" With a face full of despair, Zhang Yunfei lamented, clutching his head. Witnessing his sorrowful demeanor, Jiang Shu felt a twinge of guilt. Li Jingxin, filled with sympathy, patted Jiang Shu on the shoulder and remarked, "Do not pay heed to this fellow. Focus on your own romantic pursuits. If he truly fears the pressure from home, he ought to find a partner himself. Such matters can only be resolved by oneself. Come now, let us quickly sell the fish, and afterward, we can stroll around and perhaps purchase some clothing," he added. Thus, the trio mounted their bicycles once more. Yet Zhang Yunfei continued to sigh heavily, leaving Li Jingxin and Jiang Shu somewhat speechless. Upon arriving at the market street in town, they swiftly sold their fried fish. The three then commenced their leisurely exploration of the street. Recently, numerous shops had opened, offering a variety of food, drink, and clothing, making their outing far from dull. As they wandered, Li Jingxin suddenly realized that they had unwittingly arrived at the entrance of Lu Yu's clothing store. Although he harbored no ill intentions, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him, prompting him to pull Jiang Shu and Zhang Yunfei away. "Don't drag me away, Jingxin. Let us take a look inside that store. It appears quite appealing, and the windows are much cleaner than others," Jiang Shu insisted, much to Li Jingxin's dismay. "What could possibly be interesting about a shabby clothing store?" Li Jingxin retorted, tugging at Jiang Shu's arm. Just then, a striking figure emerged from the store. What could possibly be captivating about this dilapidated establishment? "Let us explore the department store over there," Li Jingxin suggested, unaware of Lu Yu's bemused expression as she left the store. The moment he spoke, Jiang Shu remained silent, but Lu Yu's expression turned frosty, her large eyes narrowing as she glared at Li Jingxin. "What have I done to offend you? My store is clean and orderly. Where is the disarray?" She replied coolly. Li Jingxin finally noticed Lu Yu, taken aback by her mildly irate countenance. "Why are you out here?" he awkwardly inquired. Lu Yu shot him a glare, choosing not to respond. The brief history they shared now appeared rather ambiguous to any onlookers. Li Jingshan's embarrassment deepened, while Zhang Yunfei observed him with a mischievous grin. Jiang Shu recognized Lu Yu as the one who had once pursued Li Jingshan and, seeing Li Jingshan's awkwardness juxtaposed with Lu Yu's flustered expression, felt a surge of concern for his sister, Jiang Shui. Let us move on and explore elsewhere, Jiang Shu suggested, casting a glance at Li Jingshan. Li Jingshan nodded slightly, just about to take a step forward when Lu Yu spoke up again. Jiang Shu, you little rascal, you visit my cousin every day, and now that you see me, you don't utter a word. Aren't you afraid I might put in a word with my cousin about you? Upon hearing this, the previously serious Jiang Shu instantly wilted, halting in his tracks. He then forced a flattering smile toward Lu Yu. Hee, cousin Lu Yu, I just didn't recognize you at first. My apologies. Upon hearing Jiang Shu refer to Lu Yu as cousin, Li Jingshan silently gave the young man a thumbs up in his mind. Zhang Yunfei, with an expression of astonishment, exclaimed, You really are something, Jiang Shu. You've hardly spoken to Lu Meiwan, and now you're already calling her cousin. Jiang Shu's face turned slightly red at the comment. Lu Yu looked at him with a hint of amusement and asked, Did you come to town just to play, or were you specifically here to buy something? I'm here for a specific purpose, Jiang Shu replied. I want to buy a little something for Meiwan to give her. Cousin, could you help me out? The repeated address of cousin not only made Li Jingshan and Zhang Yunfei feel awkward, but even Lu Yu herself felt a bit embarrassed. She glanced at Li Jingshan and remarked, You and my cousin are still at the beginning stages. Don't get too familiar. Otherwise, your sister Jiang Shui might not be pleased. Jiang Shu awkwardly scratched his head, and at that moment, Lu Yu spoke again. All right, let's not just stand here. Come to my shop and see if there is anything suitable for Meiwan. After saying this, Jiang Shu promptly nodded obediently and walked inside. Meanwhile, Li Jingshan said nothing and turned to head towards the neighboring shop. Chapter 71. Annoyance. Li Jingshan. Seeing Li Jingshan trying to slip away, Lu Yu squinted her large eyes and called out loudly in the street. Upon witnessing a beautiful woman call out to Li Jingshan in such a manner, both Zhang Yunfei and Jiang Shu displayed expressions of surprise. Li Jingshan turned around, looking at Lu Yu, who wore a chilly demeanor, instinctively shivering. Lu Yu was far from the gentle and enchanting woman like his wife, Jiang Shui. This woman had previously threatened him and was certainly not someone to be trifled with. With this thought in mind, a slightly ingratiating smile appeared on Li Jingshan's face as he said, You can help Jiang Shu pick something out. I'll just wander elsewhere. Comrade Jingshan, you really are quite busy. Just a moment ago, you were criticizing my shop. Lu Yu responded with a teasing tone. She then glanced at Jiang Shu, and with a blend of annoyance and a hint of melancholy in her voice, she said, Since your brother-in-law Li Jingshan looks down on me and my clothing store, then you shouldn't enter my shop either. I'll just pretend I don't know you. With this statement, Jiang Shu was left speechless. He had been pursuing Lu Meiwan but had found no way in. Now, encountering Meijuan's cousin, he had discovered a glimmer of hope. He initially intended to seize this opportunity to cultivate a closer rapport with Lu Yu, inquiring about Lu Meijuan's preferences, thereby catering to her tastes and hopefully winning her affection at the earliest. However, given the current predicament where Lu Yu insisted on having Li Jingshan accompany her, he found himself in a quandary. The fact that Li Jingshan was his brother-in-law made it utterly inappropriate for him to engage too closely with Lu Yu. These thoughts plunged Jiang Shu into a state of despondency, leaving him at a crossroads. Li Jingshan, sensing Jiang Shu's dilemma, turned to Lu Yu with a calm demeanor and said, Lu Yu, please do not put Jiang Shu in such a difficult position. I am who I am, and Jiang Shu is who he is. They should not be conflated. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu laughed heartily and replied, I am a businesswoman. I rise early only for profit. Why should I assist him without any gain? Li Jingshan, to help Jiang Shu, you must agree to advise me on the clothing factory matter I mentioned previously. Jiang Shu's expression grew even more peculiar at this revelation. He glanced at Li Jingshan, then at Lu Yu, feeling increasingly troubled. On one hand, he did not wish for Li Jingshan to become too close to her. On the other, he feared that Li Jingshan's actions might anger Lu Yu, thereby jeopardizing his pursuit of Lu Meiwan. Zhang Yunfei, no longer embroiled in the situation, observed the trio with keen interest, wearing a smile as if he were watching a grand performance. After a moment of silence, Li Jingshan furrowed his brow and addressed Lu Yu. Regarding your previous mention of wanting to contract the state-owned clothing factory, I must confess my ignorance. So, I suggest you relinquish such hopes. I am unable to assist you. You are being overly modest, Li Jingshan. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your recent endeavors? You and Secretary Zhang Jinming have been orchestrating the sale of fried fish, and you have dealt with Zhou Guohua and Wang Luer. This is ample proof of your capabilities. Lu Yu asserted with unwavering conviction. She then sighed and continued. By discussing these matters in front of Jiang Shu, I demonstrate that I harbor no ulterior motives. Though I am single and have had feelings for you, you are married, and I will not entangle you in emotional matters. What I seek is your assistance in business. You possess considerable talent, and as a woman, there are certain things I cannot manage alone. I sincerely hope you can lend me a hand. With genuine sincerity, Lu Yu gazed at Li Jingshan. Upon hearing her words, Jiang Shu couldn't help but nod in agreement. He thought to himself that Lu Yu was indeed formidable, keeping personal feelings separate from business. It was no wonder that this young woman, like himself, could independently run her own clothing store in town. With this realization, Jiang Shu felt a newfound admiration for Lu Yu. I truly hope you can assist me. The current policies are favorable, and opportunities are rare. I wish you could support me, Lu Yu implored earnestly, noticing Li Jingshan's silence. At this moment, Li Jingshan felt compelled to acquiesce. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Shu, saw no signs of dissent on his face, and nodded, saying, "Very well, you are quite persuasive. I am convinced. I can assist you in business matters. However, you must also promise to lend a hand to Jiang Shu, as this lad is rather clueless when it comes to romance, and could use your support." Agreed. A beautiful smile graced Lu Yu's lips as she nodded in acceptance. Thus, the trio of men and one woman ventured into Lu Yu's boutique. Although they were three rugged men, they couldn't help but be captivated by the exquisite decor and the stunning array of garments adorning the racks. "Cousin Lu Yu, did you curate all these outfits? They are simply breathtaking," Jiang Shu remarked with admiration. Lu Yu smiled lightly and replied, "Stop flattering me. You merely wish to uncover my cousin's preferences. Her greatest delight lies in beautiful dresses." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately exclaimed, "Cousin Lu Yu, could you assist me in selecting a dress? I trust your judgment." Lu Yu teased, "You certainly know how to delegate, but alas, you cannot purchase any of these dresses." "Why not?" Jiang Shu inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. Lu Yu reassured him, "Do not fret. My cousin's favorite color is light blue. I will craft a dress specifically for her, and you may return here to collect it." "Splendid. Thank you so much," Jiang Shu replied, visibly exhilarated and nodding in gratitude. He then proceeded to ask Lu Yu about Lu Meijuan's likes and dislikes, to which Lu Yu provided thorough and detailed responses. With Lu Yu as his invaluable ally, Jiang Shu felt confident that winning over Lu Meijuan would be a mere trifle. Meanwhile, Lu Yu took a sip of tea and turned her lovely gaze towards Li Jingshan. "Having just assisted your second uncle, I expect you to reciprocate with equal diligence." "No problem. Rest assured," Li Jingshan replied with a nod, promising his cooperation. "All right, Yunfei and I shall refrain from intruding on your business discussions," Lu Yu declared. At this moment, Jiang Shu, displaying great understanding, rose to leave. Li Jingshan, feeling a bit anxious, urged him, "There's nothing confidential. You can stay and listen." "What is the matter, Li Jingshan? Are you worried your second uncle will go home and report back to you?" Lu Yu inquired playfully. Li Jingshan's face flushed with embarrassment, while Jiang Shu chuckled and responded, "Fear not, brother-in-law. I would never disclose this to my sister, as you are merely helping me. Besides, I trust that your conversation will remain strictly business-related." As Jiang Shu uttered this remark, he cast a meaningful glance at Lu Yu. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot him a playful glare, saying, "You dare to tease me before I even have the dress ready? Rest assured, I, Lu Yu, would never covet the husband of a married woman. Continue your discussion, Lu Yu. I shall return in a few days to collect the dress. Please ensure it is crafted beautifully and meticulously." Sensing the conversation was becoming awkward, Jiang Shu hastily threw out this remark and, with Zhang Yunfei in tow, hurriedly exited the boutique, leaving Lu Yu and Li Jingshan alone. As two individuals exchanged a fleeting glance, they quickly diverted their gaze, creating an air thick with an inexplicable awkwardness. Clearing his throat gently, Li Jingshan initiated the conversation. "Let us return to the matter at hand. What exactly is the situation regarding your acquisition of the state-owned factory?" "It is not an acquisition. I do not possess the means to purchase a state-owned factory. Rather, I intend to contract it," Lu Yu replied, subsequently elaborating on her intentions. It became evident that the factory she had her sights set on was the renowned Lantian garment factory in the town. This establishment, of moderate scale, employed approximately 50 skilled workers. However, being a state enterprise, the workers had become somewhat complacent, the operational protocols were not sufficiently advanced, and the quality of the garments produced was mediocre, with styles that were quite outdated, resulting in persistent financial losses. With this year's policy changes allowing for trade, external garments have flooded in, brought by small vendors, further undermining the market of Lantian garment factory. The factory's lack of profitability had become a significant burden on the town's finances, leading some to consider leveraging the current favorable policies by contracting the state-owned garment factory, committing to a fixed annual payment. The remaining profits would be at the contractor's discretion. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan's eyes lit up, based on his experience. He understood that those who were the first to seize such opportunities often became immensely wealthy, marking a significant windfall in the midst of reform. This indeed presented a splendid opportunity. If he could secure the contract for the garment factory, improve its management, and revamp the clothing styles, profitability was assured. Feeling invigorated, Li Jingshan remarked, "This is an excellent prospect." Lu Yu nodded in agreement before adding, "However, the current issue is that the annual contracting fee is 2,400 yuan. That is not excessive," Li Jingshan replied. "I am familiar with that factory. It occupies a substantial area, and I have heard it is equipped with numerous machines and skilled workers. If managed properly, profitability is guaranteed." Lu Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly. Spreading her hands, "I share your thoughts, but this investment is quite substantial. I cannot muster such an amount all at once. I would be able to manage a monthly payment of 200 yuan. This way, I can ensure a steady cash flow. At most, I could pay quarterly, settling 3 months' fees at a time, which is my absolute limit. Beyond that, I am unable to provide any further funds." Li Jingshan contemplated suggesting that he would find a way to address the financial concerns. However, reconsidering, he determined that it would be wise to maintain a degree of distance from Lu Yu. Thus, he resigned himself to foregoing the investment opportunity and said, "You sought me out to negotiate with the factory representatives for a monthly payment plan?" Lu Yu nodded, her beautiful eyes fixed on Li Jingshan. After a moment's thought, he responded, "Negotiating a monthly arrangement would likely prove futile. It would fail to convey your sincerity, and the county would prefer not to complicate matters. I believe we can strive to reach an agreement for quarterly payments, or perhaps establish that for the first year we adhere to this policy. And when it comes time for renewal in the second year, you could transition to an annual payment." Li Jingshan instinctively referred to us, but immediately corrected himself to you. The observant and perceptive Lu Yu noticed this detail and silently sighed, nodding her head. She then inquired, "Li Jingshan, what do you think about this investment opportunity? Would you like to invest some money and acquire a share?" No. Li Jingshan resolutely shook his head, stating, "I don't have that much money. I am quite poor." "Don't deceive me. You've been making quite a bit lately, and you must have at least a few hundred now. I know you are concerned about associating with me, lest your wife become displeased." Exposed by Lu Yu, Li Jingshan could only force an awkward smile, feeling it futile to argue further. The two continued to converse for a while and promptly decided to visit the Blue Sky Garment Factory and communicate with the management there. As Li Jingshan stood to leave, Lu Yu called out to him, saying, "Please wait here for a moment. I need to change into something more appropriate." Li Jingshan, slightly surprised by her current attire, asked, "Isn't this outfit quite nice? Why do you need to change?" Lu Yu shook her head, responding, "Maintaining a good image is always important, at the very least. It creates a favorable impression on the leaders." With that, she turned and entered the changing room. A few minutes later, the door swung open and Lu Yu emerged, adorned in a beautiful pink ensemble. Although it was winter, the attire was neither bulky nor cumbersome, perfectly accentuating her figure. Combined with her lovely face and eyes resembling autumn waters, Li Jingshan felt his heart race and warmth spread through him. He quickly averted his gaze, reminding himself that he was a married man. Noticing Li Jingshan's embarrassment, Lu Yu's lips curved into a charming smile, and she chuckled softly. She then offered him a warm, damp towel, saying, "Wipe your face. It will make you look more refreshed and create a better impression." Li Jingshan accepted the towel and dabbed his face, catching a faint, pleasant fragrance, stirring something within him. Following this, he and Lu Yu mounted their bicycles and headed towards the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Being a woman, Lu Yu deliberately pedaled slowly. However, as soon as they reached the street corner, her long legs began to propel her swiftly, and she turned to Li Jingshan, urging him. Hurry up. You're a grown man. Can't you muster a bit more strength? Your physique is rather poor. Li Jingshan, as a man, felt embarrassed being questioned about his physicality by a woman, and he hastily quickened his pace. The two raced towards the Blue Sky Garment Factory, almost as if in a competition. Upon arriving and parking the bicycle, Lu Yu was about to enter the factory when she noticed Li Jingshan lighting a cigarette. Her brows furrowed slightly, and she paused, deciding to wait until he finished before proceeding inside. However, at that moment, Li Jingshan, cigarette in mouth, approached the young security guard and struck up a conversation with him. Lu Yu frowned, feeling that Li Jingshan was being somewhat too relaxed. He and I had come to discuss business with the factory manager. He, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, was engaged in a rather idle conversation with the security guard. However, observing Li Jingshan animatedly chatting with the young guard, she felt it inappropriate to interrupt. So she merely stood by, waiting in disinterest. Meanwhile, Li Jingshan addressed the young man. Hey there, is it cold? The guard, though unfamiliar with Li, found his voice pleasant and smiled in response, saying, Not really. Isn't the weather getting warmer? Li nodded and continued. How long have you been working here? The young man was momentarily taken aback, and then, with a hint of confusion, asked, What do you do, brother? I'm just a local here. My relative works at the Blue Sky Garment Factory. He is your colleague. Lately, he has been complaining about the factory's lack of prospects. I just happened to pass by and thought I'd chat with you to get a sense of the situation. The guard nodded, believing him. Yes. The factory's operations are declining. It's quite troubling, he admitted. Is that so? What exactly is going on? Please, enlighten me. Li Jingshan urged as he offered the young man a cigarette. As a mere security guard, he was unaccustomed to such courtesy and felt a bit bashful accepting it. Lighting up, he began to smoke while discussing the factory's affairs with Li Jingshan. Due to Li's amiable demeanor, the guard felt comfortable sharing everything candidly. When he revealed that the factory hadn't paid wages for 2 months and that the workers were growing increasingly discontented, often arguing with management, a smile of satisfaction spread across Li Jingshan's face. He realized he had gained the upper hand for the forthcoming negotiations and, with a grin, bid farewell to the young man before entering the factory alongside Lu Yu. You really have no sense of decorum, chatting with a guard for so long. Lu Yu murmured discontentedly, her legs growing weary from standing. Li Jingshan merely smiled, offering no explanation. Soon, they arrived at the door of the factory manager's office. Just then, the workshop director emerged, holding a teacup, and upon spotting the stunning Lu Yu, his face broke into a warm smile. Madam Lu, you're back again. Hello, Director Ding. I apologize for the intrusion once more, Lu Yu replied with a radiant smile, her beauty leaving Director Ding feeling pleasantly refreshed. He chuckled. Our manager is in the office. You should go speak with him. If you have time this evening, let us have dinner together. Thank you, Director Ding. I will certainly treat you next time. Lu Yu responded cheerfully before knocking on the door of Manager Wang Dashing. Come in, a middle-aged man's voice called from within. Lu Yu pushed open the door and entered with Li Jingshan. Inside, Li Jingshan beheld a short, stout middle-aged man, recognizing him as Wang Dashing, the manager of the Blue Sky Garment Factory. With a welcoming smile, Wang gestured for them to sit and poured tea for both of them before turning his attention to Li Jingshan. Comrade Lu Yu, may I inquire who this is? Your beloved? Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan's hand, holding the teacup, trembled, nearly scalding himself. Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded, Director Wang, this is my cousin, Li Jingshan, who is also engaged in business. Oh, Director Wang Dashing remarked, observing Li Jingshan with a nod. Your cousin possesses a remarkable appearance and an admirable demeanor. Young man, are you married? Director Wang asked with keen interest. Li Jingshan found the inquiry somewhat perplexing, pondering whether Director Wang was akin to the village matrons, attempting to play matchmaker. He chuckled lightly and replied, Director Wang, I have been married for several years. Oh, Director Wang's expression, initially filled with enthusiasm, suddenly shifted to a more composed demeanor. He had a daughter with high standards, in her 20s and still unmarried. Upon encountering the handsome Li Jingshan, he immediately entertained thoughts in that direction. However, learning that Li Jingshan was already married, those notions dissipated instantly. Director Wang again turned his attention to Lu Yu, saying, Boss Lu Yu, I presume you brought your cousin along to discuss the matter of the factory contract? Have you managed to gather enough funds for a year's contract fee? To be frank, with all the equipment and skilled workers we have, The annual fee of 2,400 is truly not exorbitant. It's just that the people in our town are rather conservative. Otherwise, this factory would have been contracted long ago. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, responding, Director Wong, I fully recognize the value of our factory, and I genuinely wish to undertake the contract. However, I truly do not possess sufficient savings. Hence, I have come, rather boldly, to discuss the possibility of paying the contract fee monthly. Upon hearing this, Director Wong Dashing, who had been so fervently engaged, suddenly furrowed his brow, his tone turning frosty as he addressed Lu Yu. Young boss Lu, are you not placing me in a difficult position? I have already informed you that the contract fee must be paid annually. The notion of monthly payments is simply out of the question. Director Wong, I sincerely wish to take on this factory. Could you possibly show some leniency? Lu Yu implored earnestly, gazing at Director Wong Dashing. Director Wong, visibly growing impatient, frowned and waved his hand dismissively, stating, There's nothing to discuss. You know this factory belongs to the state, and there are regulations in place. Even if you approach me, it won't be effective. If you truly wish to contract this factory, you must present the full annual fee. Hearing this, disappointment flickered across Lu Yu's face, and she turned her hopeful gaze towards Li Jingshan. He nodded and then addressed Director Wong. Director Wong, with your years of experience, you surely possess greater wisdom than us. Historically, business negotiations have always involved back-and-forth discussions. I believe it would be prudent for you to contemplate a solution, especially considering our workers have not received their wages for 2 months. If this continues, it could lead to unrest. I heard that just a few days ago. A worker assaulted the team leader over unpaid wages. If this persists, serious trouble may arise. Chapter 74. Understanding the factory situation. Upon hearing Li Jingshan's words, Wang Dashing's expression changed unexpectedly. He had not anticipated that this young negotiator, who had arrived with Lu Yu, possessed such knowledge. Lu Yu, on the other hand, displayed a look of delight on her face. She finally understood why Li Jingshan had not rushed inside the clothing factory upon arrival, but instead lingered outside, engaging in casual conversation with the security guard while smoking. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's opponent ensures victory in 100 battles. Li Jingshan's possession of such information was evidently advantageous. Wang Dasheng, momentarily taken aback, turned to Li Jingshan and remarked, Young man, quite impressive. I did not expect you to have taken the initiative to familiarize yourself with the circumstances of our factory. Li Jingshan smiled and replied, Director Wang, I am aware not only of the current hardships our factory faces, but also that you have been exceptionally diligent in your work here. The employees hold you in high regard and truly appreciate you. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy appeared on Wang Dashing's face. Every individual harbors an innate desire for recognition. Those in positions of authority, particularly the elder statesmen, yearn for the affection of their subordinates. The present state of the Lantian clothing factory weighed heavily on Wang Dashing's heart. After years of dedicated service, nearing retirement, who would not wish to be fondly remembered and appreciated by former subordinates? Yet now, with the factory in such disarray, unable to pay even the basic wages, he was plagued by anxiety. Observing the changes in Wang Dashing's expression, Li Jingshan knew he had struck a chord. He continued, Director Wang, this factory is the culmination of your life's blood and sweat. I trust you desire a capable successor to take over its operations. My cousin, who currently runs a highly successful clothing store, possesses the ability to continue the development of Lantian Clothing Factory, ensuring our employees have a promising future. Wang Dashing unconsciously nodded in agreement. At this moment, Li Jingshan continued, Moreover, you must recognize that my cousin Lu Yu is a decisive individual. She believes in utilizing talent without suspicion. In the future, she will primarily focus on product sales, while you will still play a crucial role in employee management. Lu Yu, momentarily taken aback by this statement, glanced at Li Jingshan but remained tactfully silent. Wang Dasheng, however, was suddenly overwhelmed with joy. The most distressing aspect of relinquishing control of the factory was the uncertainty surrounding his own future as the authoritative director. As an administrative manager, he was scarcely proficient in operating a sewing machine. What would happen if the new owner took over and dismissed him? Was he to retire at the mere age of 40, retreating to a life of leisure? Hearing Li Jingshan's words brought him immense relief, and he promptly turned to Lu Yu, asking, Ms. Lu, is what your cousin said truly your intention? The tone of his voice was now imbued with a newfound respect. Lu Yu's eyes flickered, and she nodded, saying, That is indeed my intention. Director Wang, should I successfully acquire the Blue Sky Garment Factory, I will appoint you as the factory manager immediately. In the future, I will rely on you to oversee the management of this establishment. Upon hearing this, Wang Dashing's anxieties dissipated, his face brightening with joy. Rising to his feet, he expressed, Boss Liu, I truly appreciate your trust. I shall visit Director Han, who oversees state-owned enterprises in the town, today. I will convey your sincerity and strive to persuade him to accept your proposal for monthly payment of the contract fee. Liu Yu felt an overwhelming surge of delight upon hearing his words. Her gaze toward Li Jingshan brimmed with admiration, as she realized how wise her decision had been in seeking his assistance. Director Wang, thank you immensely. Rest assured, I will not neglect you in the future. Liu Yu said earnestly to Wang Dashing. He nodded repeatedly, grateful for Liu Yu's regard. Just as Liu Yu was about to say more, Li Jingshan stood up and interjected. Well then, Director Wang, we shall await your good news. We will take our leave now, so as not to impose. Certainly, I will reach out to Director Han tonight. Please return tomorrow at this time, Wang Dashing replied. No problem. Subsequently, Wang Dashing warmly shook hands with both Liu Yu and Li Jingshan, bidding them farewell as they departed. It was only after they exited the factory that Liu Yu could not suppress her curiosity and asked, Li Jingshan, why did you seem eager to leave at that moment? Li Jingshan smiled at her and explained, with your commitment to keep Wang Dashing in his leadership role, he will communicate effectively with that director. On your end, you must also assess his negotiation skills and offer him some incentives. After all, it is wise not to reveal all your cards. Hearing Li Jingshan's logical reasoning, admiration for him deepened in Liu Yu's eyes. Her gaze, reminiscent of autumn waters, lingered on Li Jingshan, entranced and unwavering. Li Jingshan felt his cheeks flush under her intense stare, sensing the atmosphere shift, and thus cleared his throat. Realizing her own lapse in decorum, Liu Yu blushed, averting her eyes as she said, Then please, come again tomorrow so we can approach Wang Dashing together. Of course, no problem, Li Jingshan replied, already invested in the matter and unwilling to abandon it mid-course. Afterward, he and Liu Yu discussed business matters briefly before he rode back to Xiaoxi village. As a man with a family, he admired Liu Yu's entrepreneurial spirit but understood the necessity of maintaining a distance. After all, he had a beautiful wife, Jiang Shui, and a lovely daughter, Tuanshuan. In his previous life, he had already let his wife and child down. This time, he would not allow himself to err. Upon returning home, Li Jingshan stood in the courtyard, his heart racing. He wondered what Jiang Shu and Jiang Shui might have discussed during his late return. Just then, he saw Jiang Shui step out through the door. Jingshan, you're back, she exclaimed. Jiang Shu remarked that you had encountered an old friend. Did you return only after enjoying a meal? Li Jingshan shook his head and replied, No, we merely engaged in conversation. We did not dine together. Jiang Shui interjected. Oh dear, one must be more cordial towards old friends. In the future, should you have the opportunity to meet him, do treat him to a meal. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan found himself both amused and comforted. Chapter 75. A misunderstanding. Upon returning to his room, he found his little daughter, Tuan, engrossed in gnawing on a large bone. Li Jingshan was taken aback, and Jiang Shui explained, Today, we simmered several pork bones at home. Mother said that since you were not here, she allowed us to bring back 3. Yet, you little glutton, have taken to nibbling on them secretly. Li Jingshan chuckled at Tuan's greasy face and affectionately patted her little head. Daddy, have some, the little girl offered, unguarded, presenting him with the bone dripping with her saliva. You eat it. Daddy can have the one that hasn't been nibbled by you. Li Jingshan laughed, and Jiang Shui retrieved the remaining 2 meaty pork bones from the basin, serving him a steaming bowl of rice porridge along with her homemade pickled vegetables. The savory bones were delightful, and soon both Li Jingshan and Tuan had their fill. By this time, Jiang Shui had already prepared the bedding and stoked the fire at the stove. You should get to bed early, she advised. However, Li Jingshan shook his head and said, No, Tuan has just eaten so much meat. She shouldn't go to sleep right away, as it could upset her digestion. Let us take a stroll outside. The moon is bright tonight, and it's not dark outside. Jiang Shui glanced outside and confirmed that the moon was indeed luminous, just as Li Jingshan had said. After a moment's thought, she replied, You both go ahead. I still need to sort through some clothes. The weather is warming up, and I must prepare spring attire. Very well, Li Jingshan nodded, and Jiang Shui dutifully helped the father and daughter don their outer garments before sending them on their way. The village lacked streetlights, So Li Jingshin held Tuan Tuan's hand as they strolled, listening to her cheerful babble. Daddy, when will you give me a little brother? Astonished by the sudden question, Li Jingshin paused. Tuan Tuan looked up at him earnestly and continued. Yes, Grandma said that Mommy should hurry and have a little brother. Otherwise, Daddy might not love Mommy anymore. Li Jingshin, bemused, chuckled and patted Tuan Tuan's head. That won't happen. Mommy gave Daddy such a beautiful girl like Tuan Tuan. And Daddy will love Mommy for a lifetime. Hee hee, Daddy is so wonderful, Tuan Tuan giggled in response. As it was nighttime, Li Jingshin, concerned that the child might catch a chill from the evening breeze, turned back towards home. However, after only a few steps, they encountered Jiang Shu on the main road. What are you doing out here so late? Li Jingshin inquired. Jiang Shu replied, somewhat embarrassed. Well, I don't have anything to do tonight. I thought I'd take a stroll around Hanyun village. As the hour grew late, Li Jingshin remarked, somewhat bemused. Aren't you afraid that Lu Meiwan might mistake you for a rogue? It's merely a stroll. I won't clandestinely scale their walls, Jiang Shu retorted with unwavering confidence. Observing the imposing figure of his companion, whose expression resembled that of a lovesick fool, Li Jingshin felt an undeniable sense of incredulity. After a brief contemplation, he said, well, wait for me a moment. I shall return the child home and then accompany you for a leisurely walk. Ah, splendid. Jiang Shu rejoiced at the prospect of being joined by a married strategist like Li Jingshin. Thus, Li Jingshin returned the child to their abode, exchanged a brief greeting with Jiang Shui, and set forth with Jiang Shu towards Hanyun village. Brother-in-law, what time did you return? Jiang Shu inquired curiously once they found themselves in a more secluded area. I returned as soon as darkness fell. I had a discussion with Lu Yu at the Lantian garment factory, and then we parted ways, Li Jingshin replied. Ah, I see, Jiang Shu nodded, feeling somewhat hesitant to pry further. After a moment of silence, curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, Jingshin, considering we are of similar age, how is it that you attract so many beautiful women? My sister is one, and Lu Yu is another. I heard that back in the day. Several female youths even quarreled over you while joining the work brigade. With an inquisitive expression, Jiang Shu pressed, pray tell, is there a secret to your allure? Li Jingshin, caught off guard by the question, felt a flush of embarrassment as he glanced at Jiang Shu. What? Do you wish to learn from me in hopes of charming the ladies yourself? Upon hearing this, Jiang Shu's face turned crimson, and he quickly shook his head. I have no desire to be a lecher like Shimin Qing. I merely find the pursuit of a woman rather troublesome. It would be marvelous if I could be pursued by women like you, and then choose the one I fancy. Li Jingshin's expression softened as he reminisced. In those days, when life was considerably harsher and he had just begun his rural service, he had surprisingly found himself in the favor of several young women, including Jiang Shui and Lu Yu, who had expressed their feelings for him. Reflecting on it, he thought it was quite a remarkable twist of fate, an inexplicable bond. I cannot quite fathom it myself. Perhaps it is simply my good looks, he remarked with a hint of pride. This declaration instantly dampened Jiang Shu's spirits. Although he was robust and formidable, akin to a general of old, such attributes seemed less appealing in contemporary times. After a moment of discontent, Jiang Shu said, perhaps if I were to study culture, I might win a woman's affection? Casting a glance at his burly brother-in-law, Li Jingshin shook his head. Let's be honest. You are not cut out for that. With that, Jiang Shu was thoroughly disheartened. As they conversed, they had already arrived at Hanyun village. In this era, even though electricity had reached the village, every household had extinguished their lights early. Only a few households had their lights on, one of which belonged to Lu Meiwan. She had not yet retired for the night, and perhaps she might step outside for a stroll. At that moment, I could engage her in conversation. Jiang Shu, with a lovesick expression, chuckled. Li Jingshin observed Jiang Shu's infatuation with a bemused countenance. It was rather late. A young woman who had not yet married would hardly be wandering about. Even if she did venture out, in the darkness, should one suddenly approach her, she would likely perceive him as a rogue or a thief. However, Li Jingshin refrained from voicing his thoughts, recognizing that Jiang Shu's affection for a girl was not something to be dismissed lightly. Thus, the two stood foolishly at Lu Meijuan's doorstep. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of autumn eyes had already fixated on them from behind. Lu Yu, who had just returned from the town, observed the two figures at her cousin's doorstep and was immediately filled with an ominous premonition. Alas, my cousin's home is being watched by thieves, she surmised, gazing at the indistinct silhouettes. Chapter 76. Taking action. If she were an ordinary woman, she might have quietly slipped away, pretending she had seen nothing. A slightly bolder woman might have gone home to summon help, letting the men deal with the two miscreants. Yet, Lu Yu was far from an ordinary woman. At a young age, she had the audacity to open a clothing store in town and was even involved in contracting state-owned enterprises. Lu Yu's courage surpassed that of many men. She halted her bicycle and stealthily approached Li Jingshan and Jiang Shu. At that moment, in an unfortunate turn of events, Jiang Shu blurted out, "So, you've been married. Tell me, what is it like to be married? Is it pleasurable to sleep with a woman?" Emboldened by the cover of night, the single man Jiang Shu dared to pose such a question. Li Jingshan was left speechless. How could he respond to such a query? He shot Jiang Shu a glance of exasperation and said, "You wish to know? Then why not rush in and find out for yourself by sleeping with Lu Meiwan?" The words, though spoken softly, caused Jiang Shu to lower his head in shame. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, hiding not far away, felt her heart skip a beat. She had not clearly heard everything, but she caught the mention of sleeping with Lu Meiwan. Her expression turned tense. These two were not mere thieves, but lecherous wolves. And her cousin was the prey they had set their sights on. At that moment, a furry creature suddenly appeared between Lu Yu's legs. Startled, she instinctively gasped. Upon looking down, she broke into a smile. It was her own dog, Dahe. This large dog was quite formidable in the village, known for its fighting prowess, ability to catch rabbits, and protective instincts. Gazing at Dahe, Lu Yu quickly formulated a plan. She looked at the two sneaky lechers and quietly patted her dog's head. Dahe charged. In the darkness, Lu Yu let out a loud cry as her dog, Dahe, immediately charged towards Li Jingshan and Jiang Shu. Simultaneously, she bravely picked up a stick from the roadside and, armed with her resolve, rushed towards the two men. Woof! Woof! Dahe raced up to Jiang Shu, barking furiously, and then lunged forward, intent on biting him. In the shadows, Li Jingshan caught sight of a dark figure rushing towards them. Instinctively, he pushed Jiang Shu aside and attempted to flee. However, Dahe's speed was astonishing, and it swiftly clamped down on Li Jingshan's arm. The pain caused Li Jingshan's face to turn pale, and he couldn't suppress a cry of agony. At that moment, Lu Yu, brandishing her stick, approached, and, upon hearing the familiar sound, took a closer look to discover that the one being bitten was none other than Li Jingshan. With a startled exclamation, she quickly shouted, "Haizi, let go. Release him at once." Obediently, the black dog loosened its grip. Li Jingshan, wincing and clutching his arm, glared at Lu Yu in the darkness, asking, "What on earth are you doing?" A rare blush of embarrassment crept onto Lu Yu's beautiful face as she lowered her gaze and replied, "I apologize. I saw you two standing outside my cousin's house. And when I heard you talking about sleeping, I assumed you were up to no good, so I unleashed my dog on you." Li Jingshan was left speechless by her explanation, and Jiang Shu couldn't help but twitch his facial muscles in disbelief. Meanwhile, the commotion had drawn the attention of the Lu family, who turned on the lights. Lu Meijuan's father emerged from the room, stick in hand. Upon opening the courtyard door, he beheld Lu Yu, Li Jingshan, Jiang Shu, and the large black dog, his brow furrowed in confusion. At that moment, Lu Meijuan also stepped out of the room. Upon seeing Jiang Shu, her expression turned somewhat awkward. Lu Dali, her father, asked in a deep voice, "What is going on? I heard the dog barking, and you're shouting. What is all this ruckus at my doorstep in the dead of night?" "My apologies, uncle. I saw two individuals at your door and thought they were intruders, so I set my dog on them. It turns out they are Li Jingshan and Jiang Shu from Xiaoxi village," Lu Yu explained. Lu Dali cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Shu, frowning as he said, "I know this kid." He then glared at Jiang Shu, demanding, "What are you doing here at my doorstep so late at night?" Jiang Shu felt a pang of guilt and couldn't muster the courage to meet Lu Dali's gaze, lowering his head as he mumbled, "Well, Uncle Lu, I was just wandering around out of boredom. Spare me your excuses. I know exactly what you're up to. I've seen you loitering at my doorstep for the past few days, and as soon as my daughter steps outside, you're right there beside her. Am I wrong?" Lu Dali said grimly, directing his ire at Jiang Shu. Embarrassed by the confrontation, Jiang Shu's face turned as red as an apple, rendering him utterly speechless. Lu Yu, taken aback by her father's harsh demeanor towards Jiang Shu, felt a surge of anxiety and cast a pleading glance towards Lu Meiwan. Lu Meiwan glanced at Jiang Shu and then turned her gaze to Li Jingshan, inquiring, "Li Jingshan, has your arm been bitten? Is the injury severe?" Li Jingshan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, responding, "It seems to be bleeding." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's face fell with remorse, and she subsequently looked towards Lu Dali. Lu Dali furrowed his brow and, with a hint of exasperation, said, "All right, in this darkness, we cannot see a thing. Come with me into the room where there is light, so we can properly assess the injury." "Very well," Li Jingshan nodded, and Jiang Shu eagerly concurred, his face alight with enthusiasm. After all these days, he had yet to step inside Lu Meijuan's home. He supported Li Jingshan, excitedly making his way towards Lu Meijuan's residence. Observing Jiang Shu's exuberance, Lu Dali felt a twinge of annoyance. Unconsciously, he cast a glance at Lu Meijuan, who instantly blushed, lowered her head, and hastened towards the room. Lu Yu followed closely behind, her expression one of regret and self-reproach. In the Lu family's living room, the lights were now illuminated. Li Jingshan swiftly rolled up his sleeve, revealing 2 small puncture wounds on his arm, from which fresh blood was oozing. "Ah!" Lu Yu exclaimed with a look of concern, instinctively seizing Li Jingshan's hand. However, she soon realized her actions and, as if jolted, released his hand, speaking with a hint of urgency. "Meiwan, quickly fetch some alcohol and gauze." Upon hearing this, Lu Meiwan nodded repeatedly and hurriedly retrieved the gauze and medical supplies. Jiang Shu took the alcohol, unscrewed the cap, and was about to disinfect Li Jingshan's wound with the gauze. Unfortunately, this clumsy fellow, with fingers thicker than a carrot, accidentally spilled the alcohol onto the floor. "Oh dear, how could you be so clumsy?" Lu Yu, anxious and impatient, snatched the alcohol from him. Without further ado, she began to clean and disinfect Li Jingshan's wound herself. As the alcohol touched the wound, Li Jingshan felt a twinge of discomfort. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of Lu Yu's delicate fingers brushing against his skin, imparting a tingling sensation. Lowering his head slightly, he observed Lu Yu's earnest and concerned expression, causing his heart to race. Flustered, he averted his gaze and silently sighed within. Moments later, Lu Yu finally finished bandaging Li Jingshan's injury. She let out a long breath of relief and said, "Li Jingshan, I'm truly sorry. I was too reckless." "It's all right," Li Jingshan replied, avoiding direct eye contact and lowering his head. The atmosphere in the room grew somewhat awkward, seemingly acknowledging the unspoken connection between Li Jingshan and Lu Yu. After a considerable pause, Lu Dali cleared his throat and looked at the visibly flustered Jiang Shu, who resembled a nervous suitor on his first visit, fidgeting aimlessly, unsure of where to place his hands. Witnessing Jiang Shu's inept demeanor, Lu Dali grimaced in distaste. In truth, Jiang Shu cannot be categorized as a delinquent youth. Moreover, the Jiang family's reputation in Xiaoxi village is quite commendable. However, as a father confronted with a troublesome situation, who can maintain a pleasant demeanor? After a brief silence, Lu Dali spoke, his tone tinged with displeasure. "You, young man, should refrain from wandering around my vicinity. Your presence irks me." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Shu's complexion paled. Without having secured Lu Meijuan's approval, he now faced Lu Dali's disdain, which suggested that his path to love would be fraught with challenges. Instinctively, Jiang Shu cast a pleading glance towards Lu Meijuan. Lu Meijuan's face flushed slightly, and she turned away, avoiding his gaze. In that moment, Jiang Shu truly felt isolated and helpless. Lu Dali further grunted dismissively and coldly remarked, "Enough. It is late. We should all retire for the night. You too should leave." Jiang Shu, his voice wavering, replied, "Uncle Lu, I was quite startled when Lu Yu's dog barked at me. May I and my brother-in-law sit down for a moment? We would like to request a cup of tea." With that, Jiang Shu turned his beseeching gaze towards Li Jingshan. Li Jingshan awkwardly chuckled before saying, "Uncle Lu, I just endured a scare. My heart is still racing. Please allow us to sit for a while. Rest assured, we won't impose on you for long." Lu Yu chimed in, "Auntie, let them rest for a bit. Today's incident is entirely my fault, and I feel quite embarrassed." Seeing his niece's plea, Lu Dali found it difficult to refuse and merely grunted in acknowledgement. Upon hearing that sound, Jiang Shu's face lit up with joy as he quickly assisted Li Jingshan in sitting on a long bench. Lu Meiwan observed the two with a conflicted expression before turning to retreat into the kitchen. Moments later, she emerged with 3 teacups and a pot of steaming tea. "It's a bit chilly. Please enjoy some hot tea," Lu Meiwan said, her cheeks tinged with red. Lu Yu and Li Jingshan expressed their thanks softly as they accepted the cups. Meanwhile, Jiang Shu, seated nearby, was far from composed. He usually mustered the audacity to engage Lu Meiwan in conversation, yet she often remained unresponsive. The notion of receiving tea personally served by her was extraordinary. Trembling slightly, he accepted the cup, his fingers inadvertently brushing against Lu Meijuan's hand. She instinctively recoiled, letting out a soft gasp. Lu Dali, with a watchful gaze, scrutinized the two, and, upon noticing Jiang Shu taking liberties with his daughter, his expression darkened, akin to a pot's bottom. Clearing his throat heavily, he glared at Jiang Shu and commanded, "Finish your tea quickly and leave my home. Do not disturb our family's rest." Faced with Lu Dali's evident disdain, Jiang Shu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, forcing a strained smile and nodding in compliance. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Lu Meiwan, who had remained aloof, finally spoke up, "Please allow them to rest a little longer." Jiang Shu's brother-in-law had just been bitten by a dog. He advised them to take their time to gather themselves and enjoy a couple more cups of tea before departing. Hearing that the girl he had longed for was actually defending him, Jiang Shu couldn't suppress the smile creeping at the corners of his lips. Meanwhile, Lu Dali, who had initially worn a serious expression, suddenly furrowed his brows tightly. He glanced at his daughter, Lu Meiwan, whose face instantly flushed, her gaze becoming somewhat evasive. "Humph." Lu Dali let out a heavy snort and said, "Then you can keep them company over tea. I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and strode into the inner room. Once Lu Dali left, Jiang Shu visibly relaxed. He turned his attention to the nearby Lu Meiwan and mustered the courage to say, "Meiwan, don't just stand there. Please sit down, let us have a chat." Lu Meiwan seemed oblivious, remaining silent and motionless, though her cheeks reddened further. Li Jingshan and Lu Yu exchanged glances, both revealing faint smiles. It appeared that Lu Meiwan held a reasonably good impression of Jiang Shu, merely feeling a bit shy. At that moment, Jiang Shu cast a pleading glance at Li Jingshan. Observing the blushing Lu Meiwan, Li Jingshan was at a loss for words and redirected his gaze to Lu Yu, who nodded encouragingly. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yu turned to her cousin and said, "Cousin, Jiang's third son is right here. If you don't like him, just tell him directly. It will save you from unnecessary misunderstandings in the future." Li Jingshan was taken aback by her words, and Jiang Shu, who had been sitting with eager anticipation, was rendered speechless. Lu Meiwan also displayed a look of astonishment, her eyes widening as she stared at her cousin, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing her expression, Lu Yu chuckled softly and continued, "I understand you are not one to speak much and are rather introverted, possibly feeling too shy to outright refuse Jiang Shu. So, I shall take it upon myself to help you decline him." Chapter 78. A trial. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shu was utterly stunned. Wasn't he the one asking Lu Yu for assistance? Why did she now seem to be sabotaging him? Li Jingshan's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Yu, sensing a hint of amusement in her eyes, and he began to grasp the situation but remained silent. Meanwhile, Lu Meiwan stood there, completely bewildered, unaware of why her cousin would utter such words. At this point, Lu Yu had turned back to Jiang Shu, deliberately adopting a cold demeanor. Her tone laced with disdain as she stated, "Jiang Shu, you should be aware by now that my cousin has no interest in you. She finds your presence bothersome. Henceforth, you are not to appear before her again. Do not disrupt her life. Do you understand? I warn you, this is not merely a notification but a caution against overstepping." Lu Yu's words grew harsher, causing Jiang Shu's complexion to redden with embarrassment. As the previously taciturn Lu Meiwan heard her cousin's blunt remarks, she could no longer remain silent. She hastily interjected, "Cousin, please don't say that. I do not harbor any disdain for Jiang Shu, nor do I dislike him." This declaration finally coaxed a response from Lu Meiwan, and a triumphant smile immediately graced Lu Yu's face. Jiang Shu, invigorated, lifted his gaze and looked intently at Lu Meiwan. At this moment, Lu Yu spoke again. "Oh, I see you don't dislike him. It seems I mistook your feelings. Since you have some affection for him, why not cultivate a good relationship? After all, you are not young anymore. Perhaps it's time to date and eventually consider marriage and family." "Cousin." As Lu Yu swung from one extreme to another, Lu Meijuan's cheeks flushed deeper. Typically reserved, she felt compelled to clarify, "Please understand, I don't dislike Jiang Shu. But I don't have strong feelings for him either, given that we hardly know each other. I am uncertain about what kind of person he truly is." Delighted to hear her introverted cousin speak so much, Lu Yu mischievously remarked, I was waiting for you to say that. Since you don't dislike Jiang Shu, why not take the initiative? He came all the way here at night just for you. Your reticence might be causing him unnecessary anxiety. You should converse with Jiang Shu more often. This way, You can deepen your understanding of one another. With her face still flushed, Lu Meiwan nodded shyly. Jiangshu cast a grateful glance at Lu Yu, feeling profound admiration for her cleverness. He nearly felt compelled to rise and bow in appreciation. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Lu Dali, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation in the living room, experienced a range of emotions as he listened. He muttered softly, "Lu Yu is quite cunning, alas. This girl is unwittingly being sold out. Don't be ridiculous, you old coot. Young people are simply dating. We should observe quietly. Lu Yu is helping your daughter, after all. She's no longer a child," Lu Meijuan's mother whispered as she too listened at the door. "Humph, I find that Jiangshu fellow quite unappealing, towering like a tower." Lu Dali grumbled, visibly displeased. "What's wrong with being tall? Look at him. He must possess great strength. If he were to father a grandson, he'd surely be tall as well," Lu Meijuan's mother defended. "Are you smitten with that Jiang lad? Do you believe he is worthy of my daughter?" Lu Dali glared at his wife with wide eyes. "Why do you care so much? Just watch quietly. I find Jiangshu to be quite honest." "Our Meiwan won't come to harm," she replied. "He had better be honest. If that little rascal dares to lay a hand on Meiwan, I'll break his legs," Lu Dali declared with fierce determination. After several cups of tea, Li Jingshin felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as Jiangshu felt a warmth in his heart. He had already exchanged numerous words with Lu Meiwan over the course of several cups of tea. With Lu Yu's support by his side, he sensed a significant reduction in the distance between himself and Lu Meiwan. At that moment, a heavy cough echoed from within the room, belonging to Lu Dali. Lu Meijuan's face flushed a deeper shade, and she softly suggested, "You should head home. It's rather late, and I wouldn't want to keep you." All right. Jiangshu responded eagerly, nodding obediently. "Dear cousin, when Uncle Jiang comes to see you again, do make an effort to converse with him. I find this young man quite earnest. Perhaps you two could truly become a couple. If that happens, do remember to share some wedding candies with me." Lu Yu affectionately grasped Lu Meijuan's hand, whispering in her ear. Lu Meijuan blushed further and replied, "Cousin, are you trying to play matchmaker for me? Don't forget, you're still single yourself. I'll find you a fine young man one day." Upon hearing this, Lu Yu instinctively glanced at Li Jingshin and then lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Yu, Li Jingshin, and Jiangshu left the Lu household together. Standing at the entrance, Lu Yu turned to Li Jingshin and said, "I'm really sorry about the dog bite. Tomorrow, when you come to town, I'll take you to the hospital to tend to your wound." "No need. It's just a couple of little bite marks. It's nothing serious," Li Jingshin replied nonchalantly. In this day and age, many in the village were bitten by dogs, and few sought rabies vaccinations. Moreover, the dog that had bitten him was Dahei, Lu's family pet, not a wild dog. So he was confident there would be no issues. "Just be careful when you wash your hands and such. Don't let the wound get wet. I truly apologize," Lu Yu said earnestly, before taking her leave with Dahei. Li Jingshin turned to see Jiangshu grinning foolishly. He nudged Jiangshu and remarked, "Are you really this excited? Lu Meiwan merely agreed to talk with you. She hasn't promised to date you." "Jingshin, every journey begins with a single step. Since Lu Meiwan is willing to communicate with me, I am confident she will eventually come to like me," Jiangshu declared with unwavering self-assurance. "Well, I wish you luck. However, when you seek out Lu Meiwan again, it would be wise to steer clear of Lu Dali. I can see the way he looks at you. It's as if he wishes to devour you whole," Li Jingshin warned, observing Jiangshu closely. At this, Jiangshu instinctively recoiled, his expression one of helplessness as he lamented, "Why is her father so imposing? Just seeing him makes my knees weak." Chapter 79. Thank you so much. Upon returning home, Li Jingshin briefly mentioned to Jiang Shui that he and Jiangshu had visited the Lu household for tea. However, he refrained from mentioning the dog bite or Lu Yu, as that name was a sensitive topic for Jiang Shui. When Jiang Shui learned that her third brother's relationship with Lu Meiwan had progressed, she appeared genuinely delighted. The following afternoon, Li Jingshin, Jiangshu, and Zhang Yunfei rode their bicycles to town once more. They quickly sold out of fried fish, after which Zhang Yunfei ventured off to explore on his own. Jiangshu and Li Jingshin hastened to the clothing store owned by Lu Yu. Upon their entrance, a smile graced Lu Yu's exquisite visage, and she promptly retrieved a delicately crafted light blue gown that had just been completed. The intricate workmanship and innovative design of the gown left Jiangshu utterly exhilarated, to the extent that he could hardly contain his enthusiasm. He longed to return to the village immediately to present this beautiful dress to Lu Meiwan. "Dear cousin Lu Yu, I cannot thank you enough, Jiang Shu expressed earnestly. Lu Yu merely nodded with a subtle acknowledgement before shifting her gaze to Li Jingshan, inquiring with genuine concern, Li Jingshan, how are your injuries? Are you still in pain? I'm fine, just 2 minor wounds. By the time I got home yesterday, the pain had completely subsided, he replied. Lu Yu nodded in understanding, her expression easing somewhat. Aware that they had other matters to attend to, Jiang Shu refrained from prolonging the conversation, offered his farewells, and departed on his bicycle. Meanwhile, Lu Yu tidied up the store before locking the door, then rode alongside Li Jingshan toward the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Buoyed by their previous successful dialogue with the factory's director, Wang Xingli, both Li Jingshan and Lu Yu felt a renewed sense of confidence. They believed that today they would likely reach a preliminary agreement regarding the contract. At worst, they could negotiate a compromise by paying the contract fee quarterly. However, upon entering Wang Xingli's office, they were met with a grave expression on his face. Wang Xingli acknowledged their presence with a silent nod, continuing to smoke his cigarette, filling the room with a haze of smoke, the ashtray on his desk overflowing with butts. The smiles faded from the faces of Li Jingshan and Lu Yu as they exchanged glances of concern. Clearing his throat, Li Jingshan ventured, Director Wang. Is there something troubling you? What has changed in just one day? Hearing this, Wang Xingli extinguished his cigarette with a frown and sighed deeply before responding, I sincerely apologize. I had hoped that a discussion with Director Han would facilitate the arrangement for your contract. At worst, we would compromise by extending the payment period. I was confident that it could be resolved. However, when I met with Director Han, the outcome was entirely unexpected. He insisted on a full year's payment up front and expressed skepticism regarding your capability to manage the contract, preferring to seek more established businessmen for this garment factory. Disappointment washed over Lu Yu and Li Jingshan's faces upon hearing this news. After a moment of silence, Lu Yu spoke up, Director Wang, has Director Han's decision been finalized? Wang Xingli nodded in silence before lighting another cigarette. He too felt disheartened by the turn of events, especially since Lu Yu had previously assured him that her successful acquisition of the factory would allow him to retain a position in the leadership. At present, the situation has unfolded in such a manner that one's dreams of remaining in a leadership role may soon be shattered. Director Wang, what is your impression of Director Han? Is there still merit in maintaining communication with him? Li Jingshan inquired promptly. Wang Xingli shook his head and replied, he was appointed from above just a few months ago. I am not well acquainted with him, and I lack substantial insight into his character. However, during our conversation last night, his stance was remarkably resolute. I suspect he may already have a suitable candidate in mind for the contract of this garment factory. Therefore, it would be futile for you to invest further effort. I genuinely regret that matters have reached this point. Wang Xingli's face bore an expression of regret as he spoke to the two individuals. Director Wang, you are being overly courteous. In business, while we may not succeed this time, I hope we can collaborate in the future. Lu Yu managed to offer a strained smile as she responded. Thank you for your efforts, Director Wang. If the opportunity arises, I look forward to working together. Li Jingshan added politely, though disappointment lingered in his heart. Upon exiting Wang Xingli's office, Lu Yu let out a long sigh, her tone infused with despondence as she remarked, I had already calculated the cost for the contract and the subsequent operations of the factory, with all the funds prepared. Yet, here we are with such an outcome. It truly illustrates how human plans often fall short of divine arrangements. Perhaps we should seek out Director Han to make another attempt. Let it go, Lu Yu interjected wearily. Did not Director Wang already indicate that Director Han's attitude is unwavering? He clearly looks down upon small business people like us, and it seems he already has a fitting candidate in mind. Pursuing this further would only lead to unnecessary hardship and wasted effort. Li Jingshan, hearing her words, could only nod in resignation. Feeling somewhat dejected, Lu Yu looked up at Li Jingshan and asked, would you accompany me for a stroll by the moat? Understanding the hopeful yet troubled state of Lu Yu's heart, he empathetically nodded and replied, very well, let us take a walk by the moat. However, I cannot stay out too late. I promised my wife I would return home for dinner. Lu Yu nodded in agreement, and the two mounted their bicycles, making their way towards the moat on the western side of town. The town was not large, and they soon arrived at the banks of the moat, where they secured their bicycles before strolling along the water's edge. Although spring had not fully arrived, much of the ice on the surface had melted, and in the shallower regions, the water had warmed considerably, revealing no traces of the soldiers. Under the sunlight, fish could be seen swimming freely in the water. Among the patches of withered grass along the riverbank, fresh green shoots were beginning to emerge. The afternoon air was warm, and a gentle breeze wafted through, lending a refreshing quality that somewhat eased their spirits. "How do you feel? Does this scenery lift your spirits?" Li Jingshan asked as he walked alongside Lu Yu, who remained silent, merely taking one step after another. Li Jingshan could only sigh quietly as he followed behind the woman, inhaling the faint fragrance that enveloped her, unable to discern whether he felt joy or sorrow. Eventually, Lu Yu seemed to tire and took the initiative to sit upon a fallen, desiccated tree. Feeling somewhat fatigued himself, Li Jingshan also perched on the trunk, though he maintained a considerable distance from her. After a spell of silence, Lu Yu broke the quietude, saying, "All right. I am no longer heartbroken. My ability to self-regulate is quite impressive." Li Jingshan smiled in response. "It is perhaps inevitable. After all, I am a woman of business. In the realm of commerce, one may gain in an instant only to lose in the next. If one is perpetually consumed by the fear of loss, one's heart will surely be wearied. To maintain a relatively stable mindset and rationality, one must not rejoice excessively in gain nor mourn too deeply in loss, allowing for a more harmonious existence." Gazing at the shimmering surface of the river, Lu Yu reflected aloud. Li Jingshan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is as you say. And what of you? Do you have any plans for the near future?" Lu Yu inquired, her gaze fixed upon him. Li Jingshan shook his head. "Unlike you, who ardently seeks to excel in business, I prefer a more casual existence, merely earning enough to get by. Your perspective is more profound than mine. You seem to live far more freely," Lu Yu remarked, a hint of envy gracing her expression as she regarded him. Li Jingshan chuckled softly, aware that he resided in a vibrant era brimming with opportunities. Possessing an intuitive understanding of the times, he felt that he could thrive without excessive scheming. "Once the stock market opens, I plan to invest all my funds in Matai," he mused internally, a sudden thought illuminating his eyes. Antiques. In this age, the antique trade had yet to flourish. The market was devoid of counterfeit goods, and the value of traded antiques was not inflated, particularly in such small locales. Individuals genuinely utilized exquisite plates from centuries past for their meals, devoid of any concept of exorbitant ancient value. With this realization, Li Jingshan felt a surge of excitement. "If I seize this opportunity to acquire more antiques, their value could multiply several-fold in a few years. In this regard, it would surpass investing in Matai stocks and prove to be an even more astute long-term investment." With newfound enthusiasm, he turned to Lu Yu. "Let us walk further. I recall a street ahead where antiques are sold, along with an old man who reads fortunes and stalls selling birds and fish. I prefer to sit here quietly." Lu Yu replied, remaining motionless on the trunk. It was not that she lacked interest in Li Jingshan's suggestion, but rather that she cherished the solitude they shared. With thoughts of prosperity swirling in his mind, Li Jingshan, somewhat impatient, rose and took hold of Lu Yu's wrist. "Come, let us explore together. We may uncover some treasures." Lu Yu's cheeks flushed instantly, and as she stood to follow him, her heart raced, nearly leaping from her throat, leaving her emotions in a delightful turmoil. Logically speaking, it is utterly unreasonable for Li Jingshan, a married man, to grasp her wrist. As a woman of impeccable virtue, she ought to immediately release his hold and firmly reprimand him. However, Li Jingshan is the man she cherishes above all else, and now that he has seized her hand, regardless of his intentions, she feels an overwhelming sweetness in her heart, longing for his hand to remain intertwined with hers for eternity. What should she do? If she remains silent, might Li Jingshan perceive her as a frivolous woman, potentially fostering thoughts of taking advantage of her? Conversely, if she were to flush with anger and chastise him, would he then distance himself, becoming a mere stranger? At this moment, Lu Yu's thoughts were in disarray. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Feeling the warmth radiating from his palm, she sensed a heat enveloping her entire being, her legs weakening involuntarily. Yet, at that moment, Li Jingshan casually released her hand and swiftly walked ahead. Stunned, Lu Yu stood motionless, bewildered. After walking a few dozen meters, Li Jingshan turned back and called out, "Hey, Lu Yu, why are you dazed? Hurry over here, let us check out the antique stall ahead. Perhaps we might discover some genuine treasures." Observing Li Jingshan's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Yu finally comprehended that he had merely acted in haste, without any ulterior motives. Instantly, her face flushed a deep crimson. How could such a beautiful woman like herself be so casually touched by Li Jingshan, who seemed completely indifferent? The more she thought about it, the more infuriated she became. Gritting her teeth, she stamped her foot in frustration and turned to walk back. Hey, why are you going back? The antiques are over here. Li Jingshan looked at her with confusion. Lu Yu, can't you hear me? Walk this way. He was perplexed, hastening to catch up and blocking her path. Lu Yu glared at him with her large eyes, indignantly stating, I have no interest in the antiques you mentioned. You may go alone. I'm heading home. Don't. I truly want to explore over there. Come with me to unwind, Li Jingshan urged with urgency. Observing his earnestness, Lu Yu felt speechless but ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Maintaining a frosty expression, she followed Li Jingshan down the street. Soon, they arrived at a street bustling with antique vendors and assorted trinkets. The sight of fortune tellers and various caged birds and goldfish made Li Jingshan's eyes sparkle with excitement. Lu Yu, too, found herself captivated by these curiosities. Ignoring Li Jingshan, she approached the roadside and gently picked up a small rabbit from its cage, affectionately grooming its fur. The little rabbit, quite unceremoniously, kicked its hind legs against Lu Yu's towering chest. The proud peaks quivered slightly, causing Li Jingshan to momentarily pause in astonishment. Sensing his gaze, Lu Yu swiftly turned her head, only to find that he was indeed staring intently at her bosom. Instantly, her teeth clenched in anger. You lecher. If you dare to look again, be prepared to face my slap, she admonished, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Chapter 81. An encounter with misfortune chastised by Lu Yu. Li Jingshan felt a rush of warmth to his face and hastily averted his eyes. He quickly regained his composure and attempted to explain, please don't be upset. I was merely admiring that adorable rabbit. Not a pair. Just one rabbit. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yu's face turned crimson with fury, and she shot him a fierce glare. Even an elderly vendor nearby could not suppress a chuckle. Li Jingshan, feeling exceedingly embarrassed, promptly departed from the stall. Soon, he discovered several antique stalls within the marketplace. A piece of red fabric adorned the ground, displaying an array of silver coins, statues, porcelain, and jade bracelets. However, after scrutinizing the items closely, he realized that they were either too new or counterfeit. After a thorough examination, he found nothing worthy of collection. Furrowing his brow, he reflected that this town was not a treasure trove, but rather a place lacking in cultural heritage. It was improbable that anything of real value could be found here. It seemed that if he wished to profit from collectibles, he would need to venture into the city. At that moment, Lu Yu, still wearing a displeased expression, approached him. She regarded Li Jingshan with a hint of dissatisfaction and murmured, You're so young. Why are you interested in these old relics? They cost a fortune and are easy to be deceived with. I advise you to pursue something more substantial. Li Jingshan forced a smile, replying, I simply wanted to take a casual look. Let me tell you, you better behave yourself from now on. Otherwise, I might just inform your wife about your peeping. Lu Yu huffed, though a trace of pride lingered in her tone. The thought of being admired by the man she admired herself was not entirely displeasing. Hearing her words, Li Jingshan felt a warmth rise to his cheeks. At that moment, a tall, slender young man rushed toward Lu Yu, cradling a flower pot. Fearing a collision, Li Jingshan urgently warned her, Step aside, you might get bumped. Oh, Lu Yu nodded and stepped aside. However, the young man, in a hurried two-step, stumbled and collided directly with Lu Yu. She cried out in pain as the flower pot shattered into a myriad of pieces upon hitting the ground. Are you blind? How could you walk into me? My precious vase, oh my precious vase. The young man turned pale with anger, pointing at Lu Yu and shouting fiercely. I'm so sorry, Lu Yu stammered, flustered by the collision and instinctively offering apologies. What good is your apology? You owe me for my vase. I just bought that antique vase for $80, and you've ruined it. The lanky young man glared at Lu Yu with malice. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's anxiety deepened, while Li Jingshan's expression turned icy as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Lu Yu. With a cold gaze directed at the lanky youth, he calmly declared, You, don't even think about pulling a scam. I'm well aware of your tricks. Leave now, or I'll call the police. At this revelation, Lu Yu's face transformed with realization. She understood that it was not she who had collided with the lanky fellow, but rather he had deliberately bumped into her to extort money. The lanky youth's demeanor shifted to one of hostility as he retorted, You'd best mind your own business, or you might find yourself in a troublesome situation. Li Jingshan remained undeterred, responding with unwavering composure. Observing Li Jingshan's resolute demeanor, the lanky young man suddenly shouted, Everyone, Come look. These two have smashed my antique vase and are insulting me." His outcry caused several nearby stall owners to furrow their brows. They all recognized the young man as a professional scammer who frequented this street, brandishing a broken vase to deceive passersby. His method was straightforward: intentionally bump into someone and then pressure them into compensating for the vase. Longtime vendors had grown weary of his antics, yet his connections at the police station made them hesitant to confront him. As the lanky man spoke, two burly individuals with intimidating appearances approached swiftly from the side. Clearly accomplices of the lanky youth, they feigned a sense of righteousness and inquired, "What is going on here? This pair has destroyed my vase and now accuses me of deception. It was an antique, purchased for $80, and now it's ruined." The lanky Zhang fan pointed at Lu Yu. "Oh dear, such a shame. The fragments of that vase are exquisite," one of the hefty men remarked. "Indeed. It's obviously an antique, bought for $80, and it could be worth 200. Such a waste." The two muscular men chimed in, then turned their attention to Li Jingshun and Lu Yu. "What is your explanation? You've broken someone's vase, and instead of offering compensation, you accuse them of scamming. That is utterly unreasonable. Look at those beautiful shards. It's clearly an antique. They spent $80 on it, and you must pay?" "Absolutely. The vase's worth is undoubtedly greater than 80. Compensate immediately, or we'll escalate this to the police, and you'll end up paying far more." The two burly men insisted in unison. Lu Yu, being a woman, felt her heart race as she instinctively glanced at Li Jingshun. Observing the poor acting of the group before him, Li Jingshun wrinkled his brow in disdain and remarked, "Enough. Cease this charade. Your tactics are far too antiquated. I assure you, I shall not compensate you a single cent today. If you wish to avoid unnecessary trouble, vanish from my sight at once. Otherwise, when the police arrive, you shall find yourselves in dire straits." Seeing Li Jingshun's resolute demeanor, the lanky Zhang fan's expression darkened, bolstered by his two companions. He spoke with increased insolence. "How brazen of you! Pay up, or I shall teach you a lesson." With that, Zhang Fan shot a glance at one of the burly men beside him. Chapter 82. The Fight. The burly man sneered, raising his hand to seize Li Jingshun by the collar. Having been reborn, Li Jingshun possessed exceptional physical prowess. He deftly sidestepped the man's grasp. However, the brute was relentless, swiftly closing the distance between them once more. "You dare to run? I'll make you regret it." The man's face contorted with malice as he swung his fist towards Li Jingshun. Li Jingshun's expression turned icy, and he stood his ground, refusing to evade. Although he presented himself as an ordinary scholar, in his previous life, he had dedicated his later years to mastering various internal martial arts for longevity. Now, endowed with profound insights into these arts and a youthful physique, his mind honed in on the moment. He deftly seized the burly man's wrist and, with a sudden twist, exerted force backward. The man had committed his weight forward in his punch. Now, as Li Jingshun yanked his wrist, he lost his balance, stumbling before crashing heavily to the ground. The impact reverberated through his body, and he felt as if his very bones might shatter. After the confrontation commenced, Li Jingshun's demeanor transformed into one of fierce intensity. Outnumbered, he could not afford to grant his fallen adversary the chance to rise again. Thus, he nimbly approached and delivered a decisive kick to the man's head. The brute was momentarily blinded by stars, rolling on the ground in agony, devoid of the strength to rise. Witnessing this spectacle, the vendors surrounding them wore expressions of astonishment. Meanwhile, Lu Yu, who had initially looked worried, now gazed at Li Jingshun with newfound admiration, astonished by his prowess. Zhang Fan and the tattooed brute exchanged worried glances, their faces betraying their concern. Despite the young man's seemingly fragile appearance, his ferocity in combat was undeniable. Deep down, both men felt a twinge of fear. Yet, pride and honor compelled them to persist. After all, they had to navigate this realm, and losing face was not an option. Moreover, they still had two individuals on their side, maintaining a numerical advantage. "Let us go." With a low growl, Zhang Fan surged forward toward Li Jingshun. Observing the lanky figure of Zhang Fan, a hint of disdain crept across Li Jingshun's face as he swiftly closed the distance, unleashing a powerful punch. The sound of impact echoed as Zhang Fan bent over like a crushed shrimp, collapsing onto the ground. Witnessing this, the final burly man turned pale. Yet, unwilling to be reprimanded by Zhang Fan, he gritted his teeth and charged at Li Jingshun. Li Jingshun prepared to meet him, but in a moment of misfortune, he stumbled over the fallen Zhang Fan. He lost his balance and fell to the ground. At that moment, the last burly man's eyes gleamed with determination as he aimed a kick at Li Jingshan. "Jingshan, watch out!" Lu Yu screamed in alarm. Li Jingshan hastily attempted to evade, but his movements were significantly hampered on the ground. With a resounding thud, the burly man's foot struck his back. Li Jingshan grimaced in pain, struggling to rise. Yet, before he could steady himself, the burly man swung a fist toward his face. Fear gripped Li Jingshan. He raised his hands with all his might, seizing the man's fist. Gritting his teeth against the pain coursing through him, he executed a swift turn, bending low and exerting force. With a loud thud, the burly man, weighing at least 200 pounds, was thrown over Li Jingshan's shoulder and crashed to the ground. "You dare kick me?" With a surge of pain radiating from his back, a fierce expression crossed Li Jingshan's face as he prepared to retaliate. "Stop!" A deep voice resounded, prompting Li Jingshan to look up and see two police officers clad in uniforms approaching briskly, their faces stern. "What is going on? Why are you fighting in the street?" Before Li Jingshan could respond, Zhang Fan hurriedly interjected, "Officer, these two individuals broke my antique vase. They refused to compensate me and even assaulted me and my friend. You must stand up for us. This person is utterly outrageous. Not only did he damage my friend's antique vase, but he also attacked us with considerable brutality, leaving me with internal injuries. Indeed, officer, we are law-abiding citizens, while this man is despicable and should be incarcerated for some proper discipline." The two burly men, having recovered from their fall, chimed in. "The situation is not as it seems. They are deliberately seeking to exploit us." Lu Yu, fearing the officers might be misled by the three wrongdoers, quickly asserted. The officers exchanged skeptical glances, but at that moment, Zhang Fan leaned closer to the policeman, whispering something under his breath. Li Jingshan observed the two police officers furrow their brows and exchange glances before directing their piercing gazes back at him. "You two have gone too far. Compensate for the floral powder immediately, or we shall escort you to the police station to resolve this matter," declared a slightly rotund officer. At this remark, Li Jingshan's brow furrowed in disapproval. Lu Yu, feeling anxious, interjected, "Officer, please do not misunderstand. We are the victims here. Those three are professional fraudsters." "Nonsense. What evidence do you have to claim they are fraudsters? Compensate them quickly. Fortunately, they are uninjured, so I shall refrain from pursuing the matter of your assault. Just pay up. I do not have time to resolve this trivial dispute," the portly officer replied, visibly irritated. Ignoring the two officers, Li Jingshan turned to Zhang Fan, sneering. "No wonder you dare to commit fraud in broad daylight. It seems you have someone backing you." Zhang Fan, with an arrogant demeanor, retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you slandering the police? I advise you to watch your words. Compensate them and apologize." With a cold smirk, Li Jingshan replied, "Compensate? Not a chance. If you have the guts, arrest me. Do you really think I lack friends in the police system?" Chapter 83. Lu Yuan. Upon hearing Li Jingshan's words, the expressions of the two officers subtly shifted. They were aware that Zhang Fan had connections, but they did not anticipate that Li Jingshan also wielded influence. The standoff between these two individuals left the powerless young officers in a predicament. At that moment, the lanky Zhang Fan sneered, "What do you think you are? Just because you know a police officer, does he know you? You are merely posturing here. Look at your ragged attire. It's evident you are a peasant. Do you even know which way the police station's door swings?" Li Jingshan, with visible disdain, addressed the two officers directly. "You must know Lu Yuan from the precinct, correct? You can call him over. You know Captain Lu Yuan." The two officers' expressions tightened upon hearing this. They exchanged glances, and one of the older officers finally said, "All right. Let's go to the station, and you can explain everything there." "Sure. I look forward to seeing if you still recognize anyone," Zhang Fan scoffed. Subsequently, the group followed the officers to the police station, with Lu Yu and Li Jingshan trailing behind, their expressions somewhat anxious. It was her first visit to a police station, and she felt a twinge of fear. However, seeing Li Jingshan's composed demeanor, she hesitated to ask too many questions. Before long, they arrived at the town's police station. Upon entering, Zhang Fan arrogantly plopped himself down in a chair and declared, "You claim to know someone at the police station. Now tell me, who do you know? Don't tell me you know them, but they don't know you." As soon as Zhang Fan's words fell, Li Jingshan was about to speak when he noticed a tall, dark-skinned middle-aged man striding towards them. The man looked at Li Jingshan with a face full of surprise and exclaimed, "Ah, Li Jingshan, is that really you?" It's been ages since we last met. What brings you here? If you have something to attend to, just let me know, and I shall assist you. The speaker was Lu Yuan, the squad leader from the police station, the very same individual who had apprehended a fraudster at the restaurant during their last encounter. Ever since Li Jingxin helped Lu Yuan capture that scammer, Lu had kept the young man in his thoughts. He had intended to visit Xiaoxi village to personally apologize to Li Jingxin, but work had kept him too busy, and time slipped away. Now, seeing Li Jingxin unexpectedly appear before him filled Lu Yuan with delight. Meanwhile, the two officers who had brought Li Jingxin back felt a twinge of tension at Lu Yuan's enthusiasm. Brother Lu, I truly need your help today. I just encountered a few con artists who assaulted me, and in self-defense, I retaliated. Yet, I was falsely accused of vandalizing cultural relics and assaulting someone. And they intend to have me detained, Li Jingxin stated, glancing at Zhang Fan. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's brows furrowed, and he replied coldly, "Who dares to slander you? You were the one who proactively assisted me in capturing that fraudster last time. You are a young man of great integrity. How could you possibly have intentionally harmed someone or vandalized cultural relics?" Lu Yuan's expression darkened as he followed Li Jingxin's gaze, which led him to Zhang Fan. "So it's you, Zhang Fan. How audacious you are. Not only have you taken to scamming on the streets, but now you've also resorted to filing false reports against good people." Anger surged on Lu Yuan's face as he recognized Zhang Fan. Although this young man was known for his misdeeds, his uncle held a position of authority in the town, which had prevented the police from taking serious action against him in the past. However, upon learning of Zhang Fan's accusations against Li Jingxin, Lu Yuan could no longer contain his fury. He addressed Zhang Fan sternly. "You have gone too far, young man. Do you truly believe our police station is merely a plaything? Today, no matter who your connections may be, I shall ensure you receive a proper lesson." Zhang Fan, who had initially appeared composed, felt a twinge of anxiety at Lu Yuan's outburst. "Brother Lu, you know my uncle." "Silence. You are you. What does your uncle have to do with this?" Lu Yuan interrupted. "You are becoming increasingly arrogant, truly believing that our police station serves as your shield. I do not care who your relatives are. Today, I will enforce the law impartially, and you shall face at least 15 days of detention." Lu Yuan's face remained grim as he spoke. Seeing this, Zhang Fan began to panic, while the two patrolling officers exchanged nervous glances and quickly spoke up. "Captain Lu, this matter is not significant enough to warrant such a reaction. Zhang Fan is still just a child, not yet 20. His uncle is a leader in the town. Let us not stoop to his level. We can simply raise our hands and let it go. Indeed, Captain, this matter can be both significant and trivial. Let us minimize the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing for both parties. At worst, we can have Zhang Fan apologize to Comrade Li." Two police officers whispered softly in Lu Yuan's ear. Enraged, Lu Yuan paid no heed to their words and coldly replied, "It is your repeated leniency that has emboldened this Zhang Fan. He was once just a fighter, and now he has resorted to extortion and false accusations. If we allow his arrogance to continue, he may even resort to murder and robbery. This is a dereliction of duty on our part. I must handle this matter with the utmost seriousness today. If either of you dares to counsel me again, beware that I will require you to submit a written apology." Lu Yuan cast a cold glare at his two subordinates, speaking without an ounce of compassion. Hearing this, the two officers immediately wilted. "Hurry up and take him to the detention room. Prepare the detention documents," Lu Yuan urged with a stern expression. The two officers nodded, restraining Zhang Fan and his companions as they proceeded towards the detention room. At that moment, Zhang Fan panicked, shouting, "Uncle Lu, my uncle is Director Han. What you are doing is opposing him. I do not care whether he is a director. I am a police officer, and I must uphold the law impartially." Lu Yuan, who intended to teach Zhang Fan a lesson, felt his anger escalate upon hearing those words. However, upon hearing this, Li Jingxin's heart stirred as he observed the two officers escorting Zhang Fan and his group away. He immediately approached Lu Yuan. Chapter 84. Han Qing Brother Lu. "I truly appreciate your help this time," Li Jingxin expressed gratefully. "I feel ashamed. It is due to my mismanagement that he has not been detained and taught a lesson sooner," Lu Yuan confessed with a hint of regret. Li Jingxin smiled and then inquired. He mentioned that his uncle is Director Han of the town. "May I ask what this Director Han does?" Lu Yuan snorted coldly. Expressing his dissatisfaction, Director Han was recently sent from the city specifically to oversee the state-owned factories in our town. His name is Han Qing. He is nothing more than a wolf in sheep's clothing. His presence irks me. Lu Yuan spoke candidly, not treating Li Jingshan as an outsider. Upon hearing this, Li Jingshan's eyes brightened, and he glanced at Lu Yu, who also displayed a look of surprise. So, it is his uncle who obstructs our efforts to contract the Lantian garment factory. Do you know this Hanqing? Lu Yuan, intrigued by their conversation, asked. Li Jingshan chuckled and recounted how Lu Yu wished to contract the Lantian garment factory but was thwarted by Hanqing's interference. Damn it, this Han is truly despicable. However, I cannot be of assistance in this matter. My apologies, Lu Yuan said sincerely. Li Jingshan smiled and replied, in fact, you can indeed help with this matter. Oh, what do you mean by that? As a police officer, I have no authority over Director Han. Lu Yuan expressed his confusion. Li Jingshan leaned closer to Lu Yuan and whispered for a moment. A look of realization crossed Lu Yuan's face. And then he remarked to Li Jingshan with a hint of admiration, "Ah, at your young age, how do you possess such cunning? No wonder you excel in business and have even contracted state-owned factories. I am truly impressed." Li Jingshan humbly smiled and replied, "Ah, I am merely taking bold risks. Brother Lu, this matter relies entirely on you." "Not at all. In fact, your actions are quite helpful to me," Lu Yuan said. "All right. I will call Hanqing immediately to inform him about Zhang Fan." Lu Yuan, known for his decisiveness, swiftly picked up the telephone on the table and dialed Hanqing's number. When Hanqing answered, he adopted a businesslike tone and asked, "Who is this? What do you need?" "Director Han, this is Lu Yuan, the captain of the town's police station. Your nephew has encountered some trouble. He is suspected of involvement in a brawl and has been detained by us," Lu Yuan stated plainly. Upon hearing this, Hanqing immediately lost his composure and responded, "Ah, Captain Lu, I sincerely apologize. My nephew is quite reckless and has a bad temper. I am sorry for the trouble he has caused you. Could you do me a favor and let him off the hook? I assure you I will discipline him properly and ensure he does not trouble your officers again." Lu Yuan's face contorted in distaste as he struggled to suppress his revulsion, replying, "I'm afraid, Director Han, the evidence is irrefutable, and it is quite challenging for us to handle this situation. We are all comrades in the town, serving the people. Although we are not in the same system, we should support one another, shouldn't we? Captain Lu, I kindly ask for your assistance this time. I owe you a favor, and I promise I will never refuse you in the future. After all, Zhang Fan is still a child, not yet 20, and since no serious harm was done, please consider letting him go." Hanqing spoke in a greasy tone. Lu Yuan glanced at Li Jingshan before responding to the phone. "I'm sorry, Director Han. To lift the detention, we must negotiate with the victim. If you are able, you may speak with the victim, who is currently at our police station. If you can obtain a letter of understanding from him, it would make things easier for your nephew. I am about to attend a meeting. Could you assist me in negotiating with the victim? We could offer some financial compensation, perhaps 50 or 100 yuan. After all, he was the one who was assaulted. Correct? I can offer him 100 yuan. Would that be acceptable? Please advance the payment for me. I will return it to you after work and treat you to a meal as well," Hanqing suggested. "I'm afraid I cannot persuade the victim. If you wish to prevent your nephew's detention, you should come in person to negotiate with him. I have matters to attend to, so I must hang up now," Lu Yuan said, feeling exasperated by Hanqing's demeanor, and promptly ended the call. Subsequently, he led Li Jingshan and Lu Yu into his office, personally preparing steaming cups of tea for the two. The trio engaged in casual conversation while sipping their tea, awaiting Hanqing's arrival. As anticipated by Li Jingshan, within 20 minutes, a small car pulled up at the police station's entrance. A middle-aged man with a round face and an oily demeanor stepped out, his prominent belly leading him to stride swiftly inside. "Captain Lu Yuan, what on earth is going on? I sincerely apologize for the trouble," Hanqing said as he entered Lu Yuan's office. Lu Yuan rose and introduced, "This is Li Jingshan, the victim who was falsely accused and assaulted by your nephew. You may discuss your matters in this office. I have other affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Having said this, Lu Yuan departed without further ado. Watching Lu Yuan's retreating figure, Hanqing furrowed his brow, an expression of indifference crossing his face. He then turned his attention to Li Jingshan, scrutinizing his attire with an air of disdain. "Young man, I am aware of the situation involving my nephew. It was merely a misunderstanding that escalated into a minor altercation. Nothing significant. Quickly draft a letter of understanding for my nephew, and I shall compensate you with 80 yuan. What do you think? Judging by your appearance, you must be from the village. This sum should sustain you for several months. Am I not generous? Hurry and write the letter, if you cannot write. I can find someone to assist you, and you just need to sign it. Li Jingshan regarded Han Qing's arrogant demeanor with a frown, pondering how Zhang Fan could be so unruly, realizing it was indeed a case of poor upbringing. With a cold smile, he replied, Director Han, I have no interest in such trivial money. What I seek is to restore my dignity. Upon hearing this, Han Qing frowned, his tone dripping with contempt. Young man, do not be overly zealous. What nonsense is this dignity? It is of no practical value. It is far better to take the money. Looking at you, it seems you lack any real skill. 80 yuan is likely more than you could earn in several months. Enough of this. I have matters to attend to and no time for idle chatter. Accept the money and write the letter of understanding. Han Qing, growing impatient, pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket. Li Jingshan frowned at the sight, while Lu Yu, who had remained silent until now, could no longer contain herself and coldly remarked, How can you be so lacking in manners? Though we hail from the countryside, we are also in the business world. 80 yuan is merely what we could earn in a few days. Do you truly believe this paltry sum can buy us off? Finally, Han Qing's gaze shifted to Lu Yu, and upon observing her remarkable beauty and appropriate attire, he frowned and inquired, You are in business? What kind of business? Lu Yu maintained her stern expression and replied, I am in the clothing business and have my own storefront in town. Comrade Li Jingshan is indeed remarkable. His family engages in trade while he works as a drafting engineer at a construction site, earning a monthly salary of several hundred. Upon hearing this, Han Qing's expression changed, realizing he had underestimated these two individuals. It was no wonder they remained unfazed when he presented 80 yuan. With a slight reduction of contempt on his face, Han Qing withdrew several banknotes from his pocket and said, I apologize for my earlier words. Let us do this. I will offer you an additional 50 yuan in exchange for a letter of understanding. After all, it is not a significant matter, and you would gain something from it. Otherwise, my nephew will be detained here for 10 days or even half a month, and you would receive no benefit. Li Jingshan cast a disdainful glance at Han Qing and replied, Director Han, you are responsible for managing the state-owned factory in our town, correct? Han Qing displayed a look of surprise and inquired, How do you know that? Li pointed towards Lu Yu, introducing her. This is Comrade Lu Yu. She wishes to contract the Lantian garment factory. Wang Dashing from Lantian should have mentioned this to you. Ah, so it is you. Han Qing murmured in astonishment as he gazed at Lu Yu. Then, he realized something, turning towards Li Jingshan and saying, You two are deliberately setting a trap for my nephew to coerce me into agreeing to your contract for the Lantian garment factory, aren't you? Do not presume everyone else is as devious as you think. It was your nephew who sought us out, and we had no intention of ensnaring him. However, now that we are aware of your identity, if you wish to spare your nephew from trouble, you must agree to our contracting the factory, Li Jingshan stated plainly. Lacking patience for such a character, Han Qing's expression fluctuated, and after a moment, he scoffed. Do you think you have me cornered? You wish to negotiate with me? How naive. Contracting a factory is a substantial matter, and compared to my nephew's detention, it is trivial. If there is nothing to discuss, let him remain in custody. As Li Jingshan spoke, he stood up, followed by Lu Yu, both preparing to leave. Observing their resolute demeanor, Han Qing, who had initially appeared adamant, now seemed somewhat flustered. Wait, let us reconsider, he called out. There is nothing to reconsider. If you agree to Lu Yu's contract, we shall sign the letter of understanding. If not, then farewell. Li Jingshan asserted, his tone devoid of room for negotiation. At this, Han Qing's expression contorted in conflict. Zhang Fan was his only nephew, and the bond between him and Zhang Fan's mother was profound. If Zhang Fan were detained at the police station, his sister would undoubtedly come to him demanding answers, leaving him with a burden of resentment. However, to concede to Lu Yu's factory contract over such a trivial matter seemed rather frivolous. The contract for the Blue Sky Garment Factory is undoubtedly lucrative. Such a substantial opportunity cannot simply be relinquished. After grappling with his thoughts in silence for a while, Han Qing finally spoke. The matter of contracting the Blue Sky Garment Factory requires thorough consideration. It is not a decision I can unilaterally make. How about this? I shall offer you an additional 200 yuan if you draft a letter of understanding. We are not interested in money. What we desire is the right to contract the garment factory, Lu Yu replied calmly, gazing at Han Qing. Li Jingshan added, Director Han, Wang Dashing has informed me that whether we can contract the Blue Sky Garment Factory hinges on your word. Will you acquiesce? or shall we have your nephew detained here? Please provide us with a choice swiftly. Typically, Han Qing wielded his authority in the town with arrogance, reveling in his power. He could never have imagined that today he would be cornered by a pair of young individuals over such a matter. Observing Li Jingshan's unyielding demeanor, he ground his teeth in frustration but ultimately nodded, conceding, "Very well, who could resist such an opportunity with only one nephew at hand? Today, fortune favors you. I will endorse your contract for the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Draft the letter of understanding immediately. I must escort my nephew away from here." "Agreed, but I hope you do not have a change of heart, for if you do, we, the barefooted ones, may have to confront you, the one adorned in a cap of authority." Such a transaction could not be documented. Thus, Li Jingshan resorted to applying pressure on Han Qing in this manner. Han Qing, with a sullen expression, nodded and strode away. Watching his corpulent figure depart, Li Jingshan grimaced in distaste but complied with the agreement, composing a letter of understanding for Zhang Fan. Subsequently, he bid farewell to Lu Yuan and returned to Lu Yu's garment shop. In the span of a single afternoon, so much had transpired. Once back at the shop, Lu Yu collapsed onto the sofa, exclaiming, "I never anticipated that so many changes would occur in just one afternoon. Yet, fortunately, we have secured the contract for the factory. Indeed, a blessing in disguise." Li Jingshan nodded in agreement, adding, "Director Han is quite cunning. I suspect this situation may not be entirely settled. You must exercise caution and ensure that he does not deceive you." Lu Yu, taking his words to heart, nodded earnestly and then turned to Li Jingshan, saying, "Jingshan, I truly feel a profound need for you. Your presence brings me a great sense of security." Upon hearing her words, Li Jingshan's heart quivered. Deep down, he admired Lu Yu's ambition, bravery, and competence. In this rapidly evolving era, being alongside such a driven woman invigorated his own spirit. However, he remained aware that he was a married man, necessitating a careful balance. Observing Lu Yu's earnest expression, Li Jingshan could only chuckle lightly and say, "All right. Enough of the flattery. I believe securing a contract with the Blue Sky Garment Factory will pose no issue, and you will likely succeed in signing it on your own. I've been preoccupied with your matters these past few days, leaving little time for my own affairs. I must focus on my own responsibilities upon my return. We shall reconnect when necessary." His words evidently signaled a desire to maintain distance from Lu Yu. A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Yu's face, but upon reflection, she acknowledged that Li Jingshan was, after all, married, and she merely nodded in acquiescence. "I truly appreciate your efforts today. May I treat you to dinner this evening?" The eagerness in her tone had diminished, and she regained her composure. "No need for that. Perhaps another time," Li Jingshan replied, waving farewell to Lu Yu before departing the clothing store. As she watched his retreating figure, a complex mix of emotions stirred within Lu Yu, leaving her with a slight sting in her nose and moisture gathering in her eyes. Meanwhile, Li Jingshan returned home enveloped in a peculiar sentiment. Inside, his wife Jiang Shui remained as enchanting as ever, and their daughter Tuan Tuan was particularly adorable, evoking a sense of tenderness. He shook his head vigorously, as if attempting to dislodge the chaotic thoughts swirling within, before lifting Tuan Tuan and engaging her in playful games. After a while, Jiang Hai's son, Jiang Shui, came over, taking Tuan Tuan to play with mud. Thus, the room was left with only Li Jingshan and his wife, Jiang Shui. Upon locking eyes with her, the ember of desire buried deep within Li Jingshan was reignited. He hastily rose and shut the door, pulling his wife toward the bedroom. Jiang Shui, perceiving his intentions, blushed and exclaimed, "Oh dear, what are you doing? It's broad daylight. Let's not be reckless. My love, it has been several days since we shared intimacy. With the children away, it is a rare opportunity for us to unwind," Li Jingshan urged, pushing Jiang Shui onto the bed as he began to loosen his attire. "No," Jiang Shui protested, her cheeks flushed, yet Li Jingshan, now breathing heavily, swiftly shed his clothing and pounced upon her like a fierce tiger. Thus, the well-worn earthen bed once more endured a flurry of passionate encounters. Amidst the crescendo of fervent moans, Li Jingshan and Jiang Shui ascended together to paradise. After multiple climaxes, Jiang Shui lay beneath him, akin to a puddle of mud, her body glistening with fragrant sweat, her rosy lips panting softly, exuding an alluring scent. Li Jingshan felt the intensity of his desires diminish considerably, and the chaotic thoughts in his mind began to dissipate. Enraptured by his wife's captivating visage, he leaned down to kiss her body. However, Jiang Shui gently pushed him away, her weary form pleading, "Darling, I truly cannot anymore. Please let me rest." Refrain from further advances. "Very well," Li Jingshan replied with a smile, lying down beside Jiang Shui, perhaps exhausted from the day's endeavors. Li Jingshan fell into a deep slumber as soon as he lay down, only to awaken the following morning at dawn. His wife, Jiang Shui, had already departed for her father's home, leaving a warm breakfast on the stove. After finishing his meal, Li Jingshan made his way to the Jiang Guoli family residence. Upon entering, he was greeted by the beaming face of Jiang Shu. Observing his joyful demeanor, Li Jingshan smiled and inquired, "What brings you such delight? Has Lu Meiwan finally agreed to be with you?" At this, Jiang Shu's face flushed as he replied, "Not quite, but she accepted that dress I gave her, and she seemed quite pleased." As he spoke, he turned to the mirror to smooth his hair. Noticing Jiang Shu's actions, Li Jingshan asked, "Are you going to see Lu Meiwan again?" "Yes," Jiang Shu nodded, then added, "Brother-in-law, why don't you accompany me? Why would I tag along while you pursue a romantic interest?" "I'd merely be a third wheel," Li Jingshan responded. "No, it's just that I can be rather tongue-tied around her, and your presence might ease the atmosphere," Jiang Shu confessed somewhat awkwardly. Li Jingshan chuckled and shook his head, saying, "If you struggle with words, practice more. Speak what women like to hear, but avoid exaggeration that might make you sound insincere. Go on your own. I believe Lu Meiwan has a favorable impression of you. Put in the effort and aim to establish your relationship soon. I have high hopes for your romance." "All right." Jiang Shu seemed to gain newfound courage from Li Jingshan's words, standing a bit taller. He was about to step outside when his mother, Zhang Ziyun, intercepted him. "Mom, what are you doing? I have no time to help with chores today. I must meet Lu Meiwan. We arranged this yesterday," Jiang Shu exclaimed, a hint of urgency in his voice. Zhang Ziyun rolled her eyes and remarked, "You haven't even married yet, and you're already finding me bothersome." This elicited laughter from the others in the room. Jiang Shu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "Please don't think that way. I'm just eager to see Lu Meiwan. Aren't you always wishing for me to find a partner? I'm following your guidance." All right. Don't be so impatient. Here, take this 10 yuan. A young man in pursuit of a relationship shouldn't be without money, Zhang Ziyun said, handing Jiang Shu the bill. Seeing this, Jiang Shu's face lit up with gratitude, and after thanking her profusely, he excitedly departed with a bag of fried fish he had prepared the day before. "That silly boy, I wonder if it will work out," Zhang Ziyun mused affectionately as she watched her son's tall figure fade away. Jiang Guoli chuckled and remarked, "I believe this will likely succeed. Let us hope Lu Meiwan can be brought into our family soon. That way, we can share the land with one more person. Your calculations are quite astute. But over in Hanyun village, they haven't allocated land yet. Lu Dali will surely be reluctant to allow Lu Meiwan to marry so soon. Otherwise, they would be losing a share of the land," Zhang Ziyun replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoli furrowed his brow and, after a moment's contemplation, remarked, "I had not considered that. However, the Lu family is not particularly large in number, and their circumstances are not as favorable as ours. If Lu Dali has such intentions, we might as well allow them to delay their marriage. Our family can afford to bear a little inconvenience." After discussing this matter, the members of the Jiang family casually turned to other topics. Li Jingshan engaged in light conversation while assisting Jiang Guoli and Jiang Hai in mending a fishing net. As they worked, Li Jingshan suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Father, the river in our village has thawed, hasn't it?" Jiang Guoli nodded and replied, "Indeed, it has thawed, which makes fishing easier as we no longer need to venture onto the ice. However, the catch has been rather sparse lately." Jiang Hai chimed in, "Yes, with the ice gone, we cannot fish in the middle of the river. We can only set our nets along the banks. The cold waters deter the smaller fish from swimming into the nets. Perhaps when it warms up a bit more, the situation will improve." Jiang Jingshan smiled and added, "Once it warms up, the fish will be more active and the chances of them hitting the nets will increase. Yet, if we continue to fish at this rate, I fear that in a few months, our catch will dwindle significantly." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai sighed and said, "Yes, I share your concern. A diminished catch means less income for us." Li Jingshan nodded in agreement, noting that the river's waters were relatively unpolluted and lacked excessive nutrients. In the summer, the water was so clear that one could see several meters to the riverbed. This water quality ensured that the fish would be exceptionally tasty. But it also indicated a scarcity of nutrients, hindering the fish's ability to reproduce and grow rapidly. Jingshan, Jiang Guoli pondered. If the fish were to vanish, what would our family do for a livelihood? We cannot allow our earnings to dwindle further. He took a puff from his cigarette and gazed at Li Jingxin, increasingly trusting him and seeking his counsel on various matters. After a moment of reflection, Li Jingxin responded, "There are indeed numerous opportunities available today, but every industry requires capital and experience. In my opinion, we should continue to focus on the fish frying business. As for your concerns regarding the diminishing fish population, there are solutions." Hearing this, Jiang Guoli's eyes brightened with interest. Jiang Hai, equally excited, urged, "Jingxin, I knew you would have a solution. Please, share your ideas." Li Jingxin smiled and explained, "Our village is soon to redistribute land, correct? At that time, we could approach the village secretary to lease the riverbank. We could then install isolation nets along the riverbanks and introduce some feed into the water to promote faster fish growth. This way, our fish frying business would remain unaffected by resource limitations. Additionally, we could also cultivate species like turtles and carp in the river. Consequently, we would not only sell fried fish, but also fresh fish and turtles." "That is indeed a splendid idea." Jiang Guoli nodded in agreement, and Jiang Hai excitedly exclaimed, "Indeed. We have just earned a bit of money, and we have the capital to contract this river. The village secretary is our relative. He will surely assist us in this matter." With this plan established, the Jiang family members eagerly discussed the intricacies of fish farming, their faces adorned with smiles, filled with hope for a brighter future. Observing their enthusiasm, Li Jingxin felt a deep sense of joy. In this new life, not only did he aspire to live well, but he also hoped for Jiang Shui's family to thrive, swiftly entering a life of prosperity. As the lively discussion continued, the sound of footsteps interrupted them. Turning their heads, they saw Jiang Shu running back from a distance, panting and appearing somewhat flustered. "What happened? Weren't you supposed to find Lu Meiwan? Why are you back so soon?" Zhang Ziyun's face displayed surprise upon seeing her son return. Jiang Guoli furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Did you say something you shouldn't have and upset Lu Meiwan?" No. Jiang Shu shook his head, then looked at Li Jingxin and said, "Brother-in-law, I'm still a bit anxious. Please accompany me." Upon hearing this, Jiang Guoli's eyebrows knitted together, his tone tinged with displeasure. "You've grown so big, yet your courage is so small. You need your brother-in-law to help you pursue someone? Jingxin has his own affairs. How can he find time to assist you with romance?" Zhang Ziyun echoed his sentiments. "Can't you be a bit more mature? Pursuing someone is your own responsibility. Why drag your brother-in-law along? It's quite unbecoming." Jiang Shu remained silent, gazing at Li Jingxin with an anxious expression. Sensing something amiss, Li Jingxin rose and said, "All right, I have no pressing matters, so I will accompany you for a while." With that, he followed Jiang Shu briskly out the door. Once outside the Jiang family's courtyard, Li Jingxin turned to Jiang Shu, inquiring, "What's the matter? Why did you rush back in such a flurry? Is something wrong?" Jiang Shu nodded, looking at Li Jingxin as he spoke. "Brother-in-law, just now, Lu Yu came to Lu Meijuan's house, and she was crying." "Why was she crying?" Li Jingxin asked, puzzled. Jiang Shu explained. "Lu Yu said she had just visited the clothing store in town this morning when several officials arrived and confiscated all the clothes from her shop. They also issued her a fine, threatening to shut her down or face administrative detention. Lu Yu asked me to inform you that she suspects Director Han, who manages the business operations, is deliberately targeting her. I'm not sure of the specifics. Have you had any conflicts with Director Han?" Upon hearing this, Li Jingxin's expression changed dramatically. Director Han Qing, was, of course, the very person they had encountered at the police station the day before. It seems that Director Han has failed to uphold his promise. Not only has he not granted the Blue Sky Garment Factory contract to Lu Yu, but he has also resorted to wielding his public authority to retaliate against her. Chapter 88, Shamelessness. This man is truly brazen. Li Jingxin seethed with indignation and cursed under his breath, then turned to Jiang Shu and said, "The matter is rather intricate. I cannot explain it in just a few words. Let us go find Lu Yu." Jiang Shu nodded, and the two men hastened towards Lu Meijuan's home. Upon arriving, they found Lu Yu with a furrowed brow, clearly distressed. When she spotted Li Jingxin, it was as if she had found her anchor. She hurried over and implored, "Li Jingxin, you must help me. That Han Qingtai is utterly shameless. Not only has he withheld the approval for the Blue Sky Garment Factory, but he is also intent on sabotaging my business." Li Jingxin nodded, saying, "I never anticipated that this scoundrel could be so shameless. Let us head to the town together." "Do you have any plans?" Lu Yu inquired, gazing at Li Jingshan. Li Jingshan shook his head, replying, not at the moment. We will think of something as we make our way to the town. He is merely a small town director and cannot wield absolute power. For some reason, upon hearing Li Jingshan's words, Lu Yu felt a surge of courage swell within her. She nodded firmly and said, I believe in you. Afterward, Li Jingshan borrowed a bicycle from Lu Meiwan, and together with Lu Yu, they pedaled towards the town. Watching their hurried figures fade away, Lu Meiwan wore a complex expression. She glanced at Jiang Shu and remarked, Did you know my cousin once pursued your brother-in-law? Jiang Shu, his expression a mix of surprise and intrigue, nodded slowly and replied, I have heard of that. Why don't you inform your sister Jiang Shui now that they are together again? Jiang Shu's face reflected a sense of conflict as he scratched his head and said, Surely not. Their interactions are strictly business-related. I trust Jingshan's character. He would never act inappropriately with Lu Yu. Your sister is quite beautiful, but my cousin is the village belle as well. Aren't you concerned they might grow closer? Lu Meiwan gazed intently at Jiang Shu. Jiang Shu scratched his head again, feeling somewhat uneasy, and replied, Such matters are difficult to clarify. Lu Yu is in distress, and I cannot prevent my brother-in-law from assisting her. Lu Meiwan nodded in understanding and then said, The dress you gave me yesterday was purchased from my cousin, wasn't it? Jiang Shu chuckled sheepishly, a blush creeping onto his cheeks as he nodded. Lu Meiwan regarded him with a teasing smile and said, The dress is quite lovely. Would you like to see it? Jiang Shu shook his head, responding, I have already seen it. What more is there to look at? Upon hearing this, Lu Meiwan sighed helplessly and muttered softly, You are such a blockhead. Meanwhile, Li Jingshan and Lu Yu pedaled swiftly towards the town, his mind racing with thoughts as he strategized. Yesterday, they signed a letter of understanding regarding Zhang Fan. Yet this Han Qing failed to honor his promise and instead launched a fierce attack on Lu Yu, devastating her business. In a more civilized era, such audacity would be utterly incomprehensible. However, we find ourselves in the chaotic 1980s, where local officials often wield more power than the law, and at times, mere words from those in authority carry more weight than legal statutes. This is precisely why Han Qing feels emboldened to act with such arrogance. Li Jingshan pondered silently on how to deal with this shameless individual. Meanwhile, beads of sweat had formed on Lu Yu's forehead as she anxiously implored, Li Jingshan, you must help me this time. If my clothing store is truly shuttered, it would spell disaster for my business. Li Jingshan nodded gravely, assuring her, rest assured. His actions hold no legitimacy. We simply need to devise a strategy to confront him. How should we confront him? Should we report him to the police? Lu Yu asked, her anxiety palpable. Li Jingshan shook his head, responding, reporting him would complicate matters unnecessarily, as civil complaints against officials seldom yield favorable outcomes. Moreover, it would disrupt your business. Even if we were to win the case, your business would still suffer. Furthermore, in commerce, harmony breeds prosperity. If you were to take legal action against Han Qing today, no local authority would want to engage with you in the future, making it exceedingly difficult to grow your business. Upon hearing Li Jingshan's reasoning, Lu Yu's expression grew somber. What then can we do? Are we to beg that unscrupulous Han Qing to allow me to reopen my store? Li Jingshan replied, that is not a viable solution. His order to close your shop signifies a complete rupture in our relationship. Approaching him now would be a daunting task. What should we do then? Lu Yu inquired, her eyes reddening. This clothing store was her lifeblood. She envisioned expanding it into a thriving enterprise. After a moment's contemplation, Li Jingshan said, do not fret. Han Qing's brazen conduct and his nephew Zhang Fan's reckless behavior suggest that he likely has several vulnerabilities. If we can identify one, we can easily gain leverage over him. Lu Yu exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing this. After a brief moment of reflection, she nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Your intellect is truly commendable. Without you, I would be at a loss. She then gazed at Li Jingshan with a tender look in her eyes. Li Jingshan felt a sudden rush of emotions at her gaze, his heart racing. At that moment, Lu Yu suddenly shouted, watch out, Li Jingshan. It was only then that he realized he was riding his bicycle straight towards a wall. He swiftly turned the handlebars, narrowly avoiding the collision, but the abrupt maneuver caused him to topple over. With a thud, Li Jingshan fell to the ground, crying out in pain. Lu Yu hurriedly dismounted and rushed over to assist him. Concern etched on her face, she asked, Li Jingshan, are you all right? Li Jingshan grimaced in pain, shaking his head as he said, it's nothing. The weather is cold, and I'm bundled up, so I'm not injured. He then stepped back a couple of paces, creating some distance between himself and Lu Yu. Their eyes met, and an unspoken awkwardness filled the air. After a moment of silence, Li Jingxin spoke. Lu Yu, I am already married. Please refrain from looking at me in that manner. It's inappropriate. Lu Yu's face flushed slightly, revealing a touch of disappointment as she nodded silently and replied, I apologize. I failed to maintain proper boundaries. I will be more mindful in the future. Now, let us not dwell on this. I know you're eager about your business. Let us head to town quickly. We should inquire about this Director Han. Perhaps we can uncover his vulnerabilities or even find his political rivals. We must devise a plan to teach this scoundrel a lesson. Li Jingxin, eager to divert the conversation from the earlier awkwardness, hastily shifted the topic. Yes, indeed, Lu Yu nodded in agreement. Chapter 89. Old classmates upon arriving in town. Both were at a loss. Although Director Han held a minor position, he was nonetheless a figure of authority in Lu Yu's town. Such a person, even if harboring some dark secrets, would be difficult for Li Jingxin and Lu Yu to approach. Consequently, Li Jingxin's efforts yielded no leads and cost them considerable time. As dusk approached, he arranged for Lu Yu to stay at a guest house in town before departing. Naturally, Lu Yu wished to persuade him to stay, but Li Jingxin could not acquiesce, nor could he betray Jiang Shui. Thus, the matter was left unresolved. As Li Jingxin prepared to make his way home under the cover of night, a sudden clatter of a bicycle bell rang out ahead. Make way! Make way! We're going to collide. A man shouted nervously, waving his left hand at Li Jingxin. The alley was narrow, leaving little opportunity for maneuvering. With no other option, Li Jingxin called out, You go left, I'll go right. All right. Just as the words left his mouth, a loud crash ensued as they collided forcefully. Friend, didn't we agree you'd go left, and I'd go right? Li Jingxin gasped, clutching his chest as he regained his composure. The man, rubbing his head, replied, I went left, you didn't go right. I did go right. Suddenly, both men realized something and burst into laughter in the narrow alley. You went left. I went right. Aren't we heading in the same direction? Despite the collision, there were no hard feelings. It seems we've met under unusual circumstances. I'm Li Jingxin. I don't yet know your name. I'm Tang Jiao, the man replied cheerfully. Li Jingxin raised an eyebrow in surprise at the name. Noticing his puzzled expression, Tang Jiao asked, What's wrong? Do you know me? Well, I have an old classmate named Wang Meilin, and I heard her husband's name is Tang Jiao. Wait a moment, Li Jingxin. You're Meilin's middle school classmate, aren't you? Meilin once spoke of you, recalling that during her childhood, she often sought refuge at your home to escape the frequent quarrels between her parents. You would secretly bring her food, as Tang Jiao cheerfully recounted. Li Jingxin clapped his thigh, exclaiming, Ah, what a twist of fate, to encounter the husband of an old classmate here. However, I must clarify that back then, my family lived next door to your wife's, and my parents took pity on the children. I regarded Meilin as my own sister and harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards your wife. Oh, what are you saying? Come, let us seize the day. Since we have crossed paths today, let us go to my home for a drink, Tang Jiao generously proposed. Li Jingxin, preoccupied with thoughts of Lu Yeye, had little inclination to indulge in alcohol. Perhaps another time. I have other matters to attend to. Nothing is more important than a meal, Tang Jiao replied. Meilin often speaks of you and expressed her gratitude towards you and your family after she went on to high school and lost touch. Let us visit my home and reconnect with an old classmate today, Tang Jiao insisted. Unable to resist Tang Jiao's enthusiasm, Li Jingxin nodded. All right. It has indeed been years since I last saw my old classmate. The two walked cheerfully towards Tang Jiao's home. Upon arriving, they found themselves before a government building. Typical of the era, as housing was allocated by one's workplace. Tang Jiao resided on the 6th floor, the topmost level. After a laborious climb, Tang Jiao knocked on the door. Oh no, I forgot the key again. Wang Meilin opened the door and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Tang Jiao and Li Jingxin. Li Jingxin, equally delighted, exclaimed, Old classmate, it has been 5 or 6 years since we last met. Li Gu, Wang Meilin replied excitedly, Tang Jiao. How do you know Li Gu? Tang Jiao promptly shared the amusing tale of their chance encounter in a narrow alley, which delighted Wang Meilin immensely. Perfect timing. Please, take a seat while I prepare some snacks for you. Thank you, old classmate, Li Jingxin said, feeling a bit bashful. What is there to thank for? Back in middle school, I frequently visited your home for meals. I dined there for years. Without Uncle Li and Auntie Li, I would have surely starved. Tang Jiao chuckled. Well, it seems I might as well be without a wife. Indeed, Wang Meilin responded, nodding with a smile. I'm merely hosting a benefactor. Only then did Li Jingxin settle comfortably into a chair, surveying the home's decor. Tang Jiu and Wang Meilin appeared to be living quite well. Although it was the 1980s, everyone seemed to be in a similar situation. No one was significantly wealthier than the other. Their furnishings were adequate, with a record player and a sewing machine present. The home bore a pleasant decor, and new furniture was evident, reflecting that Tang Jiu and Wang Meilin were faring well, though it seemed they had yet to have children. Curious, Li Jingxin inquired, Tang Jiu, where are the children? Upon hearing this, Tang Jiu could not help but sigh deeply. Before he could finish his thought, Li Jingxin understood the implication. In light of such matters, he felt it was best to remain silent. After all, the absence of offspring is often considered a significant taboo in society. However, Wang Meilin, in the kitchen, seemed unfazed by this notion. She approached with a plate of peanuts and 2 bottles of wine, cheerfully remarking, "It is fate. There is nothing more for me to ponder. Neither Lao Tang nor I know the situation. We both lack the ability to conceive. Perhaps it is also destiny." Li Jingxun, intrigued, inquired, "Have you consulted a doctor? Is it a physical issue or something else?" Tang Jiu shook his head with resignation. "The viability of my sperm is exceedingly low, and Meilin has her own complications in that regard. We are unable to bear children." With a sense of acceptance, Tang Jiu continued, "But it does not matter. Meilin and I share a profound love. Even without children, we can cherish a lifetime of love together." Upon finishing, they exchanged sweet glances. Suddenly, Li Jingxin recalled something from before his time travel. He remembered a doctor friend suggesting a remedy: simmering an old black-bone chicken with certain nourishing ingredients over a month. He was uncertain about the efficacy of this remedy, but decided to share it with Tang Jiu. Wang Meilin, setting down her utensils, said, "Old classmate, thank you. We have tried every remedy imaginable." Li Jingxin replied, "Old classmate, this remedy is indeed effective. Let me share this. A distant relative of mine conceived this way. So, do not rush. Since the situation is as it is, we shall treat a dead horse as if it were alive. I will gather the necessary ingredients for you both. You shall follow the instructions accordingly, one for the man and one for the woman." Chapter 90. What the fortune teller said. Tang Jiu and Wang Meilin naturally held little hope. In their quest for a child, they had sought countless remedies and consulted numerous doctors. Ultimately, they even visited a fortune teller in the countryside. What did the fortune teller say? "You shall conceive next year." And so it went, year after year. Conceive? Nonsense. Today, by mere chance, they encountered Li Jingxin. Although the couple knew this was likely futile, they could not dismiss the goodwill of their friend. "Thank you, old classmate. Lao Tang and I will give it a try," Wang Meilin said. Li Jingxin could easily perceive their skepticism, yet he bore no resentment. Those desperate for children, after enduring numerous disappointments, naturally felt disheartened. "Old classmate, I am not jesting. This remedy is undoubtedly effective." After a moment's contemplation, he added, "Therefore, you two should continue with your lives. Tomorrow, I shall personally procure the ingredients for you." Tang Jiu rubbed his hands together, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I shouldn't impose such a burden. Do not say such things. This matter is on me. Meilin, you are like a sister to me. As an old classmate and a big brother, how could I not care?" After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the bond between Li Jingxin and the couple deepened. Such as Li Jingxin, he was originally a warm-hearted individual. As a father, he comprehended the yearning to become a parent, especially when it involved a dear old classmate. Consequently, Li Jingxin was determined to assist in this matter. Upon returning home that evening, he recounted the situation regarding Wang Meilin to Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui was somewhat astonished to learn that she had encountered Wang Meilin after all these years. This time, she thought, it would be a perfect opportunity to help the couple resolve their child-rearing concerns. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Shui couldn't help but chuckle softly. She then nestled her head into Li Jingxin's embrace, teasingly remarking, "You, who has yet to finish your own porridge, are already helping others with theirs." "Who said that?" "We have Tuan Tuan after all," Li Jingxin replied cheerfully. "But don't you desire a chubby, healthy son?" Jiang Shui gently inquired. A pang of anxiety struck Li Jingxin's heart. After all, he was a man who had lived a previous life and was acutely aware of the societal circumstances that lay ahead. Having a son, he worried that he might not even find a wife at that point. The cost-effectiveness of raising a son seemed far less appealing than that of a daughter. Moreover, Tuan Tuan was simply adorable. Li Jingxin affectionately ruffled Jiang Shui's hair, stating, Having a daughter is sufficient for us. As for a son, you have seen our situation. While life is gradually improving, raising another child would only add to our burdens. What burdens? The neighbors have 3 daughters and 2 sons, and they manage just fine. Jiang Shui protested, feeling a tinge of injustice. I must ask, are there too many women outside, and do you plan to secretly support a few? Jiang Shui's tone was slightly accusatory. Let me make this clear. If you have other women or children out there, do not bring them home for me to see. Her words struck Li Jingxin deeply, reminding him of his past life, where he callously abandoned a mother and daughter. He felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for having forsaken such a tender-hearted wife. The repercussions he faced later were entirely self-inflicted. Wife, what nonsense are you saying? Who am I supporting outside? I, Li Jingxin, can swear to the heavens that I will only cherish you, Jiang Shui, in this lifetime. If I break this vow, may the heavens strike me down. All right. Jiang Shui quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Don't speak recklessly. I trust you. At that moment, their daughter Tuan Tuan had already drifted into a peaceful slumber. In the dim light, an indescribable emotion enveloped them. Soon, a cacophony of card sounds erupted. The following day, just before noon, Li Jingxin finally roused himself from bed. Jiang Shui had already busied herself, leaving him to rest alone. He had no choice. After several days without playing cards, he had indulged far too much the previous night. It wasn't that Li Jingxin lacked self-control, but rather that his wife Jiang Shui was simply too alluring. As he exited the bedroom, Tuan Tuan sweetly called out, "Daddy." "Oh, Tuan Tuan is such a good girl." Li Jingxin replied with a smile, lifting her into his arms. Indeed, she had put on some weight recently, as their household meals had improved, and their lives were becoming increasingly prosperous. "Daddy, have you eaten breakfast?" Tuan Tuan asked in her adorable, childlike voice. Li Jingxin pressed a kiss on his daughter's forehead. The two of them engaged in playful banter, filling the air with laughter. At that moment, Jiang Shui entered, carrying a bowl of noodles. "Eat up, dear. You're wonderful," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shui shot him a playful glance before turning back to the kitchen to attend to her tasks. After a hearty breakfast, Li Jingxin tidied up and stepped outside. Today, he intended to procure medicinal herbs for Tang Jiu and Wang Meilin. Aside from the black-bone chicken, the remaining herbs were relatively common. Although the market economy had begun to take shape, the availability of resources remained rather limited. For instance, acquiring the old black-bone chicken was no simple feat. Even purchasing agents from state-owned enterprises might struggle to secure one. The villagers were well aware of the value of their goods, especially with city dwellers eager to indulge in such delicacies. Naturally, the highest bidder would prevail. If the purchasing agent offered a low price, the villagers would be reluctant to sell. Moreover, many state-owned enterprises were now undergoing reforms, making the role of purchasing agents less glamorous than before. Thus, to obtain this coveted old black-bone chicken, Li Jingxin knew he would need to exert considerable effort. As he stepped into the yard, Jiang Shui hurried out after him. "Jingxin," she called. Li Jingxin turned to her. "What is it?" "I remember what you told me last night. If you can't find that old ginseng and black-bone chicken, you should head to Shaowang village in the neighboring county. I have a distant uncle there named Chen Hongyuan. He used to carry me on his back when I was little. He really cared for me. When you go, just introduce yourself and ask him to help you find those 2 items. He's known as Jin the Capable in Shaowang village, so you can't go wrong." "My dear wife, you truly are my capable partner," Li Jingxin replied, unable to resist pulling her into an affectionate embrace. Flushed with embarrassment, Jiang Shui quickly pushed him away, exclaiming, "Oh, there are so many people outside." Witnessing her rosy cheeks filled Li Jingxin with a profound sense of happiness. A man's aspirations in life often revolve around family warmth. What more could one desire? Memorizing his wife's words, Li Jingxin departed. Nowadays, a folk market was flourishing nationwide, reminiscent of the black market prior to the reforms. However, the sensitivity surrounding these markets had diminished over the years. As long as one was not dealing in illicit goods, local authorities generally turned a blind eye. Chapter 91. The administrator. The items Li Jingxin sought were certainly not available at supply and marketing cooperatives. Even if they were, he was unlikely to be the one to purchase them. While he had some items to barter with, it hardly seemed worth the effort. It was simpler to spend money, as the vendors at these markets were primarily motivated by profit. Riding his bicycle, Li Jingxin made his way to the nearest market, just a half-hour from the village. Upon arriving at the market entrance, he noticed 2 market administrators casually chatting while smoking. Such markets are typically overseen by administrators dispatched by the town or township government. This arrangement serves a dual purpose. It provides employment for individuals in need and often involves local figures of some influence. One might even describe them as local bullies. Individuals whose words carry weight. In the event of any disturbances at the market, these individuals wield considerable authority. It is worth noting that many of them are often related to local leaders, such as brothers-in-law or other relatives. Li Jingxin was not unfamiliar with this dynamic. As he approached the two men, a rotund fellow with a beer belly recognized him and broke into a broad smile, exclaiming, "Ah, if it isn't our boss Li." To which Li Jingxin cheerfully replied, "What boss? Just trying to make a living." With a friendly demeanor, he produced 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to each man. The stout man, named Yi Chao, was the market administrator, known for his rough demeanor. He was not above engaging in fights or other unsavory activities. However, he was also smitten by the beauty of his sister, Yi Dan, who had married a clerk from the township government. This transformation had turned a petty rogue into a market overseer. It was customary for the regular patrons of the market to offer gifts of fine cigarettes and liquor to these men, with some even bringing a pig's trotter for Yi Chao to take home. With a comfortable lifestyle and good food, naturally, the latest delicacies were on the table. When Yi Chao saw Li Jingxin extend a cigarette, he waved his hands dismissively, saying, "Come on, Jingxin, are you trying to embarrass me? You shouldn't be offering me cigarettes." However, Li Jingxin insisted and placed the cigarettes into their pockets, stating, "We are friends. There's no need for formality." On this occasion, he expressed his intent to purchase 2 old black-bone chickens and some old mountain ginseng, adding, "If you have any 3-7 powder, that would be even better." Li Jingxin cheerfully articulated his shopping list, as both men were well acquainted with the market's offerings. They were the best sources for any goods available. Yi Chao, still smiling, accepted the cigarettes and handed one back to Li Jingxin. After lighting it, he remarked, "Jingxin, what you seek might be rather difficult to come by. Is it really that scarce these days?" Li Jingxin appeared surprised. While black-bone chicken is indeed nutritious for soups, he thought to himself that it couldn't be that difficult to acquire one in the 1980s. With a puzzled expression, he listened as Yi Chao explained, "You may not be aware, but several villages have recently experienced an outbreak of chicken plague, resulting in the loss of many birds. The township government has sent technicians and veterinarians to assist our fellow villagers in treating their chickens. As it stands, not only are black-bone chickens hard to find, but even ordinary roosters are in short supply." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Li Jingxin felt a sense of urgency. The recipe he required necessitated both old mountain ginseng and black-bone chicken as primary ingredients, complemented by 3-7 powder and red dates to be effective. In essence, these ingredients were vital for preparing a broth that enhances male fertility and addresses female ovarian concerns. It could be said that this was truly a remarkable concoction. Had it not been for the stirrings of his old classmate's belly, Li Jingxin would not have come. Yet now that he was present, Yi Chao had divulged such significant matters. Li Jingxin was momentarily taken aback. Noticing Li Jingxin's silence, Yi Chao inquired, "Jingxin, what do you need these items for?" With a sigh, Li Jingxin recounted the situation regarding Wang Meilin. After listening, Yi Chao paused briefly before squinting at him and asking, "The old classmate you're referring to, is her husband named Tang Jiu? Is he the secretary of the town government?" "I cannot say," Li Jingxin replied. "I only know my old classmate. I am not well acquainted with her husband." Indeed, Li Jingxin was unaware. Had they not fortuitously crossed paths, they would have never had the chance to meet. Yi Chao smiled slightly. "Li boss, no wonder my sister claims you are a fortunate man. You seem to have a knack for befriending those in power." Li Jingxin took Yi Chao's playful banter in stride and was not offended. "I merely wished to assist an old classmate. I never intended to ingratiate myself." He decided it was best to inquire elsewhere if he could not find answers here. As he was about to leave, Jiang Shui mentioned the matter of her uncle from Shaowang village. Conveniently, Li Jingxin was heading to Shaowang village. Yi Chao then said, "Come by my place this afternoon to collect the powdered ginseng and red dates. I will prepare 3 roots of mountain ginseng for you. That should suffice, correct?" Grateful for Yi Chao's assistance, Li Jingxin promptly clasped his hand. "Brother, thank you so much. Let us not stand on ceremony. You have helped me numerous times before, and I certainly wish to reciprocate. However, regarding the old black-bone chicken," he added, "I truly cannot assist with that. You may need to make a few more trips." Li Jingxin nodded and slipped 50 yuan into each of their hands. Though Yi Chao initially declined, Li Jingxin insisted, seeing it as a gesture of gratitude. In truth, acquiring these items would not cost 50 yuan, but given that Li Jingxin was not financially constrained, he viewed the expenditure as a means to foster relationships. While Yi Chao, as a local, might not guarantee substantial assistance, he could certainly ensure that no obstacles arose at critical moments. Having lived a previous life, Li Jingxin was adept at navigating such social intricacies. He understood the importance of maintaining good relations for when one truly needs to seek favor. Cheerfully departing the market, Li Jingxin made his way to Shaowang village. Approximately an hour later, he arrived at the village, where he spotted an elderly man squatting at the entrance, smoking a pipe. The old man squinted at Li Jingxin and asked, "Young man, who are you looking for in Shaowang village?" "Ah, elder, I am here to find Chen Hanyuan." "Chen Hanyuan?" The old man's brows furrowed. Li Jingxin quickly clarified, "You know, Chen Daben." "Ah, I see. Who are you and why do you seek him?" Li Jingxin then introduced himself and explained his purpose for visiting. Upon learning that Li Jingxin was Jiang Shue's husband, the old man beamed and stood up. "That little girl still remembers her uncle. Come, young man, let us enter the village." "And you are?" Li Jingxin was momentarily taken aback. Chen Hanyuan grinned broadly, exclaiming, "Chen is truly remarkable." Chapter 92. Heartfelt gratitude to uncle-in-law. Li Jingxin could hardly believe his good fortune today. Upon arriving at Shaowang village, he unexpectedly encountered his uncle-in-law. This uncle-in-law appeared to be around 70, with a head of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles. Yet, despite his age, he was remarkably robust, his stamina rivaling that of younger individuals. As Li Jingxin pushed his bicycle, he engaged in lively conversation with Chen Hanyuan on their way home. Upon reaching the courtyard, Chen Hanyuan called out, "Children's mother, we have guests. It's Xiaoshua's husband. Please prepare some food. He has traveled all day. And please bring out a couple of our old black-bone chickens to take back for the child." "Understood," came the response of a woman's voice. Li Jingxin was genuinely touched by his uncle-in-law's warmth. "You are truly too kind. There is no need to go to such trouble. I would be content with a simple meal," he replied. Chen Hanyuan chuckled, "That simply won't do. When the child comes, a warm meal is a must. Besides, I haven't seen Xiaoshue in years. When will she bring the child to visit us?" Li Jingxin quickly agreed, surprised by the genuine enthusiasm of his uncle-in-law. Upon returning, he resolved to bring gifts for both his uncle-in-law and Jiang Xiaoshue. Soon, the meal was ready, and Li Jingxin, feeling quite hungry, began to eat heartily. Observing his appetite, his uncle-in-law's wife remarked cheerfully, "This child clearly works hard. He can eat quite well." His uncle-in-law added with a smile, "Young man, what are you currently engaged in?" "I run my own business, dealing in clothing and other various items." "It's all about trading," Li Jingxin replied with a grin. Chen Hanyuan sighed, "Ah, things have indeed changed. I've never heard you speak of these things before, but I have noticed that the younger folks in the village seem to prefer venturing outside. They say they are trading, though I am unsure what exactly they are trading. Regardless, it seems you are doing well. Xiaoshue is a good girl. You must treat her well." When his uncle-in-law spoke, Li Jingxin dared not disobey, nodding vigorously in agreement. After finishing their meal, his uncle-in-law's wife presented two dark, old black-bone chickens. Li Jingxin quickly reached for his wallet, but his uncle-in-law's wife frowned slightly. "Young man, what are you doing? Are you trying to insult your uncle-in-law and aunt? If you and the girl want something good to eat, just take it. There's no need for money." Li Jingxin hurried to explain, "These old black-bone chickens are for a specific purpose, so I must pay." Upon hearing that they were meant to assist with conception, his uncle-in-law's wife laughed and said, "Then we definitely cannot accept money. If these chickens truly help you have a child, it would be a tremendous blessing." Yet, Li Jingxin remained insistent on paying. Ultimately, there was no way around it. It would be somewhat improper to accept without compensation, especially in these times when everyone was struggling financially. The maternal uncle and aunt, those two elderly black-boned chickens, truly represented a precious rarity. In the end, Li Jingxin set down 100 yuan for the elderly couple and stepped out with the chickens in hand. The maternal uncle gazed at the 100 yuan on the table, unable to restrain his nods of approval. Indeed, Xiaoshue has married well. It's evident he is the kind of person who will lead a good life. "Dear, don't be shy, just take it." Li Jingxin returned to the previous marketplace, where he found Yi Chao had already prepared everything for him. Each item exceeded expectations. Naturally, Li Jingxin intended to pay, but Yi Chao outright declined, saying, "I've already taken 50 from you. I know you have money, no need to show off." Li Jingshan then produced 2 packs of cigarettes for the two of them. All right, no showing off. Let us just smoke, he said. After a cheerful exchange among the three, Li Jingshan hurriedly made his way to Tang Jiu's home. On the way, he fortuitously encountered the worried Lu Yeye. Surprised by the numerous bags Li Jingshan carried, she asked, "Brotherly, what is all this?" With a mysterious smile, Li Jingshan replied, "Lu Yeye, I know you're concerned about the clothing factory. There's no need to worry. This time, Han Qing will face the consequences for his actions. You should head home and take this time as a vacation. Rest well, and I promise that in due time, Han Qing will be begging you on his knees." Although she wasn't certain how he would achieve this, Lu Yeye believed in Li Jingshan wholeheartedly. "All right, brotherly, with your assurance, I feel at ease. The factory can remain closed for now. I have enough money to weather any losses. I look forward to your good news." When Li Jingshan appeared at Wang Meilin's doorstep with a pile of goods, the expressions of Tang Jiu and Wang Meilin could hardly be described as anything less than incredulous. "I said, Jingshan, this is truly." Tang Jiu was deeply moved by Li Jingshan's generosity. Li Jingshan promptly brought the items inside and elaborated on how to prepare them. After explaining, he rolled up his sleeves with determination. "I'll cook you a pot, and you two can enjoy it. Remember what I said, finish the 2 chickens in a week. 1 for 3 days. This quantity will surely last you 3 days. Before eating, drink a bowl of chicken soup with sanchi powder, understood?" As Li Jingshan spoke, he skillfully dispatched the chickens, scalded them, and plucked their feathers. The couple attempted to assist several times, but he insisted they refrain from interfering. As a culinary adept, he preferred no interruptions while cooking. After a flurry of activity, Li Jingshan presented a large pot of chicken soup to the couple. At that moment, Tang Jiu hurriedly retrieved a fine bottle of wine. "Brother Jingshan, sit down. Let us enjoy a drink together." "All right, but let me prepare some other dishes first," Li Jingshan cheerfully replied as he wiped his hands. "Prepare more dishes? Isn't this pot enough?" Wang Meilin inquired with curiosity. "This is for the two of you. Why would I eat it? I have a daughter at home." Li Jingshan chuckled heartily before turning back to the kitchen. He busily prepared 2 dishes, and upon his return, he found the couple savoring the chicken soup and meat with delight. Li Jingshan's culinary skills were indeed commendable, and the 2 diners sang his praises. He continued, "Remember the method for this chicken soup?" "Indeed." Wang Meilin nodded. "Old classmate, I never realized your culinary skills were so impressive. You could rival a master chef." Li Jingshan laughed. "Of course. If my business ever falters, I'll find work as a chef in a restaurant. A skilled artisan never faces starvation." Chapter 93. The desire for children and sleeping apart after his jest, Li Jingshan added, "This chicken soup should be consumed over 3 days. If you wish to conceive, remember the crucial points. Starting tonight, you two will sleep apart." Sleep apart. Tang Jiu and Wang Meilin looked at Li Jingshan in confusion. They had intended to have a child, but how could they do that while sleeping separately? Li Jingshan chuckled. "You are unaware. This chicken soup contains old ginseng and red dates, among other nourishing ingredients. Additionally, with the inclusion of sanchi powder, its potency is significant. However, Tang Jiu, due to the low vitality of your sperm, this soup should be consumed within these 7 days to enhance your vitality. Do you understand? But the soup's potency is strong. If you two are not cautious at night, it may all be in vain. Comprehend? After 7 days, I assure you, you will conceive twins." Hearing Li Jingshan's words, Tang Jiu nodded fervently. "All right, I'll follow your advice." Wang Meilin, too, felt a flicker of hope igniting within her. Could it truly be possible, old classmate? Li Jingshan was well aware of Wang Meilin's struggles over the years to conceive. In this era, a woman without children often faced scorn and ridicule, unlike in later times, where the conditions seemed ideal, yet the trials of childbirth were exaggerated. In those days, childbirth was not as arduous as it is portrayed in later narratives. Thus, Wang Meilin and Tang Jiu, burdened by sleepless nights over their inability to conceive, had resigned themselves to the possibility of remaining childless. After all, even revolutionary heroes had perished young without marrying. They resolved to serve the people with all their might. However, Li Jingshan's appearance truly rekindled hope for the couple. Who wouldn't be elated at the prospect of having their own child? The reason Li Jingshan was so confident in his assertions stemmed from his experiences before his rebirth, where he had successfully assisted numerous couples in achieving pregnancy, several of whom had welcomed twins. His confidence was backed by proven results. He laughed heartily, then raised a glass with Tang Jiu, saying, "Tang Jiu, Wang Meilin, I, Li Jingshan, hereby declare, 1 week from now, you two should promptly reunite. By that time next year, all that remains is to await the arrival of the Dragon and Phoenix twins. By the way, if conditions permit, it would be best to indulge in this chicken soup once a month. Your unique constitutions, though not ailments, can certainly be revitalized through dietary nourishment, remarked Li Jingshan with a cheerful disposition. His candidness instilled a renewed sense of hope in the couple. Naturally, Tang Jiao shared a heartfelt toast with Li Jingshan. Before departing, Tang Jiao and her husband attempted to offer payment, but Li Jingshan would have none of it. What a jest! If previously Li Jingshan had merely been assisting his old classmate, who was akin to a sister, now he bore a deeper significance. Tang Jiao's true identity had been revealed to him by Yi Chao. She was the secretary of the town government. What does this imply? Hadn't Han Qing always prided himself on being a person of his word in the surrounding villages? Well, this time, it was time for Han Qing to truly comprehend who held the authority in the town. As long as Wang Meilin successfully conceives Tang Jiao's child, the couple's worries would be alleviated. Just imagine, would Li Jingshan still require Tang Jiao's assistance then? What is human sentiment and social intricacies? With a light-hearted demeanor, Li Jingshan pedaled his bicycle from the town back home, arriving just before 11 o'clock at night. Tuan Tuan was asleep, but Jiang Shui, concerned for him, had stayed awake. Noticing that Jiang Shui was still up, Li Jingshan felt a twinge of affection. Silly girl, you should have gone to bed, if I hadn't returned. Would you have stayed awake all night? Jiang Shui gently inquired. Jingshan, have you eaten? Yes, I have, he replied, subsequently sharing the events regarding Tang Jiao and Wang Meilin with her. Finally, with a grin, Li Jingshan expressed, darling, I genuinely feel as though the heavens are aiding me. I never anticipated that the person I stumbled upon would turn out to be Wang Meilin's husband, and moreover, a secretary with real power in the town government. This arrogant bully, Han Qing, will face my reckoning this time. Otherwise, Lu Yi's garment factory may very well perish under his influence. Jiang Shui felt genuine joy for her husband. In her eyes, he truly was under divine protection. Otherwise, how could he be so fortunate as to encounter such a fortuitous turn of events? Jingshan, do save some of that chicken soup for me. The elders say that Dragon and Phoenix twins bring good fortune to the family. In the stillness of the night, even the wild dogs laid down to slumber. Since the last time a fine was imposed on Lu Yi's garment store, compelling its closure, Han Qing had dispatched several individuals to covertly investigate. Remarkably, Lu Yi's store had not reopened in the town. The rolling shutter remained firmly shut, devoid of any activity, as if the shop had never existed. Han Qing found himself perplexed by this peculiar phenomenon. It shouldn't be. Lu Yi was known for her garment business. A day or two of closure could be understandable, but an entire month had passed without any sign of reopening. How could it be? Was she truly so affluent? Han Qing pondered, stroking his chin in confusion. Evidently, for such a sole proprietor, Han Qing encountered a formidable challenge for the first time. The thought of the man behind Lu Yi, named Li Jingshan, made Han Qing unable to suppress a disdainful spit. He still harbored a bellyful of anger regarding the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Initially, he had intended for his nephew, Zhang Fan, to take over the factory. It was clear that if Zhang Fan were to manage the factory, he could easily earn several thousand yuan a month. It wouldn't be long before he became a millionaire. In these times, the title of millionaire holds a significant weight. It is a fortune that could last a lifetime. However, who could have anticipated the emergence of an unexpected rival? This Li Jingshan, in collusion with Lu Yi, had set a trap for him. Nevertheless, experience prevails. Such meager tactics could not possibly secure the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Dream on. Now, all that was left was for Han Qing to complete the necessary formalities, and he would successfully hand over the Blue Sky Garment Factory to his nephew. With that thought, Han Qing couldn't help but chuckle and mutter, "You think you can outwit me?" He truly doubted how long Lu Yi's clothing store could remain closed. If it were to shut down completely, that would be even better. This incident would serve as a lesson to the individual proprietors in town, reminding them who truly held authority in this locality. Chapter 94. Secretary Tang arrives. Knock, knock, knock. A young man peeked out from the doorway. Director Han. Xiaowang. Han Qing looked at him with some confusion. What is it? Secretary Tang from the town government has arrived. Secretary Tang is here. Upon hearing this, Han Qing promptly stood up to tidy his clothes. Why didn't you say so earlier? Xiaowang quickly replied. Secretary Tang came alone, without notifying anyone. We had no idea. Come on, Let's go welcome Secretary Tang. As Han Qing exited the office, he instructed Xiao Wang, "You must pay attention. I've heard that Secretary Tang has recently been nominated by the township. He is very likely to be promoted to the position of deputy township head. We will need to rely on his favor." Han Qing was quite adept at handling such rumors. He had previously heard that Tang Jiu was exceptionally capable. In just a few years in the town, he had garnered the attention of the county leadership. This upcoming promotion to deputy township head was essentially a preparatory step for his advancement to the county level. It must be said that Secretary Tang was indeed quite proficient. As the director of the town, Han Qing needed to cultivate a good relationship with him. In a swift manner, Han Qing soon encountered Tang Jiu, who was waiting outside. The two exchanged cheerful handshakes. "What brings you here, Secretary Tang?" Tang Jiu smiled and waved his hand. "Isn't it the breeze from your position as the town leader overseeing state-owned enterprises?" Han Qing's face beamed with joy. Previously, he had submitted his proposal to the secretary's office at the town government, suggesting that his nephew, Zhang Fan, take over the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Ultimately, the decision-maker for that matter was none other than the very Tang Jiu standing before him. It is evident how immense Tang Jiu's power has become. At least in this town, Tang Jiu is akin to a deity. "Secretary Tang, are you chiding me? As a mere official of little consequence, I must seek the guidance of the town leaders for any matter," he remarked. "Since you are here, please, after you. As for work-related matters, let us retreat to the office for a more suitable discussion. It is rather inconvenient to converse out here." Tang Jiu nodded and followed Han Qing to the office building he oversees. Upon seeing the newly renovated structure before him, Tang Jiu felt a sense of satisfaction. Recently, the township had issued several documents addressing the dilapidated state of various government offices. The township had submitted applications to the county, hoping to secure funding for repairs. After all, the government buildings ought to exude a certain grandeur, otherwise the common folk would perceive them as shabby. Furthermore, in this era of market economy, one must keep pace with the times. Once the funds are allocated, both the mayor and deputy mayor had meticulously reviewed and inspected the situation with Tang Jiu. Today, under the guise of discussing matters, Tang Jiu also undertook a discreet assessment. To his surprise, the office building was indeed in commendable condition. Although it could not rival the newly constructed edifices, one must acknowledge that a skilled artisan cannot work without resources. Given the limited budget, being able to rejuvenate the office building with a fresh coat of paint was quite an achievement, reflecting that Han Qing is a person of action. Prior to his visit, Tang Jiu had heard some unflattering rumors about Han Qing, but upon witnessing the splendid office building, his doubts diminished significantly. It was likely that such rumors were perpetuated by those who disapproved of his manner. As the township head wisely stated, one should treat colleagues with the warmth of spring and extend ample trust. Soon, under Han Qing's cheerful guidance, Tang Jiu entered the office. Once seated, Han Qing hurriedly prepared a pot of tea. "Secretary Tang, may I inquire what directives you have for this visit?" Tang Jiu smiled and waved his hand graciously, saying, "Director Han, I dare not presume to offer directives. In truth, I have come to discuss matters concerning the Lantian garment factory in our town." Upon hearing the mention of the Lantian garment factory, Han Qing felt elated. With Secretary Tang's presence, the matter seemed assured. "Ah, yes. The application from the individual Zhang Fan to contract the Lantian garment factory was submitted by me," Han Qing promptly stated. "Indeed, we have dispatched personnel to investigate Zhang Fan, and he appears to be an exceptional young entrepreneur in our town. He is responding positively to the national call for market economy and is adeptly navigating the broader direction, striving to be among the first to prosper in this era of reform and opening up," Han Qing remarked with enthusiasm. Tang Jiu smiled slightly and nodded. "Zhang Fan's credentials are commendable. We have reviewed them as well. I have come today primarily to seek your final opinion, Director Han." "I have no objections whatsoever." "None at all," he replied, for he had no reason to oppose, being the uncle of the candidate. After all, if he did not assist in securing this opportunity for his nephew, he would surely face the ire of his sister upon his return. Upon contemplating his sister's fierce demeanor, Han Qing felt a chill run down his spine. The pressure of familial expectations weighed heavily upon him. Noting Han Qing's lack of dissent, Tang Jiu proceeded to formally inscribe his agreement on the document. He then requested Han Qing to affix his signature as well. Rising from his seat, Tang Jiu announced, "Well, since the matter is settled, I shall take my leave. After all, the Lantian Garment Factory is a state-owned enterprise. and transitioning it to private ownership necessitates a considerable amount of time and procedural steps. However, do not worry, Director Han. As long as there are no issues from the town, this matter should be resolved within 3 to 5 days at most. Upon hearing Tang Jiu's words, Han Qing beamed and shook his hand warmly, expressing, Secretary Tang, I am truly grateful to you for your support of our common people in their pursuit of prosperity within the market economy. Today, you must stay and share a drink with us. Yet, Tang Jiu politely declined, saying, I cannot, as I have matters to attend to at home. No matter what it is, it cannot overshadow our long overdue reunion. I know a restaurant in town where the chef prepares exquisite braised fish. I have heard that Secretary Tang cannot resist a good braised fish, Han Qing quipped cheerily. However, the typically fish-loving Tang Jiu firmly refused, a smile gracing his face as he replied, Thank you, Director Han, but this time I truly cannot. My wife is pregnant. After escorting Tang Jiu out, Han Qing quickly summoned Xiao Wang. Did Secretary Tang just say his wife is pregnant? Xiao Wang was taken aback. Ah, this is indeed a momentous occasion. Han Qing squinted thoughtfully. If I recall correctly, Secretary Tang and his wife have been married for several years without any sign of a child. This sudden news, could it be? Director Han, this is not something you should delve into. Shouldn't this be more pertinent to your nephew? Xiao Wang interjected. Yes, indeed. You are right. Xiao Wang. It must be that young man Zhang Fan who has taken action. Chapter 95. Suspicion ever since his wife became pregnant. Tang Jiu seemed to have undergone a transformation. Previously, he had avoided discussing family and children with his colleagues at work, given the conservative nature of the times. The absence of children in a couple's life could lead to unwarranted speculation from outsiders. However, Tang Jiu's perspective shifted dramatically after his wife, Wang Meilin, discovered her pregnancy a week ago. The couple was enveloped in immense joy, entirely unanticipated, as it turned out that Li Jingxin's remedy had indeed worked wonders for them. Tang Jiu had long wished to treat Li Jingxin to a lavish meal in gratitude, but his work commitments had prevented him from visiting Xiaoxi village. With the recent contract negotiations regarding the Lantian garment factory, he had been preoccupied with reporting to the township. Thus, he had to set aside his plans. Little did Tang Jiu realize that even before he sought out Li Jingxin, Han Qing had already caught wind of the news. What began as a quiet day, with Tang Jiu taking a half-day leave to accompany his wife, soon turned into a moment of anticipation as they joyfully envisioned their future filled with children. When a knock sounded at the door, Tang Jiu opened the door to find Han Qing and a young man standing at the entrance, both wearing cheerful smiles. Upon seeing them, Tang Jiu immediately understood the purpose of Han Qing's visit. Curiously, he inquired, Director Han, what brings you here? Ah, Secretary Tang, you truly keep your news close to your chest. I heard that your beloved is expecting a child. Such joyous news prompted me to come and pay a visit. Just a token of my goodwill, Han Qing replied, nudging his nephew, Zhang Fan. Nephew, hurry up and bring this inside for Secretary Tang. Tang Jiu, however, attempted to intervene. No. Since you've come, there's no need for such fuss. Ah, Secretary Tang, it's nothing of great value. Just some local specialties. During pregnancy, a woman needs to replenish her nutrients, and these are from our own farm, old hens and eggs. Additionally, there's some brown sugar water. It's beneficial for pregnant women. Han Qing explained. In this day and age, such items were indeed valuable. Tang Jiu decided not to refuse further. After all, this gesture stemmed from goodwill, and it would be somewhat unreasonable to decline. Furthermore, since Han Qing referred to Zhang Fan as his nephew, they shared a familial connection, and it related to the matters concerning the Lantian garment factory. As someone familiar with the intricacies of the officialdom, Tang Jiu had seen many such occurrences. Ultimately, what mattered was the successful execution of the task. A black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches the mouse, it is a good cat. He welcomed the two into the living room. Wang Meilin was about to rise to serve them tea, but Han Qing quickly interjected, Oh, Mrs. Tang, that won't do. You are a national treasure now. We shall attend to serving ourselves. Wang Meilin smiled gently. Old Tang, since they have come to see you, you chat with them. I'll take a moment to rest in our room. Tang Jiu, concerned for his wife, quickly nodded. All right. You rest while I converse with Director Han and the others. It was only then that Wang Meilin retreated to their bedroom. Recognizing the purpose of their visit, Tang Jiu opted for a more direct approach. He glanced at Zhang Fan and asked with a smile, Director Han, is this the Zhang Fan you mentioned who wishes to contract the Lantian garment factory? Yes, indeed. Secretary Tang. This is Zhang Fan, my nephew. Nephew, greet Secretary Tang, Han Qing said. Zhang Fan promptly offered a cigarette. Hello, Secretary Tang, I am Zhang Fan. I have prepared everything regarding the contracting of the Lantian garment factory. I apologize for intruding on your time, but as you know, policies from the government are significant. And having faced poverty, I thought it wise to seize this opportunity. Tang Jiu found himself rather pleased with Zhang Fan's demeanor. He spoke with grace and demonstrated a keen awareness of the situation, which was not unpleasant. With the connection to Han Qing, Tang Jiu felt inclined to give his tacit approval. Zhang Fan, your uncle has mentioned you previously. You are one of the first entrepreneurial pioneers in our town. Work diligently. Once you secure the private contract for the garment factory, a promising path lies ahead. However, you must understand that business is unlike other ventures. One must be sharp-witted. Simultaneously, one must not transgress the law. Do you understand? Tang Jiu's words prompted Zhang Fan to nod repeatedly. Although Zhang Fan relied on his uncle to exert influence in the town, often resorting to intimidation or bluster, it must be said that the lad possessed a certain astuteness. When encountering an ordinary individual like Li Jingxin, he would naturally take advantage of the situation, becoming rather presumptuous. However, in the presence of someone like Tang Jiu, a figure of higher status, his demeanor transformed instantly to one of humility. Had Li Jingxin been present, he would surely have been struck by Zhang Fan's chameleon-like character. Noting Zhang Fan's relatively amiable disposition, Tang Jiu offered further encouragement before turning to Han Qing and inquiring, Director Han, I am indeed curious about one matter. Han Qing quickly responded, Secretary Tang, please feel free to express any doubts you may have. I will speak candidly. Previously, our investigative team had conducted interviews, but it seems your nephew has had a run-in with the police. Han Qing was prepared for this, his expression immediately turning somber as he playfully smacked the top of Zhang Fan's head. This troublesome lad. Oh, he truly provides no peace of mind. Seeing this, Tang Jiu promptly asked for clarification, as the matter of police involvement could be quite significant. To put it plainly, this was a crucial juncture in the selection of contractors for the Blue Sky Garment Factory. There were other candidates, one of whom, a female entrepreneur named Lu Yeya, had caught Tang Jiu's attention. Moreover, during Tang Jiu's investigation, Director Wang had mentioned that Lu Yeya was currently the owner of the Blue Sky Garment Factory, albeit without a signed contract, thus leaving the situation unresolved. Additionally, Director Wang had also brought up Zhang Fan's detention, which compelled Tang Jiu to seek clarity before giving his consent. After all, this was not merely about Director Han's nephew. Unless it pertained to a matter of principle, one might simply overlook it. Secretary Tang, I must admit, my nephew was indeed at fault in this situation. One day, he and a friend went to the market and purchased what they believed to be an antique. Unfortunately, it turned out to be a counterfeit, which my nephew bought for 80 yuan, unaware of its true nature. During the process of moving it, it was accidentally damaged. Enraged, my nephew sought compensation from the other party. Of course, as you are aware, demanding restitution for a broken item often leads to inflated claims. Consequently, the other party insisted that my nephew was attempting to extort them, refusing to pay and instead calling the police to have my nephew arrested. Chapter 96. The Wicked Complained First. My nephew, in a moment of youthful bravado, demanded a high price from the man. Yet even so, one could merely categorize him as greedy. To label his actions as particularly heinous would be an exaggeration. Nevertheless, Officer Lu Yuan from the precinct, leveraging his authority as captain and colluding with the other individual, insisted that my nephew was at fault and proceeded to detain him. I felt utterly powerless, as if I were a mute person forced to swallow bitter gall, unable to voice my grievances. As Han Qing recounted this tale, he shook his head and sighed, portraying himself and his nephew as the true victims. However, Tang Jiu was not so easily swayed by Han Qing's theatrics. After all, he was a seasoned fox, well-versed in the art of deception. He likely knows about this matter, and Zhang Fan undoubtedly plays a disreputable role. It is improbable that he would be directly detained by the police station otherwise. Even if the captain of the police station has connections with that person, it is evident that the latter was the one who caused the initial damage. One cannot be so brazen. Furthermore, Han Qing is Zhang Fan's uncle, and it is inconceivable that anyone could bully him. However, this situation has nothing to do with Tang Jiu, who would not bother to intervene. Thus, he casually remarked, it seems that person has a familial connection with Lu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan immediately scoffed, saying, Secretary Tang, You are mistaken. That person is merely a rogue. Not a relative of Captain Liu at all. He likely deceived Captain Liu with his words, leading him to fall for his tricks. Zhang Fan, it must be said, possesses a modicum of wisdom, recognizing the need to extricate Liu Yuan from this entanglement. After all, once he secures the contract for the Lantian garment factory, maintaining a good relationship with the police station will be essential. Tang Jiu nodded with a smile. In that case, I feel reassured. Director Han, this person won't trouble you again, will he? No, Secretary Tang, rest assured. This person, named Li Jingshan, along with Liu Yeye, is also vying to contract the Lantian garment factory. They are envious of my nephew's capabilities and deliberately set a trap to frame him. Fortunately, thanks to your keen insight, Secretary Tang, my nephew has managed to. Director Han, what did you say that person's name is? Li Jingshan? Liu Yeye? Tang Jiu paused, intrigued. This situation was becoming quite interesting. Initially, he had little interest in these affairs. Whoever contracts the Lantian garment factory matters little to him, as long as the factory remains operational and the workers have sustenance. However, he was taken aback when the names Li Jingshan and Liu Yeye were mentioned. Li Jingshan was one thing, but he was aware of Liu Yeye from his investigations. He had not anticipated that these two were collaborating. Hadn't his wife mentioned that Li Jingshan was Jiang Shue's husband? What was going on? Why had he suddenly become entangled with Liu Yeye? Nevertheless, Tang Jiu, having experienced his fair share of tumult, maintained his composure and simply inquired without elaborating further. Han Qing replied candidly. Li Jingshan and Liu Yeye are just a pair of deceitful scoundrels. Liu Yeye runs a clothing store in town and has likely made some money. She set her sights on our state-owned asset contracting project, intending to take over the garment factory. However, upon discovering that my nephew was also involved in the project, jealousy consumed her, prompting her to orchestrate this scheme against him in the market. Fortunately, their underhanded plot did not succeed. As I dispatched personnel to seal Liu Yeye's clothing store, aiming to prevent them from swindling state assets. Hearing Han Qing's explanation, Tang Jiu began to grasp the situation, though he remained unaware of the precise relationship between Li Jingshan and Liu Yeye. Nonetheless, he chose to keep this information to himself. He said calmly, "All right. I have understood the situation. Director Han, this matter has now been reported to the town government. The mayor, along with the deputy mayor and others, will hold a meeting to vote on it. In short, you and your nephew should return and await further news. Once a decision has been made, we will post a notice on the town government's bulletin board. You may rest assured and wait for the outcome," Tang Jiu remarked. Sensing Tang Jiu's intention to see them off, Han Qing understood and promptly stood up with Zhang Fan, exchanging a few pleasantries before taking their leave. After the two departed, Tang Jiu proceeded to the bedroom. "Wife, you heard our conversation just now, didn't you?" Tang Jiu inquired. Wang Meilin nodded, saying, "Old Tang, I don't believe this matter is as simple as it seems. I know my brotherly well. He is not a bad person and certainly not one to engage in unethical behavior. There must be some misunderstanding here, for I cannot trust a single word from Zhang Fan." Upon hearing his wife's sentiments, Han Qing also nodded in agreement. "You are right, dear. I too have doubts about Zhang Fan and Han Qing's claims. In that case, you should rest well. I will call Shaoxi village to inquire about the situation." Li Jingshan was busy at home with other matters when the village secretary came looking for him. "Li Jingshan, Secretary Tang from the town is on the phone and wants you to take it." The village secretary was puzzled, wondering how Li Jingshan had garnered such attention from the town. Upon realizing it was Secretary Tang, Li Jingshan understood it was Tang Jiu. He set aside what he was doing, informed Jiang Shui, and stepped out with the village secretary. Soon, Li Jingshan was in contact with Tang Jiu. Over the phone, Tang Jiu inquired about Zhang Fan's situation. When Li Jingshan learned that Han Qing had taken Zhang Fan to Tang Jiu's home to congratulate his wife on her pregnancy, he felt reassured, knowing that Wang Meilin's pregnancy was largely due to his chicken soup. "Jingshan, I am not afraid to ask you. Did you and that Liu Yeye conspire against Zhang Fan?" Tang Jiu queried. "I, Li Jingshan, can assure you with my integrity that the fellow is a fraud and a rogue. If you don't believe me, you can ask the police station's captain, Liu Yuan. Several police officers are aware of what transpired," Li Jingshan responded. Naturally, Tang Jiu trusted Li Jingshan, and upon hearing his words, he felt a sense of relief. "All right. I believe you. Can you come over now?" Li Jingshan had intended to seize this opportunity to leverage his connections, helping Tang Jiu and his old classmate Wang Meilin fulfill their wish for a child. This favor was immensely significant. Therefore, he readily agreed to head over immediately. After hanging up, the village secretary remained curious about how Li Jingshun knew Secretary Tang. Li Jingshun, with a mysterious smile, replied, "Secretary. You can no longer refer to him as Secretary Tang. Perhaps a higher title will be in order." With that, Li Jingshun disregarded the village secretary's bewildered expression. Humming a little tune, he departed from the village office. Chapter 97. Truly, what is meant to be cannot be held back. As the saying goes, when one reaches the end of the road, a glimmer of hope may appear. Initially, Li Jingshun pondered how to convince Han Qing to submit. He contemplated inviting Lu Yuan for a meal, hoping to exploit Zhang Fan's weaknesses. To his surprise, Han Qing arrived at his doorstep with Zhang Fan in tow. At times, Li Jingshun couldn't help but reflect that one must believe in fate. What is meant for you will indeed find its way, while that which is not yours cannot be retained. Take, for instance, the Blue Sky Garment Factory, which Han Qing, wielding his authority, had shut down Lu Yi's shop. Consequently, it had been over a month without any business, leading to considerable losses. Lu Yi, however, persevered with determination, firmly believing in herself. Yet, Li Jingshun never anticipated that the turning point would come through Tang Jiu. Although he initially considered seeking Tang Jiu's assistance, he did not foresee that he would do so under such fortuitous circumstances. Wang Meilin had successfully conceived due to his formula. At that moment, upon receiving the call, Li Jingshun realized that Han Qing had utterly failed in their contest of wits. He pedaled swiftly to Lu Yi's home and knocked on the door. Before Lu Yi could grasp the situation, Li Jingshun seized her hand and urged her to leave. Hey, brotherly, what are you doing? Though Lu Yi harbored deep feelings for Li Jingshun, the era was still quite conservative. Between men and women, even in a romantic relationship, holding hands was considered quite shy. Yet, Li Jingshun had repeatedly taken her hand, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to Li Jingshun, he was focused solely on the matter concerning the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Thus, he paid little attention to her inner turmoil as he pulled her along and hopped onto his bicycle. "Hurry and take a seat. I'm taking you somewhere." "Where to?" Lu Yi shyly lowered her head, attempting to hide her flushed cheeks from his gaze. Honestly, how could a man disregard a girl's reputation like this? How terrible. Nevertheless, Li Jingshun pedaled away, stating, "We're going to meet Secretary Tang at the town government." Upon arriving at Tang Jiu's residence, both Tang Jiu and Wang Meilin welcomed them. Upon seeing Lu Yi accompany him, Tang Jiu paused momentarily, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Li Jingshun, puzzled, inquired, "Tang Jiu, what is going on?" Tang Jiu remained silent, while Wang Meilin appeared as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. This left Li Jingshun feeling anxious. "I say, old classmate, after knowing me for so many years, you should be well aware of my temperament. If there are any doubts or misunderstandings, please voice them so I can clarify. If I am at fault, I will certainly not conceal it," Li Jingshun asserted, thumping his chest. His primary concern was the contract for the Blue Sky Garment Factory. As long as that remained unaffected, he was open to discussions. Hearing this, Tang Jiu and Wang Meilin exchanged glances. Tang Jiu then said, "In that case, Jingshun, Meilin calls you big brother. We are indeed like family now. I must say, you may continue." Li Jingshun nodded in affirmation, encouraged by this response. Tang Jiu inquired about their relationship. That Han Qing and Zhang Fan not only claimed that you two shattered his antique, but also suggested that your relationship is rather unusual. "Jingshun, Meilin mentioned that your beloved is not Jiang Shui, correct?" Tang Jiu asked curiously. Li Jingshun, taken aback by Tang Jiu's words, soon found himself and Lu Yi sharing a hearty laugh. Seeing their amusement, Tang Jiu was utterly bewildered. "What is so funny? Come on, don't laugh. Listen, Tang Jiu, Wang Meilin, we are friends, and I, Li Jingshun, will speak plainly. Lu Yi and I share a cooperative relationship. I am one of the shareholders of the Blue Sky Garment Factory. Zhang Fan's remarks are merely a vengeful fabrication against Lu Yi and me. Furthermore, Zhang Fan is nothing more than a street rogue around town. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire privately and ascertain whether I speak the truth," Li Jingshun asserted, thumping his chest. Upon hearing his earnest declaration, Tang Jiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, Jingshun, with your assurance. My heart is at ease. It's outrageous that Han Qing and Zhang Fan treat the town government's work so frivolously. This contract for the Blue Sky Garment Factory is now yours. I will report this matter in detail to the relevant leaders in the town government. Han Qing believes that just because he comes from the city, he can act with impunity, Tang Jiu stated. Seeing the situation resolved, Li Jingshin cheerfully replied, "Thank you, Secretary Tang. By the way, old classmate, congratulations on your pregnancy." Hearing Li Jingshin's words, both of them revealed radiant smiles. "Thanks to you, brotherly. Without your help, I fear that Tang Jiu and I would never have the chance to become parents," Lu Yeye exclaimed. "Wonderful. Now that you are expecting, it surely signifies good fortune for your family. The arrival of a child brings blessings." Li Jingshun congratulated them. Lu Yeye echoed his sentiments. Subsequently, Li Jingshun and Tang Jiu agreed that when the baby is born, they must be informed about the full moon celebration. After leaving the Tang residence, Li Jingshun rode his bicycle to escort Lu Yeye home. Along the way, she could hardly believe it. "Brotherly, you are truly remarkable. You've managed to forge such a connection. Secretary Tang's beloved is expecting a child because of your prescription. This time, even if Han Qing is from the provincial government, he will find himself at a loss," Lu Yeye remarked. Li Jingshun smiled gently at Lu Yeye's words. "Naturally, this connection holds great significance. By a twist of fate, I inadvertently established this relationship. In any case, expect good news regarding the losses incurred from your shop's closure, as I have inadvertently rendered a tremendous service to Tang Jiu and Wang Mei Lin. Their initial anxiety about the Blue Sky Garment Factory contract can finally be set at ease." Although Han Qing was reassigned from the city, Li Jingshun was well aware of his true nature. The connections of Han Qing cannot possibly rival those of Tang Jiu, the secretary of the township government. Furthermore, the next step for him is to become the deputy township head. As a director in a state-owned enterprise, how could you possibly match his influence? Therefore, the matter regarding the contract for the Lantian Garment Factory is essentially a foregone conclusion. After escorting Lu Yeye home, Li Jingshun rode his bicycle back to Xiaoxi village. Upon arriving home, he found Jiang Shui in the kitchen preparing dinner. Hearing movement in the yard, Jiang Shui hurriedly exited the kitchen. Upon seeing Li Jingshun return, she quickly approached him. "Jingshun, you're finally back," she exclaimed. Chapter 98. A delightful dinner with my wife. Li Jingshun gently embraced her, saying, "Do not worry. I merely accompanied Lu Yeye to Tang Jiu's home. The arrangements concerning the contract for the Lantian Garment Factory have now been finalized. Once the factory officially commences operations, our lives will surely improve." Jiang Shui, upon hearing his words, felt a pang of sympathy and embraced him tightly. It was evident that her husband had been working tirelessly during this period, visibly losing weight. However, unlike before, the current Li Jingshun instilled in Jiang Shui a sense of security. He was no longer the man who would abandon his wife and children for the sake of returning to the city. Yet, the thought of his exhausting efforts for her and their child caused her heart to ache. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Seeing Jiang Shui in such distress, Li Jingshun felt a twinge of pain in his heart. In his previous life, he had failed to cherish such a wonderful wife and child, abandoning them. In this second chance at life, he was determined to care for them properly. Otherwise, how could he justify the gift of rebirth? He cupped Jiang Shui's face, gently wiping away her tears, and reassured her, "My dear, it's all right. It's just a bit tiring these days, but our lives will undoubtedly get better. One day, I'll buy you the finest radio." "No, I don't want those things. I don't want a radio. I just want our family to be safe and sound," Jiang Shui replied through her sobs. Li Jingshun understood that Jiang Shui was also feeling sympathy for him. He had indeed been running around lately, busy not only with the garment factory contract, but also assisting Jiang Shu in finding a wife. The weight of the household's responsibilities largely rested on his shoulders. Yet, he was willing to bear this for Jiang Shui, seeing it as a form of atonement. He wiped her tears and embraced her, allowing her to find solace in his arms for a while. Jiang Shui clung tightly to Li Jingshun, and they remained in silence, simply holding each other. In that moment, Li Jingshun felt a rare sense of tranquility. After a long while, they slowly parted. "Jingshun, regarding the garment factory contract, weren't you being obstructed by Director Han from the management department?" Upon hearing this, Li Jingshun recounted the events involving Tang Jiu and Wang Meilin. This time, Han Qing has truly brought misfortune upon himself. He has unexpectedly encountered a formidable obstacle. Just wait and see. Han Qing and Zhang Fan will no longer have any chance of taking over the garment factory, Li Jingshun remarked with a cheerful demeanor. But what if Han Qing and Zhang Fan come looking for trouble? Could they retaliate against us? Jiang Shui inquired, her voice tinged with concern. Li Jingshun, however, exuded confidence. "Do not worry, that is highly unlikely. After all, Han Qing is the director responsible for the department. No matter how things unfold, he would not dare to act rashly. Besides, I have my own methods. As he spoke, he winked playfully. Jingshan, do you have another plan? Jiang Shui asked, her expression one of surprise. Although Jiang Shui was innocent, she was no fool. She understood that her husband's audacity was backed by sound reasoning. Yet, she could not grasp why Li Jingshan held such unwavering confidence that the head of the department and the unscrupulous Zhang Fan would refrain from bothering them. If it were anyone else, it might have resulted in chaos. Rest assured, my dear wife, I have my own ways to handle this. Just wait and see the outcome. Li Jingshan said with a grin. Is that true? Jiang Shui asked, her curiosity piqued. Of course. Would I deceive you? With Li Jingshan's assurance, Jiang Shui felt it unnecessary to press further. After all, she had limited options. Her only role was to support her husband as a devoted wife. At that moment, a burnt odor wafted from the kitchen. Jiang Shui, with a sudden realization, exclaimed, "Oh dear, I lost track of time while talking to you." She quickly dashed towards the kitchen. Before long, the clatter of pots and pans echoed from within. Li Jingshan, hearing the commotion, chuckled. "Wife, what are you cooking? Why does it smell so charred?" From the kitchen, Jiang Shui's voice emerged. "It's all your fault for distracting me. I intended to prepare your favorite stir-fried pork, but I forgot about the pot on the stove. It's all burnt." Li Jingshan smiled contentedly upon hearing her. "It's all right, dear. Even if it's burnt, we can still eat it." Shortly after, Jiang Shui brought out a delicious spread. Gazing at the table laden with dishes, Li Jingshan felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The simple act of sharing a meal with family, safe and sound, was more fulfilling than anything else. He wished he could provide Jiang Shui with a rice cooker. Though his intentions were noble, acquiring such a luxury was no simple feat. It was still the early days of reform and opening up. And foreign products like rice cookers were not affordable for every household. Even with some savings, Li Jingshan realized that such appliances were beyond the reach of ordinary families. Thus, acquiring one would require time. Nonetheless, he was not concerned. After all, there would be ample time and opportunities in the future. He was determined that his wife would no longer endure hardships alongside him. With this thought, Li Jingshan and Jiang Shui enjoyed a delightful dinner together. 2 days hence, Li Jingshan and Lu Yiye received a notification to visit the town government. Both were acutely aware that this was in relation to the matters concerning the Lantian garment factory. Upon meeting with Lu Yiye, Li Jingshan cast a deliberate glance at the clothing store, which remained shuttered. "Have they not yet lifted the ban on you?" he inquired. "No, I have adhered to your advice and kept it vacant," Lu Yiye responded. Li Jingshan nodded appreciatively. "I appreciate your efforts. We shall resolve this with Han Qing today." With that, he mounted his bicycle, carrying Lu Yiye towards the town government. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the town government. The gatekeeper directed them to park their bicycles in the designated area before allowing them entry. As they approached the office building, Han Qing and Zhang Fan were already waiting there. Upon seeing Li Jingshan and Lu Yiye, they snorted disdainfully, clearly displeased with the pair. Lu Yiye, recalling Han Qing's previous vacillation, felt a surge of anger. "Director Han," she exclaimed, "you initially assured us that you would grant us the contract. Why have you now gone back on your word? Have you no regard for your own promises?" In response to Lu Yiye's words, Han Qing sneered. "I, as the director, would never acquiesce to the demands of a fraudster.